Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer? A big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
So is this the line for Dragon's Maze?
Wow, the line is really long.
Mommy, there's no
We'll meet up
shade.
later.
How long will you wait?
As long as it takes.
So you guys are only going to do this one ride all day?
It won't be that long. Probably.
Mom, can you get us food?
Wait, are they cutting?
Caleb, food is so far away.
Should I say something?
Daddy, pick me up. Mom!
Hey, there's a line here.
Daddy, swing me.
That's like 20 people.
my God.
One person holds the line for 20 people? This is bull.
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSConnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
Cooler today, but still warm in Palo Alto. High is 91.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
And well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
See, I was waiting on something, Shasky. As I say good morning to everybody out there, and oh, baby, it is Wednesday, 4 days away from the season opener between the Niners and the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field in Chicago. But I swore when I was driving in, I said, man, we bet not open the show with a Giants highlight or a low light or whatever. We just bet not.
Why?
Because let me tell you, I had a call with Nahegan yesterday. He goes, Bonte, look. I don't think you want to tell the people that you only watched 4 innings of baseball over the weekend. And my counter to that is, I care about my mental health. My mental health is more important to me than spending another second on the 2022 San Francisco Giants. Now, I'll watch a few innings here and there, but I tell you what, I ain't watching the whole game. Wnba Playoffs yesterday, fire. Vegas Aces, congrats. You're going to the Wnba Finals. Sue Bird's last ever game as a basketball player. It's pretty sad.
She's a 5-time gold medalist.
And 4-time champion.
That's she spent 20 years at the Olympic club level. Anyway, I thought that was incredible.
No, she was incredible. Breanna Stewart was incredible. Chelsea Gray was balling. Plum from Washington, she's balling. And then you had the U.S. Open. Kyrgios is losing his dome, losing his mind. All the talent in the world, and he's just an emotional wreck. Breaks his brackets at the end of the match, threw his bracket down in the middle of the match. Just a wreck. Embarrassing. He's got to clean it up. He's not even, and I was texting Spinoni about it. Hey, it's like John McEnroe. He used to go through. John McEnroe's a champion.
Well, yeah.
Somebody on the timeline yesterday tried to say, well, he's kind of like Draymond Green. No. Draymond Green's a 4-time champion. Nick Kyrgios has won nothing. All right? Let's stop comparing them to champions, legends. So it kind of took my mind off the Giants as I see all your Giants gear. Lewis Brinson, great story. The most exciting thing of the Giants, and he's only been here for 2 days. 2 days. And that's the most exciting part about the Giants. If I have to watch Dominic Leone pitch again, or if I have to read his name in a box score, you know what, Shasky, you take it. I don't even want to go off on the Giants this morning. I'm not even going to do it. It's Niners week. I'm going to get fired up. No, the Giants are a joke.
Can you let me then? Can we talk this out? We'll get into the Niners because I want to get into Shanahan specifically today, but not in this moment. I want to get into the Giants for a second here. We make so much about the NBA and them resting stars, don't we?
Yep.
We really do. We make a big deal out of it. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? Like, I'm talking about the media, the fans, social media. Do you know what last night was for the San Francisco Giants? A ridiculous scheduled loss. No, seriously. Follow me down this path. Follow me down this path for a second. I have been adamant that there are too many baseball games in general, correct? And I think a lot of people are like, the sanctity of 162. They have had 6 months. It is September 6th last night. They've had 6 months to find one guy in 5 levels of their organization who can come up and give them 4 innings. And they went John Brebbia, a 32-year-old who just came off the IL, who's just a bucket. I mean, just bailing water left and right. They opened a game against their arch rivals, who they went toe-to-toe with last year, and they're fighting for their life. Okay, their 2022 season is on the brink, and there is not one guy in this entire farm system who can come up and give them 3 innings, 4 innings. John Brebbia is the best you've got as an opener on a team that the bullpen stinks. We're going to go bullpenning against our rivals, against the best team in baseball, with a team that the Giants, can't use Doval because he pitched 3 days in a row. I'm going to say this until I'm blue in the face. Farhan Zaidi, I'm so out on you. I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm reinventing baseball. 4 years, 6 months in, and you don't have one guy in triple, double, or the 17 single A levels that are out there, rookie ball and all that crap, you don't have one guy who can come up and give you a spot start for 3 or 4 innings, it's an absolute embarrassment. So this is my mantra from here on out on when it comes to Farhan, because it's not Kapler. Everyone wants to rip Kapler.
Yeah, no,
Kapler's doing
Kapler.
the bidding of Farhan.
Yeah. You want to rip Kapler. No. You gave credit to Farhan Zaidi all 2021. 107. How many times did we talk about it? Oh, Farhan Zaidi, what a genius. He flipped it so quick. We told you guys, Farhan Zaidi this. Keep the same energy now that the Giants have 69 losses.
Thank you.
Keep the same energy.
They're closer to the Pirates. Okay, the Pirates have 50 wins. The Giants are infinitely closer to the Pirates than they are the Dodgers, who are leading baseball.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the reality of where they are. And you went out there with your season on the line. I don't care how bleak it is. Your season's on the line. And you said, we're going to go bullpenning with the worst bullpen in baseball. And no Doval, who's the best player in your bullpen. It's an absolute joke. So from here on out, Farhan, this is where I'm at with him. I'm out on Farhan. It is up to him to lure me back in through his actions to prove to me, the Giants fan, that he actually cares about winning. And it's just the same thing with the ownership, everyone. I don't care who you want to direct the blame at. Farhan, I'm the smartest guy who ever lived. The opener worked for us last year. Well, no, actually it didn't. You know why it worked for the Dodgers? This is the funny thing. Everyone's like, well, the Dodgers did the opener in the playoffs. Yeah, and then they handed the ball to Urias in the second inning, who had 20 wins last year. You handed the ball to Island Garcia, who's been an absolute dumpster fire for 2 months. So this is where I'm at from here on. I mean this. I'm dead serious when I say I love the Giants. I love baseball. I am so disgusted by this brand of baseball that I've watched, and it starts with this giggly guy at the top who thinks he's smarter than everyone. You have had 6 months and 4 years to find a guy, one guy who you could just hand the ball to and go 3 innings, and you go John Brebbia with your season on the line. It's disgusting. Well, it's legitimately disgusting.
It's embarrassing.
As a consumer, if you paid for a ticket to go see John Brebbia and Island Garcia come in and just lose to Tyler Anderson, who was a Giant starter last year. And here's the funny thing.
2 years ago.
Whatever. Who cares? It doesn't even matter. The backdrop. Here's the funny thing. The backdrop is this, B. Oh, we can find pitching. Oh, if Rodon walks, we're so smart. You can find pitching. Yet you couldn't find a guy in your entire system who can go 4 innings yesterday.
It's embarrassing.
It's a joke.
It's embarrassing.
It's an absolute joke.
It's embarrassing. You know, I said this last week, Shasky, when you're out, when Langford was filling in. And good morning to Stephen Langford. Good morning to Sam Lubman. Good morning to everybody getting off the graveyard shifts. And if you're at work, what is up? Sorry, we got to go on this rant here. But
no, I was disgusted yesterday.
I refuse to watch 9 innings of this. I refuse. And I told you right before the All-Star break, Farhan, you're now on the clock. Because guess what's going to happen now? Kickoff's coming up on 9/11. Actually, kickoff's tomorrow between the Bills and the Rams.
Literally tomorrow.
Literally tomorrow. I have no reason to talk about the San Francisco Giants until opening day. Unless you go out there and go on a shopping spree and you spin for Judge and you spin for Turner and you spin for Bell, or you do whatever you got to do. They legit need 10 players. Legit 10 players.
I know.
You need 2 starters. Because, damn it, if I see Alex Wood go another 5 innings and give up 4 runs again, I'm going to lose my crap. I'm going to lose it all.
What if we just do opener for the rest of the year?
I mean, the bullpen stinks. Bullpen just smells bad. Smells bad. Dominic Leone goes into this game, and it's automatic.
I'm not even mad at him.
I'm
not even mad. Why do you keep going to him? Like, this is the best that's my number one thing.
It's the best you got.
This is the best you have?
This is the best you have.
Again,
this is the best you have.
26-year-old Bryce Johnson is out there in right field. Okay, I don't even, he batted like 290 in AAA. Bryce Johnson?
Yeah, I never heard of him. Listen. This team, everybody said, well, the farm system's gotten better over Farhan Zaidi. Well, can I see it at the major league level? I don't care what they're doing in Eugene, Oregon. I don't care what they're doing in Richmond, Virginia, or Sacramento, or San Jose. What are they doing for my big league club? Where's my farm at? Well, I saw Ramos drop from 5 to 18th in the rankings. So, should I even look at the rankings anymore? That's a waste. Hunter Bishop ain't batting 200. Bat 200. It's your first round pick.
Meanwhile, everyone else from that top 10 from
is
that
up
class,
in the big leagues,
or it was a part of a trade.
Right.
So here's the thing: like the Giants need to accept their reality. You're the Pirates with a bloated payroll.
And listen, we got kickoff tomorrow. Niners football with Shanahan, Trey, Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, Bosa, Warner, Cart, or excuse me,
Superstars
Ward.
galore.
Superstars galore. Trent Williams, Juszczyk, Elijah Mitchell. And then they got the Warriors. Some of the dudes are already practicing at Chase Center.
Jimmy Garoppolo holding a clipboard is more fun than watching the San Francisco Giants try to bat right now, outside of Lou Brinson.
Jonathan Kuminga and these stupid stories about him not being focused is more interesting than anything the Giants have going on.
I actually haven't commented on that, but
Well, I'll let you comment on that.
Yeah.
Moses Moody.
Yeah.
All right. The Warriors working out 4 guys is more. It's more mentally stimulating than talking about the Giants.
Steph's new book?
Oh, Steph's new book. Gary Payton II said, yeah, I took the money.
Yeah, but I don't
it's
blame
fine.
him.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Alfred Payton working out for the Warriors is more mentally stimulating than talking Giants baseball.
Imagine how arrogant you have to be to tell the fans, and I've seen it through the media, because like all the media people that are connected to the Giants.
It's a PR. Just go ahead.
No, but like every single one of them is doing PR damage control, and they're like, I mean, they really do find pitching. They find pitching. They replenish pitching, because we're talking about Rodon coming back, right? Okay, so you're going to find pitching in the offseason, but in 4 years and 6 months, in September, when you can add a couple of slots to the roster, not as big as you used to, you couldn't find a guy in your whole system to go 3 or 4 innings, and I'm supposed to believe that you're going to replenish Carlos Rodon?
I mean,
Bonte, is that? I'm asking out loud.
It's asinine. It's asinine to believe that.
ridiculous.
It's asinine to believe that. Then when I hear things, and I guess you're supposed to say this, but we're open to bringing back Brandon Belt. We're open to bringing back Yaz. Go ahead and trot out Yaz. Go trot out Brandon Belt again. And really, nobody's going to come. Nobody's going to come. And let me tell you, the next 9 months, we got the Niners and we have the Warriors. Giants, you got to make us talk about you.
Hot stove?
Make us talk about you. Do something. Do something.
I feel like the kid in the meme with the stick, and he's like pointing it at, like, do something.
And so here's the thing.
Is it meme or meme?
Yeah, meme. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Farhan, you brought up that Farhan, you're out on him, and Kapler. I said last week, if you fire Kapler or Farhan, I'm not losing any sleep over it. I'm not because for some reason, Farhan, and I've been trying to figure this out. What's our guy's name, the Dodger fan who walks around here? He's the engineer. What's his name? Langford, what's his name?
Yeah, Dodger.
Skyler.
And he was talking mad smack.
Oh, he talks mad smack. Skyler.
We haven't even talked about Max Muncy turning into Babe Ruth, but continue.
Skyler's like, I'm like, yo, man, what did Farhan do down there in Dodger Stadium? Skyler looks me in my eyes and said, really? We're all about Andrew Friedman. No, seriously. Because when Farhan got the job, he got all the credit for the Dodgers' success. Like Andrew Friedman wasn't there. Like Andrew Friedman didn't build the Tampa Bay Rays. Like Andrew Friedman is not out there willing and dealing. Farhan did everything? Oh, well, he drafted this guy. He did this guy. He also helped bench Bellinger in the World Series in an MVP season. Because, there's a lefty on the mound. We can't play Bellinger because the lefty-on-lefty matchup. The numbers don't add up.
He was the NLCS MVP, and he sat game 1 and game 2. It's the most absurd thing.
It's the most absurd thing of all time. So Skyler's telling me, y'all give Farhan way too much credit. And I've been trying to say that. Last year, I was trying to say, hey, maybe we give Kapler some credit here. Not all Farhan. He's in the suite. Kapler's on the field in the clubhouse. But, that's what it's going to do. Well, that's what Farhan's getting all the credit. So, you know what? If they cleaned house this year, why not? The new GM comes in with a pocket full of cash.
Yes.
You can replenish the farm system. Because obviously in 4 years, this farm system everybody talks about is not that good.
Look, we're going to get right back into the Shanahan and the Niners. I just have to get these opinions off my chest, and I'm glad that you are as well. But, Bonte, I'm telling you this right now. I looked at that lineup yesterday. I already ripped the opener thing and the pitching. Let's just look at the outfield. Right now, your active outfielders, okay? You want to talk about redundant city, okay? As in they all stink. Lou Brinson, look, I'm fine with bringing in Lou Brinson.
Whatever.
If you're the genius, you should be able to shine up the former first-rounder Lou Brinson. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. Luis Gonzalez, Jock Peterson, Lamont Wade, Mike Yastrzemski, they're all redundant. They're either minimal defensive players in the outfield with a inconsistent bat, or they're horrible hitters who are pretty good defenders, and they're all lefties.
So can I give you something on Mike Yastrzemski? He's 32 years old.
He's done.
He's 32 years old.
It's the slipper that was glass is turned into a pumpkin.
Let me give you his averages since June.
Okay, give it to me.
In the month of June, he batted 168. In the month of July, he batted 176. In August, he batted a robust 119.
Bonte.
This guy's not even batting 200 the last three months.
I've been saying this, and I don't know why they don't do this. You did it with DeSclafani. You basically created an injury. Now, people can say whatever, you had ankle surgery. And put freaking Yastrzemski and Longoria, put them on the IL. What are we doing?
Why wouldn't you just let Ramos play?
But that's my point.
You're 65 to 69. Season's over October 5th.
And even if he stinks, you lose his value. Well, he has no value.
He has no value.
He's 18th in your farm.
He's done.
He has no value.
Done.
I mean, what are we doing? They played yesterday. They played Tyro Estrada in left field.
Oh, I know.
They've got an abundance of DH outfielders, basically, and they're putting Tyro Estrada on the other. Why? Because they got a shoehorn Longoria in there at third, and Wilmer's good, so Wilmer deserves to play. But Wilmer should be at either first or he should be at third, and then they're trying to play VR. Like the whole lineup. Yesterday's lineup was an insult to my baseball intelligence.
What do you mean? The lineup has been the last month and a half.
It's been
Have you seen the lineups?
It's a joke.
Have you seen the lineups? Did you see the lineups against the Phillies?
Bonte, did you see the video that Will Clark put out? Will Clark put out a video in the middle of the Giants game, and it was him like basically saying to the crowd in his suit when he got his retirement number, and it was like, I'm a Giant, I'm always going to be a Giant. And it was just his face and the fire and the passion. And I said to myself, imagine telling Will Clark in his prime, we're going with John Brebbia and the season's on the line. And we're putting Estrada out in left field.
Or you're going to sit this game because Tyler Anderson is a lefty, and you're going to sit on the bench. They're going to sit on the bench.
Why do I care more about this team winning than them?
We all do.
That's the way it feels.
But you know what?
I don't think it's that way.
But you know what's so funny?
Think it's that way, but that's the way it feels.
They don't even get me upset anymore. Let me tell you why. Because back in April, when everybody told me I was a lunatic, and I said, you just watch. This team is unwatchable. They have no swagger. And again, I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. You're hitting the dab in 2022. Says everything about your damn baseball team. You're hitting the damn dab. A dance that's 7 years old. 7 years old. 7 years played out. Nobody does that anymore. Nobody. But the Giants think it's cool. The little hashtag game up, they think that's cool. I mean, you're right. And everybody, this team is such a joke. And they don't even get me outraged anymore because I saw this coming. The regression. And now look at them. You're back to ground zero. And who the hell's going to want to? That's the other thing. I know Mark Willard's going to come in here, and I love Mark Willard, but he's going to say, cash rules everything around these guys. They're going to take the money. Who the hell's going to take this money? This is dead money if you come to the Giants right now. Aaron Judge, you ever one of the best seasons I've ever seen in my life. Aaron Judge, you better make sure you bring some dudes with you.
Did you see Lewis Brinson hits the home run to start the game? First pitch of the game. Yeah. He gets into the dugout and a couple of claps, and it was just nothing.
Nothing. This team's dry.
It was like he was waiting at the BART turn, waiting for his shuttle to show up. I'm like,
no
what?
fire, no swagger,
You're playing the Dodgers?
No talent.
Your season's on the line.
Nothing. So why should I sit here and watch a 9? I got morning show. I'm not staying up till 10 o'clock to watch these dudes. I'd rather watch the Wnba Playoffs, which has been exciting and riveting.
I know.
It's good for my men. Like the sports weekend was great, and I watched 4 innings of Giants baseball. They're out for me. They are out. They are option number 15A. I'd rather watch Hawaii play Cal Poly in a college football game than watch these dudes trot on the field and play a baseball game.
The part that really drives me crazy is that I do believe, I know everyone baseball's it, not in this market. People care about the Giants.
People love the Giants.
They do.
They love the Giants.
I think that Giants fans as a whole, and I believe that I'm right in the middle of the entire pack of everyone, I'm so disappointed in the product they're trotting out on a nightly basis. That's my number one problem.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Bonte,
the A's have a better record since the All-Star break. You know that?
Everyone has a better record than them since the All-Star break.
The Yankees.
But I'm looking at the Pirates right now, right? And I said, okay, well, the Pirates have 50 wins. And everyone's like, the Pirates have no future. They played an entire roster of guys 27 or younger yesterday. Now, I get it. Their farm is farther along. What do you have to lose at this point? What do you have to lose? Okay, you want to play up Bryce Johnson? I'm okay with that. Fine. But bring up Ramos. Lamont Wade Jr., is he really going to turn back into Cinderella?
Listen,
is that what we think?
The guy's been batting
third. It was a one-year wonder.
Do you understand the guy's been batting second and third with the average of 180, 186? That's been your second and third hitter. Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks, half game behind the Giants, after the Giants torched them last year. Giants torched them. Now I'm looking at the Diamondbacks.
I told
Bryce
you
Young's
their
hitting home
roster.
run.
I told you.
Marte's not even doing anything.
He's doing nothing because their entire outfield is a bunch of prospects who are ballers.
Christian Walker, 32 home runs, right? Nice little slugger.
What about the third baseman?
McCarthy. Third baseman, Rojas.
Yeah.
Rojas was balling
He's
at
a
the top of the lineup. You brought the young prospect up. What's his name? Corbin. You brought him up. They got dudes. And they're ahead. They're a year ahead of schedule. They're getting their players in, getting some reps, and they're giving the Padres everything they can handle right now in San Diego.
No more hashtags. Game up, game on, resilient.
Anybody know what game up mean?
I'll tell you what it means. It means we're going to go to an opener with our season on the line, and we're going to play a bunch of nobodies because we don't care as much as the fans do. I'm telling you this, B. This is one of the biggest drop-offs I can ever remember. Remember when the Niners went from the NFC Championship game against Seattle to 8-8? People lost their minds. This team went from the best team in baseball.
107.
This has got to be one of the biggest drop-offs in the history of sports. They're going to be a top 5 pick this year. This feels like that Indianapolis Colts team. Remember, they lost Peyton Manning.
Do you even trust?
They lost Peyton Manning. They went from first to worst.
Right, and they got Andrew Luck, and they were back in the playoffs.
And right back.
Right back in the playoffs.
This Giants team is literally going to go from first to worst. And I don't even. Does anyone even care?
No. Well,
I'm talking about in the organization.
No. Well, the organization, I hope they care, but there's no light at the end of the tunnel.
That's
the only thing. That's why Judge, not happening. Turner, not happening. Rodon's leaving. I'm telling Carlos Rodon, go. Go, Carlos. You don't want to play here. Not with this philosophy, not with this regime. It is done. So I won't lose any sleep if they got rid of Farhan and Gabe Kapler. I really won't. This ain't Giants baseball that we're watching. I don't know what brand this is. This ain't Giants baseball. They threw the numbers up of Willie Mays yesterday in 1958 in that series against the Dodgers. We had 2 home runs and 2 triples in the game, 7 home runs, 14 RBI, and we got to watch this crap. Not doing it no more. Sorry, Matt Nahegan. Not going to watch. I won't even watch 480s the rest of the week. It's football season. 888-957-9570. It's Niner Talk. That's coming up, brought to you by San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Mr. Crick with BetQL. Everyone wants an edge to start the NFL season, so here's a trend to consider. The Baltimore Ravens are 10-4 against the spread in Week 1 games under Harbaugh. Maybe this is because no one takes the preseason more seriously than the Ravens, so they come out of the blocks hot. The Ravens are 7-point favorites on the road to the Jets, so look for Lamar and the boys to light up the scoreboard and cover that 1-touchdown spread in New York. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and build that papier-mâché volcano.
I am not cleaning this up.
Ooh, yeah, I meant the kids. Staples will help them move forward. Right now, Crayola 10-count markers and 12-count colored pencils are just 99 cents each, and Staples 1-subject notebooks are only 35 cents. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 9/10, in-store only, limit 30.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The John Mulaney contest, originally scheduled to end at 7 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday, September 2nd, 2022, has now ended immediately at 6 a.m. Pacific Time on Friday, September 2nd, 2022. More information and the complete rules for this contest are available at 957thegame.com/rules.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, B, if you didn't catch anybody out there right now, you're driving around, for whatever reason, let's say you missed Brian Baldinger that was on with me and Bonte yesterday. He breaks down Trey Lance. He breaks down Justin Fields. He breaks down the entire Chicago Bears team and the current 49er team, and he had some very interesting things to say about Nick Bosa. If you're looking for that, it's on our YouTube page. Just look for Baldy, 95.7 The Game, YouTube.
Or download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free in the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available. The Odyssey app, where you can catch Baldy as well. This segment is presented by Go to State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Let's talk about something other than the Giants. I'd rather talk about the U.S. Open, to be honest with you. I'd rather talk about the WNBA. I'd rather talk about my fantasy baseball team.
The U.S. Open. You lied around the mouth.
I'd rather talk about my fantasy. No. I'd rather talk about my fantasy football team. Oh, is it the U.S. Open?
Yeah, it's called the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I know, DA. Yeah. And they're on the cover.
Andre Mackesy.
Yeah, the Andre Mackesy and Maul McEnroe.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah, of course. Dun, 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 dun. They got the little reggae song.
They got so many
hitters. They got hitters on that song. But I'd rather watch all that stuff. And the U.S. Open's been fire. WNBA playoffs been fire. I'd rather talk about fantasy football leagues. The Giants are done today. All right? You're done. The 25 minutes of fame or attention, it's up. Now go out there, throw another opener. I don't even know who's pitching tonight. Who cares?
It's Alex Cobb. And Alex, you better go 7 because we have no bullpen for tonight.
Who cares? And let me tell you, I will not be watching. I will be watching Hard Knocks, and I'll be watching the Dynasty documentary. I'll check the Giants score.
You still haven't seen it?
We'll probably watch it tonight. We'll watch it tonight. Yesterday was a little busy night. Baby Chad stayed up a little past her bedtime.
It's really hot.
She was up until 8:30, 11. She was loving life, though. We were having a good time.
Nice.
And then she was out.
Nice.
She was out just like that. So the Niners and Shanahan, they're going on the field. And look, we got Bill Romanowski. If you guys aren't ready for week one, if you're not fired up for week one, Romo's coming on at 8 o'clock. And then we may have another special guest. We might have another special guest, a treat. Now, we don't know yet. We don't want to promote it too heavy because things can go awry and this person can flake. But we have a big-time guest coming up.
No.
Apparently, actually, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock. So.
Oh, that's a hell of a tease.
Yeah, it's a hell of a tease.
A
Tomorrow,
big-time guest, maybe today, maybe tomorrow.
I thought it was today. I read that wrong.
Who it is.
I read that wrong. I thought it was today at 8 o'clock. That is tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, big-time guest. But Romo's going to come on at 8 o'clock, and I just wonder, what's going through these players' minds right now as they hit the practice field today, getting ready to game plan for the Chicago Bears? What is Kyle Shanahan thinking? Is Kyle Shanahan walking in like, I finally have my new toy, Trey Lance, and I'm going to cook up some things against these young Bears that they've never seen before? I'm so excited about football season being here. And the Niners are kicking off in Chicago Soldier Field with their new franchise quarterback. Whoo, what a Shanahan got in store from Matt Eberflus in his rookie debut.
It does feel like Shanahan has now become very similar. There's other guys. He's not the only one, okay?
Right.
So I'll say that on the front end. It feels like he's a kingmaker in a sense of every year he's found a different playmaker or a person to spotlight and turn into a star, right? You know, he did it with George Kittle. Right, he did it with Jimmy Garoppolo, I guess, to a certain degree. He did it with Deebo Samuel. It feels like, could it be Ayuk? Could it be Trey Lance? Like, there are so many openings. He did it with Elijah Mitchell to a certain degree. I mean, how many people were drafting Elijah Mitchell in the first 5 or 6 rounds of their fantasy drafts?
He went high.
You know, and we don't even know if he's going to be the number 1 dog.
Yeah, I couldn't
because of
touch
how
him.
Shanahan works.
Yep, I couldn't touch him.
I'm looking at Shanahan, and I do feel like this year is all about him. As much as we want to obsess about clipboards and the quarterback who's 22 and is he going to struggle and his psyche and this, to me, this is 6 years in. He's built the entire roster from ground zero, and every decision from here on out is going to be with the backdrop of you hand selected this guy. You moved heaven and earth to move up to go get Trey, and you still haven't really moved off of Jimmy. You know, how's this going to play out? And if it plays out in his favor, you're looking at a guy who's going to be here, Bonte, what, 10, 12, 15 years?
Hopefully this is year 6 of Shanahan. Boy, time is flying.
That's what I'm saying.
Time is flying, man.
If
Year
they
6
show
of Shanahan
promise,
and Lynch.
You're giving him at least a couple of years.
Well, last year was a big year for Shanahan. I felt like the Niners had to make the postseason. They had to make the postseason.
Really?
They couldn't go 4-5 because the pressure on Shanahan this year would have been ratcheted up. Would have been ratcheted up. But he did go to the NFC Championship last year, and he did scheme it up for Deebo, and he adjusted on the fly. In the second half, he was brilliant. He was brilliant. Shanahan was brilliant in that second half of the season. Now, there's still some calls that we like to have back. NFC Championship game, we would like to have the 3rd and 2 call. We'd like to have the 4th and 2 call back. Instead of punting, we'd rather you go for it. But Shanahan did ball out. And I think that's why, for me, yeah, it is a big year because Mike McDaniels is gone and Rich Scangarello's gone, and everybody's giving Mike McDaniel the credit for coming up with formations and stuff like this. This is Shanahan's blueprint now. His fingerprints are going to be all over this offense. There's not going to be any, is Mike McDaniels really calling the plays? Is he drawing up the play? This is all on Shanahan.
Wouldn't you also agree that the success, failure, or somewhere in between of Trey Lance is going to be a direct, not indictment, but reflection of Shanahan?
Well, it should be, because he did move up to 3 for Trey Lance. And they did say no to Tom Brady. And they did say no to Mac Jones. And they did say no to Justin Fields, who's going to be across the sideline for the Chicago Bears, rocking number 1 in that navy blue.
Yeah.
No doubt Shanahan's going to get some heat, because that's the one position in his tenure that they haven't figured out yet. Now they're hoping Trey Lance is a solution. They moved up to 3, and I believe he is a solution, but this is year 6, and it feels like he finally has a quarterback. How many coaches get 5 years to figure out who they want at quarterback?
Not many.
Not many.
Not many.
Not many at all. But he got 5 years to do it, and now he's got his guy. And so, go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question about Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo because I know, and it's not so much
do it
about
on the
Jimmy.
other side.
Yeah,
do it on the other side.
It's a very specific question about who made who.
Do you have to go there?
I'm just going to ask you a question.
All right.
I'm just going to ask you a question, and you're entitled to answer it however you choose.
All right. That's coming up, sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority.
Welcome to week 1 of the NFL season. Oh my God, what else is there to think about?
On star, Jimmy!
Hypothetical. It's Niners versus Bears all week.
The entire team flips over the team training table, runs on out, and tries to beat the Bears.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Oh my God, 95.7 The Game.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. And if you're considering remodeling your home, you might want to consider the exact same strategy. So you need to talk with your designer or builder about the upcoming project. Golden State Windows and Doors has inventory coming online, just unbelievable amounts of it. And each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays of doors and windows. You'll be surprised with the various styles that are available. For windows, they got the double hung casement, awning, sliders, and they have the fixed windows. Also, they got bifold windows and doors, and their respected partners include Milgard and Anderson and Marvin. See, Golden State Windows and Doors offers a wide variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, locks, casings, everything you need. You'd be impressed with their well-informed staff, ready to answer questions that you might have and are ready to help you with orders. For locations, images, and more, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click products, then slide to Windows and Doors. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Elise and Carl's bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Oh my God!
To the right. Montana back to throw it. To Rice. Pass caught by Jerry Rice, and look out for this one. 49er touchdown from 61 yards away.
And that was a heck of a throw by Joe Montana. If you told me today that Joe Montana could throw it out that far to Jerry Rice on the sideline, I would say there's no way.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
On the coldest day in January, the finesse-ass 49ers will come in the backyard of the Bears and kick ass.
I see Keena Turner at every practice.
He's always there.
He's just lurking.
Looking.
He still looks like his arms are ready to wrap you up at any time.
Ran into him at a Penny Pinch event a year ago.
Uh-huh.
A lot of USF alumni were down there, and I forget the cause. Maybe I'll, forget the name. Shout it out, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead, get your jokes off. But he's a really good dude. And we talked about that. Somebody, I forget their names. Yeah, 28-3. 28-3. January 8th, 1989, as I hear sirens in the background here. What's going on
coming
Broadway?
for you.
They're coming in.
Well,
right
it looks
there,
like you're
right in the
going
back
to court today with that white shirt on.
Yeah, I'm out here. I got to pay some fines.
You look good.
Thank you. A little polo? You like a little horsepower?
I teased a question before we went to break, and I want to just drop it real quick.
Before we go there. Because before we go there. Bears-Niners. That do anything for you?
Hell yeah.
It's the opening week. This is the opening weekend of the NFL season, and you got the Bears-Niners with a lot of history here. We talked about the Gale Sayers 6-touchdown game at Wrigley Field against the Niners. Mike Ditka was playing tight end in that game. George Halas, of course, the coach. John Brody throwing passes for the Niners. We've had some classic Bear-Niner games. And, that game right there, the cold, Soldier Field. Yeah, Pat Summerall and John Madden. How special is that call? Pat, I didn't think Joe Montana could throw that out route on a day like this. And Jerry Rice, Tom Rathman, they go to Chicago. They beat up on the Bears. And, of course, they go on to win Super Bowl 23 against the Bengals. Bears-Niners, what does it do for you, Shasky?
Well, for me, it brings up all the nostalgia, right? That's number one. I look at the Chicago Bears as a blue blood NFL franchise. Right. I also view them and their ethos, like what they are as an organization, to be polar opposite of what the 49ers are. They have always been middle linebacker-led, defensive-led, minimal offense. Right? Now,
linebackers, defense, running backs, right?
Yeah, running backs, absolutely. Absolutely. But like quarterback, last thing you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Jay Cutler might be the best quarterback in the last 40 years for Chicago.
Which is wild.
It is wild to say out loud. So in many ways, I respect them, but I also don't fear them. And I would put them in that Portland Trailblazer category where it's like, they're just one of those teams that I love playing.
Right.
Because I know we could beat them every single time.
Yep. And they've had some, Kaepernick's debut.
That was amazing.
Monday Night
first
Football.
Throw, my brother elbowing me as he throws that out to Kyle Williams.
It wasn't even out. It was a post corner.
Well, there you go.
I think it was 40 yards down the field.
Thank you.
Because I remember like it was yesterday.
And then
There's lightning got that football.
And he scored that touchdown with Vernon Davis coming across. There was some sick plays in that game.
You had the divisional round game with Steve Young's doing the big head bounce.
Well, and he spiked the ball in the mud, in the guy's face.
44-15 in that game. You had some classic games at Soldier Field. You had some ugly cases.
Yeah, I've got a highlight that I want to play later from one of the ugly ones.
Let's just hear this call. I want to hear Pat Summerall, John Madden, one more time.
To the right. Montana back to throw it. To Rice. Pass caught by Jerry Rice, and look out for this one. 49er touchdown from 61 yards away.
And that was a heck of a throw by Joe Montana. If you told me today that Joe Montana could throw an out that far to Jerry Rice on the sideline, I would say there's no way.
I love John Madden. Rest in peace, man.
So I was watching for the fantasy draft. I was doing like the YouTube thing, right? We had the YouTube up on the television, and I went Jerry Rice highlights. And I went to one that was only about 15 minutes because there were like 48-minute ones.
I think there's like a 7-minute highlight tape of Jerry Rice just scored 50-plus yard touchdowns.
There is. Well, this was one from NFL Network that they had condensed. NFL Network. And the one thing that I noticed and again, I've seen it so many times, but as you're watching it, every single throw was on the money from Steve Young and Joe Montana. And I'm talking about precision, perfect ball placement.
Jimmy Garoppolo's first ever start as a 49er came in Chicago at Soldier Field.
When they didn't score a touchdown, and I think Robbie Gould had 5 field goals?
15-14. But the ball placement was good for Jimmy Garoppolo.
It was good. He's yelling at everybody.
Right.
And Bronte says, we got a quarterback.
No, Philly Zoo texted me, and I almost shed a tear. I was at the Coliseum that day covering the Raiders. And they're playing.
Oh, what a miserable existence that was.
8 minutes in, Philly Zoo texts me, man, safe to say you guys got yourself a franchise quarterback. And I almost shed a tear. Because Garoppolo threw a dime, and he had to play in the huddle. Get over here. And I'm just like,
Louis Murphy, line up.
Dude, I was like, we got a quarterback. Finally, we got something here. Shanahan, Garoppolo. Oh, this is going to be great for the next 10 years. It's going to be great.
Well, now that you bring up Shanahan and Garoppolo, when quarterbacks are linked with head coaches who we believe to be, bright, smart, innovative, especially offensively. We kind of pair them together, and we always do this like, well, who made who, right? Is the player make the coach, back and forth, and sometimes when they separate, we realize things are a little different than maybe how we perceived it in real time. Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, right? In real time, I think a lot of people are like, Mike McCarthy's a really good coach. Now that we've been separated and we've seen what Aaron Rodgers can do, back-to-back MVPs, and we see what Mike McCarthy's done, we kind of realize, like, Aaron Rodgers is infinitely more talented than Mike McCarthy.
No doubt.
Right? Sean Payton and Drew Brees.
By the way, 415. I got a Comcast business text line. You know what? This is what we're going to do with the Giants for the rest of the season. We're just going to get these jokes off.
Okay, give me the
This is a great one. Giants baseball. # game off by the 4th inning. That's good. That's good material right there.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good.
You got Giants jokes? I will read the jokes because maybe they'll listen to us. Maybe the Giants will listen to us, get these jokes off. Maybe they'll do something about that damn baseball team. Giants baseball, # game off by the 4th inning. That's pretty damn good.
It is good, and I needed that laugh.
There we go.
Sean Payton and Drew Brees. Who do you give more credit to?
I give them both credit because Drew Brees was great before
agreed.
that. He was really good in San Diego. Sean Payton, I think, is a very good coordinator. We'll see about a head coach. He's got one Super Bowl. I'll give them that. One Super Bowl. They've had home field advantage, and they've laid some duds in the playoffs. They have. But I give them, they're hand in hand.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I would put this in the same category. Mahomes, Andy Reid.
Right.
Like Andy Reid, part of the legacy of Andy Reid right now is, not only did he identify and empower Patrick Mahomes, he had the guts to move up in the draft. He had the guts to trade off Alex Smith. Like, that all adds to the legacy of Andy Reid.
Not to mention Donovan McNabb, who,
exactly.
If we're going to put all these other guys in the Hall of Fame, Donovan McNabb had a Hall of Fame career. I don't care what anybody says.
Okay.
He had a Hall of Fame career. 4 straight NFC championship games. He started James Strash and Tom Pinkston. But Andy Reid had the wherewithal to identify Donovan McNabb, turn him into a nice pocket quarterback. Donovan McNabb had some phenomenal seasons in Philadelphia.
He did.
And then also, he turned Michael Vick into a pocket quarterback.
Yes.
That may have been his best work ever. So, because Michael Vick, we were like, oh, man, can he read the defense? We know he can run. We know he can do things, throw the ball long, but can he read the defense? And Andy Reid turned him out. He didn't turn him out, but, he turned him into a pocket quarterback.
RG3 and Mike and Kyle Shanahan before. Who gets more credit in that one?
RG3 was a special team.
I know, but he didn't do anything anywhere else.
Well, his niche gave out.
Agreed.
His niche, he was done. He was damaged goods.
You don't think Shanahan and them got a boost from that? I felt like they got more of a boost than RG3. It felt like we deflated whatever RG3 did and we boosted those guys up.
We did. And you know what? Now that we're here, did they boost up Brian Griese?
When Brian Griese was a
Denver Bronco, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Did they boost up Jake Plummer?
I thought so. Jake Plummer wasn't very good with the Arizona Cardinals.
He was good.
He was a high prospect.
The talent around him wasn't good.
The
talent around him was
Boston
terrible.
Was pretty sick.
Yeah, he was on steroids. And he flamed out in a year.
Brian Johnson. They had players, but I agree that their team was garbage, and the ownership's terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I guess where I'm going at with this, Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, a little part of me wanted to see, could Jimmy Garoppolo be better or not away from Shanahan? And another part of me wants to see, can Kyle Shanahan do it with another quarterback?
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've seen him do it with Matt Ryan, and we've seen him do it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Didn't do it with CJ. He didn't do it with
those guys
Mullins.
But you know what?
I agree.
Those guys aren't very good.
I know. He did it with Matt Schaub. Like, we've heard about the legacy of Shanahan and what he can do. A part of me wanted to see, can Jimmy survive away from Kyle Shanahan? And can Kyle Shanahan survive with someone other than Jimmy Garoppolo and a 49er quarterback?
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo regressed a little bit under Shanahan, but I wonder if Jimmy Garoppolo got back to like Josh McDaniels or somebody new. Like, does he need another system?
Right setting.
The right setting,
Okay.
the right coach. We'll see about Jimmy. But Shanahan's legacy, his legacy, is going to be determined on how Trey Lance plays. This is
100%.
This is everything for him.
100%.
It's going to be this quarterback whisperer. Because you look at Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan was really good for a long, long time. A long time. And then Shanahan, he won an MVP with Mike Shanahan. He boosted him a little bit, but let's not act like Matt Ryan wasn't good when the Niners beat him in the NFC Championship game. Matt Ryan was good. He was the #1 overall pick.
Well, he was marching down to beat the 49ers with a game-winning touchdown drive, and Navarro Bowman made one of the great plays and ended Tony Gonzalez's career.
Depending on who you ask, it may have been pass interference.
Oh,
but you know what?
who's saying that?
Well, when that happened, I was like, ooh, we may have got away with one. I'll take it.
Well, Crabtree fumbled on the goal line earlier in that game.
They're down 17-0. There was a lot of random things happening, but Matt Ryan was all-time good. Yeah, he did boost them, and he boosted that offense, no doubt, took it to heights, but Matt Ryan was really good before that. So, Matt Ryan's been good. After Shanahan, he was good before Shanahan. So, how much of a boost does Kyle get? Well, he got a head coaching job because that offense was high-flying and very prolific.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But what Trey Lance does
is everything.
This is it.
I know.
This is it. Trey Lance doesn't pan out. Shanahan's not going to be coaching his team for too long.
He'll go somewhere else and get a job. But yeah, I'm with you on this team. It does feel like it is Trey or bust here.
It's Trey or bust. He's got to win a Lombardi with Trey. He's got to win a Lombardi with Trey. He has to. There's no way. And when does it happen? You hear George Kittle on the Richard Sherman podcast, and you hear him talking everywhere. We've got a 2 or 3 year window to where we have all these guys signed, and we can strike now. The time is now. So there's a lot more pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Trey to perform and catch up to everybody else. And there's a lot more pressure on Shanahan to get the most out of Trey and make sure that he's dialing up the right game plan for Trey Lance to make this offense go. That's what we're waiting on. Why are we switching quarterbacks? Why are the Niners switching quarterbacks? Because he believes Trey can take this offense to another level.
Yes.
Even though in 2019 they averaged 30 points a game.
Yeah, and I also think that I want to push back on the whole Super Bowl window thing, because you hear that a lot from people. The window to win is now. You hear that, right?
Yeah.
Can we all just take a deep breath and go, it's really hard to win in the NFL?
Yeah, but it is a win now league.
No, I'm not saying it's not, B, but what I'm saying to you is that the Niners had 2 unbelievable seasons that were on the brink of getting them to what everyone wants, which is win now, right? Win the ultimate prize, the Super Bowl. And as though you didn't get the ultimate prize and it's deflating, and it absolutely is. Those were wildly successful seasons.
Great seasons. But we're still going to remember 3rd and 15.
Yeah, but again,
we're still going to remember the overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders. We're still going to remember Sherman getting beat by Sammy Watkins. We're still going to remember Tarvarius Moore committing defensive pass interference on 3rd and 10 against Travis Kelce. We're going to remember the interception Jimmy G threw in that Super Bowl.
No doubt.
We're going to remember what happened in SoFi Stadium last year. Those are the facts. I keep thinking, when you say all that, I agree with you. It's been great. But, man, Phil Mike said last year, what did he say during the week of the NFC Championship? I'm tired of almost winning it.
No, of course.
I'm tired of that. So when you say that, almost, nobody wants to hear it.
No, I know, but
these are the San Francisco 49ers.
I hear you. I'm just saying the difficulty in actually accomplishing the ultimate goal is so hard.
It is.
The Chiefs have been one of the best teams, if not the best team in the league, for 4 straight years. They have the one Super Bowl where they beat the 49ers.
Yeah.
The one Super Bowl, and it feels like they've underachieved, right? And I don't hear...
It doesn't, though. It doesn't really feel like they underachieved.
It feels like they should have 2. But even saying that, I feel like that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous when you look at their defense. Their defense has been one of the worst in the league.
But they've had
for
one
4
of the
years.
most explosive offenses
you got to have defense,
and
though.
the best quarterback.
You have to get stops.
No, I'm with you. I know. You have to have balance.
How many 3rd and 10s they give up to New England? You know what I'm saying? In that AFC Championship game.
If they don't jump off sides, they're D4, they probably end up winning that game. There's a variety of ways that we can play this. But B, the point that I'm going at is that it's so difficult. So this thing they're in a win now, they're going to squander it if Trey struggles a little. They started the season 3-5 last year.
No doubt.
They barely got into the playoffs, and Trey was a part of them getting into the playoffs, winning that big game down the stretch. So I just push back on this whole, they have to win now because of the pressure cooker. Well, they have to win no matter what. Every year they have to win.
I'm not saying they need to win this year, but in the next 3 years, Kittle's 29 years old.
Oh, no, that's undeniable.
Trent Williams is 34. Juszczyk is 31. Debo, how many prime years does he have left with all the wear and tear on his body? You know what I'm saying? Nick Bosa, you got to pay him. So these next 2 to 3 years, they've got to win one, right? Don't you feel like they have to win one with this core? And if they don't do it in the next 2 to 3 years, when is it going to happen?
It's a great question to ask. I've been waiting for 30 years. I thought the Harbaugh Niners were going to cash one in. I thought that Aaron Rodgers, after winning one early on in his career, would have won one. I thought Sean Payton and Drew Brees would win another one. The only people that have gone back successfully.
But they've got one, Shasky.
No, I know.
They've got one. We haven't had one since we were in middle school.
They've been close. I know.
You
it's
and
hard.
I were in middle school the last time the Niners won. Middle school.
I just find it so difficult, and I hear you. I want the Super Bowl more than anyone. Believe me,
Right.
I feel like I'm discrediting how difficult it is to actually win one.
It is very difficult.
It's so hard.
There's no doubt. But when you get
Brady
there,
and Belichick make it look so easy.
But you know what? That's why you have to cash in when you get there.
No, I'm with you on that.
And when you don't cash in Super Bowl 54, and you don't cash in at SoFi Stadium, you know the feeling of walking out that stadium.
I know.
Damn it, we did the post-game show after the Super Bowl. How deflating was that? Guys at halftime was talking about partying on Mission Street.
I know.
And we walked out of here going home to our cars to an empty house saying, damn, how did that happen?
But if they nail the Trey Lance thing, and again, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but if they nail the Trey Lance thing and they do have a quarterback, think of the longevity and think of how much easier it is to build the team around one of those great quarterbacks. Part of why they moved Tyreek Hill this offseason, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're like, we've got Mahomes. We'll draft one of these other playmaking wide receivers.
Andy Reid's like that.
Guys are coming out in the second and third round at playmaker, and they're balling left and right. And we all agree, getting rid of Tyreek Hill, that's risky because Tyreek Hill's awesome.
But you know what? Andy Reid knows offense.
And we all kind of figured they're going to find a way to be good.
I thought that. I was like, you know what? They traded Tyreek Hill. I get it for all the picks and stuff. But you know what? Andy Reid knows offense.
That's what I'm saying.
So he's going to find – he may not find Tyreek Hill, but he'll find somebody.
But that's where I'm going at with Kyle Shanahan. He's found George Kittle.
Right.
He found Deebo Samuel. He's found running back after running back. We think he's found Brandon Ayuk. If they can develop and land and nail the Trey Lance thing, he'll find the other playmakers.
Yeah, we hope so.
At least that's my hope.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope so. This is interesting. So you believe Shanahan is the most important piece to this season?
I do, because he's the architect of everything. And this is hand-selected guy, and I believe so much in his scheme, and I believe so much in his ability to put guys in a position to make plays. I don't see him failing with Trey. As much as we're worried about Trey struggling, why can't we just accept Shanahan knows what he's doing, and even as bad as the turnovers were with Mullins and those guys moved the ball.
But you know what,
They were in position to win a lot of games, even with those cruddy backups.
This is why Shanahan has to get it, though. Because on his resume, and it's not fair, because I don't believe it was his fault in Atlanta. But a lot of people point to him.
I know, and it hurts me for him. It hurts me for him, because I like him that much.
Super Bowl 54. Everybody points at Garoppolo. You know where I stand with Super Bowl 54. I thought it was one of Shanahan's worst coach games as a 49ers head coach. I really do. Mostert doesn't touch the ball in the first quarter.
I know. They got away from the end
you
around.
You don't run the 2-minute drill.
Well,
Lynch is yelling in the sweep to yell timeout.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? You throw the ball 4 straight. It was a party coach game by Shanahan in Super Bowl 54.
It's a game of woulda, coulda, shouldas. That game, the entire game is a woulda, coulda, shoulda game. And when you lose, that's what happens.
The fourth quarter of the Rams game. We can never get over that sequence where you don't, 2nd and 1, you lose a yard. 3rd and 2, you don't get anything. You punt it on 4th, and then Odell Beckham goes and gets 30. Or, excuse me, drops the pick, and then Beckham gets 30.
Vontae, when you lose those kind of games, we do this with Harbaugh's teams.
Yeah.
You remember every sequence of how they lost, and you go, we were just talking with Larry Krueger yesterday during the crossover. We're going 1 for 13, Brett Swain, and you and me. It felt like we brought back all the feelings of losing in 2011, then 2012, losing in the Super Bowl. How many people go, you didn't hand it to Frank Gore? Till in my deathbed, I'll be 85, 90 years old, hopefully, and I'm going to be going, you didn't give it to Frank? You didn't run Kaepernick to the left?
Watched that game during the pandemic with Mo Money. Was just sitting there with Mo Money watching that game. And it got like 5 minutes left. And I tried to sneak into the room because, no. You made me watch this whole Super Bowl. Now you're going to sleep. It's like, dude, I just can't do it. I can't do it. It's painful. That's why they got to get one. And if they get one with Trey and Shanahan, it erases everything.
Then he's the king. I do feel like, and I know this sounds absurd. This sounds absurd to say out loud. Why do I feel like if Shanahan gets one Super Bowl, he will be elevated above
George
Bochy, above Kerr.
Oh, he's going to be elevated.
We're talking about multiple ring guys, but I feel like people are so football obsessed.
Yeah.
If he can get the one, we're just going to automatically put him. It's going to go Walsh, boom, Shanahan.
Yeah, let's go to Tyler at SF. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's good, man? Y'all on fire today, man. But I say you fired up, bro. I was just trying to say, hey, what's good with the Bears, though, this weekend, bro? Darnell Mooney really been talking reckless. They're talking about it's a Dante Pettis revenge game or a Justin Fields revenge game, even though he already lost his revenge game? Like, what? How do you feel about the Bears really popping off at the mouth this week?
Well, we got to flip that sound. And Tyler, thanks for the heads up. Love it. Let's find that.
Hey.
Dante Pettis revenge game? All right. That's where we're going, Bears?
Dante Pettis.
They need. This is why.
And his 730 career yards.
But this is why.
88 TikToks.
The Niners need to hit these guys in the mouth right away. You cannot mess around with these dudes. You cannot let the Bears believe that they have a chance to win this game. At halftime, Niners need to be up by a touchdown or more. They need to. They got to be up by a touchdown or more. Honest to God, you cannot let these dudes start to feel like they're in the game because they are feeling themselves right now. They think they're going to win one from Matt Eberflus. The Niners are coming to town, who smacked them last year at Soldier Field, 36-22, and the Bears are feeling themselves. All right, that's cool. That's cool.
What's the line right now? I'm looking like 6.5. -7.
6.5.
I'm
7.
pounding the Niners. They're winning by double digits.
Might be my lock of the week.
Oh,
Might just be my lock
are you
of the
doing
week.
picks?
Oh, I'm doing picks. I'm doing everything.
Oh,
I'm doing everything. I've got survivor pools.
Are we bringing something back this year?
King of the Hill?
Yes.
People aren't ready for King of the Hill. They're not ready for it. People, because that's just a list. People just get torched during that King of the Hill segment. I don't know if I'm going to torch everybody every single Tuesday. Maybe I will, though. Maybe I will.
I want you to wear a suit like you are right now and then just torch everyone.
Why?
You kind of have a Gavin Newsom feel with the open V-neck shirt on right now.
Gavin, dude. This is Vontae Hill, dude. I hate no Gavin.
Even though it's 180 degrees and you're wearing a giant coat, everyone turn your electricity off. But I will stay here in an insulated, fanned, air-conditioned room.
Lock of the week. Dante Pettis talking. All right. Now I'm really going to get fired up. What's coming up sponsored by BMW Fairfield. Bill Romanowski, 8 o'clock. Benjamin Albright, 8:30. We're going to get more into Shanahan, Trey, and the 49ers taking on the Chicago Bears. What memories do you have against the Bears? 888-957-9570. And what's your week one ritual? How do you get ready for the NFL season? What is your week one ritual? Do you barbecue? Do you just put on a big breakfast spread? What is your ritual for week one of the NFL season? That's brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
It's week one of the NFL.
Our favorite time of the show is still one and only, Brian Baldinger.
Their number one sack guy for the 49ers, Nick Bosa, who we haven't talked about enough. What are realistic expectations sack-wise for this guy, Baldy? You know I love him. Is 20 too aggressive?
No. He's literally quadzilla. Like those quads, it just takes time. Like nobody has legs like that.
It's Niners versus Bears all week. On 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizzas. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo. The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Oh, or you know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Heard my little sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret guide.
Gross, no way. I already used Capital One Auto Navigator.
I bet your credit score
wasn't impacted at all, so I got my real rate and monthly payment, had an amazing test drive at the dealership, and made the purchase.
Taking the easy way out. That's so you.
Still not getting it. That's so you. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/AutoNavigator.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cooler today, but still warm in Palo Alto. High is 91.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
See, they got a jumbo tight end here, Alex Bars.
And Ryan Nall is the back. They'll fake to him. Here comes Bosa. Flag is thrown. Fields hit the deck. And it's going to be a holding penalty either way. Nick Bosa clean off the edge that time.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Let this money ride for a second. Because this play that I'm about to highlight here is the one that flipped the season for the 49ers.
3rd down and 20. Boy, you'd love to have some of these weapons that the Niners are missing right now.
Yeah, you can't stress enough, right? You'd love Khalil Mack if you're Chicago, but I'll tell you, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you'd love to have George Kittle.
Plays like this that they'd love to have him. They'll go with the screen to Samuel, though. He's got blockers and a first down and more. San Francisco.
Listen to all them Niner fans at Soldier Field. How does that not get you fired up? Week 1, Debo's back. Bosa's back. Ayuk's back. That play flipped the whole damn season. The whole damn season. And the Niners are on their way to the AFC title game. You hear those Niner fans in the back of Soldier Field, 3rd and 20, and Debo does that? Woo! You checked all of it into my veins.
You know it's the NFL season when we're like 5 days out and it's weather watch. And everyone's like, there's going to be sprinkles. I'm talking about the weather. It's going to be hot and wet. Is that what they're saying?
Hot and wet, baby.
That sounds explicit.
It does sound explicit. Kids, close your ears. Close your ears. But it will be hot and wet. And to see the weather, she goes, damn it, it's going to rain. Say, well, bring the North Face, baby. Wet It's go time. It's go time.
Is Baby Chess going?
No, she's not. No. Sit back, little one. Sit back, little young one.
Young Padawan.
Padawan. Chill. Your time is coming. Well, bye. But the time's not now. Because your dad is an absolute psych. I don't like her being around me when I'm watching football games. Because I'm insane.
Lock Baby Ches up in the basement.
No.
Dad's watching Jets Titans.
I kicked him out of the house last year when the Bengals were playing the Niners. Remember that game?
Uh-huh.
And I said, guys, can you go on the walk? Can you go somewhere? Can you just get out of here? Get out of here. And they left. They let me watch it.
I'm a selfish human being.
I am selfish when it comes to football. I can't be around anybody. I go to games at home, but on the road, I like to be by myself.
So, we're in a safe space, correct?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to admit something. I'm the exact same way. I almost dread watching road games with others.
I don't do it.
Because it drives me nuts. And my wife's always like, oh, do you want to invite some people over? No. I want to be alone, standing, screaming, yelling at the television. Because I don't want to be trying to engage in any other conversations. I want to be completely locked in. I want to have my notebook. I want to be writing things down. No, I don't want to see anyone. And quite honestly, I love the 10 a.m. games.
Dude, the 10 a.m. games are great.
I love them.
So I would love to know everybody's ritual. I'd love to know everybody's ritual because this may be the most intriguing Niner season of my lifetime.
Do you know?
Especially in my adulthood. And I'm with you. Road games, and it's like Super Bowl watch parties, right? Mm-hmm. Do not invite me to a Super Bowl watch party. I will not show up.
Well, if my team's not in it,
I still won't show up.
And they weren't in the playoffs, I might show up, just, whatever. But if my team just lost, like last year, I was depressed watching that Rams game. Dude, depressed.
Listen. Road games, especially with the Niners, I got to be in a room by myself. Some people like to have a social. I like to just go, to the bars and drink and be social. No.
Well, to each their own.
No.
But not for me.
Not for me. It's not for me. I need my phone so I can tweet a couple times a game. I need the remote so I can turn it up and rewind. And the sound system's loud. And it's like, dude, you can't hear.
Do you turn it up to a specific volume because it's like
19? It's got to be 19.
Oh, yours only goes up to 19?
No, it goes up to 100, but 19 is still blaring because I got the surround sound speakers. It's like I'm at the game. Somebody told me I was watching the Rose Bowl one time. It was Ohio State, Washington. Oh. New Year's Day, there's like a party going on and I'm eating, and I'm like lost in.
Must have been decades ago. Washington hasn't been good forever.
No, it was a few years ago. Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace. She goes, baby, you ain't just watching the game. You're in the game. It's like you're there.
It's like EA Sports. You're in the game.
I was might as well been in Pasadena. Here we go. 10 a.m. games. Donuts and mimosas. Big games in the afternoons or evenings. Bloom Saloon on Potrail Hill. I'm not mad at it.
So for the away games, you got to wake up early, obviously, to set your lineup and find out who's active, who's not. The key for me is I got to be in the right outfit. So I got to have my sweatpants. Sometimes they're Niner. Sometimes they're not. If I'm in shorts, I got to have the Niner socks on. I got the Good Luck Niner socks. And then you got to have your house shoes.
And you bring about 5 jerseys because you just never know.
No. Jerseys aren't at home. T-shirts. T-shirts at home. T-shirt because I'm sweating through the bad boy.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, I got to have some sort of food. Whether it's oatmeal, whether it's eggs. If my wife is so nice as to make them. I'm not good at making eggs, even though I know it's one of the easiest things to make. And then, obviously, I'll do some baking of bacon. I don't fry the bacon. I stick it in there so that I can watch all the different things. And like most, I do the countdown on the red zone. I don't know if you do this as well, where I've got the little TV or the little iPad and then the big TV, and I'm going back and forth. And, I'm all in.
So you're going to think I'm insane. You probably already do.
I do think you're insane, but that's okay. That's why I love you.
I wake up in the morning on a Sunday, it's about 7:45.
Do you do dun 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 dun?
I don't do that.
Dun 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 dun.
But my anxiety starts to kick in right away. And I'm like, damn, it's 2 hours, 15 minutes till kickoff.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst.
2 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't watch any pregame shows anymore.
I'll watch a little here and there, and I'll flip back and forth.
Maybe. But I go I go get breakfast. I take Chaz on a walk, especially now. Like, even before, I would, like, go out and do things. And then it gets to 9:40. Okay, now let me set my lineups. We know the active list. We know who's inactive. Let me set my lineup.
Jay Glazer just told you everyone's active.
Everybody's active. Let me set my lineups, and then we get the kickoff. Because, like, the lead up to kickoff just drives me insane. I can't wait for a game. You know, I'm watching guys warm up, and I need to walk around. I'm pacing. I'm all over the place.
For those on the West Coast, we've got 49ers and Bears coming to you in 3 minutes as they show the Niners in their white uniforms on Soldier Field. That's like my favorite part. Like the 2 minutes right before we're about to go to that game.
Right.
That is my favorite part.
That is my favorite part. They go to the announcers, and you get the blip view, and you hear the fireworks. You see the fireworks. You see the teams running out the tunnel. But I am a wreck before games. My anxiety, like, for example, a Niners-Saints playoff game, when the Niners hadn't been to the playoffs since Mooch and them lost to Tampa Bay.
I was out at that game. It was one of the hottest January games of all time.
So that day, because it was the first game of the day, that Saturday, 1 o'clock, 1:30 game.
I was going to say it was a midday game.
Midday game,
yes.
1:30 game. I got up early that day. This is when your boy was really broke. I mean, I'm broke now, but I was like, you know, check to check. Like, I needed 2 checks to make up a check. You know what I mean? It was bad. I was drinking Jerk that morning.
Ooh.
And I got my Toyota Camry. And Chaska, let me tell you, I drove around the city. I drove around the city with the windows down because I couldn't sit still. And I was just like, the Niners are back in the playoffs. And it feels like the 80s and 90s again. In the city, but I was just driving around.
My favorite, when there's a playoff game and the Niners are in it.
You can smell it,
and
right?
You just know the city is all inside watching Niner football.
And I just never forget Moose Johnson and Kenny Albert opening that broadcast. And Kenny Albert was breaking down the Saints, and they were talking about the Saints. And then Kenny goes, well, what about this 49ers team? And Moose just goes, you know, they just do everything well. They hit you on defense. They play special teams. They run the ball down your throat. And we saw what Whitner did on that opening drive. So, look, man, the anxiety kicks in. But what's the ritual? And it's talk, like, what's your ritual? My ritual is insane. I do not mimic me what I do on game days. Do not mimic what I do on a Sunday. Because it'll drive you crazy. It's only for me.
Is the first Sunday when your team's on the road and you're not at the game, is the first Sunday of the year... You watch your team. Yeah. You instantly pivot to the red zone once the game's over? Because that's what I'm going to do. Sit on the couch all day.
No, I kind of walk around. I walk around for about 20 minutes to kind of cool down from all the anxiety and all the adrenaline. Yeah. And then I'll cool down a little bit, get on the phone. You talk to your Niner guys.
Well, I mean,
hey, man, we break it down.
Entire time.
I mean, it's insane. Yeah. Can you take people inside a call?
Okay. Third down, Jimmy Garoppolo airmails one to George Kittle. Ring! My phone rings. God damn it, Jimmy! How do you miss that pass? This team, I swear to God, I'm going to have a heart attack. Shanahan, why is he not running the ball? Throw the ball to Debo. All right, I got to go. Bye. Oh, thanks, Bonte. Really appreciate that.
No, hey, I'll call you back at halftime. Go ahead. It's very calm.
No, it is not very calm.
The best. Do you ever just drop an SOB at a play? You just sit back and be like, son of a...
Well, I'll get the random text from my dad, my brother, and I'm like, all right, silent, all of you. I'm putting you all on silent. I have to focus. I know Jimmy Garoppolo airmailed that throw. I know. We all saw it. Yes, Aubrey Thomas, horrible defense.
It's bad. It feels like I played a game before the game actually starts. That's how bad week 1 is.
That's the best part of football.
It is. So I wish, buddy, I really wish.
You know who I feel bad for?
Who's that?
For football season, all of the spouses.
Oh,
whether it's men who don't care and their woman does, whether it's men who care but their woman doesn't. You know, sometimes they're in a perfectly harmonious situation and both of them care. That's a unique situation. But I feel bad for all the widows out there.
I do.
In both directions.
I do.
Because we're basically dead human beings on Sunday for the foreseeable 6 months.
And it's bad. It ruins our mood for the entire week.
Well, when they win, I'm good.
Win, it's all good. Hey, let's go out to eat. Hey, it's on me. Charge the credit card to the game. It's all good. When they lose, it's just... I don't even want to go there. Let's go to Larry Severson.
When they lose, it's the first thing I do on Sundays. If they lose, I guess I'll take the garbage out. And then I open the garage door and I just look down the street left and right. And I'm like, God. Because garbage day is Monday morning.
Then you got to think about Monday morning on the roast.
And I'm like, and then I turn on the Odyssey app and I listen to whoever's doing the postgame show when it's not us.
Larry in San Francisco. What's happening, man? Here on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Bonte, my boys at Larkin Brothers Tires wanted me to say hello to you, man.
Oh, yeah, all those guys. Jason LeBall. I was actually rocking the Larkin Brothers hat at De La Salle last Friday night. Larkin Brothers is the go-to spot when you want to get your tires done, man. Shout out to Larkin Brothers.
Hey, I was getting my tires fixed because I do Uber, so I get a nail in my car like every month, right? So and I'm listening to you guys, and he was cracking me up, telling me stories about you, man.
Oh, hopefully never good stories.
And he goes, "Oh, is that Boston?" Yeah, I said, "Yeah, man, these guys." I said, "Him and Shetsky sent me to a game last year, man."
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
What you got, Larry? What you got? How excited are you about week one, man?
Hey, this is what you got to know about me. I'm going to go make money during the game. I listen. I've been listening to the games on the radio since I was 16 years old. So first I listen to it on the radio, and then I go home and watch it on the DVR. And you got to see my car, dude, when the game's on, dude. I had this one lady last year tell me, "Hey, can you turn that off?" I said, "You want me to stop the ride right now?" I mean, I said it so politely, though. I'm like, "Look, man, I drive during games. I don't turn the radio off, and I don't turn it down. I keep it at this level, But I had these Japanese chicks in my car one time. These young little girls, maybe 20 years old, right? Maybe all of 100 pounds each. And Crabtree ran it in, and I yelled, "Oh shit!" Oh, excuse my language.
Larry, you're just. We knew that call was going to end well, man. We knew it wasn't going to end well.
Well, so that brings
Larry,
me.
We love Larry. The fact that he listens to every game on the radio, he's making money. That would drive me crazy.
Well,
driving and listening to a 49ers game, that would drive. That's a car accident.
There's
waiting
nothing
to happen.
worse than when you have something to do during the middle of a football game, and you're like, "I gotta get home," and you're like trying to smash. You're
and
literally
there's always traffic,
always, and you're like running like, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep it low.
Yeah,
but here's where I'm going with this. I always think about this, and again, I've been in my home almost 10 years now, and when we were in an apartment, it was even worse. When I'm screaming and yelling during sports, and basketball is just as bad because the pace is frenetic,
right?
But football's the worst. What are the neighbors thinking of how crazy? I go to my wife all the time. They must think that we are in a domestic dispute every single Sunday between 10 and 5 p.m. because I've got non-English speaking neighbors on my right and non-English speaking neighbors on my left, and they're not into sports, nowhere near the way we are. And I got to be thinking to myself, what the hell are they thinking is going on inside our house? Because I know they hear me.
Oh, when I lived on 10th and Clement, and I stayed on the top floor. Remember that apartment? Yeah. And, I had people living downstairs, upstairs. And then Clement Street. People were walking left and right. There's a fruit stand across the street. And I would be losing. I would wake up in the morning and yell, "Niners!" And Coach Adam be like, "Yep, that's our wake-up call."
Oh, yeah.
And Coach Adam stayed 2 blocks away from you, and I'm just yelling Niners. And people are looking up like, what the hell is going on? And then during the game, my little sister Bonita was staying with me for a little bit. And it was the Packers-Niners game at Lambeau Field, Harbaugh's second year. And I was in Madman that game. And Bonita was talking to my mom. I was like, "Oh, my gosh." Bonte is like, he's watching this game, and he's like, he's not stable. And my mom just goes, "Welcome to Sundays."
Yeah, exactly.
With Bonte.
Exactly.
And so, the neighbors, you just got to block that out. The neighbors got to know when they see you during the week, hey, I'm all good. Just Sundays, you may want to go to the park between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
Here's how messed up my brain is. When my wife and I would argue, and I'd be like, "Keep it down. I don't want the neighbors to know that we're arguing. Stop yelling at me."
Yeah.
But when it's the Niners, like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? That's a hold!" And I'm screaming and yelling. No filter, no thought, no care whatsoever what the neighbors are thinking.
No.
That's how diluted my brain is.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, LQ, shout out to Amari Green's son, all of that Sarah. They beat De La Salle. They did beat De La Salle. Mark Green's son had a game-winning touchdown, man. Number 3, actually, the game-tying touchdown. He was playing corner, running back. He's a junior. OG out there at College of San Mateo. I know everybody at City College is going to get pissed off at me. I got love for College of San Mateo, but I'm a Ram for life. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Shasky, you can tell me at the end of my little thing, but man, I just wondered what car that you got married in. Was that like a Chevelle you and your old lady was sitting in the back of, or like
it was
GTO?
a Mustang. It's a Mustang. It's Michelle's Uncle Danny's Mustang, and it was really sweet. And it looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah, it does. And also, man, I'm about to take my 67 Barracuda and turn it into a 49er helmet, man, straight up. But let me say this. I don't know what y'all going to be doing. I kind of heard what you did when we lose, but it's not going to be too much losing going on, man. We're about to run the table on these cats, man. We lose 2 games, 3 tops, man, and we are about to put the smack down, and I'm going to be hollering yippee-ki-yay again all the way to the Super Bowl. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm so fired
That's the type of passion I'm looking for. It's week 1 of the NFL season. All right. Well, listen, Shasky, we've waited all offseason for this.
Mm-hmm.
All offseason. We talked about Jimmy. We talked about Trey. We talked about Debo. We talked about Bosa, Shanahan, Lynch, draft picks, this and that. Week 1's on Sunday. It's on Sunday.
All right. I want to take you through what it's like for me watching a road game. I'm going to play a play that I remember vividly where I was watching it in my 49er sweatpants going, all right, you got to make this. This is Joe Nedney, I believe, lining up for a field goal before halftime against the Chicago Bears in one of the windiest games I've ever seen. I believe Cody Pickett was the starting quarterback of this game, and we're going to play the highlight, and I'm going to tell you how I reacted in real time while watching the game as you're asking me what my rituals are. Play the highlight.
Keep an eye on these flags. They're blowing in this direction, the wind is. He's got a strong leg, but a tough wind, and here it goes, and he hooks it. Does it have the distance? No. Comes up short. Came up 4 yards short. It's being returned by Nathan Vasher, who spun away and goes to some open space, and he's got some blockers, and Vasher is going. Vasher needs one more block, and he's got it! Nathan Vasher, touchdown Bears! Do you believe that?
I told Stan the wind was going to cause some crazy things that you may have never seen before in a football game, and that clearly did.
108 yards! Joe Nedney can't believe it!
All right, so that's the highlight, okay? Now, I don't know how most people experience it, but we're going to play the highlight again, and I'm going to tell you how in real time, I reacted.
Real quick before we play the highlight. Play-by-play announcer was Sam Rosen. That's when the Niners were so bad. Sam Rosen was on a call every single week to the point where I was like, I love Sam Rosen. He's a great announcer. He was on the 6th team at Fox.
What year was this, Steven?
This was, I have it up right here.
7, 8?
No, this was 2005, November 13th.
I knew it was
2005.
Right.
Let me just give you some highlights here.
Yes.
Bears actually improved to 6-3. Kyle Orton was the quarterback out of Purdue.
Wow.
Adrian Peterson ran for 120 yards, but it's not the AP we all know. It's the Adrian Peterson he was actually backing up Cedric Benson. This guy was from Georgia Southern, Adrian Peterson. Georgia Southern ran for 120 yards. Leading back for the Niners, Kevin Barlow, 25 carries, 63 yards. Frank Gore, 14 carries, 55 yards. Brandon Lloyd, 1 catch, 28 yards. Hell, it was the only catch of the day because Cody Pickett was 1 of 13 for 28 yards and 1 interception. 1 of 13
This is
for the
Bears
game.
Niners 05. All right, so this is how I experienced it. This is right before halftime. They're going to try to kick a field goal, and the wind in the Windy City is just going absolutely crazy. So you might want to pod down the highlight a little so that I can give my reaction. This is how I viewed it in real time.
Keep an eye on these flags.
All right, Nedney, we got to hit this right here. We need some points. Let's go. Let's go. We need some points. All right, it's windy. Come on, give me some. Oh, no, it's short. Oh, my God, it's short. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, he caught it. Oh, my God, he caught it. Tackle him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
He spun away.
Get him. Oh, my God, Urlacher just laid somebody out. You got come on! Make a play! You gotta be kidding me! He's on. Touchdown. Oh my God. You have got to be kidding me!
Do you believe that?
Oh, just disgusting. What is Mike Nolan doing? Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me. You're kicking a field goal before halftime and you give up a 108-yard touchdown. This team. I swear to God, this team. That's how I watch a game.
Didn't need to turn down the highlight for that.
No, you didn't. Nathan Vasher.
Am I alone?
That made it 7-3. 7-3. And I remember thinking at that point, I was like, Man, the Niners played a good half of football. The Bears are tough. I'm like, man, they're going to steal this game to Soldier Field.
Just don't throw it.
And the Bears wore those hideous orange jerseys.
I like those jerseys.
They're so bad. They're hideous orange jerseys. And I'm sitting there, damn, that's how this is going to go? And the Niners dropped to 2-7 on the season. Bears improved to 6-3.
That's where I'm off the couch, right? And I'm like, all right, let's go. We're going to hit this. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And then hands on face as I'm making all those other reactions. Almost disgusted.
All right, let's go to Word in Oakland. He asked something about that 05 Bears-Niners game. Oh, my God.
Also, I did that. That was the PG version, just to be totally honest.
We got it. You had to paraphrase.
But that's how I watch games.
Word, what's that?
Don't invite me over.
What's up, Word?
As soon as Shasky starts talking about that play and the play starts, the first thing I remember is an instant flashback. I got a DUI the night before.
And
I spent the whole night in the tank. I mean, it's funny now, but that was in 05, so I'm okay. But I'm sitting in the tank the whole night thinking, am I going to be able to get out in time to watch this game? Because I do not miss Niner game. And so the whole night, I'm in there with all kind of madness going on in the tank, and I'm mad because of that, and I'm mad because I know I'm going to miss this game. Kickoff, they're about to as a matter of fact, I'm actually getting let out of the jail downtown Oakland, Washington Street, right when that play is going on, the run back. I'm standing there like, are you for real? This has got to be the worst night last morning ever. I'm missing a Niners game. Watching this junk, the Bears of all teams are dragging us. Yeah, not a good night, not a good morning. But yeah, flashback crazy, Shasky. Thanks for the memory.
I mean, it's one of those moments that you remember in life where the Niners could not have been lower, and it still felt like we're in this. We can. Hey,
they were up 3-0.
We can win this.
They were up 3-0.
I mean, that's the one thing. When the Niners are good, people are all in. Well, the whole entire Northern California population is in.
You remember how the Mike Nolan era started? When they beat St. Louis Rams at Kezar Stadium? Remember they had the onside kick? Kezar Stadium, Candlestick Park.
Yes.
They had the outside kick.
Otis Amy?
Yeah.
I think
had
a
outside
return
kick to start the game.
That was against St. Louis.
That was against St. Louis.
Yeah, I think Fred Otis Amy had a return in that game.
75-yard punt return.
Look at that. Sac State, Lloyd, the Hornets?
Brandon Lloyd, 35-yard TD catch from Tim Rattay. Kevin Barlow had a 9-yard catch. Mark Bolger, the quarterback for the St. Louis Rams. Tim Rattay, 11-16, 165 yards. And the Niners were a little tricky that day. Remember when Chris Burton say, tricky Niners. Arnaz battled 2 for 2, 27 yards that game.
But Bonte, I fell to the same victim of that when I believe it was Dennis Erickson's first game. They destroyed the Bears. I think it was with T.O. It was like 03, the opener in 03. They kicked the crud out of whoever they played. And I'm like, we're going straight to the playoffs. And they ended up having another lackluster.
The Dennis Erickson era.
Don't even start me. I had a nickname for him that's not appropriate for air.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, this is funny. I'm going to shout out Savino here. Savino's an engineer. He goes to Final Fours.
You kind of look like Mike Nolan right now, actually.
No, I don't look
the YouTube chat's all over you.
No, Mike
is that
Nolan.
a Reebok branded suit?
No. This is Polo, baby. Mike Nolan, they got the swagger that I have.
Jeez.
Stop it. Mike Nolan. Mike Nolan did that fake hair. Listen.
I got something in my eye.
Fake hair?
Yeah, it looked fake. Didn't it look fake? It was a little toupee. It looked fake.
I don't think I ever thought of Mike Nolan with fake hair. Now I got to Google him.
The suit looked fake.
Hair.
The creases were too Like, remember the creases in his suit?
Oh, yeah. And then Del Rio tried to copy him.
Oh, they were such frauds. Talk about a fraud.
If the Trey Lance, okay, you know when you hear like, if so-and-so had a face, if the Trey's not ready had a face, it would be Mike Nolan.
Whoa.
That wasn't good.
So Savino, where I was getting at, he was just in Arkansas too, covering the Razorbacks and the Bearcats, Cincinnati Bearcats. Savino goes, he called me last night. He goes, you ignored me when you did the little hot tub video with Joe Shasky. I liked it, but you didn't reply to my text.
What was the text?
He goes, you know Trey Lance is a high school quarterback, right? He's going to be known as Telegraph Trey. I said, you know what? You're being disrespectful right now.
That's pretty funny, though.
But that's a pretty damn good nickname, Telegraph Trey. It ain't going to happen. It's a pretty damn good nickname.
What if he's Touchdown Trey?
Well, touchdown Tommy Vardell.
Oh, that was great. There's a book, too, I believe, Touchdown Tommy.
Touchdown Tommy? Oh,
Touchdown
man.
Tommy Vardell, number 44.
Oh,
See, that's
man.
what I do with the television, though, especially for road games. I go to specific 49er legend numbers. That's where like 44,
Yeah.
I got to go to 33.
Right.
If I'm really loud and I'm in, like the kitchen going back and forth, I'll go up to 81 or 80. Like, that's where my brain goes. 52 for P. Willie.
I'm looking back at the Erickson opener. Cordell Stewart was playing quarterback for the Bears. Why don't I remember him playing quarterback?
Did we win by like
it
a
was
blowout?
49. Yeah, it was 49-7. I remember that.
Okay.
Like your boy had a bunch of field goal kicks that day.
Who?
Was it Chandler?
Or was it Cortez?
Chandler? No, it wasn't Cortez. It was Chandler, I believe.
Oh, Jeff Chandler.
Yeah, Jeff Chandler from Florida.
Yeah.
That
was number 3.
Bad. That was bad. Darnell and Oakland. I want to get to this call because the Bears and Niners, they've had some great games against each other, but they've had some hideous games against each other as well.
Was Alden had like a 5-sack game against
Jason Campbell.
Yes.
Jason
Campbell.
Jason Campbell that day. Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Jason
Yeah,
Campbell.
remember
Auburn.
that?
Wow.
Auburn, yep.
Going way back.
Darnell and
I
Oakland.
love football.
What's happening?
Hey, man, do y'all remember the game? I think it was Halloween night. It was 2005. I want to say it was a Sunday night game on ESPN, back when Sunday night games was on ESPN.
Uh-huh.
And that was probably the worst football game I've ever seen. I think it was like Craig Krenzel quarterbacking for the Bears.
Oh, my gosh, Ohio State. He was an Ohio State quarterback.
And Ken Dorsey was quarterbacking for the Niners, and it was just a terrible football. I just remember that game popped into my mind, especially when we were talking about the Dennis Erickson era. I believe he was a coach that year, but yeah, I would just remember that game. That had to be the worst game I've ever seen.
October 31st.
No offense.
04.
I'm looking at it right now.
23-13 Niners.
Wow.
23-13 Niners.
No, they lost.
Bears, excuse me, Bears.
Wow.
Bernard Berrien, 49-yard touchdown pass. You know where he went to school? Remember him? Fresno State.
I don't remember
He was at that Fresno State team with David Carr, Derek Carr's older brother. Wow, this is a terrible.
Ronnie Hurd with an interception. Jeez, talk about going down the way back machine.
Kid Dorsey, 16-36, 122 yards. 18 carries from Kevin Barlow, 56 yards. Kevin Barlow, man, he was talking about a fall from grace.
He friended me on Facebook, and that's when I knew it was low for him.
Kevin Barlow?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And it's a picture of him as a Niner. I knew a couple of chicks from Sacred Heart who were dating Kevin Barlow.
Oh, my gosh.
All at the same time.
Why you got to put his business out there? Wow! Wait a minute. Kevin Barlow's a 49er?
Yes.
Dating chicks at the high school?
Yes.
Why would you put that out
2
there,
at the
man?
same time. And they were 18. He was Kevin Barlow.
God.
How many guys or girls have a Kevin Barlow jersey that they look at with disdain? We all thought he was the dude.
We all thought he was the dude.
Pittsburgh!
You can't be an NFL player dating chicks from high school, man.
I'm just telling you the times. We're different.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not saying it was right or
You didn't have to
wrong.
put that out there in the street, man. Why you got to do that to Barlow?
Who's your favorite 49er or Bear who played on both teams? Because I start thinking about it. Mike Singletary was the head coach for the 49ers, and I thought he was going to be great, and I was way wrong on that. And then I think about guys like Richard Dent and...
Honest to God, that's my guy Pierre in front office, Igor. I damn near shed a tear when Singletary had that presser.
Oh, we all did. We were ready to line up and salute.
I thought the dynasty was
Lieutenant
starting.
Singletary.
Dude, I
have a faithful 08 shirt that I got in the Candlestick parking lot, and it had Singletary's name on the back, and it said, "I want winners," and everyone had that shirt.
I was all in. I went to the Pasta Fest. They had a Pasta Fest the next year. I was all in on Singletary.
When he dropped his pants in the locker room and kicked Vernon Davis off the field, everybody was like, "That's my coach." I'll never forget my favorite Singletary moment of them all. He calls timeout. This is against the Atlanta Falcons.
Snitches the thing. Oh, yeah, when the team huddled up on the field at Candlestick.
He calls a timeout. He calls a timeout. Team-wide huddle. The entire Candlestick was like, "I love it. I love it. I love it." The very next play, Roddy White went for 85 yards.
Or something like that.
85-yard touchdown. Very next play.
Who was the guy who caught? Was it Nate Clements or Dre Bly who picked off?
It was Dre Bly.
It was Dre Bly. And Roddy White fumbled.
Yes.
And Roddy White did the same thing the next year at the Georgia Dome, remember?
I know.
When Taylor Mays had the block punt. Oh, man. Let's go to Bill Romanowski, 8 o'clock. He's going to get everybody fired up, too. Yeah, dude, you out here snitching on Barlow, man. I can't believe you dropped that close view. What the hell was he doing? Those
were rumors.
All right, yeah, you better.
Look at all these rumors.
Oh, man, my stomach hurts, man. Robin to the city. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Three things. Okay, I don't know who the coach was. I can't remember after Singletary. But, you know, the Niners had a pretty good defense, and I don't know, but if it was how long it carried over and we started winning the game. But the foundation of that defense was really set by Mike Singletary, if you guys understand what I'm saying. He doesn't get, he didn't turn out to be great, but later on, the foundation, that when we started winning, if I'm just going by memory, actually Singletary had built that damn defense. I wanted to point
Robin,
that out.
before you keep going, he apparently stood up and pounded the table for Patrick Willis. That's
no
the
doubt.
rumor. I don't know if it's true.
Senior Bowl.
He was the guy that basically wanted Patrick Willis. So if that's what he did, then yes, absolutely, he deserves credit.
Okay. And then the second thing, my favorite game with the Bears was the NFC Championship in 1988 in the snow. And because the Niners had actually won championships, but they weren't favored to win that damn game in Soldier Field in the snow. And we kicked butt. And then the third thing I want to say is, it's kind of off the subject, but when Shasky said something, or one of you guys just made reference to when we started winning, we beat the St. Louis Rams. Well, actually, our dynasty started with Joe Montana by beating the L.A. Rams. You guys might be just a little too young to remember, and maybe, you know, you do have knowledge of it. But the Rams always kicked our butts coming up here, you know, those short Pat Hayden and whatnot.
Pat Hayden.
And so when Joe, he was like, what, 4'9" with his mouth closed and 5 feet with it open. And so then, and so when Joe Montana and Walsh, they didn't start off great that season, okay? But then we beat the Rams. I had some friends tell me, they said, Robin, we should watch the game together, but I took my time coming. They said, come over there, actually good, Robin. And I went over there, and they was beating the Rams' butt. Look it up. And after that, we went on to win, like, I guess, 13 more straight games. And then that's when we went to the beat Dallas in that year. Look it up. That's how we started. And people started paying attention to us and taking us serious after we kicked the Rams' butt.
No doubt, Robin. Bye, Robin. The YouTube comments.
I'm getting lots of text about Barlow at City Lights.
I'm City. Oh, dude, why would you do that, man? Come on, man.
Hey, bro.
Come on.
Wow!
18 and over club. Come on, man.
Him and Beedrins.
Put some respect on Kevin Barlow's name. Come on,
He
man.
was a tap dancer.
Oh, my God. They weren't tap dancing.
Who's your favorite Bear Niner?
Oh, yeah.
Tony Parrish?
Dude, Kevin Barlow's going to be trending soon because of you.
No.
I got nothing to do with that.
A running back from the early 00s?
My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it. All right?
Okay.
I ain't messing with that. I don't know anything about the rumors. Kevin Barlow, he got paid, got traded on later that year, went to the Jets, whatever. All good.
Is it Brandon Lloyd? Is that your favorite Bear Niner? Richard Dent?
No, Richard Dent didn't really play with the Niners. He broke
94,
his leg.
I know,
but he
but
broke his
he's
leg
there.
in week 2.
He was one of the like seminal free agents that like signaled everyone was coming here.
But you know, I don't know. Favorite Bear Niner?
Anthony Adams?
Somebody
pick?
just tweeted us. They tweeted us favorite Bear who played for the Niners too is Spice Adams.
Okay, that's
Anthony
not bad.
Adams. It's not bad. It's a good one. I think on that. You know who I always thought was going to be a Niner?
Jim Harbaugh?
No. Well, that's a good one. But I thought Lance Brigg was always going to be a Niner.
Oh, we got in trouble for tampering.
Yeah, they got tampered. Yeah,
the Niners lost a pick.
Yeah,
I always wanted him.
I thought Lance Brigg was going to be a Niner. I really did. Best Niner Bear. Damn, there hasn't been too many good ones, huh?
Robbie Gould?
Robbie Gould's probably the best one. Robbie Gould's probably the best one. Tony Parrish wasn't a Bear, was he?
Yeah, I thought he was a Bear before he was a Niner.
So I would say
and
Tony
he broke
Parrish.
his leg as well.
Yeah,
I love Tony Parrish.
Tony Parrish, I loved him as a Niner.
He wore 33 well.
So I'll go Tony Parrish.
Yeah, I was a big...
I'll go Tony Parrish.
Yeah, he was one of my faves.
You got to think long and hard about Bear Niner guys.
That's what I'm saying. But they have a long history of facing each other, and it just feels like even when we're both down, they're fun games.
Yeah, they are fun games. Gale Sayers, 6 touchdowns. Back in the day at Wrigley Field. John Brody threw 4 touchdown passes against him the year before. Like he's our stadium, blew him out. You would like that, huh? They were 45-3. Your grandpa may remember that game.
Yeah.
45-3. Tell Grandpa Sass to give us a call.
I've been looking at the calendar for Grandpa. I'm trying to find one of these non-110-degree days that he can go to a Niner game so he wasn't like whittle in the heat.
Oh, Dante Wiley, what's up? R.W. McQuarters, without a doubt.
Whoa! R.W. I thought he was going to be something.
I thought, coming out of Oklahoma State.
I was like, kick returner.
I thought he was the next Deion. I thought he was the next Deion.
I did too. We all did.
Disappointed.
We all
did. A lot of disappointing draft picks, man. God.
I remember telling someone, he'll be better than Delta O'Neal.
Why'd you have to do this? 650. Kevin Barlow wanted to take my sister on a cruise to the Caribbean. She was 19. Stop, man. Don't do that.
All right, I'm done with this one.
Don't do that. Save his leg for
Is Dante Pettis your favorite Bear Niner?
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, the Chicago Bears are getting healthy for their ransom. Lucas Patrick, center for the Bears, was back at practice. He's been out since July 28th with the right thumb injury. The plan for Patrick was to have him ready to go for week 1. And that is still in the cards for Chicago. Team is unsure if he can snap a football, meaning he can play some snaps at guard on Sunday if that is the case. The Boxer Gerson injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, the injury report. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Bill Romanowski.
We've got the best 49ers pre- and post-game coverage. Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal host the Kickoff Show.
Comfort for players is not a priority for me. Was Joe Montana comfortable when Steve Young was behind him? No.
After the game, Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles bring you Overtime.
Lance did what they brought him in to do. That's awesome. A+. F- for the throw.
Yeah. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly.
Auto Parts.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
You shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, what a show. What a show, what a show. Somehow Kevin Barlow became the topic of conversation. We're going to move off of that. We're going to move off of that. We're going to get right back into Bears, Niners, 888-957-9570. What's your week 1 ritual? Do you follow that ritual throughout the season? Do you wear the same outfit that you wore for week 1? Like I do that. I wear 1 sweater per season. Like if I wear certain boxers and they win a certain pair of boxers, I wash those boxers and I wear the same ones every Sunday. That's what I do. Maybe that's TMI. Same sweater, you know? You wear the same socks, I wear the same sweater. It's all good. Oh, my gosh. Kevin Barlow sounds like a guy to buy Flintstone vitamins and shop at Hot Topic. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Jeez. Bill Romanowski coming up in moments. Don't forget about the Odyssey kickoff with Boomer and Valenti starting this Saturday at 9 a.m. and airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl. Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with our very own Boomer Esiason breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. That's 9 a.m. starting this Saturday right here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning, everybody out there getting after graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Niners, Bears, week 1. And let's get everybody back on track because everybody's minds is elsewhere right now. It's all over the place. Stitchestasky started something here, and something's going to be trended out Twitter soon.
Can you do me a favor? I want to hear the play that flipped the game last year, that flipped the season last year. I want to hear about that Deebo Samuel play that lives in my head forever.
3rd down and 20. Boy, you'd love to have some of these weapons that the Niners are missing right now.
Yeah, you can't stress enough, right? You'd love Khalil Mack if you're Chicago, but I'll tell you, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you'd love to have George Kittle.
Plays like this that they'd love to have him. They'll go with the screen to Samuel, though. He's got blockers and a first down and more. Foot race, Samuel lunging to the pylon. Touchdown! 84 yards. The longest play of the season for San Francisco.
I believe that's Kevin Kugler, right? Is that Kevin Kugler? The one who said, "Oh my goodness, Eno Benjamin trucks Trey Kirkpatrick." That was rock bottom. That's what brought the Niners back from dead.
There was a throw, too, before halftime that Jimmy squeezed in over the middle of the field.
Deep shot.
Yeah, that was an absolute dime because they were very stale in that first half.
Well, I remember when they did score a touchdown and Jimmy went to celebrate with the receivers and everybody was focused, hyper-focused on Jimmy celebrating. They're like, look, nobody's even listening to Jimmy. He's done. He's cooked. And they did drop a lot of passes in that game. But things started off hairy. Justin Fields was running the ball. He ran for 103 yards that day. But that play right there feels like it flipped the momentum of the season. John Lynch mentioned it last year when he joined us. That Chicago game was the one. Did he have a speech? He had a speech that Saturday night, I think, to the team. Nick Bosa kind of revealed that, saying John Lynch spoke to the team that Saturday night before they played Chicago. That was the turning point of their season. So you hear all those Niner fans there. Yeah, and there was a bunch of Niner fans. A bunch of Niner fans this Sunday. That was the play right there.
You know, the one thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up, because we were making so much about the quarterback situation, and rightfully so. It's very important. We all agree, no matter who's under center for quarterback, they need to have the running back situation healthy and ready to go. Where's Elijah Mitchell at physically right now?
Looks healthy. He's been at practice. But could Jordan Mason run the rock a little bit?
Jeff Wilson Jr., I don't know. Everybody was so shocked by the JaMychal Hasty cut, and I wasn't. I wasn't surprised by that at all.
Yeah, I feel like
we overrated his pass catching and special teams ability. He's a mediocre special teams player.
He peaked that Sunday Night Football game against Rams.
Well, he never recovered from the whatever it was, Achilles injury.
Yeah, he had injuries.
He wasn't the same,
like that.
Bouncy guy.
By the way, Emmanuel Sanders will have his retirement press conference today at 11 a.m. at Dove Valley. Benjamin Albright breaking that down. Emmanuel Sanders, gone. Had a nice little cameo with the 49ers.
He had a nice little career. Pittsburgh, Denver, the Niners.
Won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he had a nice career.
All right, we're trying to catch up with Romo because we want to get fired up. And I just want to hear Romo say, okay. When we went to Soldier Field, okay.
I told Antonio Brown to come to my house, and I will saw his feet off for him.
Okay. I told him about the lean one shakes. How it could get these guys right. Do you ever remember Romo pitching the Denver Broncos for the head coaching job?
Yeah.
Do you remember what he did?
No.
He had like these binders, and he had like nutrition plans, and he had workout plans.
Like Chip Kelly. Yeah. Well, Chip was kind of at the forefront of this, though. He was.
Oh, you talk about Chip Kelly.
But he was when it comes to the shakes and like specific shakes for each player.
He had the Navy SEAL training everybody, right?
Exactly. He went a little overboard with his like player theories. Like you could only be 6'1" and 195 pounds to play wide receiver. Like if I gave him Calvin Johnson, that wouldn't work.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I can't give you T.O.
I remember somebody asked him a question. We're talking about Chip Kelly, and he's like, I don't use the fullback. Can never use the fullback. It's like, all right, Chip, if I gave you Mike Allstott in his prime, You couldn't find a way to use them because your system is so specific.
4th and short. You don't need a fullback?
Well, and that's kind of where I'm at when I get frustrated with analytics, and it's specifically the San Francisco Giants. But, we do it our way, and our system supersedes players and talent. You got to evolve a little.
I'm a football guy.
To the talent you got.
How about this play back in January of 89 for the 88 season?
Give it to me.
To the right. Montana back to throw it. To Rice. Pass caught by Jerry Rice, and look out for this one. 49er touchdown from 61 yards away.
And that was a heck of a throw by Joe Montana. If you told me today that Joe Montana could throw an out that far to Jerry Rice on the sideline, I would say there's no way.
And remember that season. It was hairy. It was rocky. Steve Young, Joe Montana, that Regal Bell.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, Joe Montana and Bill Walsh said, you know what? We're going with Joe.
Yeah, Randy Cross said there was almost mutiny in the locker room because they kept going back and forth. The specific game against the Saints where they get into the red zone and Steve comes trotting out, apologizing to Joe as Joe's coming off the field.
They were 6-5 that year. They had just lost to the Raiders 9-3. I remember that game as a kid. I was like, damn, we're getting smoked. And they were 6-5. And Bill Walsh basically was like, we're going to Joe. And they went on a run. They didn't lose a game. They lost the last game of the season to the Revs. But, after that, they lost one game. And they go on to win their 3rd Super Bowl of the 80s, beating the Cincinnati Bengals.
So we were looking at just the Bears and the Niners. So let me run a couple of numbers by you. These two teams obviously have faced each other a zillion times. The Niners are 9-7 against the Bears since 1990. Whenever I hear stats like that, I'm always like, it don't mean a whole lot to me. You know what I mean? But it's a trip. It feels like they've played more than that in the last 30 years, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it does.
16 times? It doesn't feel like enough.
By the way, he's flaking on us, man. No Robo today.
That's okay.
He's not picking up the phone.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk to us. What do you think he's doing? Is he working out?
I don't know. Maybe he's hanging out with Russ. And they're going, let's ride or whatever the hashtag is for Russell
Wilson. Is he in Denver?
Wilson. I think he's in Colorado, yeah. In the mountains.
I thought he was in Walnut Creek.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Unlimited. Okay.
Just a random hashtag as we're talking Niners and Bears. 888-957-9570 if you got any rituals or memories of the Bears, Niners, what sticks out to you? Because they've got a long history against each other. But it is 32 days to the Warriors' regular season. And I don't think, not 32 days to the regular season. October 18th is when the season starts. But they're starting to ramp up. Did you see the rankings yesterday?
What rankings?
NBA 2K rankings.
No, I didn't see the NBA 2K rankings.
Clay was not happy.
Why?
Got an 83.
80?
There's no emotion on my face because I know.
Well, I guess my question is how many 90s pluses are there in the game?
Steph got a 96 and people were mad about that.
Yeah, he should be a 99.
Yeah, people were ticked off. KD wasn't happy about getting a 99.
Did anyone get a 99?
Not sure. Jokic, maybe? Maybe?
I'll look.
I think Giannis was the highest at 97.
I mean,
really? Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing, Roddy 2K? What are we doing, Roddy 2K?
Yeah, we got Giannis at 97, LeBron at 96, KD, Joel Embiid, and Steph, and Jokic all at 96.
LeBron's the same level of Curry?
Yeah.
Klay Thompson did screenshotted his three-pointers, his place in history, and was like, what the hell? Come on, 2K. Then he posted another shot of Jonathan Kuminga, said, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, why your face so ugly? Klay Thompson's having a hell of a summer. Come on, how you not going to give Steph? I mean,
it's the defense. That's why.
But what about LeBron James' injury history over the last 3 years?
What about his defense?
I don't make the ratings. Do you guys play 2K?
Yeah. And it's hard.
How does Giannis not get a 99? He was a DPOY, and he was an MVP.
This is all on you, Langford. My bad.
Why? I mean, seriously. You can't give a player a 99 rating? Why?
And LeBron don't play no defense anymore.
None.
I mean,
none.
You know?
Should be a 90 if we keep it in a buck.
I thought you were going with the Warrior stuff in the NBA. I thought you were going to go to the Pat Beverly line of, what they asked him, like, hey, what's it like to play with champions in LeBron James and Anthony Davis? And he's like, well, wait a minute. No, they get to play with me. I'm the one who made the playoffs last year.
How do you think that's going to end up in L.A.?
Pat Bev?
Pat Bev.
He's getting DFA'd, and we're going to swoop him. And then he's going to be clapping in Laker fans' faces. I want Pat Bev on the Dubs.
So they had Kuminga at a 79 and a Moody at 74. So I think they should be the same.
Yeah, but power and speed are very much, those are skills or attributes, if you will, in that video game that, we
Poole was an 83.
highlight. Poole was an 83.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's not high enough.
Well, I mean, you want everyone in the 90s?
No, put some respect on JP. Should it be 87? Did we not see the playoffs? 86? I don't know. I don't get too outraged, but it is a joke that nobody's a 99.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing people like, well, only Jordan's allowed to be 99. Well, all right. Cool.
A cool story. By the way, NBA 2K is a hard game to play.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I struggle shooting.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. The new Madden, by the way, passing. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
What are you doing?
I want to go over-unders with you because this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time when it comes to the 49ers. You want to do some over-unders?
Yeah, let's get some over. Do we have some music? We want to do music.
I want NFL music.
Yeah, you want NFL music?
As the bed?
Yeah, absolutely. Prime time or something? Let's go. Oh, I can rock with this. The top 10 list. I like this. What's our over-under?
All right, so am I going to ask you?
You can ask me.
I'll ask you. Trey Lance, his completion percentage in college was 65%.
Okay.
He was 69% in 2019. And Russell Wilson, as for a reference point, was 64% for his rookie season. Josh Allen was a measly 53% his rookie season. Is Trey Lance going to be over or under 60% this year?
I'm going over. He will complete 62% of his passes this season. Take the over on Trey Lance.
Is that because of all the easy throws that they're going to have in this offense?
Absolutely. Big chunk plays, easy throws, and he's going to know about the cue card. I will reveal the cue card Friday. There's a lot of names on the cue card.
Oh, well, an unveiling.
Unveiling.
An unsheathing.
Yes.
like it's King Arthur's sword.
All you people. There's a lot of names on there. A lot of names.
Sticking with Trey Lance. 500 is the number, but I'm going to give you some context.
Wait, hold on. You think 60% for Trey Lance? Under? Over?
You know.
You're going to go under. I know. You're going to hedge.
I am going to go under, and the reason why I'm going to go under is because I actually think they're going to take a lot of deep shots, and I don't think he's going to throw for a lot of passes. I think it's going to be like 11 for 20, 11 for 19.
13 to 21.
Yeah, I think he'll be like in the 58, 59% range.
That's fair. That's
fair.
I
just don't see him going over 60 because I do think they're going to take shots downfield the handful of times that they do throw it.
Dude, fun. People want us to go back to Kevin Barlow stories or Joe Horn. I don't think we need to go down that road anymore.
Joe Horn's in jail.
Is he in jail right now?
I think so.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Trey Lance, he rushed for 1,100 yards in 2019 and 1,300 overall in his career, basically about 20 games or so at North Dakota State. He rushed for 168 yards last year, basically 4.4 yards an attempt. Is Lance going to rush for over or under 500 yards?
Taking the under. I think he's going to be very cognizant on staying in the pocket and becoming a pocket quarterback.
Really?
He'll run what he needs to, but he's not like a birder. He's not a Lamar Jackson. He's not a Michael Vick. He's not one of these guys who could. Josh Allen even, I think, has more speed and athleticism than Trey Lance. I had Trey Lance at the under 500. I think he's going to get about 450 to 470.
I'm going to go over. This, to me, feels like the easiest lock of the year.
Wow.
35 yards a game, give or take. Like, he can't run on broken, scrambled plays. This feels like a lock for me.
Right.
I'm gonna hammer the over.
All right, there you go.
All right, Jimmy G.
Write these down, Lubman. Write these down. Come on. Let's revisit these at some point. Layford, why are you making that this face, dude?
Last year, Trey Lance, it says he made 3 starts. He did not. He had 2 starts and came in relief in the Seattle game. So he played in a total of 3 games, but only started 2 last year. Trey Lance came in 2 times for the injured Jimmy Garoppolo. Right. Is Jimmy G going to start over or under 3 games this year?
Under. He may start 3, but he ain't going over 3. Ooh. He may not start a game.
Yeah, I'm going under. I think Trey Lance is going to play every single game.
I'm going under.
I think he's going to find a way to stay healthy and showcase his toughness. All right, sacks allowed. Woo-wee. Wow.
All right, so Joe Horton is not in prison. He just got sentenced to 3 years of probation and was ordered to perform 200 hours of community service.
Well, there you go.
There's so many of them, I can't really give you an exact name.
Thank you, Joe. All right. In 2018, Shanahan's team allowed 48 sacks. That's the most ever in the Shanahan 49er era. Over, under 48 for sacks allowed.
No, that'd be under, but they may reach 40. This interior offensive line, there's a big spotlight on them. Aaron Banks did not look good in the preseason. Burford, he's still a rookie. He's young. Aaron Donald's come to town. They got to see Aaron Donald twice a year. You got some ballers, the Chargers. I mean, they're playing some dudes this year. It's going to get close, but I'm going to take the under. Trey will learn how to get the ball out, and he'll run and scramble like you just mentioned.
In about 14 and a half games, Jimmy Garoppolo was sacked 30-something times, all right? And then Trey Lance was sacked 4 times in the 2.5 games that he played. I still feel like 40, give or take, is about the number that they're going to take in terms of sacks.
Yeah, not 48.
So I'm going to go slightly under.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but it won't get to 48.
And I'm a little worried about, health from McGlinchey and these young offensive line. It feels like the most underreported part of the team.
So we'll get the injury report later today. Niners will be at the practice field today. What the hell is going on with Mike McGlinchey? Is he going to be ready to go week 1? Or is it going to be Colton McKivitt's time at right tackle? Who the hell is going to play right tackle?
I don't know.
Wow, that's a big question, man. Well, that's a big swing. If McGlinchey could play, now Robert Quinn had 18 sacks last year.
He was a monster.
Yeah.
Well, sticking with that theme, offensive line, what about team rushing yards? Last year, they ran for over 2,166 yards. Over or under the number that they ran for last year? 2,166 yards as a team.
They'll go over.
I think so, too.
They'll go over.
Elijah Mitchell, second year in the system. I think he's a little better in terms of his body, and he looks like he's more chiseled. I believe Lance is going to run for more yardage this year. I'm going to go over as well.
I'll go Elijah Mitchell, 1,100 yards rushing. Debo with another 300. That's 1,400. Do the math. Trey, 450. And then you got Jeff Wilson Jr., Mason, and Juszczyk getting some rocks. So I got him over that number.
All right, let's go. This is a pick'em here. This one's a pick'em, and then we'll go to the over-unders. Who is going to lead the team from the wide receiver standpoint in terms of yards?
Brandon Ayuk.
Over Debo.
Brandon Ayuk.
You're very confident with that.
Brandon Ayuk.
I'm going to stick with Debo.
All right.
I'm going to stick with Debo. Slightly. I think they're going to be very comparable. Yeah. I think 900 yards for each would be an appropriate number.
Yep.
Because I just don't think they're going to throw a whole lot. So here's the over-under. 1,000 each, over-under.
I think IU goes for about 12 to 1,300.
Wow, that many.
Debo's going to go for another 8 to 900. So, they're going to go over that number.
Wow!
17-game season, too.
Yeah, I'm going to go under. I think both go under 1,000 this year. I think it's going to be like 950.
All right.
I don't see them throwing a lot because there's so many targets.
Yeah, you're right. All right,
takeaways.
I'm being a little optimistic here. I'm not going to lie. And look, Scott Van Pelt says this all the time on the ESPN Sports Center. Who wants to bet unders? They're boring. Root for points, root for yards, bet the over.
Obvious, but this team plays a very condensed brand of football because they run the ball and the clock. All right. Takeaways. 27 is the most that the 49ers have had under Shanahan. They had 20 last year. Okay? 20 last year. But 27's the high water mark. Can this team get 27 turnovers this year, over, under?
I'm going under. They play some top-flight quarterbacks, man. Mahomes, Carr, Herbert. Of course, Russell Wilson in Denver. You have Matt Stafford. He'll throw a couple up. I got the under. I think they're going to get about 25 to 26 takeaways. There's going to be some hairy moments early on with the secondary. Sammy Womack III playing that nickel back. No Jimmy Ward for the first 4 games. We'll see how the other defensive linemen respond outside of Nick Bosa. I go under. They're going to be close. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I'm with you on the under on this one. It's so hard to predict turnovers. It's just such a difficult thing. One year you catch them all. The next year you don't get any. You listen to the people that are advanced analytics dweebs, and they always tell you, like, oh, there's no correlation on interceptions and fumbles. Sometimes it's just random. I do believe pressure on a quarterback creates turnovers. And so I think they're going to have a lot of them. But 27 is a lot.
27 is a lot.
That's over 1.5 a game.
Especially in today's game,
That's
where
what
the
I'm
passing
saying.
is so easy for these quarterbacks.
Yeah, so I'm going to say, how many turnovers do they need to have to be a playoff team?
I don't know. That's.
I think 20 is about the number. You need a minimum of 20.
I would flip the question to say, how many turnovers can the Niners commit into investing?
Same
to the
number.
Like, you know what
For
I'm saying?
me, 20.
Right. You can't have more than 20 turnovers,
Yes.
right? All right.
Although you never know, you're going to have a lot of fumbles and things like that.
Yeah, you
All
never
right,
know.
sacks. They had 48 last year. Nick Bosa obviously had 15.5, fifth most ever in a single 49er season. How many sacks are they going to have next year? Over or under 50?
I want to go over this number because I think Nick Bosa's getting at least 15. Drake Jackson's going to threaten a double-digit number. Kerry Hyder Jr. is going to get a couple sacks.
About Armstead.
Armstead and Kinlaw. I think Kinlaw's going to have more sacks than Armstead.
Okay.
I think Kinlaw can hit 10.
10?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Maybe I'm a little delusional, but we'll go 10.
So you're going to over 50?
They're going to get 51 sacks this year.
51. Wow.
51 sacks.
Wow. I'm going to go under, but I think Bosa individually is going to hit high. So before we hit because I want to go wins on the other side. Bosa, over, under, 20.5 sacks.
I'm going to go under. 19 sacks.
I'm going over. I think he's going to get 23, 24 sacks this year.
God.
I really do.
He's going to break the NFL record.
I just think he's just an unstoppable force.
Langford's like, what?
I think he's an
going to break
unstoppable
the NFL
force.
record?
Well, there's an extra game.
It's true.
And they get to play Drew Lock twice.
Geno Smith.
I'm telling you, I'm
So they got Geno Smith.
I'm taking the over.
They play Mahomes, Herbert, Russ. Damn, 23.5 sacks. Wow. That's a lot.
All right, on the other side, I'm about to ask you about the win
23.5. You imagine if he has 23.5? Maybe the greatest single season ever for a defensive end. You're basically banking on that.
I mean, you're looking at Reggie White. You're looking at Strahan.
Reggie White never got 23.5.
No, but I'm saying like great seasons.
Great seasons.
He was a defensive player of the year.
23.5. Like T.J. Watt just got 22.5.
I know, and it was ridiculous. But also that division factors into it.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some bad teams.
It's not just bad teams, it's the brand of football that they play. You know, you're going to get opportunities.
Wow. It's fun. Ian San Jose will get you on the other side. Romo flaked on us. We got Benjamin Albright coming up, too. He's got some reports on the Niners, Trey Lance, Shanahan, all that, much more. That's coming up. Brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy, you know it in San Diego. There's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine. Coastline and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at san diego.org.
Every Monday night, Lorenzo Neal and Sean Salisbury team up for the football hour.
It's Deebo Samuel. If you eliminate his versatility, they're a completely different football team.
He is a game changer. And watching him run over guys, stiff one, and actually dropping the boom on him, he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing.
React to the game with two NFL veterans. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on 95.7 The Game.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Plaza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cooler today, but still warm in Palo Alto. High is 91.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
At Church's, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Ooh, this is smooth. Funky. Was this the music Kevin Barlow rolled up to City Nights with? Was he bumping this when he parked his car at City Nights? He got the VIP parking?
No comment.
When he rolled up to the Beehive? When he rolled up to Mission Rock?
I miss Mission Rock.
I do miss
the old Mission Rock.
The old Mission
Rock. The
Rock.
new one is beautiful. Shout out to the Osborne family.
Yeah. I love it.
Get a little food.
The old one. They got great oysters at that Mission Rock.
They do, isn't it? It's a beautiful setting. You sit out on the deck. Speaking of which, I shot a video for the go-to. I don't know if you know about this series, but
no.
We're doing this thing with Trimark, which is an equipment supply place here. If you're a restaurateur in the San Francisco Bay Area or anywhere in Northern California, you can get all your equipment supplies there. I went to a unbelievable pizza restaurant yesterday called 00.
Where's it at?
It's right down the street here on Folsom, and they cooked me up there. It's called the Castro Pizza. Bonte, it was incredible. Everything was made from scratch. The dough, the mozzarella was like these little tiny crumbles of mozzarella.
So they make the dough in front of you?
Everything was made. It was unbelievable. And then the guy stretches it out. It's Chef Bruce Hall, and he's just a really, really nice guy. I had their Castro Pizza. It was mozzarella, basil, tomato sauce, obviously the fresh dough, thin crust pizza, delicious in a wood fire oven.
Oh, wow.
It was next level.
Wow.
Next level. Pepperoni and sausage, handmade sausage from scratch that they make there. You got to check it out, 00. And the reason that I want to make sure that we pump up some of these restaurants, imagine the journey that these restaurants have gone through during the pandemic. We all have our own.
And now they're back.
Our own little COVID story, whatever your family situation was, your living conditions were. Imagine trying to run a small family business with all of the chaos that was going on. And so we got to support these people. Go check out 00. It's on 4th and Folsom. You can't miss it. It is incredible pizza. If you're going to an event at the Chase Center, if you're going to AT&T Park, if you're in Moscone Center, go check out 00.
All right, Kirby. Got to give away a gift card.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Fifth caller right now. If you're the fifth caller right now, call 415-951-2386. Again, that's 415-951-2386. Fifth caller gets a free gift card to Kirby. For Kirby. At Kirby, they come to your house to come fix your flat tire, to change your oil, to work on your brakes, whatever you need done. Kirby. Fifth caller right now, 415-951-2386. Let's go take some calls before we get to Benjamin Albright. Benjamin Albright coming up in moments.
Yeah, and he said something very interesting about Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo and the drama there.
That's what my train of thought was moving. Joe Flacco starting week 1 for the New York Jets against his former team, the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh.
The NFL, man. Unbelievable.
When you say Joe Flacco, I throw up in my mouth.
Ian, San Jose, what's happening?
Gentlemen, how you doing this morning? I heard the rat-a-tat-tat. I'll be fast. I've got a lot to say about a lot of things about the Niners, but the offensive line, everybody's talking about how terrible it's going to be, but Trent Williams hasn't really played, and the Niners have something not a lot of other teams have, other than Trent Williams to anchor the entire line. They got Daddy Brunskill, who turned Aaron Donald into a crybaby, and they have two guys that come from either the backfield or on the end of that line that are the two best blockers at their position. They're not. This offensive line is not going to be as bad as people think. They're not going to be road graders, but they are going to protect Trey Lance, who can get out of there and run anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that.
Good call. And, one thing that I think we're underselling, Shanahan is the architect of the offense. If anyone could scheme around some inefficiencies on that offensive line, it's going to be him. He did it when Staley got hurt in the middle of the season in 2019, and I feel like we've forgotten about it. Yeah. They lost Juszczyk, Kittle, and Staley for stretches that year, and he found a way to still be potent.
Well, they started 2 rookie tackles in that game in L.A., which put the Niners on a map in the NFC West. Remember that? It was cool, and I think it was Brunskill. 2 rookie tackles there against L.A. in the first drive was Aaron Donald was killing it. And then the Niners settled down. They won that football game going away 28-7. So Shanahan can scheme around it, but it's definitely on everybody's mind here. Let's go to Rolando in Napa. Rolando, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Nothing much. I love listening to you guys. Calling for beautiful. It's pretty hot in Napa, but it's beautiful out here, and I love listening to you guys. So you guys do awesome work.
Thank you.
You guys, Butcher Boy, you're saying some stats earlier, or some odds. I got two more for you. Well, after the first week of the NFL, after the first week NFL is done, will the leader in the NFL in sacks be on the 49ers? And I have another one for you. Over under, will the Niners have a shutout this year?
Ooh.
What do you guys think?
Ooh, a shutout. Man, how many shutouts have they had in the last few years? Oh, man, a shutout. I would probably bet against that because like a field goal here or a field goal there.
That's a great bet.
That is a great bet.
I would bet on that. Just to play.
One shutout?
One shutout. So who's the team?
How many shutouts were there in the NFL last year?
Right. That's a great question. So here's a candidate for a shutout. Seattle week 2.
Are you
serious? Because of Geno Smith. Washington maybe Christmas Eve.
Carson did outplay you in the rain.
He did. I mean, you're not going to do that.
But by then, he will already have pissed off all his teammates and the organization.
Yeah, shutout's tough. It's a great one. I would bet that, though. The odds are probably great.
And then, do you think the 49ers have the guy who's going to lead the league in sacks on their roster? The numbers would probably tell you it's statistically more likely that person comes from one of the other 30-something teams. I'm going to say it's going to be Bosa this year. I'm putting it down. I got a strong feeling that it's going to be Bosa. I could be totally wrong on this. This is how I'm feeling. I think we're primed for one of the great 49er defensive seasons of all time, and it's going to be this year from Nick Bosa.
Oh, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett. There's some studs out there.
Well, and also your team has to be winning so that the other team's passing more. Like, opportunities matter.
No doubt. So they've got to put teams in the pass.
That's why I struggle with Pittsburgh.
But I also look at double teams and triple teams. Like,
no doubt.
How's that going to work out? Let's go to Benjamin Albright, though. Albright NFL. We love him on the Morning Roast. Broncos insider for KOA Colorado. Been doing it all. He's tapped into the NFL. And, he refuted a report the other day that Lance was upset about Jimmy Garoppolo coming back. And Benjamin, good morning to you. Look, the Jimmy Trey stuff has driven us crazy. We've kind of steered away from it this week, kind of just focusing on the Bears and the game plan and all the other pieces here. But what is this noise about Trey Lance, quote-unquote, being annoyed? And why did you refute that report?
Well, I mean, that part of it's not true. Jimmy's been somebody that Trey could lean on a little bit and learn some things. Jimmy's not happy with the situation. Trey's, it's uncomfortable. It's like that three-way where she won't leave in the morning. But it's a situation where I think if you look at it from the internal optics of it versus the actual practicalities of it, as soon as the Niners get the trade package they want, Jimmy's going to be gone. I don't even expect Jimmy to be there at the end of the season on that roster, even with that no-trade clause. They wanted to be rid of him. They couldn't get the package they wanted because they had no leverage after surgery, and so now it's just hanging there in the air. But Trey Lance isn't annoyed at the situation. He's like, hey, look, it is what it is. It's a business.
So you don't believe, hold on, 1 second.
Because he's really tapped in. Benjamin's really tapped in.
That's why we always have you on, Benjamin.
You always are like two steps ahead of everyone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So you believe by November 1st, the trading deadline in the NFL this season, Jimmy's going to be gone from the 49ers. You think he'll be traded?
I do. I do believe he will be traded before the trade deadline.
And you also said, and maybe I'm just mincing words here, so correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like you said Jimmy's the one who's a little irritated that he isn't in another location, and it's not Trey Lance.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say that Jimmy's irritated per se, but Jimmy wants to play football, and he's not going to be playing football there with this Trey Lance's show now. And I've seen all this just bad reporting out of there. Talking about the coaches don't like Trey Lance, that's absolutely false. Talking about they're going to switch back to Jimmy Garoppolo, that's false. All that stuff, that is absolute nonsense. I don't know where this stuff gets cooked up. It is the Trey Lance show. They traded those picks for Trey Lance. They weren't trading it for Mac Jones. All this revisionist history from people who were wrong just need to shut their mouths. They were wrong.
Yeah, they were. Wow,
I love
that.
You, Benjamin.
Benjamin Albright on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game, just guns blazing. He's on fire right now. And look, we're in your
roast. Dude, it's the morning roast. This is not the morning give people a free pass.
There we go, Benjamin. There we go. Save that drop, baby. I love that because we're Team Trey Lance. I believe Trey Lance should have played last year, but hindsight's 2020.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I do believe they're all in on Trey Lance. Why is there so much noise when it comes to Trey Lance? We hear all these rumors, all this stuff about it, and we don't know where it comes from, but it feels like the teammates love Trey Lance. There's been no controversy over Trey Lance getting the keys to the starting job. I don't know where this stuff comes from, but Jimmy, him being a backup, you probably believe that it's more an indictment on Nate Sudfeld and Brock Purdy as opposed to Trey Lance, right?
Well, right. I mean, this team got to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. So if something were to happen to Trey Lance and he were to get hurt out there, well, you've got a guy who knows the locker room, knows the system, and has been to a Super Bowl before and can remain competitive. So in the interim, while you're still looking to deal him, you've got the ideal backup situation. The only little kind of catch in all this is that, if Trey Lance stumbles, then you're going to have fans and media grumbling about it, talking about, get Jimmy back in there and try and create a schism in the locker room. But beyond that, I mean, it's an ideal situation until you you trade him? You know you're going to trade him. You know you're going to try to recoup some of those picks you spent on Trey. So as long as Trey Lance stays healthy and plays well, you're good to go.
Wow. I mean, I'm legitimately jaw-dropped right now because every day there's a different report. Peter King, Albert Breer, whomever it is.
Michael Silver.
Saying, hey, the reason that Jimmy... Well, go. Just get right in there. Why do you think that those reports from some of these people aren't accurate?
I think they're hearing some things or they're told some things in some places, but I've had direct conversations with some people, and I just... What I hear is almost the opposite of what I'm seeing out there with a lot of this stuff. And there's a reason that he's not Michael Gold, is because he comes in second place every time with those reports. So don't worry about anything coming out of silver medal. As far as the rest of that stuff, though, I just think it's the unknown. I think people fill the unknown in with whatever fits their preconceived bias. They don't know about Trey Lance. They really haven't seen a full body of work. And so they fill in that unknown with whatever they can in order to generate content and all that kind of stuff. I just hate that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we do too, and we're frustrated, but we're in the bubble, so I think we get filed as like Trey lovers, deniers, all these other reports are inaccurate. Right. So you are outside of the market, and the things that you're hearing are just kind of like what because I'm at practice, I'm watching the kid. Yeah, he's had some up and down days, but like I watched Jimmy last year. Jimmy was terrible at practice.
Jimmy was awful at
Not
training
to say
camp.
that he wasn't good during the games, but like I feel like all of this hysteria wrapped around it. Like right now, Peter King saying by week 7, my bold prediction is Jimmy Garoppolo will replace Trey Lance. I'm like, what is this even based on?
Yeah, wasn't his bold prediction last year that Drew Brees was going to come out of retirement? I mean, not all those bold predictions, and I hate that term, comes true. I like Peter King. He's a respected reporter, and I like Albert Breer. I hate Michael Silver. He's a joke, but that's beside the point. As far as those reports go, though, they're hearing something somewhere. I talk to guys that work on your coaching staff, all right? And I'll just tell you, like, a lot of the stuff you see out there is just not legitimate.
What do you think are reasonable? What do you think is reasonably going to happen? Because I have no idea what's going to happen with Trey Lance.
The expectations.
And I don't think anybody really has a great clue. But the people that you're talking to, are they worried? Are they excited? Is it kind of like wait and see? What's the temperature?
Well, one of the guys is no longer on your staff. He's moved on to Miami. But I'll tell you this. He said, and he told me directly, he was like, Trey Lance has the tools to become the next Pat Mahomes. It's just a question of whether or not the guy that he is and the guy that he could be ever meet.
Wow.
So
and
the sky's the limit there.
Well, I love his mental makeup, too, with Trey Lance. And Benjamin Albright on fire right now, covers the Broncos, covers the NFL for KOA Colorado. Very respected reporter in a game. He's tapped in. Shanahan with this new toy in Trey Lance. What do you expect week 1? This is the best weaponry Shanahan's probably had with Kittle, IU growing in the system, his third year, and, of course, Debo coming off of his season. I think sky's the limit for Shanahan with Trey Lance, but what are the realistic expectations for the 49ers and Trey Lance this season?
Well, you're going to get some growing pains like you are with any young quarterback. I think you have to design something to kind of find out and take advantage of what Trey's comfortable with, and then you add to it. You find things that help him grow, and you add to it piece by piece and try not to overwhelm him. And, eventually, a year and a half, 2 years down the line, you got a complete quarterback. That's kind of the plan with any quarterback. As far as this season, you're going to have some ups and downs. You're going to win in spectacular fashion. You're going to lose some head slappers. And that's just what happens when you have a rookie quarterback. I think there's a nice added dimension with Trey's legs in his offense, and I think that creates another headache, especially with the run fits that that San Francisco gives everybody because of the makeup of that offense. But I also think this could be a breakout season for Brandon Ayuk. Everybody I've talked to over there in that camp says he's having a hell of a camp, and he's going to be a factor this year.
Yeah, I think he may lead the Niners in receiving. I love Brandon Ayuk's prospects this season, Benjamin. I'm right there with you there. So Jimmy Garoppolo, I want to circle back on this before we let you go. Jimmy, you believe, will be traded. What team will possibly need Jimmy? Is it the Washington team? Carson Wentz probably goes down because that seems inevitable. Is this Seattle? Will the Niners even do a deal with the Seattle Seahawks, Benjamin?
See, that's the thing. Seattle's the most natural fit. I'm just not sure they'd do that deal. And I think Seattle was content trying to wait for him to hit free agency and is content for that. But that's the most natural fit. The other one would seem to be Houston, who did sniff around a little bit. But they didn't really get involved as far as making a formal offer that I understand. As far as the rest of it goes, I look for a team that's potentially a contender that gets a surprise injury to the quarterback. I think that's, we try to predict these things, and we look at the state of rosters right now, but we don't know who's going to get hurt in 3 weeks, and it's a team that, is ostensibly a contender that would make that trade. Like, if Matt Ryan went down, would the Colts make that trade? I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Gold medal performance from Benjamin Albright so far. I mean, my God.
Hey, we got to do this again soon.
Please.
We may need you as a weekly. But real quick, you're at there. Emmanuel Sanders retiring out of nowhere. He's a former Niner. Helped to go to the Super Bowl in 2019. Everybody remembers the overthrow from Jimmy in Super Bowl 54. But Sanders was a very good receiver, maybe underrated, but he's calling it quits, huh?
Yeah, he is. We knew this was going to happen after the Buffalo loss. He tried to kind of mull it over and think about it, but in the end, just decided to go ahead and hang it up. He'd won a ring, and he'd gotten the money. I think he's headed for a career in media. I'm actually headed over to his retirement presser now. So.
Oh, nice.
Hey, well, you know what, Benjamin? You're a roaster. The roast line on our YouTube chat, Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, they love you. They love you right now. You're just absolute fire.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate the time, man. And we're glad that you're refuting the report because this driving us crazy. We've been Team Trey Lance from day one, and it just seems like there's so much noise surrounding the young man. It's all good. We'll see what happens week 1 against Chicago. Well, Benjamin, thanks for the time today.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
Benjamin Halpern. So somebody's going to clip that video out, and they're going to tag Michael Silver, and it's going to be on.
That was the most incredible interview I've ever heard. Well, first off, I didn't do a great job. I'm going to be real. I don't think we did the greatest job telling the audience, for those that maybe don't know Benjamin.
Yeah.
Benjamin is like NFL tapped in. Yeah. He tweets things out, and it's usually 2 and 3 weeks before things end up happening.
And it's accurate.
Always accurate. Yeah. And he's really, really good. And one of the things that he's clearly had sources on are the 49ers. Yep. He's got a couple of different people in the 49ers organization. And he said, and you heard it from his mouth, I heard specifically, because he's got things from the Niners, but also from the Dolphins, because a lot of Niners guys went to the Dolphins when McDaniels left.
I start thinking Wes Welker right away.
Ooh.
I start thinking Wes Welker right away. Now I got to look at the staff and see who else is there. But he said he's got a little bit of hopes in him. And then the fact that he said he believes Jimmy Garoppolo will be traded at some point this season.
He said that, and he also said, and I asked him about it, like, Jimmy's the one who's a little, peeved that he's not playing.
And I believe
Trey
that.
Lance, which makes so much more sense.
It makes sense. He's on the side field throwing by himself, looking at the team that he just helped quarterback to the NFC Championship game, and he's saying to himself, damn, they just gave my job away like that? Yes, Jimmy, they did. They gave your job away like that. And you had a chance to secure the bag and be the Niners' long-term quarterback. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Well, and the other part is that how many hours of shows, not just us, but people talking in the streets have dedicated to Albert Breer said this and Peter King says this. And it's all based off what they think might happen down the line, maybe. Not what's really happening.
Right.
What they think might happen. And I know that Peter King is respected by many, and we have him on this station all the time. And I was listening yesterday, and
I'm disagree with Peter King. Everything. I think Peter King. And look, I respect Peter King. Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, but we don't have to agree on everything that comes out of your mouth. I can respect you and simultaneously disagree on something.
No doubt about that. I'm not saying you can't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't. But Sports Illustrated, read them every single week. I respect Peter King. But to me, it feels like Trey Lance gave him nothing in that interview. Nothing.
Well,
I know journalists who have personal agendas. When they don't get what they want, this guy, I told you the story over and over about the guy who told me, he was like, OCU manure when he broke his leg. I didn't feel sorry for him because he stiffed me for an interview. I was like, damn, that's harsh.
No, that's
harsh.
That's heartless.
That's like, damn, really? Because he didn't give you an interview? You know how many times I've been stiff for an interview? And it's nothing personal. It happens. But Peter King's been so wrong. Jimmy's gonna be cut, or Trey Sermon's gonna be the RB1.
Rounder. They're gonna get a first rounder.
They're gonna get a first rounder for him. I never thought that. I didn't think they could get 2 twos for Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought maybe a 3rd round pick. Maybe. If you're a team, the Niners are moving off, and Jimmy, why would I give up top flight compensation for Jimmy Garoppolo? It just didn't make sense to me. He also said Trey Sermon was going to be an RB1. He didn't make it to year 2.
Well, I didn't even think he was going to make the team, and I told you I didn't think he was going to make the team. He didn't have a role. But here's my bigger thing, and I know it's part of his bold predictions, because that's lost in the nuances. He's coming up with bold predictions, right? It'd be like me saying, I think my bold prediction of the year is Belichick doesn't come back to the Patriots.
Right.
And I can look like a fool, but it's a bold prediction. It's supposed to be a little out there. But when you say, I mean, what are we thinking after we struggle a little coming up field?
Well,
and I'm not trying to be mean here. This is the reality. 65-year-old, upper, arrogant, bloated with confidence, who's never competed at the highest level in his life, Peter King, has no idea what it's like to be Trey Lance.
Well,
and for him to put himself in his shoes and say that, and that's what that column was based off of, because him saying, my prediction is that Trey is going to get replaced, is him losing confidence in himself after struggling a little. You got to be around these athletes to have a feel for them. It's just such a reckless thing to throw out there.
Look at Trey Lance's support system. His father had a cup of coffee in the NFL. You think about North Dakota State and the great coaches they have up there, the great players they have up there. And then you think about Peter King psychoanalyzing a 22-year-old African-American kid. Do they do this with Mac Jones?
No.
They don't do this in, it's got to be harder replacing Brady than replacing Jimmy Garoppolo. Mac Jones is replacing Tom Brady.
I know.
12 jerseys are everywhere.
Well, he's the greatest quarterback who ever lived.
So we don't psychoanalyze Mac Jones like that?
No.
Zach Wilson's not playing until week 4 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, he's hurt.
And he hasn't made a play in structure in 2 years.
How about psychoanalyzing him?
We don't.
About him staying on the football field and playing in New York City in that market?
We don't.
We don't do that. Justin Fields in Chicago. But for some reason, we want to psychoanalyze Trey Lance. He must be mentally rattled. I think Trey Lance wanted to compete with Jimmy Garoppolo. Hell, he was competing last year in training camp. And who looked better throwing the football? We were down there in practice, Shasky. I heard the play-by-play voice of the 49ers say, it's the greatest throwing display I've ever seen at a practice. Trey Lance. But yeah, he's gonna wilt when he has a bad game or he's gonna struggle. He understands the business. He understands the NFL.
Well, he's a high-level athlete. And this is the other thing about the maturity level of Trey Lance. Just let's look at some of the young players that are in the Bay Area white hot light right now, the media spotlight. James Wiseman. I love James Wiseman. I'm rooting for him. I don't know what he's going to be. Maybe he'll be good. Maybe he won't ever be good. Maybe he'll continue to have a lot of injuries. I don't know. But when you see both of them at a podium, who's more mature emotionally?
Trey Lance.
Right now. I mean, I'm not ripping James Wiseman.
But he's getting there. He's getting there.
But Trey Lance is clearly wise beyond his years.
Well, Trey Lance had the structure of going to college.
Exactly.
James Wiseman had a cup of coffee at Memphis, and he was gone.
But I'm just saying, I look at Trey Lance, and I don't see immature player. I don't see a guy who looks mentally fragile. I listen to him talk every single day, and I've seen how he conducts himself on that field every day, and I'm like, no, I don't see this mentally fragile individual you're describing.
We were having the same conversation back in May. I was like, maybe you could bring Jimmy back as a backup. And a lot of people, you don't want to do that to Trey. He's fragile. Remember a couple years ago we were talking about Jimmy, right? I was like, maybe bring Cam Newton in as a backup. Well, you don't want to do that to Jimmy. I'm saying if you can't mentally handle that, then you don't need to be the quarterback of my football team. And I thought Trey Lance from day one, I was like, this guy can handle everything. I think he's mentally strong. You look at the way he conducts himself, the way he speaks, the way he looks at your eyes, and he tells the media straight up, I'm going to just be truthful. It doesn't really matter what you guys say.
Oh, and then that hurt him.
And that hurts everybody. Tell Peter King straight in his face, to be honest with you, I don't care what you say about me. It's about what happens in his locker room.
Which is very
refreshing. What do my
refreshing.
coaches and players say?
Yeah.
And I love that. A lot of media members don't like that. Oh, wait, you don't care what I write about? No, he doesn't. He doesn't care. And that's why I love Trey Lance, and I can't wait for him to ball out on Sunday. Week 1, Bears. Well, get closer and closer.
Just think of the difference in a podium right now between, and again, you have to be a good player. Like this is all the podium stuff is irrelevant if you're not good. But Kaepernick at a podium and young
Kaepernick
Trey Lance
started off well.
He started off great.
And then Harbaugh rubbed off on him.
Exactly. And it was terrible at the end because it was 1- and 2-word answers. And it felt like an insecure player, and he became more in his shell.
Right. And then he opened back up when he realized, oh, snap, I need to, talk. I don't know what was up with that. That was weird.
Whether that was Harbaugh, whether that was him, whether he was going through a tough point in his life, I don't know. But it just felt odd. You know what I mean? And it made the situation worse than it needed to be.
It really did. It really did. All right, fun show, man. Benjamin Albright lit this baby on fire.
I can't believe what he said.
Wow.
Give me that Xfinity Flex. And you also said, and maybe I'm just mincing words here, so correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like you said Jimmy's the one who's a little irritated that he isn't in another location, and it's not Trey Lance.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say that Jimmy's irritated per se, but Jimmy wants to play football, and he's not going to be playing football there with this Trey Lance's show now. And I've seen all this just bad reporting out of there. But talking about the coaches don't like Trey Lance, that's absolutely false. Talking about they're going to switch back to Jimmy Garoppolo, that's false. All that stuff, that is absolute nonsense. I don't know where this stuff gets cooked up. It is the Trey Lance show. They traded those picks for Trey Lance. They weren't traded for Mac Jones. All this revisionist history from people who were wrong just need to shut their mouths. They were wrong.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Lubman, you're going to have to come in here and do that. I don't know what's going on. That was our flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Nice little Orioles lid. Orioles playing some good baseball right now. Mark Willard, Kyle Madsen. Madsen's in for Dibs today. Madsen. Had a good time on a round table, Red and Gold round table. Check that out on YouTube. Go back on YouTube to find that out as Lubman comes over here. He's stressed out today, Lubman. Jesus, geez Louise.
It's the opener. Brebbia got to him.
Giants baseball got to him. He is bad. He is on the warp path right now. Damn. What's up, boys?
Did you guys listen to that Benjamin Albright interview?
No, that was when I parked right as you guys were. What happened?
No,
I know Ben pretty well.
Langford,
yeah, what's cooking?
If you want to play what he said,
what did he say?
He flamed some guys. He flamed some guys.
Okay.
He flamed some people. Benjamin Albright. Let me just say that he flamed a couple people.
I want to hear it. Can we? Did we have it?
I closed it out. Let me pull it up right now.
We'll pull it up right now.
Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, we'll pull it up in a
Can
second.
you define some people, or at least give us a little clue?
Journalist. Some
Okay.
insiders here at 95.7 The Game. Some columnists at the San Francisco Chronicle.
Really?
Yeah.
Some columnists at the Chronicle, huh?
We've got a couple there.
Or a
Got a
columnist.
couple.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'll just say what he said. He was going after.
Okay,
Here
we got it. Here we go.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say that Jimmy's irritated per se, but Jimmy wants to play football, and he's not going to be playing football there with this Trey Lance's show now. And I've seen all this just bad reporting out of there. Talking about the coaches don't like Trey Lance, that's absolutely false. Talking about they're going to switch back to Jimmy Garoppolo, that's false. All that stuff, that is absolute nonsense. I don't know where this stuff gets cooked up. It is the Trey Lance show. They traded those picks for Trey Lance. They weren't traded for Mac Jones. All this revisionist history from people who were wrong just need to shut their mouths. They were wrong.
Well, yeah. Okay.
So we got the names. We got the names, though.
Then he went in and he was talking about, because we brought up Albert Breer, we brought up Peter King, just with his little bold prediction, and then out of nowhere he went after Mike Silver as well.
Huh?
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
Okay.
Basically, called Michael Silver. He said he's never at first place. It's the reason why he's not a gold medal winner.
It was a very good line.
Some context.
And he said he hates Michael Silver.
Some context. Guess what?
Oh, okay, good. So he's
Mike
unbiased.
Silver hates Ben Albright. This has been a long-standing Twitter feud. They have gone at one another many, many, many times. So this is not new. And that's Ben. I don't know if you follow Ben.
Oh, I've been following him for quite some time.
Yeah, Ben.
We've had him on lots of times.
Right. But Ben gets after it. He does not.
For sure. But when it comes to the Niners, and I've had him on for about 4.5 years now, he is always a step ahead of the Niners. He was all over the Emmanuel Sanders trade. He's been all over a lot of microtransactions.
I'm not here to dismiss Ben. Ben is dialed in.
Yeah.
And actually, it's funny that you guys are bringing this up, because I just said something to Kyle 10 minutes ago in the other room where I'm like, you know what I've never said about Kyle Shanahan that I've decided I really like? This dude runs some sort of mysterious Death Star ship, because all kinds of people who are dialed in will die on their hill that they are right about the exact opposite thing.
It's crazy.
There is Twitter stuff still going on about who they were trading up to get.
It's insane.
And you will have 20 people who are both so dialed in, and they are both willing to die on the hill.
It's a good point.
That they were up to go get Mac Jones, and then there will be 20 other dialed in people who are like, oh, hell no, they weren't. And there's only one truth.
Yeah.
So Kyle's he's got everybody dancing.
Well, I think he
got everybody dancing.
I personally believe, and I've told him this, he lives for stirring the pot. And I have a lot of friends that are like this.
Kyle does?
Yeah, they're Betty Crockers.
You think Kyle lives
Betty
for stirring the pot?
Crockers.
Yeah, stirring the pot.
Please explain.
It's stirring the pot. All in the mix, right? Because Betty Crocker is a mixed company. I don't know if you're well aware of this.
I don't think he's stirring the pot.
No. I think he likes to leave little breadcrumbs here and there to kind of mess with people. And I think he gets a little tiny kick out of it.
I think it's John Lynch, too. Because John Lynch has admitted that he went to Mahomes' pro day, just to be a decoy, just to try to dupe people. Then he makes a shrewd trade from 2 to 3. I think Lynch is a part of it as well.
And I think the real thing here is Kyle Shanahan is the decider. When he takes input from everybody, especially at quarterback, he is the guy. Nobody's talking to Kyle Shanahan, or Kyle Shanahan is not divulging that information to anybody important.
Yeah.
Well, so it's all guessing from other people.
And here's what I would, and to your point, Kyle, here's what I would have a really, really crazy hard time believing. And I'm not reporting anything, okay? But as far as that specific fight that's been going on for a year and a half, who were they trading up to get?
Yeah.
You're never going to convince me, no matter how high level you are, you could be Kyle's dad. You're never going to convince me that he made a trade to go get Mac Jones, and then a group of other people in the 49ers organization
I agree.
stepped on his neck and made him change his mind about a quarterback.
It's why
now, he could have changed his own mind.
Yes.
He could have been
he
like,
wasn't influenced
I'm thinking Mac, and then Trey did something that caught that. But the idea that someone forced him into something else quarterback-wise is absurd.
It's why I've never acknowledged these reports that's come out recently about, he really wanted Mac Jones. Because we all know the week of, Shanahan decided, I'm going to go get Trey Lance. And from what I hear is John Lynch was like, is that your guy? That's my guy.
That's my guy.
Let's move on.
It's no different with Cousins and Garoppolo.
No doubt.
Well, he wanted Cousins. Well, he signed off on Jimmy.
Right.
They didn't trade and then tell him,
Here's the thing
by the way, Kyle,
about.
I mean,
why would he trade her for Mac Jones when he's essentially Jimmy Garoppolo? He's just souped up Jimmy Garoppolo. Younger Jimmy Garoppolo is the same quarterback.
Because that's what people thought.
Cheaper.
Well, and I think also people thought that he aspired those traits. Whatever the specific traits that you attribute to Mac Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo, I think that people thought that was the template that he was looking for, because Kirk Cousins and all those guys kind of fit a mold.
Well, and he brought that up before the draft. Somebody said, is that your ideal quarterback, or why is that your product? And he said, it's not. Those are just guys you can win with.
Exactly.
Right. If you can find an elite talent, you go get it. But it's not like those guys are falling off of trees. So I think, and just to relitigate this whole thing, since we're going to talk about this a little bit today, is Mac was the baseline.
Mm-hmm.
Moving up to 3, it's like, hey,
we can at least get Mac.
Worst case, we'll get a quarterback who's Mac Jones and feel okay about it. But Trey Lance, they started watching the tape. They started talking to him. And Shanahan has said recently that there wasn't a ton of tape. So it was about projecting and seeing what he could be, and they got there through talking to him, going through film with him.
Did you guys ever watch X-Files?
No.
There was the cigarette-smoking man who was always kind of lurking in the background and was very influential.
Deep cut.
What, too deep?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I got nothing.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the reference I'm going, I believe the most underreported individual in this entire equation, because I feel he's like the emperor behind the scenes, is Kyle's dad, who was at all the Trey Lance stuff and apparently all over North Dakota State, because we've had different people, the coach included.
From North Dakota State.
The coach included was like,
Mike was there.
Mike was there at everything.
And think about Mike Shanahan, the quarterbacks he wanted.
That's what I was just going to say.
John Elway.
Thank you.
Jake Plummer.
Steve Young.
Steve Young. Jay Cutler.
Mobility.
You know what I'm saying? Mobile guys who could get out of there.
He was fascinated with Culpepper.
Well, we do this to people too, where we're like,
fascinated.
I mean, we do this to people. Like, what's your type?
Yeah.
And, and whether it's an opposite sex, a quarterback, a movie,
I like a
food,
platooning, soft hitting left fielder.
Like what?
Don't bring that
Thank you.
Don't
I had to.
Too soon. The vibes are good. The vibes are good.
What do you think? 10 years, $410 million for Lou Brinson? What do you think that's fair?
I'm all in on Lou.
I mean,
he's the most exciting Giant.
Can Lou Brinson throw an out route?
Well, I'll tell you this. He hit a home run on the first pitch. I was like, let's do this.
Let's go.
And no one clapped him up in the dugout. I was like, what are we doing?
So the only way we're going to talk about Giants from here on out, you should mention that you only watch politics.
I do want to say one thing about you tweeted something about you're all mad about the lineup. And then Nahagian jumped on you and goes, how could they do this in a game they absolutely had to have? And I said, well, hold on a second. You're one of the people, and I don't mean you, Joe.
Yeah.
You're one of the people. You've called them dead 28 different times. If they're dead, they're dead. You buried them. You can't then come back and be like, well, that's a game you had to have. That's not a game they had to have. It's over.
It was an embarrassing.
It's over.
Over.
I hear you.
Evaluate. It's over.
Well, what are we evaluating?
But no, what was the text we got earlier?
Lou Brinson.
He said, what was the text?
Yes. But for real, why are you laughing? For real.
Then why is Longoria playing? Why is Crawford playing? Why is Estrada in left field?
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
You
like,
got
if
to
we're going to
fill
do
out
that,
the lineup. I mean,
then bring up Ramos. I've got like 7 left-handed outfielders. IL all of them.
So are you going to have the conversation with Longoria that your career might be over and we're putting you on the IL?
That's what you get paid the big bucks
I know,
to do.
but there you have to balance respect for your clubhouse and evaluation.
Respect.
Farhan was brought here to phase out those guys.
Longoria, I get if you're hurt, you're hurt. But you're not going to go tell Brandon Crawford to sit down. You're just not.
Then we got Lamont Wade, Yastrzemski. We want all these guys.
That's
nothing.
fine.
You know what I mean?
That I agree with you. I agree with you.
Luis Gonzalez, great story. It's turned back into a pumpkin.
But, maybe they're evaluating those guys too.
Here's my bigger takeaway. You had 4 years and 6 full months of this season to find somebody to go 3 innings last night. And Brebbia is the best you could do. But you're telling me, relax, we'll replace Rodon. You can't even find a guy to start on September 6th in L.A. I
don't even know why he's doing it to himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody got to it. And I'm just going to read Giants jokes. The guy sent the tweet. He goes, 2022 Giants baseball. Hashtag, what did he say? Hashtag game over after 4 innings.
Over.
Or game over after 4 innings.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Hashtag game over.
Yeah, whatever. Like, I was watching US Open. I was watching WNBA playoffs. I'm not getting upset over the Giants. They're just playing out the course. They're terrible. I'd rather watch the Braves A's, which was a good game last night. Fun game last night to the Collie with the Braves and the A's. Forget the Giants. Who cares? Just football season. Listen, the Giants.
The Niners play Sunday, luckily.
Don't give me Giants are boring. Let's watch A's.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop.
No, we're watching Braves. We were watching the Braves last night.
That also with the deep. You went to the center.
That was a tank.
Then you can watch the Dodgers.
Listen, I watched the Dodgers too. Listen, the Giants had to make me want to talk about them. And what I mean by that is go out there and do something to the offseason.
Right,
do
but
something because
no,
Willard, we have the Niners coming up.
Yeah.
And we have Warriors basketball. The Giants literally have to do something to make us talk. We're not going to just bring them up bring them up.
No, but the frustration of losing is part of the conversation as well.
Exactly.
I'm not. No, but you don't do that.
But I love this team. I want to see them be
good. If the 49ers are 0-2, you're just going to be like,
no, of course
Warriors, great timeout.
No, that's silly.
No, it's not silly.
No.
If your team is not, look, most of the people who are listening to us care about all of these teams.
And they're checked out after the 3rd inning.
Maybe.
There's a lot of Giants fans checked out after the 3rd inning.
But you also,
you love the Giants, but you don't love this team.
Right, and they want it fixed, but you can't fix it in September.
Nobody stayed up that night. Nobody stayed up that night to go watch Lamont Wade Jr. strike out. Nobody stayed up that night to watch Yaz bat under 170 for the last 3 months of the season.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this is always the Giants, the Warriors, the 49ers, and whatever is happening with them ever, at any point ever, is always going to be a topic.
It's fine.
Always.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Period. There is no erasing any of the teams ever.
Listen,
not for one
in the
day
Bay
ever.
Area right now, Giants are topic number 15.
You're not. No, they're not.
They're topic number 15.
No, they're not.
I'd rather talk about Stanford USC.
I don't know
Stanford football playing USC.
Go ahead.
I disagree.
Go ahead. Do Stanford on your show.
Stanford USC.
Go ahead.
Caleb Williams coming to the Bay Area.
Sam, can we get David Shaw tomorrow?
I watched I was in the Pac-12 Network studios.
Oh, I saw you.
And did you see?
He's looking good.
Did you see what the Stanford Stadium looked like at kickoff?
It's been looking like that for 8 years. It's been looking terrible. Nobody goes to those games. So Caleb Williams is coming down. I'd rather see Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams. I'd rather talk about that than get hyped up over Lewis.
There's no get hyped up.
Real quick.
There's no get hyped up.
Real quick, Willard. The most interesting thing about the Giants game last night was the graphic they showed of Willie Mays.
I love how Bonte just found out how good Willie Mays was.
No, I didn't. No, stop it.
I'm teasing.
Those numbers that he had. 7 home runs in that series against the Dodgers. 14 homers. You know what I'm saying?
He's almost as good.
2 homers, 2 triples. That was the most interesting thing about that baseball game.
Give it to me. Give me the line,
graphic of Willie Mays.
He's almost as good against the Dodgers as Max Muncy is against the Giants. You knew what I was going to say.
He went and I said, this guy's Babe Ruth against us. He was dead in the water, and he hit 2 jacks, and there were no doubt about it, jacks.
He bat flipped an Oppo Taco on a Tuesday. I was like, except for, right? It was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm like, you're not allowed to bat flip on an Oppo. What are you doing?
To hit a ball that hard the other way is insane.
And he's having a dreadful season. He's having a dreadful season. against the Giants, I swear to God, he's Hack Wilson.
I'm not
like,
gonna lie.
It's unreal.
I wouldn't know anything about it. I was watching Nick Kyrgios melt down in Flushing, New York at the U.S. Open.
That's topic number 13.
Or Chelsea Gray lighting up the Seattle Storm in crunch time.
That's number
topic
11.
12. How about Breonna Stewart? 39 points, or actually 40 burger. Step back 3. Ooh, that's topic 11. Then you got the Niners. You got 7. You have 8 topics alone on the 49ers. You want Deebo Samuel? You want Brendan Ayuk? You want Nick Bosa? You want Kyle Shanahan? You want Trey? You want Jimmy? You want to talk secondary? You want to talk offensive line? I just gave you 8, 9 topics on the Niners alone.
I do want to talk.
It's a hot one today.
Yeah, I do want to talk.
The Giants are not even topic 15 in the Bay Area. They stink. They're done. They're finished. And until Farhan does something about the farm and the free agency, I don't care about them. I don't.
I'd argue that's a topic.
And I don't care about them.
Yeah, that is a topic.
I don't care about them.
I think that's a really good topic.
You know what's funny, Bonte? I take my dog running every morning, and you are every day screaming about topic 15. So it sounds to me like they're not topic 15.
No, they are. You know why?
It sounds to me. I've never seen you get that mad over a tennis match.
You know why?
I've never seen you get that mad over Sue Bird.
The tennis match is
so
great.
I think that emotion
Seattle Vegas
is a topic.
Awesome last night.
I saw your Nick Kyrgios takes on the internet.
Dude, I'm all about the U.S. Open. Spinoni knows that ever since I started betting on the Australian Open like 4 years ago. Listen.
My man.
The reason why I get angry is when I first come to the station at 5-something in the morning, I see Shasky decked out in Giants game. I'm like, why is he doing it to himself? Then I'm talking to London last night for a
police
show
that man.
No. Then I'm talking to London, and he's going.
I was like, what? You got a TV gig?
A little something.
I hope you're on the right side of the box. Anyway,
on the great side of the box.
Okay, good.
Listen, and then London coming in. These Giants, he's all frustrated. I'm just like, dude, because London's talking tiebreaker.
Well, no, we love this team, and we want to see them be good.
They're not good, Shasky.
I know, but it hurts me when I watch them because I do think that, like, these lost seasons, you can find gems. And I feel like, Lewis Brinson's a great example. Why you brought in Farhan is a former first-rounder like Lewis Brinson, who maybe you can shine him up and make him into something. Maybe not.
See
I don't know.
Well, here, let me give you both a middle ground. Like, you're never going to take the emotion away from the teams. So they do matter.
Yeah.
What's funny is
this team though stinks.
Right. No.
Right now,
I'm with you, Bonte.
We're playing mediums of baseball.
Where I'm with you, Bonte, and I hopped out this morning. I hopped out this morning 6:30 with the dog, and I've mentioned him before. My neighbor, who is a huge Bay Area sports fan.
Does he like me?
Oh gosh, I mean, he is.
Love it.
He's never mentioned you, but anyway, he goes. He dropped a 6:30 a.m. F-bomb on the Giants.
See?
And I'm like, wait a minute. We're past getting mad about that night's result.
No, it's just the overall totality.
It wasn't that. No, because yesterday morning, hey, we won 4 in a row. And I'm like, great. You won 4 in a row. Like, so I'm with you, Joe. There's the emotion around what's going on with the team's never going to go.
No.
But Bonte, I am with you. Like, last night's result
does not matter. They won 4 games in a row, and I watched 4 innings. I'm just like, whatever.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there every night.
And here's the deal.
Maybe
when
not
people
tomorrow
say,
night. Got a football game to watch.
But you know what? People think I come off as I hate baseball or something, right? I'm watching the Braves every night. I'm watching the Yankees. I'm watching the Orioles and their young
Orioles are fun.
And there's 7 homegrown players in the lineup.
Yep.
I'm like, damn. I want the Giants to have that. The catcher, Rochman, Mountcastle's hitting. His brother, Gunnar Henderson. I love baseball. I watch baseball all the time. I just can't watch this brand of baseball with the Giants. It's painful to watch.
That energy is totally fair to be put toward this offseason. I think we're all there. Right. It is the most important offseason that we've seen in recent memory by far. But we're not there yet. But you can't sign free agents in September.
And it hurts.
Here's what I've seen. And I've been saying this since April.
Like, if it could be December, that'd be great.
But I've been saying this since April. The lack of swagger they have, the lack of bat flip.
They can't change it.
They can't change it at all. But I told you, I warned everybody what was going to happen. He's got swagger. He just became a Giant 3 days ago. He's got the most swag on his damn team.
And because he took out Hunter Strickland.
So not only that, but like you look at where the Bay Area is right now with their teams. Everything going on with the 49ers. Everything going on with the defending champs, the Golden State Warriors, and the Giants are in a spot where it's like, you better start showing people something.
Of course.
Or it's going to be dreadful next year.
Of course.
You got to show us something.
It's week 1 in the National Football League.
I know.
I don't care what city you're in. That's what we're doing right now.
Can I ask them the question we're going to do today?
Yeah,
real quick. What's your hottest NFL take that you actually believe?
I think this is Belichick's last year.
Whoa.
Yeah, I really do. The coordinator thing is so weird.
Think about that.
Super odd.
I just think the whole thing is weird. He's super insular, and the decisions that he's made in free agency in terms of splurging the last couple of years, he's never done. He's been bad at the draft
it's like
for
he's
multiple
going
years.
for it like
this
one last time.
This just feels like I don't know. I think he's going to hand the reins to his kid. This is the final Belichick year. That's my prediction.
Okay.
That's a take.
Okay.
That's a take.
And if we're going bold.
Yeah.
I'll go Philadelphia Eagles win the NFC East.
Okay.
I'll say the Cowboys will be mediocre.
That might not be hot enough,
I was going to say.
I mean, you can't follow that up with Belichick.
Sorry,
the reason I say that is just because the Eagles haven't been making enough acquisitions. I think a lot of people think that's the squad.
Yeah, I like them. They run the ball.
I also think it's going to lead to Jerry Jones firing McCarthy and bringing in Sean Payton.
Let me give you something
that's a good one.
If you're going to talk Eagles, and I'm not predicting this, but this wouldn't shock me because of the lay of the land in the NFC.
It's very bleak.
I could see the Eagles being the 1 seed.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
If they're that good, they've got 4 games against the Giants and whatever you want to call Washington this year. And
they'll split against Dallas.
The NFC West going to beat each other up. And as far as the Packers and the Bucks, I feel like they're both still going to be good, but they're muted versions of what they've been the last 2 years.
Minnesota's getting a lot of buzz.
So could the Eagles win 12 or 13?
They could.
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
I've red flagged Tampa Bay. I've red flagged Tampa Bay. This is not their year. It's just weird.
I don't know what Tom Brady stuff. The level of focus you need to have to be as great as he's been.
It's weird.
There's something else going on that has not been there before.
And they've lost 3 starting offensive linemen.
Yes.
Correct.
In training camp.
And Godwin, like even the quotes that came out, but I love that it's now Wednesday of week 1.
Yeah.
And the quote yesterday was something like, nobody knows if I'm going to play week 1. What do you mean nobody?
I don't even know if we're going to be alive week 1.
Yeah, like it was. So that's weird. Julio Jones is cooked.
Yeah.
He's not going to breathe.
It's odd.
So it's a lot of names.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's going to be a lot of bite. Yeah. So like that division, I mean, Saints, I like Saints.
I think Dennis Allen
can't go with DA. I can't go with DA. I just
like
can't.
The Saints,
I can't.
And I don't know enough about Michael
take
Thomas.
Carolina.
I don't know enough about Michael Thomas. I just don't know about
Kamara. He might go to jail.
He might go to jail, which is why he's slipping and fitting.
No, that's going to happen.
I mean, he's might get suspended.
No, like the arc of that right now is that
mild?
it's been delayed enough to where it's not going to happen until after the season.
Oh, that's
so he may face a suspension, but it may be a 2023.
Yeah, I avoided him in fantasy.
Minnesota's starting to get a lot of buzz.
I like them. I like them. I think that. Yeah, I mean, I think that they. From an offensive weaponry standpoint, I mean, Joe, you bring up fantasy.
Yeah.
If you play fantasy,
they've got 3
get yourself
stars.
some Vikings.
Thielen, Justin Jefferson, and Dalvin Cook.
I think the ball is going to move. I think the ball is going to move.
Yeah. I really was impressed with the new coach. The new coach was on with Colin Cowherd. I know you get triggered by that.
I don't get triggered by it.
I really like
the Giants.
No.
Oh, God. Sorry, go ahead.
He listens to Cowherd. They rips Cowherd. Just says, I watch him. And it's like, why?
Well, it's like a buffet play. There's certain things I like and other things I pass up
his
on.
headline when I get home. And for some reason, my channel, whenever I turn on my TV, it goes straight to FS1. And I never watch that channel unless it's baseball games.
That's a weird feature.
It's a weird feature, right? Weird.
It's like a hotel room. Like it goes back to the start every time you turn it off.
I don't want to see Limitless.
And it's always a headline involving Trey Lance. And then elite quarterbacks. And always a picture of Trey Lance next to Brady, Rodgers.
Well, that's okay. So two things on that. Number one, I mean, that is, and he's not the only one, but that is Colin's philosophy. The show is usually about 6 people.
Yes.
Right? And a couple of the slots revolve, right? So LeBron is one of them.
Always LeBron,
right?
Brady.
Brady is one of them.
Cowboys.
And then you got open spaces. Baker Mayfield is one of them. And then you got a few open spots. And therefore, the second part of my point is like the 49ers are the show.
No question.
The Warriors
No
were the
question.
show in hoops.
Right.
And the 49ers are the number one national story right now.
He's red flagged them as the most intriguing team this year.
Well,
not that they'll win it all, but yeah, they are.
They've got quarterback drama.
Exactly.
Whether we want to admit it or not.
We all agree that Kyle is really good. We don't know if he's really, 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 really great or generational, but we think he's really good. And they've got stars galore.
Yeah.
I mean, pick your stars.
They're loaded. That's the whole thing with all this. This should work because they have so much top end talent. And it doesn't get talked about because the quarterback play has been so mediocre. It's like last year going into the NFC title game, it was like, oh, the Rams have a better roster. It's like, no, they just have a better quarterback, man. Their roster's not better.
They were 3 plays better, or whatever. However you want to break that down, they were a handful of plays better. That's what it was.
The Niners are right there. That's why Mark has said it. Playoffs are the baseline this year.
Yes,
and that's absolutely the case. Whether it's Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, or whoever else,
they didn't move the ball at all in the Green Bay game, and just suffocated Aaron Rodgers. It was one of his greatest seasons ever, and they were running the ball. They had all the weapons, and a Hall of Famer, Devontae, at home. And they suffocated him.
What's so fascinating, though, about the Trey Lance dynamic
D'Amico was so good.
He was.
We look at this roster, and normally an NFL fan, there's a lot of bluster in the NFL. And so, like, when you have a squad, August and early September is a time where you squawk to everybody who will listen, like, we're going to crush your soul. But, Kyle, the way you just phrased it, you go, this should work, not this will work. This should work, and I think that captures where all of us are at.
Yeah,
I was
1,000%.
Like we're sitting here going, okay, Chicago, 7-point favorite. I can't find a reason why we're not going to win this game by 14 points.
Oh no, the Niners are winning on Sunday
by 10,
but
minimum.
But because of Trey Lance, we all have this like.
Well, that's
right?
Everybody down the river.
Not 100% sure.
Well, I'm going down the river. I got my Niner shirt on, and I'm kayaking, and everyone's like, Trey? And they just put their hands up, and they're like, what do you think?
It's a question mark.
I'm like, we'll see.
Are you asking for a tray of drinks?
But they don't even know. Everybody is like,
funny.
What are we going to get?
It's funny. My guy, Worldwide Hef, his son Quinn just turned 1, and everybody at the birthday party. So what do you think is going on with Trey and Jimmy? It's the number one question everywhere. Every phone call. So what's going on with Trey? What's going on with Jimmy?
You have insights.
I'm just like, well, we do kind of have insights.
I guess we do.
Sort of. Speak for yourself.
Except for as we just said with Kyle Shanahan, we don't.
That is why I'm so looking forward to Sunday, because we will have something. Like we will have something to talk about that's not.
It's the Texans.
I don't know.
Well, it's preseason.
Right.
Well, it's this. It's like all these dilutions.
Somebody texted us in the other day. I forget who it was.
It's just the Bears.
They were right. We put more stock into that preseason game against the Texans than we did in Week 16 last year against the Texans, where the Niners had to win that game to keep their playoff hopes alive, which is insane.
And
Let's put more stock into a game where they didn't game plan for. It was vanilla. Kittle, Debo, Ayuk plays 2 possessions. But yeah,
and it's the Bears Super Bowl.
Well,
it is. I mean, this is their Super Bowl.
But that's just anxiety. I mean, let's honor for a second the pressure that is on Trey Lance on Sunday. Because it's not just Jimmy.
It's
also Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Yes.
No doubt.
So this is a double-barreled, like, the anxiety goes and overflows Monday morning if this doesn't go well. Because your starting quarterback for the last 5 years is standing right there with a jersey.
And every cutaway will be there.
And the guy that many people thought you were going to pick instead of him is quarterbacking the other team. If this doesn't go well, this snowball flies downhill fast.
And Justin balled out against the Niners last year.
It was
one of his better games last year.
For him, yes, absolutely.
One of his better games in the NFL last year. So, and everybody in the crowd, too, at Soldier Field. And probably at home in front of you. Every throw, Trey, whether it's an incompletion, oh, man, Jimmy would have made that play.
Him just coming into the game, week 1 of the preseason against the Chiefs, the entire audience, the crowd, like standing ovation. You could feel the air coming. I'm not kidding. Yeah. It was incredible.
It grabs your throat.
People are waiting. They don't know what's going to happen. It's incredible.
Willard and Matson coming up. They're going up until high noon. And guess what they're going to be talking about? Giants baseball.
Yeah. Lou Brinson's new 10-year, $410 million deal.
Let me not do that. You know they're talking Niners Bears. Oh, my. Brought to you by Chilled Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com. The Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
All the noise.
How many other teams in NFL? 31 teams?
Mm-hmm.
Not one other team cares that they don't have Jimmy Garoppolo.
All the drama.
I would rather watch the Niners lose games with Trey Lance than win games with Jimmy Garoppolo.
None of it matters come Sunday.
Here goes the rookie around the left side, and then he goes for the touchdown. Man, oh man. Breaks a tackle, and Mitchell all the way for the touchdown.
Niners, Bears. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle. That's right. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs today. Yeah. Sometimes we call him Hot Take Jake. And boy, you're going to need that today. All of you listening to the show, and we welcome you in. 888-957-9570. That is our Comcast Business text line. And good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching. Keep your comments coming there. I was already saying hello to everybody over on YouTube just moments ago. I just think it's being sort of under-discussed. We're talking about the wrong quarterbacks, and not really. I know there's always, I feel like we've been talking about Jimmy fatigue for 2 years, and so there will always be that, but I think we also understand why this has been such a huge story over the last week and a half, and I'll defend that to the end. But part of this stems from, and Spadone, go ahead and get your drip drop ready. Part of this stems from, so I went on Adam Rank's Bears podcast for an entire hour yesterday. I know, right? In fact, they were debuting a brand new segment that they're going to do each week this year called Rivals, and they'll talk to somebody who, quote unquote, represents
in the universe of the opponent,
the team that they're about to go play. So I was the first rival, and we talked for a whole hour about the Bears and the 49ers, and from their perspective, Jimmy Garoppolo's name, sure, it came up, but this was way more about Trey Lance v. Justin Fields. And it dawned on me, as all of these quarterbacks from the most epic quarterback draft in the history of quarterbacks, it dawned on me that this is year 2, which in theory is a time when we should be able to go further with assessments. Like, when you're bad as a rookie, it's kind of a catch-all. They're a rookie.
Right.
You let
look
that
for
go.
The flashes.
Right. But this is year 2 for all of these guys, so we should really start to get some data as to whether or not this guy's going to pop or not. And so there's also that, not just this year for Trey, but especially in this game. It's not just Jimmy's over there. That's the other guy you could have drafted who's standing over there.
Right. And typically year 1 to year 2 is where that biggest jump happens,
yes.
Right? And so, yeah, I think that Trey Lance is going to be connected to all the 4 other quarterbacks that went in the first round: Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and Justin Fields. But I think in particular Justin Fields, because while the Mac Jones rumors were flying and, they traded up for Mac Jones and that's who they're taking, to the point that ESPN at the draft was waiting at Mac Jones's room until Goodell was at the podium, and then they got word and had to sprint down to Lance's room. Like, it was like that. But there was still this infatuation with 49ers fans with Justin Fields. And I think that's kind of gone away a little bit.
Yeah.
just as the last season unfolded and Fields was starting and then he wasn't, and Matt Nagy was a disaster. So I think that kind of got pushed aside. But I think you're right. That's an underplayed story a little bit leading up to, is understandably in this area, because Garoppolo came back and overshadowed the whole thing.
If Jimmy hadn't come back, wouldn't that actually be the thing? And I know, yes. I know 3 months ago when the schedule came out, and it didn't take more than an hour for this market to suddenly go, because remember at the time the Giants had like a winning record, and it didn't take long for people to be like, oh look, the Giants are at Wrigley and the Bears are hosting the 49ers. It's all in the same weekend. It's opening weekend. It's Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and everybody's wheels started spinning, self included. I'll leave on Friday and head out there. And Saturday at Wrigley, a little less drama than we thought that game was going to be. That's okay. We'll play mountain ball and have hot dogs. It'll be fine. A great time. And then Sunday we'll go to the football game, and it's going to be amazing. And so you that was the deal. Oh, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, what a perfect sort of way to usher in Quienes Mas Macho, who made the right pick. And it all got shoved to the side because of Garoppolo.
Well, and even up until Garoppolo was coming back, it was like, man, if he goes to Seattle when they release him,
right, week
it's
2.
It's going to be Fields week 1, Garoppolo week 2, Wilson week 3, Stafford week 4, fire it up. And now as we get here, I think you're right. I think that that's going to be a fascinating aspect of this to watch unfold, especially on Sunday, because the Bears aren't supposed to be very good. If you look at any projection, they are right there with the worst teams in the league.
Yep.
Having nothing to do with Justin Fields, our offensive line isn't very good. Name 5 of their receivers.
Well, right. Well, like, what do you sink your teeth into? Like, the Bears' identity is fill in blank.
It's Justin, and they hired a defensive head coach.
Right. Like, I have no idea is the answer. Are they a good defensive team? Usually they are. Traditionally, I feel like the Bears are good on defense, but I couldn't name more than 1 or 2 players. Some of this has to do with in August and early September, our minds get filled with fantasy players. There aren't a lot on the Bears. You might like Mooney, Montgomery, and Herbert are going to split things out of the backfield. Okay, these nobody you care about in the first 3 or 4 rounds of your draft. And so bring that to real football. It's not like Justin Fields has big weapons that you're really worried about is another way to say it. And like the funny old quote, the Bears are who we thought they were. I don't know who we thought they were. I don't even know who are the Bears. I have no clue who this team is.
Yeah, and I think that's going to play a little bit into the whatever happens Sunday. Let's say I think the 49ers are going to win fairly easily, if for no other reason than their defense is just going to be suffocated.
Okay.
Let's say they go win 17-3. And it's just kind of it's 17.
Slug it, right?
They control it the whole time. Yep. It's never really in doubt. You know, they go up 14-0. It's 14-3. They kick a late field goal, seal, whatever. I think the takeaway won't be like, oh, Lance greater than Fields. It's going to be like, oh, it's just the Bears. And if you swapped the picks, and this goes to something that you brought up before, it's the Niners situation that's going to be helpful for Trey Lance. Or at least it should.
Sure.
And I think the argument you're going to get for maybe a long time, depending on how this all shakes out, is, well, if they had drafted Justin Fields, he would have been in a better situation. It would be Fields who went on to have success.
Well, I do believe, and I've referenced this many times, but there was that quote from a GM, and I can't remember which one it was, but a quote from a GM prior to the draft last year, and he was asked, which of the 5 quarterbacks do you like? And his answer was, whichever one ends up with Kyle.
Yes. Yes.
And so could Justin Fields be great if he had been a 49er? Maybe. Will Trey Lance be? And in many ways, this is part 3 of the pressure that's on Trey Lance this weekend. Part 1, Jimmy Garoppolo's standing there. Part 2, Justin Fields is right over there. Part 3, if you can't play well with this team, what's wrong? Because if you're CJ Beathard and Nick Mullins, fine. You weren't expected to be great. But those other 4 dudes all ended up with some freaking-wations, okay? Yeah. One's a Jet. The other one's the number 1 overall pick in the draft in a rebuilding Jags squad. Justin Fields goes to the Bears. They've never had a quarterback my whole life. I'm turning 50 in 2.5 years. and then Mac Jones is like the least talented of the group. And don't do it, Spadone. Don't do it.
He already did it.
I know.
It already happened.
He did? He played it? I didn't even. Thank you. And then Mac Jones goes to the Patriots, and you're like, okay, good situation, but you don't have a whole lot of raw talent compared to the other guys, number one. And number two, even though the Patriots are good, they've never been thought of as like an offensive juggernaut. You're not going to fly around, score a bunch of points. It's just a healthy environment. So if you sell under a lucky star and end up one of those guys, and you end up on the 49ers, and you've got Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and a defense and Kyle Shanahan, and you can't look good with that, something is not right.
So I have two things with this. One, I want to know what was wrong with Justin Fields. That it was Jones, by all accounts, it was Jones and Lance. And Shanahan in podcast appearances and stuff has essentially acknowledged this. So I'm fascinated to know what it was with Justin Fields that they went,
I know what the rumor is. I can't speak to exactly what it was. But the thought is Trey Lance wowed them with his mental ability looking at the screen, if you will.
Right, where Shanahan could project that he is going to be good.
Right. This is what our offense does. Can you grasp it? And he wowed. And Justin didn't. That's the simplest way to say what and again, that's just kind of the popular thought, if you will.
Sure. Okay, the other thing is, and I guess this leads a little bit to one of my hot NFL takes. I think another thing we're underselling is just how bad Trey Lance would have to be where he's losing games for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Where he's he would need to be so catastrophically awful. And I don't think decision making is going to be a huge issue. He might get fooled here and there.
Oh, sure,
but I think the first thing anybody talks about is this dude is brilliant. He is a football savant. Great. Okay, so I don't think decision making is going to be as much of an issue. He completed 57.7% of his throws last year. If he's in that range, 57, 58, 59, the occasional, 68% today, he was really good, but it's up and down. They're going to win a lot of games. Like, how...
I'm going to throw out a caveat.
Okay, go.
I'm going to throw out a caveat. You're right if the rest of the roster is what we think it is.
It is.
But sports doesn't always work that way.
Sure.
It doesn't always work. Like, in our minds, elite defense. Are they?
Okay, no. Okay.
We haven't started yet.
No, that's fine. But what I'm getting to then is I don't think he's going to be so bad that it's like Jimmy Garoppolo is a market improvement. Like, if the defense isn't what I think it is, it's not like they're going to be like, oh, we need to get Jimmy in there because the defense isn't as good as we thought. No, I don't think that's going to be the case. And I frankly think they're going to have the best defense in the league this year. Or certainly better than it was in 2019.
Yeah.
So I think when we talk about like, oh, I have concerns about Trey Lance, it's like, okay, sure. Is he going to complete 65% of his throws? Probably not. But he would need to be like 50% or lower to be catastrophic. This offense can't move. Defenses don't have to worry about the pass.
Yeah.
I think that there a lot of the hand wringing is going to be quelled by week 2 when it's like, oh, he's fine.
I think he'd need to be a turnover machine.
Yes.
That's what drives Kyle nuts. And I think that's what would get him removed. My mind's not even really there. My mind is how difficult this is for Trey. I don't think, I'm way too uncomfortable with how much talk there is about benching someone who hasn't played yet. We haven't started the season yet, and we're trying to bench someone. That's absurd. Trey Lance is the quarterback of this football team, and the only reason we're talking about benching is because we very, very much heard of and have a relationship with the person who would come in and replace him.
Right.
But that's not based in any sort of reality. So we shouldn't be talking about benching at all. I'm simply looking at this from the perspective of how much pressure is on Trey. Jimmy's presence ups the pressure. The situation he was already stepping into is a lot of pressure, which is you're taking over a football team that has a ready-to-win roster, and it has won. So, we're not comparing you. Like, Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson are being compared to 3-13 teams. Trey Lance is being compared to a 13-3 team. And so that's hard. And you get Justin Fields right out the gate. If you go back to the actual college football season, once upon a time, Zach Wilson and Mac Jones and Trey Lance didn't exist. At the start of that college football season, it was Trevor, Justin, who's one and who's two.
Yes.
That was the conversation.
That was since high school.
Right.
They had been the guys.
Nobody even knew who Trey Lance was. North Dakota State, what? Zach Wilson developed out of the season because BYU was doing really interesting things with him. And then Mac Jones was kind of like the, I don't know, it was like a Lifetime Achievement Award. Like you're at Bama, they're good. Oh, you kind of make nice throws.
He's a dime machine.
Boy, maybe we should just look at this guy.
Machine.
Right. Which leads to my 2022 NFL season hot take, I believe. We do call them hot take, Jake, and but these are a little bit different because hot takes, in theory, because I was even asked this yesterday, like, what does that mean? What a hot take? It's like, well, we kind of nickname the hot take brigade, like the artists, the people that the Warriors were all mad at when they won the championship. It's like you're saying things just to get attention. You're saying things just to get clicks.
Right.
That's not this. These are, and you can join us with these. We'd love to get you from.
Please.
Get these from you throughout the day. 888-957-9570. You can use the text line, Comcast Business text line, YouTube, Twitch, comment away. What is your NFL hot take that you actually believe? You're not trying to get a click. You're actually thinking this is going to happen, but it's not necessarily a popular thought.
Right. This is the thing that maybe you don't want to say on the internet. Like, you won't tweet it, but you definitely think it. Or you're hanging out with your friends and everybody's talking, and you really want to be like, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is that good, but you don't because you don't want to get killed for it.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's mine.
Let it fly.
And it's going to go really well for Trey Lance.
Oh.
Here's mine. Ready? Mac Jones is going to have a terrible year. Like an epically bad year. The Patriots will not go to the playoffs, and there will be questioning all around Boston and beyond. What on earth did they do handing the keys over to McCorkle Jones?
Okay.
That's my take.
Okay.
And it's not fair because I want to now explain it's not necessarily about just Mac Jones. And it never is. The quarterback position does have context. Sometimes you're so good that it doesn't. Tom Brady's like, I'm going to go to Tampa and we're going to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. Oh, okay, you did. Okay, you're Tom Brady.
Right.
There are quarterbacks who are that good. But the example I always use is Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, who was the greatest show on turf, followed by wah with the New York Giants. And then, poof, revived. Not like comes out of
insane career.
Comes out of a backup role with the Cardinals, takes the job from Matt Leinart, and ends up in another Super Bowl, even though they didn't win it.
Right.
And so you're like, okay, that's a great player. And now, Giants, you were doing something wrong with Kurt Warner.
Right.
Patriots, you're doing something wrong with Mac Jones. Your offensive coordinators are defensive coordinators.
And not even good ones.
Wait till you see the play calling in Boston. Wow. That's my prediction. Hot mess. Third place. Only third place because the Jets are in your division. You're not going to the playoffs. The Dolphins are way better than you.
Wow.
And the Bills are way, way better than you.
Wow. Okay.
Okay?
Man, that's good because I want to push back on it because I just think Bill Belichick is immune to having a team that's like terrible. I think where I go with that is I think Mac Jones might have just hit a ceiling last year, where it's like, oh, he's not bad, but this is it. Like, this is what he's got for you.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Jimmy Garoppolo type where it's like, okay, you're going to see some nice throws, but a little bit limited, kind of easy to defend. Maybe he's just not like a first round, like he's just a guy. Like, he's just another guy in the NFL when he was supposed to take this leap that put him in that, oh, Tom Brady can be the rising tide that lifts all boats. And I wouldn't be shocked if Mac isn't that.
Well, that's why I didn't want him in the first place.
Yes.
Imagine sort of the mental approach to that draft again, okay? Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields seemed like obvious picks because we had known them for a year already because they were at big-time universities and big-time names. So there's that. Then comes two other young players who are super athletic, not at major colleges. Well, BYU, debatable, but not at your top 5, top 10 programs. But athletically, you're like, whoa, something's going on there. And then there's Mac. And it feels like you were picking somebody who you knew, even if it went perfectly, was a B. And we talk about this with quarterbacks all the time. What do you do with your B? Your B can sometimes make the playoffs, and I'm not talking about a buzzing B, like a B level, B plus, whatever. Dak Prescott. This is where I usually use the name Derek Carr, and I get bad messages from Raider fans. So I'll leave Derek Carr out of this. But you could make the case that Kyler Murray, I think the best example is Kirk Cousins. The Vikings keep going, yup, 85 mil. Yup, give them another one. We're going to do this.
They did it again.
And we're going to keep every year maybe making the playoffs, maybe not. And when we do, we're somebody's first-round food and rinse, repeat.
You like that?
I really don't like that. I don't think that the Viking fans are going to like that much longer either. He's a solid player. He's fine. He's a B. And that feels like the cap, the ceiling for Mac Jones. Now, as we've always said, higher floor also. Mac was not going to come in and just be like a joke. And so you take Trey Lance, could it totally blow up in your face? Yeah, but it could be an A. It could be an A+.
Right.
And I support going after that.
So that's why
100%.
I do too. It's the right move. You have to in the modern NFL. You're not going to compete with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Sean McVay with Matthew Stafford and Kyler Murray and Dak Prescott and all the Aaron Rodgers. You're not going to compete with those guys with at least not year in and year out. You can if everything falls into place, but if you want any margin of error, that's been the thing with the 49ers the last couple of years. That margin of error has been so slim. Well, if Trey Lance is good, that margin of error widens quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
And that's where I think when you talk about the floor and like it blowing up in their face, I don't necessarily see it blowing up in their face in any way. Like I think the floor is okay. Maybe it's not a B, but okay, it's a C. C minus. I think they are going to win regardless of not necessarily regardless because you mentioned Nick Mullins, CJ Beathard, but a quarterback as talented and as smart as Trey Lance is I think going to figure it out enough to move the offense down the field.
You would think. You would think. And so
I do think.
Yeah, I do too. But we don't know until we know. And that's what makes this one so interesting. It is filled with pressure, but it's also filled with opportunity. You could just look at it through the other side of the lens. Like if he goes out there and outplays Justin Fields, which he should, he has all these resources that Justin doesn't have other than home field advantage. If he goes out there and outplays him in a big way, wins the game by double digits, wow, huge feather in your cap. Nice job, attaboys, and backslaps all around.
Totally.
Kyle Madsen is in for Dibs. We'd love your NFL hot take that you believe. You can send that in all day long. Text line, YouTube, Twitch, 888-957-9570. And he's doing the game this weekend, and we'd love his perspective on all of these things. Moose Johnston joins us coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to week 1 of the NFL season.
Mitchell breaking free over the middle part by Kittle. He was interfered with, made an outstanding catch anyway.
The faithful are fired up.
Bang, bang, Niner gang!
And so are we.
We want bodies and victory. Blood is the only thing we're interested in.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or you know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Sides and totals are obviously awesome, but how can you not love betting on props?
Nick Costos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
I love it because it's like playing fantasy sports, except you're betting on the game. Which player is going to have a lot of success in the game? I think prop bets are absolutely tremendous and a different way of thinking about handicapping and betting on a sporting event.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Good morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
Your closer of the week is Lewis Brinson, who went deep not once, but twice on Labor Day against the dreaded Dodgers.
Hook down the left field line. Gone.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door can be controlled right from my smartphone. I know when a door or gate has been left open, and I can close it with a tap no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off of a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Appreciate a lot of the stuff coming in. Even the hack jobs. It's all good as we look for hot takes you actually believe as we are on NFL Eve. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs at 95.7 The Game. Thanks for being with us, and thank this guy for being with us. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. He's doing the game this weekend and is just an NFL dignitary if there ever was one. Moose Johnston joins us now. Hey, Moose, what's going on? Great to have you on.
Oh, thank you. Everything's well. I hope the same for you.
Beautiful. Yeah, here we go. And we've been talking a lot about it around here. It feels like if there is one team that is sort of dominating the national headlines right now, it's the one that resides here because we've got what I guess no other team really has right now, and that's kind of some quarterback drama. What is your view on having a presence like the 49ers do at backup quarterback, and whether that's not a thing or it could be a thing for a locker room?
Well, I think that was the driving point for this whole decision. Just listening to what Kyle Shanahan has said, what John Lynch has said, it was their faith and their belief in the culture that they had established through their time together in San Francisco that allowed this opportunity to happen. And that speaks volumes to me, because I know what a huge plus it is when you've got a locker room that can kind of manage situations like that, and you can maybe challenge the guys to do something that's unconventional. And I think that's exactly what happened here. They were both open, both Kyle and John were open about moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo, and then the surgery sidetracked it. So now you're trying to figure out exactly what is the best option we have. And, one of the things that I have a tremendous respect for both of those guys is they really don't care what people from the outside say. They do what's best for their team. And this may be a little bit unconventional with the way everything was happening in the offseason and the posturing up until the end of July. But then all of a sudden, there's a new hand that's been dealt. And how are you going to play that one out to maximize it? And that's the biggest thing is we all see it every season. There's a team that gets derailed during the course of the year because there's an injury to their starting quarterback and they have it prepared. They don't have that backup. Not a team that was in the mix last year, but I mean, the Giants were disastrous. Last year, once they lost Daniel Jones, it can really, really put you in a tough spot. And it's something that San Francisco now is going to be able to manage if that situation ever presents itself.
So Jimmy Garoppolo returning has opened up the book on, is Trey Lance going to get benched? Is he good enough? Are they better with Garoppolo? It's opened this whole Pandora's box of assessing a quarterback that has started 2 games in the NFL and some preseason games. What are your thoughts on Trey Lance, just in what we saw last season and what we saw in the preseason this year?
Well, the commitment that they made to him, obviously there's a vision there, from Kyle Shanahan and the organization of what Trey Lance can be for the 49ers. So, I'm excited. I don't think any of us really has any idea exactly what Kyle has in store. He's done a tremendous job of keeping that hidden behind the curtain a little bit. So I'm excited for Sunday just to see exactly what this offense is going to look like. I think we all know what the Jimmy Garoppolo offense looks like and how that functions, and just reading between the lines and how this is going to be so much different because of the skill set that Trey brings to the position. I'm excited to see that. He's had the same struggles that every young quarterback has had. You struggle with a little bit of accuracy You're inconsistent through the course of a training camp. We found out that the injury that he had last year at the end of camp impacted him a lot more than people thought, and that people were really aware of during the course of the season last year. So I think you go into it this year based on the evaluation from the whole draft process and the upside that Trey Lance has, and now you put faith in Kyle Shanahan as a great game planner and a scheme guy with that offense that he built.
Moose, one of the storylines, I think, before Jimmy that we thought we'd be talking about going into this weekend is Trey Lance versus Justin Fields, who once upon a time, was the guy who was supposed to be the number 2 overall pick in the draft in Fields. I think you look at all 5 of those quarterbacks last year, first round, to a certain degree, the jury is still out on all of them. Would you agree with that? And what's your assessment of what you've seen from Fields so far?
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's always that way, right? When you're getting drafted at the top of the draft, you're going to a team that has struggled for at least 1 year, maybe multiple years. So there needs to be a turnover, there needs to be a roster upgrade, there needs to be assessment of the culture and the chemistry, camaraderie within that facility, within that building, and there's a lot of work that has to go into that. So I don't think it's really fair to judge somebody, based on that first year, especially at the top of the draft. Sometimes it's better to go a little bit further down, where you've got some pieces in place that are going to help you out that rookie season. But Justin Fields is a guy that was in an offense last year that maybe didn't take advantage of the skill set that he did really well. They didn't protect him around an offensive line that was struggling a little bit. It's one of the big conversations in Chicago now. Did they do enough? In this offseason to provide Justin Fields the weapons around him to give him a better chance for success. But I think the switch, to Luke Getsy is going to be something that's really, really positive. Everything that you're hearing coming out of Chicago, just the way that he's adapting the offense to what the quarterback does best and having that conversation. And you would think that is something that happens everywhere, but I can tell you it doesn't. Sometimes these teams get stuck in a system and they want the system to work, and they're not really matching the skill set of the quarterback or the players that are on that offense to that system. And it can be very frustrating. It happened with us for a period of time in Dallas. When we were trying to run an offense, after we had a coaching change that didn't really fit the skill set of our offense. It does sometimes become a square peg in a round hole, and I think that maybe Justin had a little bit of that last year. But everything that you're hearing coming out of Chicago this year is it's tailored to his skill set. He's made huge strides through the course of training camp. The big thing there for Justin, and probably the same thing can be said about Trey, is understanding when that pocket is still clean, that you don't have to leave it, you don't have to run, because your big plays are going to be made from throwing the football from the pocket. So that's one of the things that these athletic young quarterbacks, they feel that pressure and they feel like the pocket's breaking down, and they get on the move. And sometimes they didn't have to. They could have just, slid, climbed, buy a little bit of time in that pocket and then make the throw.
The 49ers are going into a year with a first-time starting quarterback, but they're in a little bit of a unique position because it's the former number 3 pick on a team that went to the NFC Championship game last year. Can Trey Lance get them back there and beyond in his first season as a starter?
It's a lot to ask. I mean, that's a huge accomplishment by a young quarterback. But everything you hear, when you hear his teammates talk about from day one, not just this year, but from day one, walking into the facility, and the humility and the confidence, that's a tough line to straddle. Is being a confident guy, but also having that humility. And you just hear how his teammates talk about what a good person he is. So, that says a lot. But still, I mean, having the ability, with all that pressure, that responsibility on your shoulders, because you're the key driver. The great thing for Trey Lance is, he has the luxury of having a lot of those pieces in place that the other guys, the Trevor Lawrences, the Zach Wilsons, they don't have what he has around him. Number one, that defense. Number two, very good skill players around him. The big question mark for San Francisco is, that interior of the offensive line. How does that come together? How does Kyle Shanahan game plan that and maximize what that combo inside is going to be able to do? So everybody talks about this being, potentially a Super Bowl ready roster if everybody stays healthy. So, that's the plus side. Trey Lance does not have to do all of this by himself. He's got a lot of really, really talented players around him that he can lean on.
Moose Johnston is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Moose, I don't know why this is hitting me in such a way. Maybe it's just because the 49ers are at Soldier Field coming up this weekend. But this sort of drumbeat that Soldier Field is going to go away and the Bears want to build a new dome is just like, wait a minute. We only got 2 frozen tundra NFL Films places. You can't have the Bears playing a dome? How does that grab you?
Yeah, God forbid. I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to put the Bills in the dome next?
Yeah, come on.
And then Green Bay is going to be the last one holding on. I think the setting is fantastic. It's Soldier Field. The big thing is when they did the renovations in 2003, I think they reduced the capacity to the lowest in the NFL. So it's not even great for getting all the different fans in from the city of Chicago to go see their Bears play. So it's been a long time coming. I think you look around the NFL landscape and you see what Dallas did, what the Rams did and the Chargers did, what Minneapolis did, what the Vikings have there. In Atlanta, you see some of these new stadiums, and especially the ones that are inside. I mean, they don't even look like stadiums anymore. They're destination points. They're phenomenal. So for the city of Chicago to potentially have one of those types of facilities that brings in world-class events year-round is probably something that people have been talking about in Chicago for a long time, and it was never going to happen at Soldier Field. But I'm like you. I miss, I grew up with Mile High, Soldier Field, and all these, RFK. I mean, it's just there were so many fantastic, old stadiums that I watched as a kid growing up and then had the opportunity to play at before they were transitioned out. So for me, I'm very similar to you. I'm a little bit old school and love some of the history and just having the environment be a part of the game when you get to that time of the year.
Why do you think we've do you think we've lost that? And if so, why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's all driven by money, right? If you're an outdoor facility in Chicago, you're not going to be able to attract a lot of events. When you're an indoor, state-of-the-art, multi-billion-dollar facility that has all the bells and whistles, you can bring anything there that you want. They're going to be competing for Final Fours. All the big indoor sporting events. Those used to be in the smaller venues around the country now. But once you've seen some of these stadiums kind of buy into it and the spin that they put on it, now we're seeing the Final Four go into these really large, brand new facilities. So it opens the door, and that has to be the pitch to the community that you're going to raise the taxes on, right? Hey, we're gonna have to help you. You guys are going to have to help us out build this thing. So but we're going to be able to bring a ton of world class events. It's going to have do the economic impact studies and everything that goes along with that. But it's one of those mixed bags where you're giving up the tradition and the history and everything that was happening at Soldier Field throughout all those fantastic years with the Bears, and you got to start fresh and anew. And it was hard for me here in Dallas. When we moved from Texas Stadium, and they went to AT&T. It's new, it's beautiful, it's comfortable, but it's always missing that nostalgia. It's always missing what that other building had because of all the history and everything that happened in that facility.
Okay, Moose, have a great call, and you got to do us a favor. Talk to your producers, please. I'm going to set the over-under at 2.5 cutaway shots to Jimmy. Please, no more than 2 or 3. Okay, let's not fan the flames too much. All right.
I agree. If Trey gets hit, I'm going to make sure that we're not panning right to Jimmy Garoppolo on the sideline. I'll do my best.
Yeah, every incomplete pass. There's Jimmy. All right, Moose. Thanks, man. Great to have you.
Thanks, Moose.
Take care, guys.
All right, there goes Moose Johnson. Yeah, it's going to be like part of this. No joke. I mean, one of the characters in this show are television producers who are in trucks. Like, at what point do you, right? Does he throw
they know
a pick?
What people want to see.
Right? You throw a pick. Jimmy. Right?
Jimmy,
you take a sack.
Jimmy.
So I think it's
Jimmy.
I think at some point it's diminishing returns.
Oh my gosh! Right? Of course
They'll
it
eventually,
is.
I think here's when I think we'll get one. I think we'll get one like opening,
Pre-game.
like pregame.
Yeah,
right.
yes,
Pre-game,
it's part of the
we'll get
story of the offseason.
Totally,
right. Here come
right.
the 49ers, and look, there's Jimmy. He's still here.
I think we get one after the Niners' first drive, whether if it's like a
Good
three
or
and out,
bad?
whether it's a 3 and out or a touchdown.
What if it's 2 first downs and punt, and bury the Bears at the 7-yard line?
Yeah, then I don't think
that's a push.
Yeah, that's
Right?
a push. I don't think we get one then. But the first big mistake or really bad offensive series, and then the first touchdown.
First touchdown. Yeah.
But I also think after that first touchdown, I like Trey Lance as the first touchdown scorer. By the way,
First scorer.
First
you think he's
touchdown
actually going to score the touchdown?
Yeah, like pocket's going to break down. He's going to scramble. He's going to run it in for 6.
All
Yeah,
right,
lock that in.
Yes, please. That's a hot take.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you. It is. It's like plus 1,000 or 1,500 or something.
Is it
But anyways,
really?
Yeah, I think so.
Sean, that's actually a pretty good bet.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Okay, go ahead.
So he scores that touchdown. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the first guy off the bench.
Of course he will be.
To go be awesome teammate, high fives, helmet slaps.
Jimmy has one pitch. He has one pitch.
And it's
smile and be a good dude. That's it.
He's like a neighbor from Leave It to Beaver.
Give me one time in his entire career that, at least to our eyes and ears, he's been anything other than that. One time.
One time.
Have you seen him yell at someone on the sideline?
He said the S word in a press conference once.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a choir boy with his language. Okay. Anything else?
He said "feels great, baby."
He did
that one time.
He did, which
That was
some
tough.
took as flirtatious.
Yeah.
Right. That's it. Good dude.
We're live.
Good
bro.
dude, smiling, handsome man.
Yeah. And just A+ teammate.
Why would he not be that this weekend? Of course he's going to be that. Wouldn't it be amazing if Trey scored that touchdown and Jimmy slammed his helmet on the ground? He's like, damn it.
Storms off to
right.
the
All
locker
the
room.
lip readers, he's like, I'm never going to get in.
That would be great. He throws the hat, throws the helmet. I quit.
Damn it.
I retire.
When am I going to play football again?
Jimmy Garoppolo is going to pull, what was that, Vontae Davis? Retired at halftime?
Right. Or Antonio Brown who just left. Yeah, you can do that.
Going to pull the
shirt
AB?
off and run around, take a lap around Soldier Field, and just drive home.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo going on the field for the extra point? No, he appears to be leaving.
It's not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
He's going to be model citizen.
Yeah. But they're definitely, they're going to go for the drama. They're going to cut away all of that stuff. And that's going to be part of this story. It just is. And until one of them makes it go away. And Trey and the 49ers, that's going to be their effort. I mean, the best way to make this not be a thing is be 2-0 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, and
it's really simple.
And when you talk about the cutaways,
it sounds simple, but
when
anyway,
you talk about the cutaways to Garoppolo, if the Niners go down and score a touchdown on their first drive, defense gets a 3 and out. Niners go down and score again. It's 14-0, and it's just kind of like, the offense is rolling. Trey's missed a couple throws, but for the most part, they're moving. It eliminates all of that. That's no longer the story. The story now is, look, the offense is moving with a new quarterback.
Right. However, I also want to throw this in there because I think, and this is normal, the 49ers are a touchdown favorite. They are one of the 3 biggest favorites of the weekend. But it being week 1 and it always being very, very hard to predict, I feel like we've got to give a nod to this. And the 49ers are not the only team. Let's look up and down this weekend's schedule, okay?
Okay.
Baltimore is -7. They're on the road.
At the Jets.
The Saints are -5.5. They're on the road. The 49ers are -7. Road. Eagles -4. Road. Colts -7. Road. Chiefs -6. Road. Packers -1. Road. Bucks -2.5. Road. Monday night. Broncos -6.5. Road.
You love a home dog.
Y'all, they're not all going to win. You understand this? Those teams are, I promise you, I will naked lap around this block. Oh, wait, would they fire me if I did that? I mean...
You said it, Coach.
I will do it if all of those teams win. There's no way. So already this weekend's schedule is out of whack in terms of our expectations. we are putting major expectations into teams we've never seen. We think we've seen them, but the NFL proves to us every year that how they left in January and how they show up in September is not the same thing. And so we think we know all of this stuff that we don't know. Oh, the Chiefs. Well, but there's no Tyreek Hill. Are they different?
Yeah, but there's Juju Smith-Schuster, so 13-4 on deck.
I mean, we're like, oh, it won't matter. Will it?
I recommend they play the games just to be sure.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. So, by definition, I think if you are a gambler, I would load yourself up on some dogs at home this weekend because I think there's a whole lot of teams that are giving points based on non-reality.
A good weird week one thing was the Packers last year. You remember that Packers game? Was it New Orleans?
I think it was.
And they just lost. Got housed.
Right. Aaron Rodgers was terrible, and we spent a week going, oh my gosh, you talked all offseason, and now you stink, you're terrible, and then he went out and won another MVP.
And then he had arguably his best year.
Yeah.
Week one isn't meaningless because the games count. If you lose week one and you lose your division by a game, week one mattered.
Right.
But when it comes to, I think even after this weekend, let's say, is it the Bucs? Who are the Bucs on the road at?
The Bucs are on the road at Dallas. Sunday Night Football.
Okay, perfect. If Dallas,
we got home dogs in every primetime game this weekend.
That's wild.
The home team is the dog.
So Dallas could absolutely go win that game.
Of course they could.
Does that mean that Dallas is definitely right? And it's going to be like, oh, Dallas, here they are. They beat the Bucs. But end of the year, the Bucs are 9-8, and Dallas is 8-9.
Sure.
Like week one, weird stuff happens week one.
Weird stuff happens. I mean, how often?
You guys actually forgot one. The Chargers are -3 on the road at SoFi Stadium.
Very well played. That is very well played.
Very good.
Spadone with a boom shot.
Good for Spadone.
And a good one. And a very.
That's a great drop.
That's a very good drop. Yeah, the Chargers, I forgot, play 17 road games. I forgot.
The other fascinating thing about this NFL season is the typical, because we've been in this era for so long of just like Tom Brady's team is going to the playoffs, Bill Belichick's team, typically the same, going to the playoffs, Aaron Rodgers going to. Well, now it's like Aaron Rodgers doesn't have Devontae Adams. What does that look like?
I don't know.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't have Tyreek Hill. What does that look like?
Don't know.
And it could all be fine.
Right.
And I'm sure the Chiefs are still going to be pretty good.
Right. I don't think the Chiefs are going 4-13.
Right. But are they this dominant?
I don't even know that they're going to win their division.
Right.
Legitimately.
Right. And a team like the Chargers, it's typically like the Chargers, like could be awesome this year.
Well, let's not get silly.
But I know you say that it matters with the ownership and stuff.
Oh, it
but
does.
They might just be talented enough to overcome that.
I mean, not in the playoffs, but yes.
Yeah, sure. In the regular season. That's what we're talking about. Right. Tom Brady's got whatever he's got going on, and at some point, he's gonna get old.
Yes, there is a year.
He has to.
There is a year.
Right?
Unless he leaves before it happens, which
he has to.
For a week and a half we thought was going to happen. We thought he was going to leave before it happened. And then he came back.
Weird vibes with Tom Brady, and maybe he's the GOAT. He's going to overcome all of it. Yep. Fine. But it's just, you cannot pencil Tom Brady in to the NFC Championship, and he's going to face Aaron Rodgers, and that's how it's going to. It's just it's a strange start to this year.
When's the last time that the Thursday night NFL opener host was a dog?
I don't know.
I mean, I looked at the history, by the way. I bet I could stump you on this. Do you know when NFL Thursday kickoff? Do you know how long that's been going on? How long do you think that's been going on? The opener on Thursday, one game on its own.
2
what?
1,000. 7.
Further back.
I thought I would have said like 13.
I think this is year 20 or 21.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Really?
Actually, the 49ers were the very, very first one. They beat somebody 16-13, I think, in 2002. I looked this up. And the second Thursday night opener was the famous Lisa Guerrero game where she started asking, remember it was the Jets and Washington and Lavernius Coles, and she started asking him about former teammate Lavernius Coles, but She was asking the quarterback, and he actually had moved to that team, so he was a current teammate, not a former. It just went sideways. Maybe,
that was a
roller coaster. You were 11, so 12. So maybe you don't remember, but a lot of people listening remember what I'm talking about. But anyway, the Rams are the dog tomorrow night. Dog against the Buffalo Bills. Not a big one, but all 3 primetime games. Rams home +2. Sunday night, Cowboys home +2.5. Monday night, Seahawks home +6.5.
I'm fascinated by the Bills. Because it makes me nervous in an AFC that's as loaded as the AFC is. People just going, the Bills are going to the Super Bowl. Like, no, that's not that's not how this works.
Well, but you know why? I think people think you can. That is the one team that's actually good, who you also feel like give them the division.
Okay,
you might be wrong. Maybe the Dolphins are amazing.
Right. They're the big division favorite.
And maybe I'm super wrong about the Patriots.
Sure.
But you do feel like the Bills are going to win that division, so you're going to get the 1 of the 2 seed is how it feels.
Okay.
Right?
But, they lose offensive coordinator Brian Daboll. I brought that up yesterday. That kind of stuff matters.
There's always stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we're all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy, and you know what, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel good. Here comes Kyle's word, vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. Here's something fun about Kyle Shanahan that I don't know if anyone's ever discussed. That's next, along with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Willard and Madsen today, 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Live entertainment is back at Cache Creek Casino Resort. In September, catch one of music's legendary groups, the Beach Boys, performing live and in concert at our beautiful state-of-the-art event space. Now is your time to see and hear your favorite performers. Get tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. That's true when your business is growing fast, and even more true when there's a lot of uncertainty. Inflation is running rampant, supply chains are clogged, and the labor market is tight. What does that mean for margins? But not every business is in the dark. Over 31,000 businesses know their numbers because they use NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, planning, budgeting, and of course, inventory, so you can manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need, all in one place. In 2022, profit is the new growth. So NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your manual business processes, and see where to save money. Know your numbers, know your business, and get to know how NetSuite can be the source of truth for your entire company. NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Doc's coming up in an hour, right?
Sure is.
So we're going to get to the latest injuries with this 49er team, which, knock on wood, are, Jimmy Ward, sure, but not a whole lot of pressing stuff to start the year, which is partially because we're just starting the year. But it's also a good thing. It's a very, very, very good thing that training camp, by and large, 49ers got through it pretty nicely. They do have practice. Their first game week practice is starting here in about, you said 20 minutes?
10:53 a.m.
19 minutes and counting.
On the dot, Coach.
Speaking of Coach, I would like to give a nod to Kyle Shanahan because he is the most mysterious. Remember, the most interesting man in the world.
Of course.
No, he's the most mysterious man in the world. Stay thirsty, my coach. Here's why. Have you noticed this? I finally decided I've had it. I've kind of had it up to here with, and that was my mom's favorite old line, I have had it up to here. And she put her hand right below the top of her head. And
so
I'm
she got a little more.
I know. I'm like, Mom, you got space there. You got space there. Neat, boop, 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 boop. Anyway.
Had it up to here. To where? What's the limit?
Tough go for my mom having me as a kid. But anyway, I have had it up to here with big-time NFL voices who we know are dialed in. They talk to real people. I mean, let me just throw out some names just so you have an idea of what I'm talking about. This is not necessarily these people, but You think Ian Rappaport's a dummy? You think Mike Silver doesn't have relationships? Do you think that Peter King is just making it up as he goes along? Do you think that Chris Sims, who knows Kyle Shanahan really well, do you think all these people are just like willy-nilly, like, you know what I'm going to say today? Watch this. It's going to be fun. I know some of you think that is how they do it. That's not how you do it.
Right.
That's not. These people have credibility. They've got careers. They've got things on the line. If they're just hucking crap off the wall, that doesn't make any sense. But what's wild is, and I've never seen this with any other team or coach, you've got people who are truly, they are dialed in. They are talking to people on the inside. They have relationships. They've been doing this for years. And damn it, their reports are the exact opposite of one another. And they are sure that they're right. An example would be this whole Kyle traded up to get Mac Jones thing. And you've got 1,000 opinions to this day over, did he trade up to get Mac Jones? Did he not trade up to get, was he convinced by the fans within the building? Someone told him that, no, it's actually can't be Mac Jones. I'll never believe it. You can't convince me that Kyle Shanahan let someone else decide who his quarterback is going to be. But isn't it fascinating how many dialed-in people have a totally different story from one another with regard to something Kyle Shanahan related? Means to me he runs a really, really, really tight ship.
Well, it started with John Lynch. Remember, John Lynch got hired out of nowhere. It was like the Niners are searching for a GM, and they're interviewing people, and they've hired John Lynch.
Right.
Like, who?
Say what?
On purpose?
Yeah.
Like the broadcaster? The safety? John Lynch is just the GM now? And I think that's born out of, Kyle Shanahan just growing up around football and knowing that, like, hey, there's a way to do this, and there's secrecy, and there's this and that. But I also think just because of how leaky the 49ers were through the end of the Harbaugh era.
Bulky,
it was like they lost that Super Bowl, and then the dam burst. And they were leaky with Trent Baalke and Jed York, and then they tried the Tom Sula thing, and it was just a disaster. And so they said, when Shanahan got hired and they were hiring Lynch, like, hey, this gets out to no one. Like, this stops now. And ultimately, these decisions, these big organizational decisions, when it comes to the team, rest with Kyle Shanahan. He's going to take input from other people. And he's going to tell other people, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, well, for sure. I love that. But it's him. It's on Kyle Shanahan. And if you're not talking to Kyle Shanahan, you even if you do, you might not get a straight answer.
Right. That was what I was going to say.
B,
even if you are talking to Kyle.
Kyle Shanahan is not hitting up Ian Rappaport and going, yeah, I'm traded up for Mac.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Ian.
Trading up for Mac and stuff and
stuff.
And we like Trey and stuff, but we're going to go with Mac and stuff.
Right. We'd like to have more runs.
But we also might change our mind and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not doing that.
No. But he could, and we'd get the same answer. I love it when my favorite team does stuff that I don't see coming. Let me ask you, what's the most recent thing the 49ers did that made news? Anyone?
Oh, I know. Reached an injury settlement with Sam Schluter.
Sure.
And released him from IR.
Oh, my God.
What's the most recent big news thing the 49ers did?
I said it.
And ask yourself,
the Jimmy thing.
Did you see it coming?
No.
Did you, in fact, dig your heels in that there was no way in hell it was coming?
It's the thing I've been the most wrong about ever in my life. I've never been more wrong about a thing.
But take solace in the fact that so were the rest of us. I sat here in a changeover last week and almost came to blows with the ghost of Jimmy Garoppolo because I'm like, will you do something? Will you get mad at someone? Will you control your future? Will you please step forward and get mad at somebody for something and do something? And like 2 days later, he's like, sign him with the 49ers.
You got it, Mark.
Like, wait,
I got you, dog.
Wait, no, that's the opposite. What are you doing? And so I love that. I want my team, to me, that speaks to the health of an organization when you can pull something off like that is so massive and nobody saw it coming.
Yeah.
That's the best. That means you got health inside there, in my eyes. You've got organizational structure. You've got a pecking order. You've got people making decisions who are not leaking it or not saying it to people they think they can trust who they actually can't trust.
Yeah, and there's confidence that the team is doing the right thing. There's confidence inside the building that the team is moving the right direction. So there's no need to go undercut somebody and say, like, hey, all right, I'm leaking this and getting out in front of this, and I'm mad that this thing happened, so I'm going to go. There's none of that. The head coach and GM seem to be simpatico. They're still good to go. They're still on good terms. Like, we'll see if it's still a healthy organization when this Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo situation works itself out, or as it kind of works itself out throughout this season. But yeah, I think right now it's one of Kyle Shanahan's strengths as a head coach. And it was in 2017, they were 1-10 and then win their last 5 because the players were still trying. And in 2018, they win a couple games late, and they were in a game against Chicago. Chicago was good that 2018 season, but because the players were still trying, even though the season was lost. Same thing in 2020.
Yep.
And I think that's always pointed back to Kyle Shanahan, who he hires as coaches, and what the organization is about. The fact that these players are still all bought in, and it seems that everybody is bought in from top to bottom.
I think as a fan, you can feel it when there's health inside your organization.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons I was so excited by what the San Francisco Giants did last year. There was the obvious stuff. They won 107 games, but you could feel it. There was inspiration within the walls of everything that they were doing. They were following Gabe Kapler. Farhan Zaidi could not do anything wrong, and it felt like, everyone I know who was working with the organization felt like excited to go to work.
Yeah.
That's not happening this year.
Sure.
So, yeah, you can see it in the standings and say that's obvious, but let me take your conversation a little bit further. It's not great over there right now.
Yeah.
But then contrast that to the Warriors, contrast that to the 49ers, what you hear, what you feel, what you see. Like, our wide receiver went sideways. Put a cape on. We'll save it. Mm-hmm. Okay? We're the Titans. Fine. Go be an Eagle. We're the Chiefs. Fine. Go be a Dolphin. We're the 49ers. Dude, come here. Let's talk this out. We're going to figure it out.
Right.
There's health inside. I love that. I think you can feel that stuff. 888. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
It's one of those that people say that like winning begets culture. Like, culture's always good when you're winning. And it's like, that's not necessarily true, man. Nope. The culture was not good in San Francisco when they went to the NFC title game in 2013.
Oh,
it was bad.
Dude.
It was not. It was really, really not good.
0-2 Giants. Oh my gosh! Walk in the clubhouse.
Disaster.
Walk in the clubhouse one time. They went like they were 5 outs from winning the championship.
Right.
And you walk in the clubhouse. I'm like, oh my god! Everybody hates each other in here.
Right.
This is tied in here.
Right. But but what you talk about with the Giants specifically is it's not like that because, like, oh, you know what? They're not winning 107 games this year. Things went downhill because of some organizational
unhealth,
turmoil.
Yes, absolutely. Chris and Modesto on with Kyle Madsen in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Chris, welcome to the show. What are you doing?
I'm just relaxing after a long day at the gym and getting ready to get in my truck tomorrow to go back down Southern California. How are you doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. A long day at the gym. Sounds like a bad choice. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to compliment Bruce. Moose. Sorry, Moose.
Moose.
Earlier, you said earlier that nobody saw it coming, the Jimmy G staying with the Niners. And I feel like I'm among a lot of my friends, we had hoped that Jimmy would stay on the Niners. We were shouting for Trey to start last year, and we didn't want to lose Jimmy. So seeing how it all played out, but whenever we suggested it, and I'm just going to speak, like whenever I would suggest it, I would be quickly shot down by those who said, oh, that would never happen because the culture, and what does that say about Trey and the confidence they have in Trey? And I was just thought, it does seem like they can shout louder than me, but at the same time, seeing how it played out and hearing Moose's response about how it has to do with the culture, as a Niner fan first, that made me feel warm and fuzzy because I care about the culture, and to see how they can play it off really makes me very happy to see how turned out. I'm glad we didn't lose Jimmy. I'm glad that we were able to restructure his contract. And I like to say we because, I'm a fan, but I have nothing to do with that boardroom meeting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so here, Chris, here's what I'd say. Two things popped to mind. Thanks for calling. Have a safe drive tomorrow. Here's where I'm at on what he just said. The 49er culture. You'll hear this from a lot of people, and I do buy this. Could any team do what the 49ers are trying to pull off here? No. In fact, most teams could not. I think it will be okay because I do think the 49er culture is strong enough to handle it. ... But, and there is a big old but here. The but is you do need to acknowledge what it must have taken to get here.
Sure.
And while a lot of us will sit here now as fans and be like either A, I was right, I never wanted them to get rid of Jimmy. Or C, I told you they could pull this off, or I told you this is what they wanted to do. There's no way that this is what every side wanted. It became an afterthought for a reason. I think sometimes we see this through the eyes of we're fans of the 49ers, so we think that the players are that too. The players are not fans of the 49ers, they're employees. And they are all working for both a common goal and individual goals. Jimmy Garoppolo does not wake up in July and go, man, I hope the 49ers have a great year. That's not how it works. Okay? So to think that everybody wanted it to get here is naive. A bunch of things happened that sort of prevented option A, B, C, D, and E from happening, and this was something that then suddenly became an option if the 49ers felt like they could emotionally handle it, and I guess they do. But this is it. Jimmy wants to play football. And Trey Lance wants an absolutely clear path. And now neither of them have that, and it's okay, but that's not what everybody was going for.
Yeah, it's like in Peaky Blinders. I know you've not watched the show, but there's a
because it's a show and I don't watch shows.
Right, you don't do TV. So non-spoiler, the Peaky Blinders, the street gang, are beefing with another street gang, but they decide to hang up their beef because they have mutual benefit in a business. And so they say, hey, our warring is stopped because we have this business that can both make us money, and once we're done with that, we can get back to fighting. And that's kind of what this was. This was just kind of mutually beneficial for both. The 49ers did everything they could to not have Jimmy Garoppolo. And now they're kind of here. But I think when it comes to the whole culture and chemistry and how does this is where winning and losing will impact it. And winning and losing will impact how well this goes. But on the other hand, Kyle Shanahan's not dumb. And John Lynch said they talked to 15 of the team leaders. So who those people were, we can sit here and guess. But they took those 15 people in, and I'm sure Shanahan said, look, Trey is the starter. Jimmy's the backup. The goal is to win annually. It definitely
Teams don't do this.
It definitely is.
So.
But I also think you were, and that sounded so accusatory. You were in a full-blown panic mode is too strong. But you were definitely like, oh, this says something bad about Trey. You talked to NFL people in NFL locker rooms who said this is bad news for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the pushback was. It's like, okay, maybe, but also maybe not.
I don't think it's a maybe. It's not backbreaking news. It doesn't mean any conclusion about the final record of this season or Trey's career. But factually, two things could have happened. Jimmy not be the backup and Jimmy be the backup. Mm-hmm. One of those is better for Trey.
Okay.
And that one didn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Peter King on this station yesterday.
The only conclusion I can draw from that is that Kyle Shanahan is having some second thoughts about whether Trey Lance is ready to go and is going to be able to make it through the season.
Man.
Agreed.
And just to your point.
Agreed.
To your earlier point, Peter King doesn't just say that.
Agreed.
Peter King talks to whomever.
Right. So it's okay. But it's not perfect. You don't do this if it's perfect. More from Peter.
I'm not even knocking the 49ers for doing this. I'm simply saying that doing this comes at a price. And that price is the mental approach and the stability and the development of Trey Lance. And I don't care what anybody says. Trey Lance, if he has a bad game, if he has, God forbid, 2 bad games, is going to leave the stadium after his second bad game and say, is that it for me? Are they giving the job to Garoppolo? And that is the danger in all this. But it's also, listen, it's also the opportunism, because the 49ers feel, I totally understand why they did this, but it comes with a price.
That's it. That's all anyone's trying to say. It's fine. I get it. It could be great, but to say that there is not already a cost to this, in my opinion, is inaccurate.
I think if Trey is so bad that he's being benched after 2 games, then he was never going to be good.
Right. I don't see that. So that's a little intense. That's
right.
a little intense.
So Peter King, I think, wrote 7 weeks.
He wrote 7. And so I still don't know the context of that. Was someone forcing him into some sort of a hot take, bold take? I don't know.
Or did he hear from inside the building, about half the season, we'll see how it goes? And he's just projecting the trade. Because I want to get back to something we were talking about in the beginning. It has to be catastrophic. And I don't think it's going to be catastrophic.
I don't either.
Maybe he's not Patrick Mahomes. Check that. He's very, very, very,
He's
very...
not Patrick Mahomes.
He's right. He's just
not right now.
He didn't play as much football.
Yeah,
he's
right,
not going to throw 50 touchdowns this year and 5,000 yards. That's just...
Good bet.
Never say never, but...
Good bet.
Come on.
Yeah.
So once Jimmy Garoppolo came back, I'm out on saying never at anything ever again.
There's that too.
So high likelihood, he's not going to be the MVP of the league in his first year as a starter. But
yeah,
I think to get a few bad throws here and there are not going to get him benched.
Agreed. No, we can't do that. If that's how you felt about him, then just pull him now.
Right. Exactly.
Right. But don't start him this weekend. So yeah, I don't think it's any of the feelings are this intense. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Hey Philmo, what you doing?
Oh man, Willard, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm working on my fried chicken, man. I don't know why. I've been working on my fried chicken. I could grill, but fried chicken is kind of different, man. You gotta really work on it. That's what I'm doing.
No, you don't just. That's not the kind of dinner that you think of at 4:00. Okay, you got to think about that at least the day before.
I mean, I'm African American. I should know how to cook fried chicken.
That's true.
I need some tips. You know what I'm saying? So I would ask Madsen, but Madsen kind of young. I'm gonna holler at you, Mark, and see what it do. But I wanted to shout out Kyle Madsen because, man, Madsen is very calculated in his thought. He's pretty good, man. You know what?
You know he can hear you. You can talk directly to him, Philmo. He could he got headset on and everything right now.
Kyle, you're pretty good, bro. I really value your calculated takes, and you do your thing. Matt must have put you on, not Danny, because Danny let me go. I don't know what Danny was thinking by letting me go, but that's another story. Anyway, though, hey.
This went sideways fast. Yeah, Philmo. Back to fried chicken. Go ahead.
Hey, I love... Y'all not talking about my guy, Nick. My guy, Nick Kyrgios from the tennis tournament, U.S. Open. That's my guy, man. I love his intensity. And shout out Serena Williams to go. Y'all have a great show. Mark, I love you. Thanks for liking my message.
Philmo, appreciate you, brother. Boy, that had a lot in it. So we got fried chicken.
Okay.
We got Kyle, you're pretty good.
Decent.
Then there was some shots at management of 95.7 The Game, which got personal. And then it ended up with Nick Kyrgios, who lost a tennis match yesterday and destroyed multiple tennis rackets in the process.
He's a blast to watch.
Yeah.
I have such a good time watching Nick Kyrgios play tennis.
But he's also, he pushes the lines of, why you got to do that, right? I don't mind... Here's one thing. Sportsmanship, which I feel like is, a lot of people feel like it's under attack across all sports right now. Bat flips and whatever. Like it, if you're an older fan, sometimes why do we have to dance? Why do we have to bat flip? And a younger fan, let the kids play. Like, come on, let's show some emotion. I love emotion in sports. I love it, love it, love it. I especially love it when the event is still happening. When it's over, isn't it kind of nice to just be like, I lost, let the winner have the moment? Kyrgios did all of this after the match. Literally, his opponent is out at the center court getting applause, and he is totally taking the moment by destroying inanimate objects. There's some class that's missing there.
I kind of rock with the vibe.
I get it. It's not that it's not fun.
Sometimes you just got to be a sore loser.
Cut that.
You do.
Yeah, cut that.
Every once in a while, it's like, you know what? Screw this game. Screw you. I'm mad.
That's right. Bleep this bleeping game. It's all brought to you by Wnba International. All kinds of stuff that we have not gotten to yet. We are not done yet. And in fact, we need more of your NFL hot take for this year that you actually believe. Not clickbait. You actually believe it. So we'll get more calls on that. The doc joins us next hour. Madsen is in for Dibs. And as you just heard Filmo say, Madsen is pretty good, man. He's pretty good.
Putting it on my fridge.
On 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
It's week 1 of the NFL.
Our favorite time of the show. It's the one and only Brian Baldinger.
Their number 1 sack guy for the 49ers, Nick Bosa, who we haven't talked about enough. What are realistic expectations sack-wise for this guy, Baldy? You know I love him. Is 20 too aggressive?
No. He's literally quadzilla. Like those quads, it just takes time. Like nobody has legs like that.
It's Niners versus Bears all week. On 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good. Feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G and America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn. and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits, including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Thanks, Kyle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's right. It is back to Willard and Dibs, but there's no dibs because word is over or under 1.5 diapers this morning. It's 11:04.
Way over.
Well, no, for the baby.
Oh, under.
Wow, that was a shot. It's all sponsored. Yeah, it's all sponsored. Speaking of laughs, we have the greatest laugh that's ever happened in the history of laughter.
We need to play that sound so we can get to the laugh. I need that drop in my life post-haste.
Let's talk. We have some things to talk about.
Fine.
And then, within the next 15 minutes, 2 things happened yesterday. Best audio that you will have heard all day. 2 pretty large sports figures, big names. One of them said, what? And then the other one also, A, said something, and then B, had the greatest, most embarrassing laugh that anyone has ever had.
I wouldn't call it embarrassing.
I would.
Okay.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. That's Kyle Madsen. He's in for Dibs. Say hi, Kyle.
Hi, Kyle.
All right, there it is. Glad you're all with us. Keep it coming on YouTube and Twitch. The YouTube chat today has been fun and interesting. Yeah, for sure. Same for the Comcast Business Text line, and your calls welcome. Your hot NFL take that you actually believe. 888-957-9570. What was yours again? Reboot yours. Your hot NFL take that you believe.
I'm not sure I've dropped one yet.
Oh, well, what the hell are you doing? This was your idea.
I have a 49ers.
The show is 2 hours and 6 minutes old.
The 49ers defense this year is going to be better than it was in 2019.
That's hot. That would be very good.
I think it's going to be.
It has the makings of that. In order to be that, you need to not only be what we think you're going to be, but you need to be blessed. You need to be blessed with health.
For sure. And that's it. I mean, but that's the caveat for every team.
It is. But I mean, there are a couple key spots, you know what I mean? If there's a Warner or if there's a Bosa, the trickle-down effect is monstrous.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
Warner less so than Bosa.
Agreed.
But yeah, no, assuming you have Nick Bosa, who I think is going to be better than he was as a rookie, and I don't think that's the hot part of the take, but
not at all.
It's removing DeForest Buckner, which, okay, that's a big loss for sure, but I think they make up for it with better depth on the edge. You have Eric Armstead inside permanently now. I think Fred Warner's a better player now than he was in 2019.
And I am pro Javon Kinlaw this year. I am pro. I am bullish.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
I'm not going to give it a bear market. Hell, that's the opponent. Anyway, go ahead.
It's a 2 on your bear joke.
I really don't like your rankings. I don't care about them. I do them for me.
Do you have the JD one for me? That's how I was feeling about that one. No. There it is.
No.
Okay,
by the way, after the laugh that we play for you in 10 minutes, you're never.
Pale in comparison.
Those are all going to be gone from the system. Yep. They're going to be erased. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. And then Charvarius Ward, I think, is going to be like he's good. He's in his prime.
Yep.
I know Richard Sherman was a second-team All-Pro in 2019. I just front to back, I think they're loaded. And regardless of what happens with the quarterback situation, I think their defense is going to keep them in a ton of games.
I'm going to read a few to you because a lot of these came through when we talked about this a couple hours ago, and here they are again, which means, first of all, thank you for listening for 2 hours. That means the world to us. 510, my hot take, Niners-Raiders Super Bowl, lock it.
Okay, that's a 5 out of 5 on the hot take scale.
That would be large. It would also mean Spadone needs a week off. You're not allowed on this show if that's happening because that's going to be, you want to talk about insufferable, problematic, just not a workable scenario would be Raiders-Niners Super Bowl or Lakers-Warriors Western Conference Finals. These are two situations where I just don't even want to be around you. And I love you. I mean, you are, of all the people in this entire building, I think you might be the most agreeable person there is. You're the easiest person to be around in this entire building, and if that happens, I want you out.
Did you miss me last week, Mark?
Out.
Did you? Did you miss me?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
I sure did.
A little bit. Exactly. Yeah, the people in that room missed you more than I did, but I did. Spadonuts. I really did. Raiders-Niners Super Bowl. Okay.
Good for Spadone.
The Raider fans are all here for the hot takes.
I love it.
408, Raiders are winning the division. I don't think it's crazy. I really don't.
That's a 4 out of 5.
The division is... it could be a lot of different things.
This is what's on the table.
It could be a lot of different things.
Russell Wilson's declining and just isn't the quarterback.
The Broncos are in 4th place.
Okay.
I believe this.
Okay.
Yes, I believe.
You have the Chargers chargering.
Sure.
And like losing a game where they just needed to not call a timeout.
Did the Chargers play the Raiders in the last week of the season again this year?
I hope so.
Because please, oh wait, no, they don't. I think the 49ers do. Isn't that the last game of the season? New Year's Day?
No,
second to last?
Yeah, it's week 17.
All right.
So, and then the Chiefs without Tyreek Hill, what do they look like?
Yeah.
Don't know. Last we saw the Chiefs, they were collapsing at home against the Bengals.
I mean, they'll still be good. They'll still be good. It's not like they're going to not be a good team.
I wouldn't bet on the Raiders to win the division.
Nor would I.
But like that pathway where it happens, it's like, oh, okay. I see it.
Yeah, Niners-Raiders second to last week of January 1st. January 8th, Raiders-Chiefs in Las Vegas.
The Niners have the Cardinals at home the last week of the year.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted Chargers-Raiders because it would be like somehow the Chargers would have a 3-game lead in the division with 1 to play, and Staley would figure out a way. He'd be like, let's lose 4 games right now in this 4th quarter. It would be unbelievable. All right, here's a couple more. The 206, what's up, Gutter Trash? The NOLA Saints are going to win the division. They've won 5 out of the last 6 against Tampa Bay head-to-head. I said it earlier. This would not shock me.
3.5 out of 5.
Okay.
On the scale for me. I just don't. I don't trust Dennis Allen.
Here's another one from Gutter Trash. Mitch Trubisky is better than Big Ben was last year, and Pickens is going to ball out. That's their rookie receiver, George Pickens.
Okay. The Pickens one is like that's like he's the hype machine rookie, so that's going to get a 1 on my scale of 5 flame emojis. What was the other one? Mitch
Trubisky better than Big Ben was last year, and Big Ben wasn't great.
As I say, that's a 2 out of 5.
Yeah. 650 Chargers are going to the Super Bowl. 415, my hot take, Kyle will finally watch The Godfather before the end of the season.
Yeah, 5 out of 5. No chance. No chance.
Let's see, 510, hot take. Mark is trolling either the producers or the listeners by not muting his mic when he drinks his water.
That was me texting that in.
Does everyone want to know? Can I give just the quick background?
Like you were just ripping a bong.
Absolutely.
Mid-show.
So can I, especially for those who don't see the show and only hear it, let me give the quick background.
Was that our drop or was that Mark?
This is actually born out of my own stupidity. Not because of I got a cough mic. I can turn my off anytime I want. But watch this. So this is my water bottle.
Right.
Okay? Here's what it sounds like if I drink this right next to the mic.
I mean, come on.
Okay, that's water. It's not drugs, it's water. But why does it sound like that is the question I want someone to ask that no one's ever asked.
Hey, Mark, why does your water bottle sound like that?
Because I'm a dum-dum, and I didn't know that these new water bottles that come with the big straw inside them, that you don't have to tip the water bottle, you just slurp it. You just, right? It like, as if it like was with a straw. Yes, cut it. Thank you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Straw inside the water bottle. You just keep the water bottle.
Straws work.
Right, but the straw's inside. So you don't see the straw when you open the thing. So I didn't know.
What are you talking about?
I'm opening a water bottle. It's got a spout. I do what normal people do with water bottles with a spout. Just tip it to drink it. But when they have the straw inside, no water comes out. So I thought the thing was broken. So I went in there and took the straw out. Get out of here, straw. Something's like I thought the straw had a hole in it. So I threw the straw away. And so now it works when you tip it, but it sounds like a bong. You have to say something. You're holding the bridge of your nose, but no one can see because you're on radio.
No, I know. It's an audio medium, but I was doing that for the...
What is going on here?
Mark.
I know.
You're almost 50.
I know. So this is what happens. Life is
pull in
right. So life is cyclical, right? Life is a cycle. So when you're young, you don't know how to do stuff, and adults show you how to do stuff. And then at a certain point, and I'm not there yet, except for a couple little things that bleed through. Then you get to a point like this usually happens with electronics, right? Who hasn't gone over to grandma's house to show her how to turn the TV on? Because this, right? I don't know how to do this. It's broken.
Sure.
It's not broken. You have to plug it in.
That's you, but with a straw.
With a straw. Like I didn't know.
You never had anybody in your life like, here's how to.
It's not, but you don't see the straw.
I love the idea of you getting like a fast food drink and being like, get this lid out of here. I can't drink out of this. How does this work?
Yeah, so that's how it all went down.
Spill everywhere. Dude.
Can we distract?
I'm buying you a new water bottle.
Can we distract from my stupidity?
I'm ordering it on Amazon at the break.
That's great. I love that. Do you have Prime? Will it be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm leaving Friday for Chicago. I would really like it before then.
Okay.
All right. Enough of my stupidity. Let's go to Trash Talk from Bears wide receiver Darnell Mooney.
I know he's a dog. I know he does things, after practice, during practice, in the offseason. There's things that he's shown, and I've seen exactly what he can do. He's going to shine for sure. He's going to blossom. He's going to, prove everything that everybody doubted him on, especially week 1. That team passed on him, so they're going to have to pay a little bit for that.
That's come up? That's come up?
I haven't talked to him about it. He knows for sure. I'm pretty sure he has that thought in his mindset.
Okay, that's Darnell Mooney, the only receiver in Chicago anybody knows, cares about. Yes, Dante Pettis is there. But anyway, do you see what I mean by we are underselling this game by going, Trey, Jimmy, Trey. This is Trey and Justin. And in Chicago, and I just learned this yesterday. I guess we should have thought of it. In Chicago, this is a big deal. We're not talking about it because we're like San Francisco. We're just like over here, like we go to NFC title games and we got Kyle Shanahan. And so we got this Trey Jimmy dynamic. In Chicago, they're foaming at the mouth at the idea of beating Trey Lance, the guy you picked, over Justin Fields.
They already beat Justin Fields last year.
Jimmy did.
No, the 49ers did.
Trey didn't.
Justin Fields wasn't trying to get back at the Niners last year. Darnell Mooney, who led the Bears in receiving that day, was 664 yards.
But you get that that's different, right?
He's like, yeah, he's got to get him back for that.
But you get that that's different.
But it's not.
Well, no, but it is because, first of all, this is the stupid stuff we do, as if Justin can just by himself be like, got you back, 49ers. There is some of this. Baker against the Browns, that's a thing. Russ against the Seahawks, that's a thing. This is a little bit different because even if he had won that, okay, he gets some sort of satisfaction. The 49ers aren't the only team that passed on him. What did he go? Number 12? Number 10?
12 sounds
whatever
right.
It was. There were a bunch of teams that passed on him. Is he mad at the Jets and the Jaguars too? Whatever. This is me and the guy you picked playing head-to-head. I want to show you I'm better than that guy.
Then Darnell Mooney needs to indicate that. Because, yeah, there's a little bit of something there. That's the team that passed on him. Like, yeah, well, the team that passed on him already beat him. He already lost to him once.
Right.
Like,
so
why was that not a thing last year?
Because it's Trey. Listen.
It was still the team that passed on him.
But remember
for a quarterback that was sitting.
I want to take everybody's brains back to the fall of 2020.
Oh, please don't. No, bad time.
It was a bad time. But I want to take your football brain back to December 2020. December 2020, there was no question who the top two picks in the draft were. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. And in fact, you weren't crazy, Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning, if you wanted to be like, hey, Justin Fields, I'm pretty sure he just outplayed Trevor Lawrence in a college football game. Why are we assuming that Trevor's number? That was the discussion. Trey was some name that you sort of heard parenthetically, small college, middle of nowhere. Zach Wilson had played himself into the conversation. Wow, he does crazy athletic stuff. And Mac Jones, Lifetime Achievement Award, nice job. You're the quarterback at Alabama, so we're supposed to pay attention no matter what your name is. That was the vibe, okay? And somehow this twisted and turned to where Justin went from the absolute worst-case scenario number 2 pick to not only falling 10 picks, 2 other people at his position from non-major universities beat him to millions of dollars. That is absolutely on his mind Sunday. Zero question.
Okay. And
it's not about the 49ers. It's about Trey.
That's not what Darnell Mooney said.
Well, but that's what he means, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
No, but that's what he means. You're right. He already lost the 49ers. We already did that. This is different.
Okay. I guess.
Justin and Trey is a thing.
I guess.
Listen, I'm telling you how they feel out there. I talked to a bunch of people out there. That's what this is.
If everybody that is sitting right here, I would also say, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Like this is their Super Bowl, I guess.
Well, okay.
That's what Shasky said
you
earlier.
can flick it, you can dismiss it, you can all those things, but I'm a big believer that if you're going to go play a football game and sometimes weird stuff happens where the team with less talent wins, and that's because, like, we say things like this after a game when your team underperforms. Oh, the other team wanted it more. All right, so what are we actually talking about there? They wanted it more. Are you believing in momentum? Are you believing in motivation? Are you believing in that thing within? Is it heart? What is it you're actually talking about? If you want to dismiss the most important player on the other team having some sort of, I'm not going to call it an axe to grind, but some sort of extra motivation for this game, okay, you can dismiss that.
I'm fascinated by the idea that last year he didn't care. Last year it didn't matter.
It's a football game. They care about all of them.
Even though they drafted a guy who couldn't even get on the field for them, and he was playing against it.
Listen,
maybe I'm naive.
No, I get what you're saying, and it's a football game in the NFL, so they all get up for all of them. And is bulletin board material actually a thing? Does it matter? Like, who out in an NFL game doesn't show up with intensity like mad crazy people? They all are.
I think there's levels of focus.
Okay, so here's why it's different, though. It is different. This game for both of these players, I'm telling you, there's a difference between year one and year two. Mm-hmm. You're not a rookie anymore. You now need to show. You need to shine. There is not, and this is true for Trey too, even though he only got 2 games. Mm-hmm. You do not get to go out there this year. Oh, well, we're going to pet you on the back of the head.
Yeah.
Like, okay, take your time. No, year 2, you should pop on some level. Mm-hmm. We should be able to see it on the screen or in person that this is working on some level. And this is not just that game for Trey. This is that game for Justin, too. Whole new coaching staff, new play calling, right? It's now tailored. I mean, you heard Moose say it earlier. This is tailored around his skill set. This is a massive game for him. This gets him into the NFL conversation if he wins it. He's not in it right now. He's not in it. They're the Bears. They're supposed to stink. Nobody's paying attention.
Would it be the case if it was the Packers?
Yes, but less so. The
no,
49
no way.
Yes.
That's outrageous.
No, nationally.
If they knocked off the Packers?
Nationally? How many times have we said it?
Aaron Rodgers and the Packers?
49ers are the story. 49ers are the story. Like, that is absolutely, I'm not going to tell you that what you're sort of throwing out there might have more actual standings teeth to it. This has more pizzazz. Way more. Way more.
I'm not buying that.
It would start a national quarterback controversy. This is the lead story nationally Monday morning if the Bears win. Nationally. Number 1 story. Justin Fields outplays dude you traded up to draft over him. Is Jimmy Garoppolo the right answer? I'm telling you.
If he's gone 4th, then maybe. But he went 12th, man.
Yep.
A bunch of teams went pass.
Right, and 3 months earlier, he was clearly the dude. So is he carrying that around in his back pocket? You damn well better believe it. You know guys do this. Gilbert Arenas ran around. He's a second-round draft pick, and he said he wanted to get back at every team that didn't draft him, which was every team in the NBA.
Including his own.
Including his own. Guys carry that with them. They carry it with them.
Totally.
For sure.
Totally. But if that's, again, this goes back to my original point. Why was that not a thing last year?
Because
if they had won that, why was this not a big national thing last year?
Because it was later in the year, they were bad. Justin was still just a rookie, and Trey Lance wasn't. But Trey Lance wasn't starting again. There are a bunch of teams that passed on him. So it's just different. It's different when you're going mano a mano against one of the other guys. All right. Let's hear this. 2 pieces of audio that you just absolutely have to hear. Which one? You want to do Coach O first?
Yeah, Coach O, so we can start the laugh.
Coach O let go by LSU, and he's at, what is this called? Like the Touchdown Club or something? It's the same place where Gruden made his comments just last week. So they're getting a lot of good sound out of it.
Little Rock, Arkansas.
There you go. Little Rock, Arkansas. Coach O with these comments.
I'm so grateful of my time for LSU. That was my opportunity. You know, coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Hey, Coach, things are not going well. No shit. Ray Charles can see that, brother. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
All right, so again, $17.1 million. What time you want me out of here? Which is phenomenal. But let's be honest, what we really got out of that was the most uncomfortable laugh that's ever happened. I mean... How many snorts is it? Is it 3?
It's so many.
Is it 5? There was a double snort. There's a snort, and then a snort, and then I feel like there was a snort and a double snort Give it one more time. Yeah, it's what he's snorting. He's snorting on the he's snorting on the inhales, and then he snorts on an outhale. Is it an outhale? What's it called? Anyway, Coach O.
Exhale.
Exhale. Thank you. Yeah.
A former hail.
I kind of like outhale more though.
Going with outhale. Yeah. Yeah. In and out.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. I want to promote Doc, but he won't stop snorting.
We need to ask Doc about it. Is like that
We do.
healthy?
That doesn't sound
sounds like an
healthy.
excited French bulldog.
Exactly. All right, so Doc's going to get in here next. And then, still looming, Pat Beverly on the Lakers. This is also fantastic.
So good.
So this is coming up as well. 888-957-9570, our number. Madsen is in for Dibs, and the Doc is next. It's all brought to you by Wnba Jesse Painting. You commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans, Wnba Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB Jesse today or online at mbjesse.com on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. A left-handed rookie starter, a taxed bullpen, and a bright sunny day could be the recipe for plenty of runs in Oakland. The A's will start rookie left-hander Ken Waldichuk versus the Braves, and Atlanta feasts on lefty starters, going 30-13 this season. Other factors point towards the over as well. In the Braves' last 8 games versus the AL West, the over is 7-0-1. A nice trend to jump on, as the BetQL 5-star play of the day is the over between Atlanta and Oakland.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
Ew.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit,
You can switch anytime with the click of a button because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call Wnba Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. Wnba Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact Wnba Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSConnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. It's been a fun one today. Keep it coming. Kyle Madsen is in for Dibs. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch and see what a good-looking man Kyle is. And what is that, an Orioles hat? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for wearing orange and black and representing
This one's got the
baseball.
2001 All-Star patch on it, the year they tied.
Very special.
At Safeco.
Very, very special. Speaking of special, it's always special when we get to talk to the doc. It's time for Cleared to Play. We take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, what is going on? 24 hours from now, let's see. What do you want to go with? Cooper Kupp plays football tonight? What do you want to do tomorrow?
Yeah, I say Cooper Kupp. I think Cooper Kupp's a good one to go with to start out the football season. I think that's a reasonable choice.
Let's go with Eli Mitchell for a second and tell me what is the fallout, if any, at that position when you miss the majority of the preseason.
Yeah, no, you do definitely get concerned because I think that, there is a certain degree of live conditioning and taking some hits that you need at the running back position. And you do get concerned with just the number of injuries that Elijah Mitchell has had. He's got a shoulder, a rib, a finger fracture, a hamstring. So you do get concerned that when he gets into game one, if the weather is definitely going to be a little bit warmer, he's doing a lot of explosive, things in the context of Shanahan's offense. And is he going to get, a groin? Is there going to be a quad, something that adds on to it? So there is a little bit of concern, particularly at a skill position like wide receiver or running back or even cornerback. Those are the ones you get the most concerned about.
Well, speaking of wide receivers, I want to talk about Deebo Samuel, who exited the preseason with this knee bruise. He was back in Monday's bonus practice. Is there any limitations or long-term injury concerns with that back of the knee bruise for Deebo?
Typically not. I mean, it seems he looked pretty good in the videos you see him practice. And the fact that the 49ers actually let him go out and practice in pretty extreme heat makes me feel that this is something that was probably more cautionary than there was some sort of larger structural issue. You know, you do worry, did he kind of bruise up some of the hamstrings? Did he bruise up the calf muscle? But the fact that he was out there makes me less concerned about it. The only thing I would get concerned about during the game is if he were to get impacted in that area again. And it's a hard area to actually get hit in the back of your leg during a football game, particularly for a wide receiver / running back that Deebo is. So I think the risk of that is pretty low. But barring there being direct contact and him having some other issue pop up in the next couple of days, I think he should be good to go, and we'll hopefully see that Trey Lance, Deebo Samuel connection we've all been waiting for.
I want to follow up on something you said. You were talking about the extreme heat. The Niners took the field down in Santa Clara about an hour ago. Is that something that teams have to monitor in how they prepare with temperatures up above 100?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with a lot of these professional teams now, they are monitoring, kind of like looking at heart rate, looking at muscle fatigue, and doing all those various things. But I think most importantly, what the training staff, what the team, the players need to do is that when players start feeling muscle cramps, they start feeling fatigue, or even if they start feeling a little bit off, as opposed to like 25, 30 years ago where you're like, oh, we're going to push through it, not drink any water. That's a time point at which a player and the coach need to say, look, let's sit this one out so that your mechanics don't break down, so you don't then sprain your ankle, you don't tear a ligament, things like that. So it's really just knowing that your fatigue level is going to drop a little bit in terms of when it'll happen. You're making sure you're hydrating so that your muscles, everything's ready to go for that game this weekend. But you definitely are extremely cautious, particularly with these extremes of heat.
Doc, I'm also always curious. When a team, they love to keep all of their information in-house, obviously. And so when they're able to project 3-4 weeks out already and say, this is a problem, an injury is serious. In other words, when Jimmy Ward got hurt, they immediately were like, yeah, week 1 is in doubt, which helped it was serious. And then they put him on the list, and he's out at least the first 4 games. The injury that he has, how confident are we that by week 5 he could be 100%?
Yeah, I'm a little bit cautious with that, and I think some of the reports said it was a grade 3 hamstring, which, for people who may not understand the grading system, that's a complete tear of the hamstring, which, if that's true, and that does get concerning, and typically with a lot of these hamstrings, the way you work them up is you kind of, it's a little bit sore, there may be some pain, and then maybe if it's not responding, you then get an MRI, and you'll say, oh, wow, this is actually very completely damaged. And, grade 1s and grades 2s are pretty predictable. Grade 3s are actually relatively rare, if that's really the case. So sometimes in some studies, it does show that can be 8 to 12 weeks from the time of the injury. So you're talking week 8, week 9. So hopefully, with all the things that the 49ers training staff, their doctors can do to kind of help him get back. And hopefully, even though if it is a grade 3, it's maybe a smaller grade 3 in terms of what muscle it's located in. But I'm a little bit cautious, particularly at that position. If he was a lineman or someone who wasn't doing explosive activity, then I'd say, okay, look, pretty good chance. But I do get a little bit worried when the marker at which he's coming back keeps getting pushed back, particularly with the hamstring.
Doc, I got a baseball-related one as well, and it's a little bit more of a projection because there's no injury as of right now. But we hear a lot that the Giants, for instance, take Carlos Rodon, who may opt out. This is his first fully healthy season with his arm in his career, and he's about to turn 30. And so the idea of, let's say, a 5-year contract, is that too risky? And I don't, there's the financial side of it, but the idea that someone may or may not want to pay a lot of money because over the next 5 years, we probably should expect arm troubles. Is that a rational thought? What would you say on that topic?
No, I think it definitely is a rational thought. And I think you have to take Rodon's an interesting example of a major league pitcher who had shoulder surgery and Tommy John surgery on his elbow and actually made it back relatively healthy. So he's unique in that standpoint. But when you are, thinking of placing a contract for 5 years on someone who'll be 35 at the end of it, you'll say, look, he's had 2 surgeries on 2 joints in his throwing arm. And one thing we do know, if you just look at Tommy John surgery, is that individuals who get that do get back and play, but how much they pitch and their volume of pitches and their fastball are definitely impacted. So one of the unique things, maybe just the way in which baseball is going. If you are looking at 5 years from now, where there is the opener who's throwing 3 to 4 innings, and then you're bringing in a series of relievers, then maybe Rodon is a great 5-year addition for the team because he might be throwing less pitches, he might not have as good a fastball, but he could still potentially be effective. if we're going back to, pitchers maybe throwing 7 or 8 innings, then it could be a little bit harder for Rodon to be a viable option at 34, 35, because we just know that he's already got so much wear and tear. So I think a lot of it is where is baseball going? But then number 2, absolutely, if you, just like with Jimmy Garoppolo, you have an injury to your throwing shoulder or your throwing arm, there's always a concern for how that's going to react over the long term, just given the wear and tear that these athletes have by throwing.
Doc, great stuff. That's a really, really interesting answer. Thanks so much as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right.
Thanks,
Dr. Nirav Pandya. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, and my hope is that next Wednesday we don't have a whole lot to talk to him about.
That's the goal, right?
Every week. That Jimmy Ward answer is A, concerning, and B, the Carlos Rodon answer for me confirms kind of where I'm at on this, which is that I'd love for Rodon to be on the Giants more than just this year. Mm-hmm. I do think he's going to opt out. You're going to let the market sort of dictate this. And if there is a team that wants to go $30 million a year for 5 years, I think the Giants will be out, and I think they're probably right.
I do too.
But if they can do $30 million a year for 3 years, now I'm in.
I think that's probably right. I think.
Now I'm in.
Yeah. I think I would be too. And you obviously don't want... You can't, especially with where the Giants are at, and with how good Rodon's been this year, letting him walk over money, because that's how it's going to be pitched, right? Or at least that's how it's going to not be pitched, but how it's going to be perceived. He's going to be, hey, Rodon left, and they didn't want to pay him this much money. Why don't they want to pay him? They can't pay anybody. Right. That's what it's going to be, even though the proper thing to do, just based on his injury history, his age, 3 years is probably, it's not the dollar amount, it's the length of time that you're committing, because this isn't an NFL contract where you can go, yeah, it's 5, but really it's 3. It's like, no, you're paying him for 5 years if you're signing him for 5 years.
You want to know how confident professional athletes actually are? Wait until you hear what Patrick Beverley said yesterday. Plus, back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Trey Lance, the Bears, the 49ers, and beyond. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Every Monday night, Lorenzo Neal and Sean Salisbury team up for the football hour.
It's Deebo Samuel. If you eliminate his versatility, they're a completely different football team.
He is a game changer. And watching him run over guys, stiff one, and actually dropping the boom on him, he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing.
React to the game with 2 NFL veterans. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on 95.7 The Game.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to scam shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's Babbel.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I did a site visit and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Better than yesterday, but still scorching. Dublin, high of 103.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Gosh, those 2, 3, and 4 picks in your fantasy draft get a whole lot of discussion, don't they? So who just texted you that?
No, it wasn't a text. It was Sheed from Warriors World.
Oh, okay.
On Twitter.
Put
out a poll.
Third overall pick, full PPR, Eckler or Jefferson?
14-team league.
I'm assuming that Taylor and McCaffrey have gone 1 and 2.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean, these
Even
are...
McCaffrey, dude. I'm out on Christian McCaffrey. I've been burned twice. I'm done.
I get that. Yeah, if you've had him the last 2 years, we
get him out of my life.
We hold it against people.
10th round is as early as I would take Christian McCaffrey.
That's the same thing you said about Garoppolo last year. Mm-hmm. Get him out of my life.
Get him out of my life.
And he's not.
You know what?
He's
I was thinking about this the other day. You need to watch a game with me. No, you do. Because no,
I watched the Super Bowl with you.
Yeah, that didn't count.
Well, I know.
That didn't count.
That's why you were invited.
No, you need to, because you are on the receiving. If you're not in on this bit, Mark is just he's on the receiving end of just my angry, emotional texts during games. I don't mean any of it. I'm just mad. So I'm just saying mean things. you don't watch with me and see how excited I am about You only get the angry stuff.
No, I know that, but right, I get that. I'm a sports radio host. I already know that. You just described Twitter. Like, I mean, right? I get that. I understand that there's good. I know that there's good.
It's largely good.
I don't want to be on your coaster, bro. I don't want to be, I don't do roller coasters anymore. That was 18 years old. I don't want to do, up, down. Like, I can't, I want to watch the game. And you and I and many others, I know that I'm actually I'm the weird one, not you. I get that. But I don't react to the bad thing that just happened. Like, I immediately want to be like, okay, let's recover it. Like, I'm a golfer.
Sure.
You slice it into the woods, and I want to be immediately activated by the idea of, I can go save this.
Sure.
I don't want to throw my club and be like, I'm an idiot for slicing the ball into the wood. No, like, let's go save this sucker.
Sure.
Right? And so I'm here, and it's okay, and we're going to get it, and positive vibes. That's how we roll.
But that's the thing about watching a game with me is I'm only angry through I'm silent in person until I'm excited.
I don't know.
I think you would have a great time.
I'm going to need more convincing.
Ask Shasky. Ask Dibley.
Oh, God, you watch a game with those nut jobs? They're crazy, too. No wonder y'all get along.
They both thought I was a great hang.
You're
I'm a good hang.
You're a bunch of emotional roller coasters. That's all you are. Adam in San Francisco, and then we'll get to Pat Beverly here in just a second.
Drew Down on YouTube called you Captain Save a Par. That's great.
That's
Captain Save a Giant.
I will, Drew Down, good work, and I will take that label and run to the grave with it. If that's what's written on my tombstone, I'm in. Adam in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. Adam, what are you doing?
Go, Adam.
Hey, guys. Good morning, or good afternoon, actually.
No. Good morning. 8 minutes. You're okay. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Before I had a quick Trey Lance take, I just had a question. Willard, did you have your draft yet?
I've had 2 drafts. I still have 1 more to go. One of the, understand the whole impetus for the trip to Chicago was not even the 49ers or the Giants. It was a fantasy draft. We are doing something that I've watched other people do. We're doing a draft post the first game. So if somebody gets 40 points tomorrow night in that game, they move up the draft board. So we're doing it Saturday night after the Giants game.
Wow, that's an interesting time. I was just curious what you did with that number 2 overall pick out of 12 people. Running back and wide receiver.
I'm still as of right now. We are leaning in the Justin Jefferson camp. But by the way, I do not have any idea who got picked number 1. So who knows? The wackadoodle in front of me could change the whole deal.
Fair enough. Well, really quickly, just about Trey Lance. I mean, props to you guys for being able to talk about it daily, because it's exhausting, just the reports coming out, the Jimmy coming back, all this stuff. And this is all I wanted to say is from what I've seen. And it's like, obviously that first Cardinals game was a little rough, right? First game, 16 designed runs.
Sure.
Not great. But what did we see in the Texans game? He looked a lot better game over game, right? So he obviously made improvements. Then we look at this preseason, had that really good touchdown throw to Danny Gray. Had a couple, mishaps in the Texans game, but whatever. But what I see with someone like Trey Lance is that he continues to get better by the games, right? And that's all everyone's been saying, is that he needs reps. But I think it's just clear as day that he clearly gets better game over game. And I think the thing that's being undervalued is that Kyle Shanahan is going to put Trey Lance in the best position to be a good quarterback. I mean, Jimmy got wins and everything like that, but that big play was always kind of missing. And I think with Trey Lance, we're going to finally have what we've been missing.
Adam, it's a good point, and it's really, in the end, the rational fan, this is what they're looking for this year. I think Trey Lance needs to be a different quarterback in the last 8 games than he is in the first 9.
Yes.
Or whatever, pre-bye, post-bye. Like, that's what you want. If the 49ers have a couple of whoopsie daisies in the first half of the season, I think people will have patience through that, as long as it's not most of the games. You don't want to be like 3-5, 2-6. You don't want to be any of that. But you can have a couple of whoopsie daisies if by the second half of the season you're humming. I'm totally cool with that.
The other thing that really sticks out for me is you can't have the same mistake over and over and over and over. That was the frustrating thing with Garoppolo. It's like, dude, he is going to throw one into a linebacker's chest at some point, and it's going to suck. So can Lance, when he gets fooled by whatever coverage is being run, the next time that happens, can he avoid making the same mistake?
Yeah. No, I like that. I like that for sure. All right, Goo and JD are going to be in here in just a second. We've been promising Spadone's Patrick Beverley sound, though. Let's please, if you will, set this up. This is a Patrick Beverley this is right after his introductory press conference. Listen not only for what he says, but how uncomfortable the reporter immediately becomes. Go ahead.
They would be playing with me.
Yeah?
I made the playoffs last year. They didn't. It's the difference.
Have you guys started talking yet?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I'm glad that, we get a chance to play with each other. Then, anything else, I'm excited to see it go on. I'm excited to get the battling going.
So the question, which was not a question, it was sort of just a leading statement, was, so you get to play with LeBron and Anthony Davis. And the reporter clearly wanted Patrick to be just like overwhelmed with the blessing of being in the same room as LeBron James. And his answer, give it to us one more time again, Spadone.
They would be playing with me.
Yeah?
I made the playoffs last year. They didn't.
Okay. The reporter then starts to chuckle like, Patrick, I get it. Good joke. Patrick's like, no, dude, I'm very serious right now. We get to all play with each other because we're teammates.
Right.
I am on their level. Fact, I actually kind of have a recent resume that they don't.
Yes.
And he just stared at the reporter like,
Fascinating that Russell Westbrook's name was not included in the Anthony Davis, LeBron James category.
Too. Can you imagine what he would have said? You get to play with Russell Westbrook. That fool?
Right. Did you see the pictures the Lakers posted on Twitter of them like laughing together as they were walking?
Oh my gosh. What are they going to do?
I think the Lakers, you can bet on them to miss the playoffs at like plus 265 right now.
What are they going to do? You can't have these two guys both on the same team.
I don't think so.
You can't, right? Patrick Beverley and Russell Westbrook.
Spadone is disgusted.
Look at it. Like, he can't even, he's holding his lips. He's like
how is Russell Westbrook still on this team? Listen, I don't understand how you watched last season and keep this guy on the court. He's awful. He has the lowest IQ of any NBA basketball player I've ever seen in my life. Guy sucks. He sucks. How is he on the team?
I have never seen a human picture of tension more than what was happening with your face when we brought up Russell Westbrook. Like, your shoulders went up 1.5 inches. You grabbed your lips with your right hand.
Physically holding his mouth
and
shut.
squeezed. And you just squeezed. And the fingers were tight. And everything is just all clenched up. And that's all the beauty that is Russell Westbrook. There it is.
I love it.
Have a good year.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Can I drop an NFL hot take on you?
Captain snorts a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
As we transition to our changeover here, I think Baker Mayfield and the Panthers are going to be pretty good.
I'm hearing a few people sort of agree with you on that.
Like, I don't think Baker Mayfield stinks.
He doesn't.
And I think he's going to be a massive upgrade for them at quarterback.
He doesn't. His name and sort of what comes along with him sometimes overwhelms facts of what's happening on the football field. He's not amazing. And there is baggage.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't stink.
No.
At all.
I wouldn't pay him.
No. Like,
this year.
Here we go to our B-level quarterback thing again. That's another one. Yeah. And Cleveland went, nope, we're not going to do that. And then obviously everything went completely sideways. But anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. And here's Goo and JD. Hi, boys.
What's up?
How we doing? Fellas? What's cooking?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
So Top Gun, the original, is one of my favorite movies of all time. And I told Steiny
should be.
And the listeners, I was afraid to watch Maverick. I wouldn't do it because I didn't want it tainted it to be awful. I watched it. And I watched it twice.
Yes.
And my pops was in the Navy for 30 years, and he gave me his shirt.
Yeah,
way
look
back
at
when.
you.
Incredible.
And
That's
I'm
super
rocking
sick.
it, and I feel like I'm a cadet, JD.
Hold up. Now, your pops was in the Navy?
32 years.
So was mine. What did your pops do?
He was engineer,
Okay.
Navy engineer. So he's real smart, like with the, he can fix anything.
My dad did sonar on a submarine.
That is
And I'm
wow.
like,
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about things. I'm like, that would terrify me to be 1,000,000 feet under the earth. I'm like,
That's
oh my
amazing.
gosh, if one thing goes wrong, it's over. But yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
See, there's some more simpatico.
And I agree with you guys on Baker. Coming out of OU, I thought this guy was the man. And it's like Russell Westbrook. I'm a guy, I'm not a hater. I just think it's sad what he's become because we forget what he was. And Baker, to me, it's upstairs. Somebody took his mentals, but he went to Pittsburgh, won a playoff game. So for you to say Carolina has got action, they got major action. I think this is his, not ninth life, but Baker, you can... All that stuff, it came with the baggage. Go show him, fella.
Well, and that's big because if you believe Peter King, the Niners play the Panthers, week 5? I believe.
Yeah, not easy.
So, I mean, Trey Lance is going to be fighting for his job at that point. That'll be it's
a great point.
Pretty big game.
Yeah, big test for him.
So I counted that one as a win. I don't know about you, Willard.
Stop it.
They should still win for sure. I just don't think the Panthers are going to go win 4 games.
It is, yes.
Wow.
It will be. It will be in Steph Curry country on October 9th, week 5. Yes. The 49ers and Panthers and Steph will be there rooting for the home team.
Hey, if he's there in a Panthers jersey, I'm beefing with Steph.
Why? Why?
Yeah,
I'm out.
Klay Thompson can wear a Dodger uniform and Steph can't wear a Panther jersey?
I'll tell you what, if Steph's going to be there, he's going to need to get an exemption because the Warriors have a preseason game that night.
Well, you know what? Sit this one out, Steph.
And what about the Sundays
Stay
where they
healthy,
don't
I
play,
need you
Willard?
40 minutes.
I just found
What's
that
that?
out where
What's
the
that?
Niners and Warriors. I don't like that double up.
Well, that's on the.
I'm
that's,
a watch, but I don't like that.
No,
That's on the NBA. And
That's
it's
on
terrible.
the NBA. Yeah, that's on the NBA.
Come on,
I mean,
get it
there's
together.
Number one rule: if you're running a sports league, I mean, gosh, Jimmy Garoppolo said this at a press conference last week. You have to know who you are in this league. Well, I'm going to say this to
I
the
love
leagues
that.
as well. You got to know who you are in this country.
Okay, all right.
You're not number one.
Yeah.
So get out the way.
Yeah.
Get out the way. Do not go head to head with primetime NFL. You will lose. You'll lose if it's the preseason in the NFL.
Yeah.
You'll
NFL
lose.
is Elvis.
That's why the Pro Bowl's still around.
Yeah.
Well,
The Pro Bowl.
The irony is the
Flag football, you
NBA
mean.
has moved some games off of Thursday. You know,
For
TNT
this
to Big
reason.
Thursday.
Yeah.
They moved it, a lot of those to Tuesdays up until the point where the NFL season is over. So they've tinkered with it, but
Christmas
still,
they share,
you
right?
look, and that is a Sunday
that's-
as well
and
this
that's
year.
Because I mean, that's just sort of an unfortunate calendar thing for the NBA. There's nothing you can do about
and
that.
the other one that the NBA has changed their plan is the MLK holiday because now that fits into the week where the NFL has the Monday night wild card game. It's now on the MLK holiday, so they've kind of forced.
Oh, here we
I'm
go.
glad you brought that. That was a weird vibe. Like we didn't talk about that much because it wasn't a great game.
Right.
Arizona and the Rams.
The Rams just torched
It
Arizona.
didn't feel like a playoff
didn't
game
feel like a
because it was
playoff
coached
game.
by Cliff Kingsbury. Who's
Oh, Medea too.
Hey,
And it
hey,
was-
stinks.
and it was
teams
on a-
that win the Monday night wild card game win the Super Bowl.
That's a great
100%
stat.
of the
That's a great
time.
stat.
That's true.
Man, look at Jay.
Challenge that this
Yeah.
year. We'll see. Yeah, that's true. But it did. It had a different feel to it. It had a different feel to it, even though it was a holiday. So I guess it shouldn't. I mean, same kind of thing. We were off work, and we've got to work in the morning. That's the same as every other Sunday.
Yeah,
But
look
it just,
at you.
Yeah, it
it
was
just
weird.
didn't. Yeah.
This ain't work what we do.
Well, that
like I go to bed
meant,
smiling.
When I said we, I meant
No,
society.
I don't know where that just came out. Right.
Yeah, no, we don't have jobs.
My
I
friends
know
are
that.
like, dude, you don't
I know
work.
that.
I'm like, you know what? You might be right.
Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is
True.
to talk to my friends who are like doctors and
stop.
lawyers?
They hate their coworkers and the boss.
Dude,
Like,
seriously.
Yeah. Well, we hate our coworkers. Let's be honest.
Not
Wait,
me,
what?
Willard. Speaking of which,
not me.
But that's the beauty. I think that is the beauty of this job, though, is the fact that regardless of the scenario, and I don't know the circles that you run in, Kyle, but to me, you're always in some ways
Doing a
viewed
show?
as the most
Oh.
interesting person in the room.
Wow.
To others, whether you are or not depends on what you have to
It's
say.
a hell of a lot to live up to, too.
Yeah.
By the way, that's true. And that one of the reasons I love doing the fantasy leagues at work is because
This is
if you
beautiful. You
do a
need 'em all.
fantasy league outside of work, you are marked. You are marked right away. You walk into the room and everybody is like, oh, here comes fancy sports radio. You know everything. We're going to beat you. And then they celebrate double.
That's great.
I'm like, I don't know who's going to get hurt in week 8.
That's
the hell do I know? Just sitting here talking.
But I'd rather do that, let's say, at some kind of a party or an interaction, maybe if you're out with the girlfriend or the wife or something like that. I'd rather talk sports because everybody thinks, hey, this guy's on the radio and covers. I'd rather do that than actually pretend like I care about what's really going on in their lives. I tend to view it as a positive.
I think what you just said is mostly just most men ever. I mean, we don't, I think sometimes... And you'll get this. Like when people are like, why do you guys sit there and talk about this all day? And you're like, we don't know what else to do. It is what we bond on.
No doubt.
It is the thing, and is why we care. Is because that's. I mean, how many times you've been? Let's say you end up at one of those parties. You don't know a lot of people there, right? And you just kind of like trying to mingle. And how quickly does it? Is just like. So what do you think about that Trey Jimmy stuff? Huh? I mean, it's like, because you don't know what else to do.
Right. Hit me with your Gabe Kapler tape.
Right.
I'm all in. Let's go.
JD, do I have this rumor correct? Do I get to do a show with you tomorrow for the first time ever?
That's what I hear.
That's a true fact.
That is what I hear.
He's a professional.
We'll see if it holds up. Come tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I mean,
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to do the whole show as Gabe Kapler. I'm going to do the whole show.
Speaking of which,
hey, we need to do that.
Yeah,
please.
I will. Whole show.
You guys were doing the changeover
yesterday,
yesterday, and I heard Shasky bring up the Donahue doc, and he said David Stern was the worst human being, and I was like, that was so heavy. I called him after the show, like, what you saw made you feel that in
Did you watch it, though?
No, we got ready to watch it. The heat, power went out in the U.
Oh, gosh.
But it's coming. But for somebody to say that it was that heavy, now, I'm going to say this. No commissioner should be calling a ref, guys, at halftime.
That's wild.
I feel you.
So I haven't watched it, but I know that. And I think of the Kings, Lakers, and what was it? The 30,000 fouls in the fourth quarter for Sacramento. Why was he calling? Why would you call an official at halftime?
Listen,
I'll step back.
I don't have.
You want a game 7?
I don't have the context yet. I haven't seen the doc. I don't. But can you just imagine? And maybe he knew. Maybe there was something else going on. You're Tim Donaghy, okay? It's halftime. And your ringtone goes off.
What?
And you pick it up, and on the screen it just says commissioner
of the league.
Would that freak you out? Would that
could he want, though? That's what we heard about the great late Al Davis or Jerry Jones calling in plays, during halftime.
Listen,
but the commission.
Hey,
there's only one thing you can want.
We get these reminders every year. Because we are so fish hook in mouth with the results of these games.
I heard you use that one.
I mean, we are. And we get these little reminders that it's like they're running an entertainment business. And we're supposed to act or believe that everything is just fully left to chance on the up and up.
Are you tinfoil hatting me right now?
Wow. I'm not an NBA conspiracy theorist. I'm not.
But
the Patrick Ewing draft. Look at the YouTube on the Ewing draft.
Yeah, like commissioners don't let their stuff go wrong. I mean, why do you think in the NFL over the years, every year, the rules are harder on the defense?
Wow. Okay.
Because it's fair?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, because they're running an entertainment business.
The long ball.
And 9-3 sucks. It sucks. Nobody wants to
hate
watch
what
it.
you're saying, but I'm on the road, man.
Yep.
That's just, Jay, how can you sell? Like, what were you calling for, boss?
I've always thought that David Stern was less than above board.
Wow. Okay. R.I.P. to the legend.
Yeah, R.I.P. But you hear stories, and sounds like this is maybe going to bring some of it to life. I don't like to go conspiracy theory either, but I mean, David Stern had things that he wanted done a certain way, and they were going to get done. I mean, he ran the league like a freaking crime boss. I mean, that's just reality.
Kyle, bear with me here, because I got to share this with my 3 friends here. I love my dad more than anything in the world, so if you told me sport-wise, could I get to the bottom of something and Encyclopedia Brown could cover it and get the real answer, I would go, how could Michael Jordan all of a sudden retire, say he wants to spend time with the fam, hey, more power to you, but then get on a bus to play baseball? Like, do you think something else was going down when Jordan left the NBA? I do, and I hate that I do get a life, but come on, man. You don't walk away from the league and then go play baseball, minor league baseball for the Bears. Come on. That's the conspiracy stuff that I'm like, something was going down.
And then his dad got murdered right after the fact,
man.
like about a month later.
Stuff just sticks with me.
I was trying to think of a different thing that I would like for sure want to know the answer to. I don't think there is one. I think it's a little heavy for Encyclopedia Brown.
Well, I just think what I've learned through the years is that there's always something going on behind the scenes. Like, there's always something going on. And I don't mean that means it's always nefarious. It just means that we are talking about massive celebrities, millions and millions humans, millions upon millions of dollars, major businesses. Each one of these teams is its own multi-billion-dollar industry. And if you look at it that way, you'd think, well, how could there not be stuff going on? Right. And that's why I like to bring what you're saying right now to the room. Like when this came up yesterday, that's why my mind immediately went to Jimmy and Trey. And it fascinates me how many of you believe that this was just like the 49ers were like,
I don't. Yeah.
You know what? I think we need a backup quarterback.
Wow.
Like, no. That isn't what happened. I don't know the whole story, but it was not that simple.
Wow.
You're talking about major celebrities and their careers and millions of dollars and a $6 billion organization. Wow. And they were like, oh, well, we need a backup quarterback. And then so,
nothing to look at here.
Come on. And
it's not going anywhere, guys. It starts Sunday.
I'm usually the last cynic in the room.
Yeah.
But come on. Even I'm not that gullible.
But there are people out there that just hate to hear it, Kyle. They hate to hear it. Quit talking about it. It's like we're not happy. We're doing what we do. We got to report. Peter King yesterday. I'm Damon Ratto.
Yep. It's like a train wreck.
Wow.
Like I can't stop. Like look. And I'm excited for football to start so we can actually talk about like the substance of games and stuff.
Football,
but right now, if we pop these mics on and we're like, hey, Elijah Mitchell, who's backing him up?
Wow, man.
Jeff Wilson?
Yeah.
How are we feeling about Jeff Wilson?
It's not where my mind's at. I don't think it's where anyone's mind's at. Like there's 3 true outcomes on Sunday.
Wow.
Either Trey is going to chill everybody out. He's going to look amazing. Or
it's win, lose, or Trey.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow. That's really good. That's very good.
It's DEFCON 5 if he loses.
That's what.
Or strikeout.
Or a walk, which would be like you won 20-14.
Okay.
You threw for 170 yards and right.
We were kicking this around, guys. Just the fact that do the style points matter? Because I said to Goo, I said I don't care if they win 10-9,
but
it doesn't matter.
My immediate answer would be not yet.
It's coming.
It will at some point.
Oh, no doubt.
Because
this was built to be different.
Yeah. If we don't care about style points, then put Jimmy back in the game.
Wow.
But we do. Yeah. We do. We want something that is more dynamic than that.
That's not style points.
Well, whatever. Do his numbers matter? At some point, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Not yet.
Would it surprise you if the Niners win ugly Sunday? Like they won a lot of games.
I think that's how the first probably 3-4 weeks
I'd
are going to
actually
go.
predict that. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that on the list of outcomes, and we can maybe get into this tomorrow, but on the list of outcomes for Sunday, Trey throws for 340 and 3 touchdowns in a
pretty far
blowout
down the
win
list.
is way down there.
Yeah. If that happens, my gosh, we're going to be set on our ear. If they win 38-14,
they're winning the next 5 Super Bowls if that happens.
For sure.
And then they got Denver Monday night. Or Sunday night. Yeah, week 3.
Week 3.
Like, even if you win these first 2 games against bottom feeders,
you get a real test.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, do we? I don't really know what Denver. I have no clue.
I got them people going to the bowl for me.
That's
Denver?
a tough environment.
Russell Wilson's finishing in 4th place in that division.
Why though, Willard? They got a two-headed monster.
Have you heard about the other 3 teams in that division?
Yeah, but the Chargers didn't make the playoffs last year. They got a coach that doesn't know math.
That's true.
What about the Raiders? I don't know, but to say and dismiss Russell, who should have 2 rings, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I'm telling you, Denver is high on my list.
Again, you have a multi-billion-dollar organization that was tired of him. Worn
That's how you
out.
took it?
Dude, read the ESPN story by Brady Henderson today.
I gotta check that out. Stitches.
By dude.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Mr. Unlimited.
Worn out.
Oh my God.
That's the worst thing.
Let's Ride thing.
And that's cool. You can
Broncos country.
You can be worn out by him and all of that, but like, when's the next time you're going to be good? Is another part of that too.
Worn out
because if
by
they're
him,
not good till 2030,
I'm not backing what they did because if you're worn out by someone and then your answer is Drew Lock. Okay.
What Geno Smith,
what are you? What are you doing?
Okay.
So
9:45.
There you go. What are you doing? I mean, so I don't know if this is actually some sort of a low pro tank job or whatever they're doing in Seattle, but I do know warn the bleep out.
All right. I'm still high on Russ.
Yeah.
And then one more quickie for you guys.
Take your time.
Goo was throwing this one at me. Lewis Brinson. Is he Eric Davis? Or
I got Lewis.
Is he a right-handed Fred Lewis?
He looks good, right? Ain't sports amazing?
I've got Barry Bonds.
28 hours, and we're like, Lou Brinson. I mean,
and just watching him run down first on the ground ball, I'm like, dude, he's just everything's easy.
I'm going Eric Davis.
No, you know,
Eric the Ring.
You know what here's the issue. So Lou Brinson, once upon a time, a big time prospect, right? So does he
first
have
round pick of the Rangers in 12?
Right. Does he have some skills? Obviously, he has some skills. But the underlying way where 3 home runs leads to this conversation shows how desperate we are for youth, athleticism, talent, somebody who can hit off a Dodger.
He ain't homegrown, but still.
Holy smokes.
Played it fast and loose with youth there.
Well, he's got a 2 in front of his age.
Good point.
Pretty good for a Giant. Pretty good for a Giant.
That's fair.
Not 34.
Man.
Lou Brinson. That's his headline. SF game up. All right?
I love it.
All right. Here we go. JD, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, buddy. All right.
Be fun.
Go in, JD. Here we go.
Perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Didn't want to do it, Goo.
I didn't want to do what?
Really didn't want to do it to start the show. But I think we may have to do it because I know you mentioned this to me in the green room. You're driving home and you're listening to Peter King.
Yeah.
You're thinking, all right, we're doing the show today. We're going to talk about the Niners and the Bears. Soldier Field. As Kyle said, who's going to be the number 2 running back.
Yeah.
But every day seemingly bounces back to what's going on with Trey Lance and a new report and
from
a
big
take,
boy. Yeah.
And a new opinion of when he may or may not be the starting quarterback. And we can't quit it because it keeps hitting us in the face, which I think is an example,
no doubt,
of what we've been talking about really for the last week plus, which is this stuff, as much as we want to run from it and talk about other things, it ain't going away.
And how would you, Jay? I love you. You look great again. And I'm with you. Like the Twitchers, the YouTubers yesterday, some were fatigued of this topic. And to be honest with you, my friend, I am, but I'm also captivated because JD is so enormous. There's nothing fake about the possibilities. It's like a Rubik's Cube, the quarterback position for the Niners. And there's so many angles and combos that this thing could go, all determined on what happens, barring from injury, play, subpar play. So I came in today driving home after I left you. Maybe they're right, the Twitchers, the YouTubers. But here comes Peter King, a guy in the know, to basically say what we've been talking about, Jay. And I got it. I don't want to tease the first segment. I got a major take for you and the listeners before we get out of here about Sunday's game in the Shy. But what did you make of what he said?
Yeah, it didn't surprise me because I think there is an element, and we'll play the cut for you, but it's just the fact that if the 49ers really fully believed in Trey Lance, then they wouldn't have brought Jimmy Garoppolo back. And then the other part to take the headline is just the simple fact that he's set the middle of the season, week 7 games, as the opportunity for if the 49ers were going to look to make a switch, that would be their allotment of patience, let's say.
But I'll tell you this. Let's just use a baseball analogy. If you're telling me your prize rookie that you move mountains for is only getting 7 games, to me that's the equivalent of a pitcher throwing 70 pitches. JD, the politics involved in this before a move could be made, if it was subpar play, to me would be 12 games at minimum.
Yeah, I mean,
7 games?
I'm not putting a number on it because I think we all know Trey Lance is the starter, and we all know that Kyle Shanahan is going to show, at least we believe, some semblance of patience in evaluating him and how this team does. And I think the win-loss mark is a huge part of it. I'm not putting a number on it, though, either way, because I think it could be 7 games. I think it could be 2 or 3 games, depending upon, like, to me, that's all up to Trey. So I don't look at a 7-game mark from Peter King and think that that's crazy by any stretch of the imagination. The onus is on Trey. The onus is on the 49ers.
You know what, Jay? You and I are friends, on air, off the air, and I don't think I'm asking you a tough question. You may think different, but I want to ask you now, with everybody listening, how good is Trey Lance in your opinion?
I think he's solid. I think he's okay.
What's solid
I think he's okay.
Okay, right.
I think he's okay. I think the true answer is we don't know.
But do you get a feeling, Jay? Has anything changed when Jimmy came back? Is this an indictment on what you believe, what Peter's trying to insinuate, and what I think?
I think it's part of it,
like,
for sure.
This ain't good.
I think it's part of it, for sure. It's like we talked about, it's a hedge.
It's a hedge.
It's a hedge. It's.
And for the people that don't know what that is,
you need to have a backup plan.
Oh, wow.
You got your plan A, and then you need to have a capable plan B if plan A goes awry. And that's not solely just injury. That could be play. That could be level of play. So I think that's part of it. But I've said it, and I kind of got crucified for it a little bit. I mean, when I was out of training camp, based on what I thought, I mean, I think I was maybe the first one to say
you hit me with it, and I told Steiny on air.
Compared to what I thought Trey Lance would look like at training camp, he didn't hit the marks that I thought. And I'm looking around and I'm wondering, well, am I crazy? Am I not looking at the right things?
And it's Allen Iverson because you're at practice.
Right. And they're all saying the right things. Kyle Shanahan sure as hell knows exponentially more about football and about his team than I do. So do I take him at his word? Man. Of course. You're inclined, at least I'm inclined to do that. I'm inclined to take the 49er players at their word. You're going up against an elite defense. So I'm seeing it. But then I'm also thinking to myself, is what I'm seeing real? And to what level is it real? But I'm starting to think now maybe the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan were seeing in their own grading scale and rubric that whatever he thought it would look like, talking about Kyle Shanahan,
he ain't
seeing it.
That's interesting. And I'm on YouTube right now. The Otis Birds, the Drew Downs, Dante Wileys, all these guys are mad at Peter King, basically saying that was a joke of a report, but that's not how Peter has stayed in this business this long. And that's why I think it's just, for me, JD, it's so refreshing. Whatever you think, however you think this dynamic is going to play out, we finally get real football. And you know what happens when the 15 minutes start ticking in the first quarter in Chicago? His career, and I'm talking about him, Trey Lance's career starts. And to the naked eye or eyes, we're going to be able to watch and not have or depend on Peter King. We're not going to have to depend on said reporter. I'm going to be able to tape the game, watch it back, watch the games, and then I'll be able to develop my opinion on what I'm seeing. Because right now it's like you would practice. And Jay, you said it so poetically when you said, Goo, I ain't trying to, say the kid's not good, but I get a feeling people are biting their tongue on what they're not seeing.
Right.
And then it came out a day later. Everybody, the three. And I said, man, that dude is bad. Talking about you, that you had seen it early.
Yeah, and it's, again, I'm not trying to jump to conclusions by any stretch. I certainly want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think we've got what the 49ers have said here over the course of the last, not just month and a half, but the last 7 months versus their actions, which is, I think, a big part of the equation. But, yeah, Trey Lance is going to get the nod. I know you've got some big thoughts on week 1 in Chicago and these first handful of games. We'll get into the matchup a little bit. We got a great show for you here between now and 3 o'clock. We'll hit you with the Peter King sound in case you missed it with Damon and Ratto yesterday. We'll open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. A lot to get into. And a wide range. Some power rankings are out across the NFL.
And we'll give ours.
Who cares about power rankings, right?
I'd love
especially coming into the year. But, Goo, I know you love them. Niners, middle of the pack in one, near the top in another, but maybe not quite at the top at the level that 49ers fans would want. We'll get into that. We got a lot to get to between now and 3 o'clock. And it's all coming up here. Also, starting this Saturday at 9 a.m. and airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with Boomer Esiason, breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL, on and off the field. 9 a.m. starting this Saturday and running through the fall right here on 95.7 The Game. This segment brought to you by Wnba International.
All the noise.
How many other teams in the NFL? 31 teams?
Mm-hmm.
Not one other team cares that they don't have Jimmy Garoppolo.
All the drama.
I would rather watch the Niners lose games with Trey Lance than win games with Jimmy Garoppolo.
None of it matters come Sunday.
Here goes the rookie around the left side, and then he goes for the touchdown. Man, oh man.
Breaks a tackle, and Mitchell all the way for the touchdown. Niners, Bears. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here. JD for Steiny. Daryl Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570. Let's get into it. And look, we're not going to spend the next 2.5 hours necessarily talking about when the 49ers going to pull Trey Lance out.
No!
We're not doing it again. We're not. We hear you, and believe us, we feel the same way.
We see what you see and hear what you hear.
As you mentioned, and by the way, Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan both going to be addressing the media here coming up in the next 10 minutes or so prior to the 49ers getting on the practice field. They'll go today, tomorrow, Friday in Santa Clara, then head for Chicago week 1 as the countdown begins for the 49ers and the Bears. And so you hit me with it. You're driving home. You hear Peter King. He's on with Damon and Ratto, and let's just get to the sound, because he wrote in his column, and again, it's an opinion, just generally about how long do you think Trey Lance would get as the starting quarterback, and he wrote roughly around the 7-game mark. Again, his opinion, not a report necessarily that they'd be looking to move on from Trey Lance or go to the backup at that point. So the guys were asking him about that. And here's the first part of what Peter King had to say.
The only conclusion I can draw from that is that Kyle Shanahan is having some second thoughts about whether Trey Lance is ready to go and is going to be able to make it through the season.
So that in reference to, obviously, bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back into the fold again.
Right, and that's not a guy that, a Skip Bayless. That's just, he doesn't hot take for air. That's just looking at this from afar and us coming up and with an evaluation and opinion that this is odd. And I go back again to Warren Moon with the weird comments. Steve Young, terrified when it just comes to this whole dynamic. So, again, I asked you how good Trey Lance is. I don't know. But the way that I was told what Trey Lance is going to be when Kaepernick hit the scene. And nobody knew Cap was going to take the league by storm the way he did. But in a crazy world, JD, I guess that's what I'm expecting from Trey Lance. So when people tell me the offense is not going to be different, what are you smoking? And if you're smoking, put it down. And if you're sipping, put it down. Go to work. Because we were told this change happened to make the Niners offense more dynamic. Sunday at 10 in the Shy, we get to see it.
We do get to see it, and so that was the short end of what Peter King had to say. Let's get to the longer version, and I think this is a little bit more telling. Again, Peter King with Damon and Ratto yesterday on the possibility that maybe there's a little more in play than just Jimmy being the backup and the best backup in the game.
Do you think if Trey Lance had a great spring and great summer, that a week before the start of the season, the 49ers then would have said, oh, hang on a minute, we're going to pay Jimmy $6 million a year to be a backup because we just want to make sure that we have starter insurance? It's entirely possible that happened, but I don't think if they were madly in love with Trey Lance and his readiness that they would have done this.
There you go.
Wow.
And he went on to add, if the 49ers had total and absolute confidence in Trey Lance, they wouldn't have done it. I think it's easy to see.
So, again, for the people out there like Trey Lance, who I got to believe when, we saw the end of the season presser and Jimmy was saying goodbyes and Kyle and John were doing the same, this was his show. And in a crazy way now, this is not his show. They can say it is, Jay, but the proof's in the pudding. Actions speak louder than words. And if for some reason he was to get off to a subpar start, and so was the team, I mean, now we're watching the Niners every week to see when Tim would go out there. And if the coach, Kyle Shanahan, had the cojones to make that move.
Comcast business text line from the 415. I think Shanahan could be a little worried about Trey, but he's also worried about himself and winning, and Jimmy gives him protection. Jimmy gives him protection if they're not winning, or if it doesn't look the way that he's expecting it to look, or that he thinks that maybe the fans are expecting it to look.
Right, and when you talk about expecting it to look, we're talking about a guy that did do it on the NCAA level, big time, prime time games. This guy is pretty much an unknown. But when you look at the highlights, JD, and the body and the arm, I mean, he passes the test and all that. But, again, if the people out here listening to this show think that this thing is going away, I dubbed it the circus. That's what it is. I'm going MC Hammer. It's just getting started.
That's the point. The point is, even on the days, and I think this is the perfect example of why we're starting the show this way, even though it's not going to be the next couple of hours in its entirety, is the fact that there is going to be a take every day or a report. I know Mike Silver for the Chronicle wrote a column about the fact that the 49ers are window now is to win it all, but they've got a young quarterback and they're trying to thread the needle and the windows might not match and there's a risk involved there, which was always going to be the case. The difference, though, now is the fact that there is a backup plan in place. What I'm getting at is, and it's the same thing that you're getting at, Goo, it's already it's here to stay. And it's not going. And it's just not going anywhere.
And the Niners signed up for it.
Exactly.
So 2 years ago, when you made this draft pick, Kyle, you told everybody you were in love. You were in love with this kid. You didn't care what the cost was. The team was going to suffer because you used all resources on one position to get a guy that I don't even know, or we don't know, JD, to where there was a line around the corner for his services. So you went and did that. And then now when it was his time to go out on stage and be the lead singer, you say, hey, come back. We're going to keep the old lead in-house, and only you know why. And we are watching this like something like a great movie, Jay. And like you just said a second ago, it's just getting started.
It's just getting started. So, again, another day, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of more between now and Sunday, as the 49ers get closer to this thing. So 888-957-9570. Let's also get into some of these power rankings, which typically come out on Tuesday.
Wow.
And I was caught by Pro Football Talk, and Florio puts his out. 49ers, I thought it was interesting. And look, who cares? Like, seriously, who cares?
I do a little bit,
cares?
Jay. Yeah.
Who cares what Florio thinks?
Right.
Well, he's got him 7. Yeah. Okay.
Remember him and
Bleacher
Bonte
Report. I don't even know. I don't even know who wrote him for Bleacher Report. I don't care. They probably some intern. They're 15th. Okay. But here's the thing. I think the one thing that is interesting as you look at the 49ers to me is in the Bay, we talk about them as if they're a top 5 team.
They were top 4 last year.
In the NFL.
Okay, they were top 4 last year.
Super Bowl contender, right? Top 5 team. Like we talk of them as if they are in they are at the cream of the crop.
That's legit.
Okay.
No homerism at all.
So Florio's got him a little below that. Bleacher Report's got him middle of the pack, which to me is far too low. I mean, 15 out of 32.
But they don't know what you said it the other day. It's a quarterback league, Jay. I'm not defending anybody I don't know, but if you want to look at this switch and look at the unknown at the quarterback position, because that's what it is going into Sunday's game, I get you putting them at 15.
There's a wide variance of opinions on this team for a number of different reasons, but to your point, it does come back to the quarterback, right?
All day.
It's the biggest question mark on this team. And you can say, offensive line, go ahead, come down my road. We're going to be talking about quarterbacks. We're not going to be talking about Spencer Burford and Aaron Banks and Jake Brendel.
Hopefully Banks, right?
Look, they may be part of the problem, but we're not going to be talking about those 3.
I hear you. We're talking about the lead singer. And the lead is number 5.
And so do you think that's the biggest reason why?
Oh, there's no doubt. This was a team that was 10 minutes away from another trip to the Super Bowl just last year. So just from that aspect, you know, I don't agree with the 15. I think that's ridiculous. And if you want to say the glass is half full or half empty, if you got the Niners at 15 or anywhere outside the top 10, you're being a pessimist. So to me, I think if Kyle Shanahan, who to me the message is, hey, world, look at my young toy. I can make this guy be up to par faster than anybody can do it. I'm that guy. So that's why I didn't understand Jimmy coming back. And even if you want to sell me on, we were just doing that for insurance. So we'll watch. But I'll give Kyle the benefit to where there's no way in hell I would do a power rankings going into week 1 with the Niners out of the top 10.
Yeah, to me, they'd have to be in the top 10. I think there's a lot of really good teams in the AFC, not to get too bogged down with that. I think there are more good teams in the AFC than the NFC. But I find it hard to, just looking around the NFC, hey, you want to put the Rams in there? That's fine. You want to put the Packers in there? That's fine. You want to put Tampa in there? That's fine. But
it ain't Philly.
Who's next?
Ain't Dallas.
Like who's next?
It ain't Atlanta.
Who's next at that
it ain't
point?
Carolina.
Like, I wouldn't put anybody in the East ahead of the Niners.
No doubt.
At that point, I wouldn't put anybody else. Would you put anybody else in the North? other than Green Bay ahead of them?
No.
Going into the year?
I got a question mark about the Packers.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, the Packers don't have Devontae Adams. We'll see. I mean, they just...
That's a big deal.
They go 13-3, though. They just print 13-3, 13-4 now.
MVP for Rodgers.
Yeah, they just book that, right? They got to just stamp it, 13 wins and the 1 seed, or at least the 1 or the 2 seed coming into it. But, yeah, I find it hard to believe. And then you look at the NFC West, and it's all right, well, how good is... I mean, Seattle, people think is going to stink. Arizona, we'll see. I mean, they've been middle of the pack the last couple of years with Kyler Murray, and I feel like there's some other stuff going on there. Like, I look at the NFC, and I'm thinking, how could the Niners be worse than maybe 4th or 5th if you want to sneak one wild card team in there ahead of them? But so to me, top 10 is...
We're going to give our rankings, and, Jay, before we get out of here, and I'll tell you where I have them. But anything outside the top 10, I think that's negligence.
But it gets back to the wide range, and I guess it leads us into another question, which is, what do you believe in this team, and what do you not believe in this team? Because I think there are a lot of things that you really do believe in with respect to this team, and why they're so highly thought of coming into this season with 4 days to go before kickoff in the opener. But then it comes back. Like, there are far more things I believe in with this team than I don't, but they find themselves in a unique position where the things that you don't necessarily believe in or you're unsure of
are the most important.
And
that's the QB. But you ask me, I'll tell you.
But what do you believe in? What
all levels of the defense, from the defensive line to the backers to the secondary, and I know they'll be without Ward, who I said could make the Pro Bowl this year. He'll be back. But the defense, that is a unit that I think is the reason that they took off last year when they got some, they got their feet underneath them, and we saw them almost get them to the bowl. I think that was a big part of it, and I don't expect them to take a step back. So now we talk about Kinlaw, his emergence, Drake Jackson. He's going to get an opportunity. What is he? And then Bosa, who I believe can be the MVP of the defensive MVP. Like, that's not even a shocker. I mean, what are we talking about with sacks? Warner. So all that on the defensive side of the ball is why I believe the Niners can get to the NFC, back to the NFC championship game. But, Jay, I think that's enough right there. Have I sold you on that, or have I shocked you with that assessment? The Niners defense could be the best defense in the league.
Yeah, it might be number one, and they might need it to be number one.
Ooh.
If they're going to, they might need it to be number one to offset the quarterback play or the unknown at quarterback.
Have we watched teams with the number one defense save the ass of the offense because the offense can't get it going?
There's been some times where the 49ers have had.
But it's not because of lack of talent. Like, it would be because the quarterback is not gelling with the weaponry that the Niners have. You talk about Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo, and I know it's more than that in the running back with Mitchell and the rest of the gang. Tell me what they're missing. Offensive line, are they going to do their job?
Yeah, it's interior offensive line. I think even right tackle now that we don't know exactly where McGlinchey's at.
O-line and a unproven quarterback first-year starter, that's scary.
Is that enough, Goo, for you to go from top 4-5 to middle of the pack? Because I think that's where we had a text say, well, the 15 is because of the questions at quarterback.
I'm not dropping them out of the top 10. They are a top 10 team, and that's me giving Kyle Shanahan the benefit of the doubt, getting this kid and this O-line who's protecting your run game and the kid. So they've earned that. The coaching staff has earned that. Now, if we see something in Chicago to where when I see you again, the Niners win 20-17, and you talk about style points don't matter, JD, we have not mentioned 2 days of doing radio, almost 2 days, that there's 2 scoreboards. And the world has implemented 2 scoreboards. There's a Trey Lance scoreboard, and now there's a scoreboard of the team. And we're going to watch and see who's holding who back. And right now, I got to tell you, it's just by all accounts, the 5 offensive linemen could be a big part in Trey not being able to find that second, third receiver because he don't have time.
Those scoreboards for me are essentially one and the same, at least going into it. It's do you win or do you not win? And then how does it look if you don't win? And I don't care whether Trey Lance is throwing interceptions because of the offensive line play or not. if he's throwing interceptions, he's going to be held accountable for the interceptions that he throws, point blank. But I'm not like, and we talked about a little bit in the changeover. I'm not worried about the beauty pageant at all. I'm not worried about style points at all. You need to just go out and win, period. And now, to me, there's...
But what about when they... Not to cut you off, Jay. What about when they need the quarterback to lead them down the field? And just looking at stats, I'm shocked that you would put that and say that qualifies as beauty pageant. Like, they do that for a reason. We got to be able to... How did JD do today?
Well, no, beauty pageant...
13 to 24.
When I say beauty pageant, it's... You don't have to beat the Bears 35 to 10.
Okay.
And Trey doesn't have to throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns and run for another.
You would like that.
And look like the second coming of Pat Mahomes. Like, he doesn't have to do that in my book for him to earn a B grade, let's say, for his game. Like,
so you're grading him with the curve.
He may do
the
it.
Rookie curve.
I'm just not expecting it. I'm just not expecting. He may be awesome. I'm not expecting him to be awesome. And I'm not, like, the one thing I'm not going to do, maybe you and Steiny do it. You guys will have a lot of fun with it. But I'm not coming on here Monday if the 49ers win the game, but they win ugly, and saying, oh, they won the game, but they won ugly, and the Bears stink, and it wasn't good. And I'm like, no, this team just needs to get a win to start the year to maybe calm down some of the noise that's surrounding what's bubbling beneath the surface with these quarterbacks, and then you move forward.
But we just talked about where is the noise coming from? What is the subject matter of the noise? And the noise is, can this quarterback play? Because that's the question. Can he play? And what level can he play at, Jay? And Sunday, all depending on, how he goes out there and performs, regardless of what happens from a score standpoint, you can't hide your quarterback. We're going to be able to say and see, okay, how was week 1 for Trey Lance? And then we'll go week 2 and week 3, and we'll put them together. Is he getting better? Is there regression? Does it look like the lights aren't on? Is he terrible? And that's why you talk about...
But he can't be terrible and then win. So to me, right off the top, he's not going to be terrible and then they're going to win. So if he's terrible, they're not going to win enough to where we're going to avoid the bigger questions.
And then it would be up to the coaching staff. We'll be fielding calls. Twitch and YouTube will be going crazy about Kyle has his pulse. He's the one guy that could change the spark plug if it needs changing.
But you're not going to change it if you're winning. And they like I'm looking for, and this is going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, but I'm not. What you're looking for is a more explosive game manager. You really are a more explosive game manager.
I feel like you're trying to say two things in one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And
explosive and game manager, like that's an oxymoron to me.
Keep the chains moving. Maybe hit a deep ball once or twice a game that Garoppolo wouldn't. Maybe you pick up a few first downs with your ability to escape, or if there's going to be some designed runs. So we're really talking about the difference of maybe 5 to 7 plays at that point that are more explosive or more dynamic. But it's not looking like the 94 Niners with, slant over the middle, 12 yards. Out route here, 15 yards.
And that's what Steiny thinks I'm going to be disappointed with, and that's what shocks me. But it goes back to what you just mentioned, what Peter King wrote with the 7 games. There is no way in hell, Jay, that that would be negligence at its finest if you only gave this kid 7 games to be like, we see some warning signs. Jimmy, go in there.
Are we going to do it? I don't want to do it. Are we going to do it? How many is there a set number of games, Goo, that you would give him? Because I think 7 was, again, not reporting necessarily. It's just kind of
12's my number.
You would give him 12 games no matter
to
what.
Stink no matter what, and then depending on where we're at, 6 and 6, but you don't feel good about the quarterback. Like they're going to be able to. Kyle's going to wake up and go to bed knowing. Forget what it looks like. What do I feel like my team needs, Jay? Like that, it's automatic. The politics of this pick and what they've invested in them is 12 games at minimum.
Boy.
You believe it could be sooner?
I just don't. To me, there's no set number.
Wow.
There's no set number. It's not, you're not, and I think a lot of 49er fans do believe there's going to be this level of patience that's just built in, like baked in.
I'm a fan. I'm one of them.
It's just, but I do think the outcome matters in a lot of ways more than the production. The win-loss record.
But what if you don't feel good about his performance and the team still wins? That's feasible, Jay.
But you could make the case that you felt the same way about Jimmy in that respect. And so if you're, that's what I mean when I say similar level of, if it's similar level of production and similar record, then you keep it rolling with the young guy at that point because you're developing him.
Yeah.
So to me, that's still, so when you say, Jay, I'm grading on a curve.
Yeah, the rookie curve.
I'm not, it's not really, it's just, can you like my expectations for Trey are lower than a lot of people's expectations for Trey. But I also think my bar that he has to meet is attainable. Like I don't like my bar. I'm not expecting a ton from Trey Lance, but I do think if he wins, I'm comfortable enough in keeping it rolling, even if it isn't dynamic and the stats blow you away and all those things, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I'm shocked that you say that because I don't think they can get to their ultimate goal with him being as pedestrian as you're describing. I don't think they're that they need him to be dynamic. Not all day, every day, but damn, you got to show us something. And you got to show us in your first year as a starter. This window is wide open. You were just there. Now you're telling me, Jay, you see a scenario to where he can be kind of mediocre and they still get it done? This move was to have them more with a dynamic dual threat at quarterback. So I just don't think he can be just okay and them still scaring defensive coordinators week in, week out.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. 1 hour in the books. What do you believe in as far as this 49ers team goes? What do you not believe in as far as this 49er team goes with now 4 days away until the opener in Chicago? Also coming up next, you're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan and you're going to hear from Trey Lance as they meet with the media prior to practice on this Wednesday. That's coming up. Also, when you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Welcome to week 1 of the NFL season.
Mitchell breaking free over the middle pot by Kittle. He was interfered with, made an outstanding catch anyway.
The faithful are fired up.
Bang, bang, Heineken!
So are we.
We want bodies and victory. Blood is the only thing we're interested in.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy. Bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent, but then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's Babbel.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Nachos! Hey, I'll take some. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 2.
Where did the hour? 60 minutes, Dan Rather.
60 minutes, and we're talking Niners, and Bears, and we got some breaking news already.
95.7 The Game, breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan meeting with the media for the first time on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday schedule, and typically what'll happen, Goo, from being in those press conferences a lot, he comes out, and the first thing he does is he'll list who's not going to practice due to various injuries. George Kittle, Goo, not going to practice for the 49ers today, has a groin issue. Shanahan said that he was hoping that Kittle would be good today, did a little Monday. We'll have to see day to day. So we'll play some sound coming up from Shanahan, and Trey Lance is going to meet with the media. But already not off to a great start. Groin issue for George Kittle.
Man, that is a shocker, and it's concerning. And here we are at Wednesday. Again, Jay, don't let me overreact, but I'll go Al Pacino and Jamie Foxx on you any given Sunday. And I stated to you yesterday, I just feel like 49er fans know, we're going to show up and we're going to beat the Bears. Now, if you had a quarterback that did quarterback games and a Super Bowl under his belt like Jimmy Garoppolo, I would believe that. The questions at O-line scare me. And now you're telling me on Wednesday that there's a scenario that 85, who didn't play hardly all in preseason, and I know the groin could pop off or flare up, anytime, Jay, in practice, but nobody saw this coming, and now this is an issue. And I'm looking at you right now, your beautiful collar shirt, like, when did this happen? And I'm more inclined to think, like, this is a problem, and I'm going you.
Well, if you're not practicing on Wednesday, it's a problem, like, period. And a groin is not something that you typically mess around with and play through. So, I mean, if he isn't practicing today and practicing tomorrow, I mean, then we start trending down. We play this game 18 weeks now. Will he play? Will he not play?
Taking the field Sunday without his services, and then we're already questioning the O-line, and he's the blocking tight end, 8'5". You don't have him? I mean, football's a brutal sport, Jay. I don't got to tell you, but it's just amazing names that are popping up left and right like pimples, that are concerned now, because I'm sitting back like it's a game of Madden, just assuming, they'll have everybody. Nothing to look at here, and bam, Spadoni hits the breaking news, because this is breaking news. And hopefully we see 85, but damn.
Yeah, and, it's just, here we go again.
Here we go again.
And whether it's been Deebo Samuel, who had an issue, he just came back to practice on Monday. And, so much of the 49ers' ability to be successful, especially offensively, is going to be those skill players that are surrounding Trey Lance, whether it's the stable of running backs, Kittle, Deebo, Ayuk breaking out. It's all important. Like, this thing isn't on autopilot to the point where you can start missing skill guys and think that you're going to be playing at a high level. So this is a big, even for a game against the Bears. I know we have differing opinions on, like to me, it's not disrespect to the Bears.
Yeah, it
you
is.
may say it
because
is.
You just
like you need to go win
trash, but you said you were like, they suck.
I'm trying to find it. I mean, there are maybe.
But this is going to be the best version of themselves. Opening day.
Fine.
You ain't lost 5 in a row, 4 or 3 in a row. This is it.
If you're not going and beating the Bears week 1, if you're the 49ers,
right?
Then we can quit. We can just end the Super Bowl talk already.
I'm just saying, have appropriate fear. And I think a lot of people are underestimating, too, what this means for Justin Fields, who, let's be honest, trash, that's what that first season was for him. He was a part of it for the Bears in a whole, in totality. But, Jay, he's got something at stake. And what would look better on his resume than him being the quarterback of his team trying to knock off the Niners in a game that you, Bonte, Willard, and 49er Frankie will be at? I mean, there are big stakes. And 85 now and a growing? I ain't got it. You played ball. You and Matt Barnes. You know what a growing. Man, this could linger.
It could linger. I mean, at this point, and we'll see what happens. And, I mean, if you're saying you don't know how severe it is, which Shanahan said he doesn't really know yet. I mean, to me, my first reaction, and I hate to overreact.
You never do.
My first reaction is he's probably not playing Sunday.
Did it hit that level?
That's my first reaction.
Spadoni.
A groin injury, you're not practicing, like, to me, and we'll see.
That's your fire alarm. If it got to you, for you to share with us that was your first
and you hit it. I'm a little different. The 650 says to you, Goo would worry if a ball boy pulls a hamstring.
What's he using that to base that on?
I don't know. I'm just giving you. I'm just trying to get a smile out of you.
Yeah. And you got one. Because we fought during the break or commercial. We call it commercial.
Did we?
Over the other aspect.
Oh, yeah. Well, you want me to bring that up? Yeah, because I thought this was. I'm not
overreacting. People don't tell me to calm down. I'm good. I'm just. If he don't play, I'm the worrier of the show. Damn.
So the 49ers also, and this is another big, first Wednesday before the first game, 49ers, Kyle Shanahan announced the captains. The 49ers captains.
Okay.
Oh, boy. 49ers have 6 captains.
I hate that you got 6, but okay.
And all of these make a lot of sense. They really do. Although, okay, so let's see. Here we go. You want to guess? Let me just read the Here are the captains.
Hey, before you go, can I just give you something?
49ers captains.
Okay. Jimmy's last game, he had a C on his jersey.
Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Niners captains. Nick Bosa.
I love it.
Makes sense, right?
Totally.
Nick Bosa. Eric Armstead.
Shout out Zach.
Been there for a long time.
Macramento.
One of the spokesmen. A lot of times these are the guys that are your podium guys,
Yeah,
right? Win or lose, they come to the podium,
Yep.
dressed nice. They talk.
4 more we got to go.
Fred Warner, no brainer.
These are come on.
All pro Fred. We've already talked about George Kittle. 85.
Injured. Yeah.
One of the most important players.
I like all 4.
Jimmy Ward.
Love it.
Jimmy
Captain
Ward.
of the secondary.
Obviously not going to be out there the first 4 games at least.
Damn.
And then, captain of the secondary, another one of these guys that have been around for a long time. And 71, Trent Williams.
There we go.
Dude's going to the Hall of Fame.
I think you just named their 6 best players. Well, you didn't put in Debo, but I like those 6.
Yeah, so no Debo, but how's Trey Lance not a... That's it, by the way.
Okay.
That's it. There is not a 7th, and you can have as many or as few as you want.
Or Twitch, right?
No, I'm not.
Not the John Dickinson I know, the scholar, the astute guy that comes up with...
How in the hell is Trey Lance not a captain?
Oh, boy.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. How would...
He's a first-year starter. How about you learn your job? Nobody's throwing C's to you because you got picked and they move mountains to get you. Jay, that's what you're saying? How can he be a captain of the unknown?
I feel like that's a bigger indictment on him than anything we've talked about to this point.
Seriously, you are shot. Silk the Shocker, JD the Shocker.
Like, that's stunning to me. And being captain, who cares? Veteran.
He's a rookie, basically.
I mean, I'll believe it or not, I get why Debo's not a captain.
Why?
Because he requested a trade and wasn't around all spring and summer.
That. See, like a year ago. Jay, you just want him to get a scholarship letter, huh? Basically,
that's not a scholarship. He's the number 1 leader of your freaking team.
No, he plays that position. He hasn't mastered or earned any stripes to that degree to where he's running around. He's trying to perfect himself, learn the game, learn what it takes.
707, where's Debo?
At the bank. Debo's at the bank.
Debo lost his captainship as he gained a bag of money.
I am shocked Debo's not a captain, but I can't believe you're trying to say, like, what are you saying?
I'm just surprised.
Why?
I'm surprised.
Okay, why?
Because he is, in many ways, the most important player on the freaking team, and your quarterback. How many teams are on the league?
John Dickinson?
I want to go around you know what I want to do?
Okay.
I want to go around. Let's put Spadoni and Evan on this. I want to go around the league and find out how many teams don't have their starting quarterback as a captain.
Well, let's go back to, how about we just do the quarterback class last year? You think Mac Jones was a captain?
You can have as many captains as you want, by the way. I don't think you're limited to 6 for the 650. JD, who would you drop? I wouldn't drop anybody.
But you would be fronting if you had him named a captain. It wouldn't mean anything. I mean, those veterans would be looking at him like, come on, youngster, rooting for him, Jay. I'm shocked. You got to earn that. That's what I'm saying. I got the Navy shirt on. You got to earn your rank. You don't just get a C because you show up and it's your first game starting as a starter.
He didn't earn it by putting in the work all spring, all summer.
Oh, so now we're going out leadership practice?
Sure.
No.
That's all he has to this point.
You got to earn it during the games when it counts.
Look, maybe I'm making too much of this, but I find that stunning. Like, I anticipated Trey Lance to be a captain.
And they would go to him for
He breaks down the freaking huddle before the game
But I guess you gotta show the guys, Jay.
Like you want your quarterback to be your primary leader. Like you want him to grow into it. Like to me, even if he doesn't totally have it, you want him to grow into it. You want to set that tone. You want everybody else in the locker room to know that your starting quarterback is one of your captains, is one of your leaders, is one of the faces of the franchise, is on your Mount Rushmore for 2022.
415 Guru bad takes over and over. This is a perfect take. You're tricking yourself if you think your first year starting quarterback should be the captain of your team. And you know what? When you say the quarterback, that's different. That's when you talk about execution. When you talk about a captain, a mentor, that's somebody that has experience. And to me, John Dickinson, he has to go out there and earn that. Jimmy Garoppolo earned that. Okay, this ain't about how good you are. I would not have my first year starting quarterback with the captain. I'd go up there and whip that C off his jersey.
He hasn't been good enough. I mean, like that.
See, now
he hasn't been good enough as a player.
Are you being fair?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, I'm actually making your argument. Like to me, if you're saying, to me, it's not about level of play.
It's about experience, is what I'm saying to you.
It's about leadership. It's about being a tone setter.
You go earn that. And you want to come in the huddle and they want to look at you as a captain?
Apparently he's already...
No, he's about to perfect it and work on his craft. I just think you devalue the captain by giving it to a quarterback that's never started the season. This is his first time starting a week 1 game. Let the man grow.
650, he hasn't earned that C. And then Evan's got a couple who are the captains at 95.7. That's a good one.
That is funny. No, but as far as teams, no. So some teams appoint their captains weekly. Outside of there, currently, the only team without a captain at the quarterback position is the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, there you go. 888-957-9570.
408 Guru, this is your best take all week. I feel it.
The only team, say that again, Evan, the only team that doesn't have a quarterback as a captain is what? The team with the worst 2 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Justin Fields is a captain. Trevor Lawrence is a captain.
Mac Jones
is a captain. And we'll find out for the Texans, but I would imagine Davis Mills will be a captain.
Hey, before you hang up on us, what's the one common theme of all those teams he just ran down? They stink. They don't have Super Bowl or bust aspirations like the Niners because they're already
less dependent on their quarterback being good.
I know. No, Jay, you got to earn this in San Francisco, man. You got to earn this because this team, unlike the ones E just mentioned, have gotten there and almost got it done. And you got more leaders. You don't just throw the C on a uniform just because you're a quarterback. He got the opportunity given to him. Now you got to go earn and being Captain James T. Kirk on my team.
888-957-9570. Something's foul about that.
I am blown away.
Something's foul about that.
No, seriously, Jay, I am.
Like, I'm not saying it's going to make him play better or worse, and in the end, that doesn't matter, but I think that's a bad look. That he's not a captain. To me, that's a bad look. That's another vote of non-confidence.
This is going to be the worst analogy, Jay, but it's like a baby. You put Similac in his bottle. You want Hennessy in it. You got to earn. Let him grow. Let him mature. He don't need that pressure.
Is Mitch Trubisky
put a 40 ounces into the baby bottle?
Is Trubisky a captain?
It's not this. That's not a good comp.
Mitch Trubisky's a captain for Pittsburgh. He's a freaking captain.
I'll say this to you. Captain of what? This is the Niners.
You know what? Apparently, they're handing them all out everywhere else. Apparently, all these other guys are good enough.
All right, I'll do it. The people on Twitch want to know, who would you replace?
You don't have to replace anybody.
All right, but then you take away for what it means.
You don't have to replace anybody.
If you got 100 captains, I'm going John Madden. You ain't got one.
You don't have to replace anybody.
Jay. I like the fact they didn't give it to him because they're letting him master his job. You don't go get a damn C just because.
You could have 2 more.
You're QB1.
Put him on there. Put Robbie Gould on there. Put him on there. Put Debo on there for crying out. I mean, there's something to be said. Like, Debo not being one tells you something, doesn't it?
I don't want to be mean. Steiny would read this one. I'm going to read it to you. 650.
Read it.
Like I said it. 650. JD, you're the best, but your take about being a captain is horrible.
So every other quarterback in the league. I
don't care about those.
Except the 2 in Seattle who stink.
All right.
are captains. And you're telling me that there's nothing going on
Those teams
here.
don't have the Niners culture. And they don't have a trip to the NFC Championship.
None of the other 30 teams?
On the ledger.
None of the other 30 teams?
I'm not using that. I'm using, hey, bruh, you work on you, and then when you earn that C, it'll be there for you. But we're not just going to give it to you because you're QB1.
Shaka and Berkeley, 888-957-9570. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, man, I kind of disagree with Guru on this one, man. He's the quarterback, man. He's walking out there with everything to lose, man. So, with them signing Jimmy so late, it was a bad look, made everybody look like they didn't have confidence in him. And now not being a captain, that's a double blow.
So, Shaka, not to interrupt, do you think this is are you upset now that he didn't get to be a captain? Like, that would be ludicrous.
I'm just looking at it as the quarterback is the main piece on the chessboard. So, and if you're expecting him to go do some things that he's never done before without putting that positivity and the leadership around him, he is the quarterback. So if they lose, but on the last drive and he throws interceptions, everybody's going to blame him. So at the same token, they got to put that on him. It's a bad look.
You want him to grow into it, right, Shaka? You want him to grow into it. You give it to him because you're expecting him to grow into it.
I understand both of y'all acknowledges, but what my saying is that he is the quarterback. He is the most important piece on the chessboard, and for him, and there's so much. The 49ers' chances are on his ability just to roll out, to run. That's why they picked him third in the draft. That's why they traded all them people for it. So now he's not even the captain. That's a bad look.
Thanks.
I love Shot.
Appreciate it. Look, 888-957-9570. It is a little weird after, all right, now Jimmy's back, and people, we're all wondering about the confidence that they have in Trey, and they're saying that it's not a thing, and now he's one of two teams out of 32. So to me, that's not nothing.
If you can reframe, I'm asking you, Jay, from saying all the other teams are doing this or that. Can you just kind of just dissect the fact that just me, if I were coach, I wouldn't even want to see on your uniform because that probably, I could be wrong,
if you're
more added pressure.
If you're the quarterback,
yes.
If you're the quarterback, to me that, and you display a level of just professionalism into the way you carry yourself, which I think Trey Lance does, you're a captain, especially with so much riding on what they think he's going to have to be for this team to be successful. So it comes from being a face of the franchise, being in many ways the CEO of the team.
That's a given with being QB1. That's a given. His job description is not changing.
That's why you get the C.
Pressure.
Like, how can you say he's conducted himself?
You earn the C, and you don't earn it in OTAs. That's all for
again.
If you want to give your rookie quarterback the C, it's your team.
He's not a rookie. He's a second-year guy.
First-year starter.
He's a second. I mean, he's not a rookie. Like to me, I don't know. To me, I think there's something off about that.
I want him. I would like my first-year starting quarterback to earn his C. Jimmy Garoppolo, he earned that C. The other guys you just mentioned, they earned that. This is not an indictment on what this kid is going to be. You got to grow into a leader. And this is what I mean by scholarship, Jay. It all hinges on you. You need to do this or that. I think it could be more added pressure.
It's about leadership.
Right.
To me.
And do you agree that people have to learn how to lead?
Sure.
Okay. And maybe this is a start by not just giving it to him.
You want Trey to grow. Like, to me, you're already thinking Trey has those leadership skills. In fact, hearing them talk about Trey, you'd think that's the part that he does have down. Right. Like, more than the play. Like, I'm more confident in the things that they've said about Trey Lance's demeanor and the way he speaks and the way he tries to learn and the way he's going about trying to get better. The way they've spoken about him in that vein, that to me says you're a no-brainer captain. And especially when you're comparing it to the rest of the league, and now you're telling me he's not only not a captain, but he's one of two and the other team that doesn't, and they don't. And
I hate that.
Trubisky, well,
right.
And I'll be honest with you, Goo. I didn't think it was going to be 30 out of 32. I really didn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like 15 to 17.
I'd have 12.
but now it's 30 out of 32, and the one situation where it's not.
Backyard. They're worried about their own backyard, and that tells me, Jay, now that we know the 30 of 32, that the C actually does mean something. It does carry some weight in the Niner culture. But for anybody to jump to a conclusion, and I'm not saying you are, like he's doing something wrong, maybe he's learning and being groomed to get that
C. To me, you just give him that one.
Right.
Like
how'd that work out for the Lawrence in Jacksonville? I mean, it's not going. How'd that work out for Fields in Chicago? How'd that work out for all the other guys that took their lumps? I just think you got to earn it. That's all, and you can't earn it before you're about to embark on your first season as a starting quarterback.
925. Can't have a captain who you're going to bench after 3 weeks.
Yikes. Yeah. So Jacoby Brissett,
Jimmy Garoppolo was a captain
in Cleveland.
All these other times.
Yeah, Jacoby Brissett, does he have this? Are we sure?
According to Evan and Spadoni, you looked it up admirably and quickly.
They were too. I just knew they were going to come back with it for me.
888-957-9570. We'll keep the conversation going here. We got a lot of other things to get to. What do you believe in with this 49ers team? Why do you not believe in this 49ers team? And should Trey Lance be a captain? I mean, to me, that's
How
just
about Debo? That's the more.
Well, we can get into that. We can get into that because I think
Mr. I want to get paid and I want to get traded. Well, he's not a captain.
Well, Debo is a part of my reasoning as to why Trey not being a captain is a problem, because I think we know why Debo ain't a captain.
Wow.
So I'll explain that coming back next. Hey, starting this Saturday, 9 a.m., and airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. 1 hour show. Boomer Esiason breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL, on and off the field. 9 a.m. Saturday, right here on 95.7 The Game. This segment brought to you by Twin USA.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Attention, Damon and Ratto take a break from this week of intense 49ers coverage to bring you Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. This is a guy that you just do not walk away from. Tomorrow at 4:30. Now, back to our regularly scheduled Football Mania.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call Wnba Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. Wnba Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact Wnba Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that?
Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of the Samsung Bespoke Refrigerators Beverage Center with internal water dispenser and built-in pitcher with flavor infuser for crisp, refreshing water. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Save up to $1,201 on this Samsung Bespoke Refrigerator at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, hold up. We're gonna have to run that back.
Oh, no
We're gonna have to run that back. Kyle Shanahan announcing the 49ers captains to the media here just a few moments ago.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
We have Debo. Wait, we don't have Debo? Was Debo declared ineligible, or did Debo not get the votes?
And I'm shocked.
Also, we don't have is Trey Lance.
Why isn't Debo a captain? That dude
we know why Debo's a captain.
That's off the field stuff.
We know
on the field,
Debo's not,
he's led by example,
Debo Samuel is not a captain because he quit on the 49ers in the spring and demanded a trade.
Oh, dude.
And sat out to get his paper and then showed back up.
I never knew we were this different.
Like
That's business, Jay.
Yeah, it is.
That is business.
It also disqualifies you from being a captain.
When he was on the turf in Dallas in the playoffs, limping on one foot like Bobby Brady in the frozen tundra in Green Bay, that's what captains do. So that's leadership, not the business part of
49ers captains announced. We had the list there as Kyle Shanahan making the announcement. Deebo Samuel, not a captain. Trey Lance is not a captain. Shanahan was asked about Trey not being a captain, and we should, for context here, provide the fact that the 49er players vote on it. So the 49er players
Which
voted.
means a lot more.
Which is another branch to this whole dynamic. Here's what Kyle said, and I got it, Spadone, about Trey Lance not being a captain.
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
Okay, so some of what you said there.
All right.
Some of what you said there. But, yeah, so Debo 8th and Trey 7th. And now, again, voted on by the players. Although I think initially he caught himself by saying
Debo.
Well, no, by saying they don't allow
8.
Like he said, we didn't want to have 7.
But still, they weren't in the top 5.
I'd take Armstead off. I mean, if it was just me making the decision, now obviously it's the players voting on it.
I'm just
and the question is this nothing or is this something?
Well, for me, and I'm telling you and the listeners, and they're split. Some agree with me. Some say, JD, you're right, but I just scholarship to me, giving Trey Lance or any rookie quarterback a C, you're giving a scholarship and you don't have a good culture. And you look around Chi-Town, Jacksonville, that backs me up. I'm good there, I believe. But you talk about a team like the Niners that have Super Bowl aspirations and have been to the chip and almost got back. Jay, you got to earn that. That's all.
So
it is worth noting real quick, JD, not to cut you off, that they did have 7 captains last year.
Okay.
And these were the names: George Kittle, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, Jimmy Ward, Raheem Mostert, and Jimmy Garoppolo.
There you go.
Damn, Debo. He ain't trying to be Captain James T. Kirk.
And Jimmy Garoppolo, a captain in each of his full seasons with the 49ers.
I watched that last game, and the C was right there.
18, 19, 20, and 21 to be sure. So, yeah, you had 7, and maybe Shanahan was right. They don't allow 8, but they do allow 7.
But the fact that you had we're talking about the NCAA tournament, who got in, who didn't get in with Debo, and this is not an indictment. Shaka was disappointed, and a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube are are we really doing that?
So as Kyle Shanahan explained, the players vote on the captains, and he decided to go with 6 and 7. I'll tell you what, if Trey Lance was 7, I would have gone with 7, number 1, and I would have.
So you think this is a bad look?
I also wouldn't have. I mean, it sounds like he just had the numbers right in front of him. It sounded like somebody handed them to him right before he went into the press conference.
Exactly. Because to me, he assumed Debo was a captain,
and then he messes it up. Like, come on, Kyle. I mean, I get it. At the end of the day, it really isn't that important.
But this is an indictment to you about forget Trey Lance, the football. Well, it is the football player. You just don't like.
Does it change though for you? Does the dynamic change with the player vote? Because to me, if you're being appointed, like if it's Kyle Shanahan appointing captains, deciding who he wants, Trey Lance should be a freaking captain.
Okay.
Like, to me.
This is why I believe right now I'm an NFL player. Because when you told me and myself and the listeners that the players voted, it has more substance. I don't believe this is an indictment from the players. They looked at him like he's raw. He's a rookie. He doesn't deserve the C yet. So when he does, and that day's probably going to come,
so it's better.
He gets the C. I think
it's better or worse that the players didn't vote him as a captain.
It's better. It's not bad. It's you got to earn it, and that's what the players, and that's the message they're sending. In other cities, I guess it's different. They just, hey, you're a quarterback. All right, here's the C. Nah, you got to earn it, and I appreciate the Niner culture and the players for basically sending that message to me. I'm not looking at Trey like, oh, you're not a leader. because you're going to have to go lead regardless because you're QB1.
And as far as the conversation we were having earlier, well, just because of the starting quarterback doesn't mean you're automatically going to be a captain. Well, it actually does. And so the specifics of this, 32 teams in the NFL, and I guess Cleveland, Baltimore, Dallas, and Houston do weekly captains.
I didn't even know this. Wow. Weekly.
So it could vary, but, I mean, Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott are going to be out there every week. I think we know that. Davis Mills is probably going to be out there every week as a quarterback that they currently believe in. We know Deshaun Watson would be, in all likelihood, if he were the starting quarterback. I would bet Jacoby Brissett is, at least going into it. We'll see as he comes out of it. But that leaves, so take those 4 out. We got 28 teams. So of the 28 teams, only the 49ers, 26 of them, their starting quarterback is a captain. 26 of those 28 teams. The only one that's not is Seattle, where neither quarterback, Locke or Geno Smith, are captains. The Niners are the only other one? That's not nothing?
Well, the 415 put it, I like it. He said the players will decide who they follow.
No. Is it an indictment of Lance that the players don't?
It's for Debo.
Like, I think you could make the case that it's worse for Trey that the players didn't put him in the top 6.
All Trey should be worried about is he's the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. You go master that job. You shouldn't be worried about a C. That should be something you want to attain. And the fact that the Niner players, the veterans, are saying, you know what, youngster, you got to earn this. I love that. Now, there's another flip side to this, Jay. 19 problems, and arguably the best player on your team is not a captain. I just envision week 6 or 7 going across the middle. Lance overthrows it. Jimmy overthrows it. Hands come up. Like, why are you not a captain? And when they gave you that deal that you were holding out for and nobody knew why you were holding out, that's what we should be concerned with, not a youngster.
I do think we should come back to Debo because I think that I understand that one. The 707, though, writes on the Comcast Business text line, does Trey not being a captain say more than it's letting on? Maybe he wasn't a captain because the other players don't respect him yet. If that's true, I feel like that's a problem. I just do. Like, to me, you want your quarterback to have conducted himself in a way where he is viewed as one of the leaders, one of the CEOs of the franchise.
In the OTAs?
Yeah, from the moment that he was named the starter, which was basically February 1st.
That's too soon and too quick for me.
And look, if you want to say the Niners have a bunch of other guys that are leadership
and on that list,
then those names make a lot of sense. Could he have gone with another one? I mean, we'll see. The Debo one, though, to kind of tie off the conversation, the Debo one makes. You have a problem with that. To me, that one makes. That's clear cut.
Okay,
he was selfish. It
was business, Jay. You never talk about a
team.
No, he did not.
And then came back.
No, he was the reason you were playing in the NFC Championship game, mind you. So I'm looking at the stuff, what happens on the field. And you can't dare say what happened in negotiations. And even though it was a bad look, he scrubbed the IG.
He said, I want out.
Okay, but he came back. And things happen. And you know the rules. The rules are you don't speak on the next man's money or contract.
Right, and you're not. Okay? But you can speak to whether that makes him a good dude or not, or a leader.
Well, no, a leader is what I just mentioned. Playing when he's hurt, hampered, limping off the field, coming back in. That's the real captain to me. And nobody can doubt Debo gives you everything that he can, every ounce of what he's got on the field. And you will say that. So this is all a bunch of hogwash.
So why is Debo not a captain?
Maybe he don't want to be. Or maybe that could be it, Jay. Maybe he doesn't want to be. And again, maybe he's not good at it. But I know come Sunday in Chi-Town, I'm betting on 19.
Look, on the field, it's a non-factor for me.
All right.
On the field, it's a non-factor for me. Although, to your point, we'll see if anything has changed. Because now he got paid. And, because Debo is maybe at a fork in the road with his Niner career. And you can say things worked out, but nobody viewed Debo the way that they're going to view him moving forward. Like, Debo was basically like, I need mine. I want mine. Fine.
But do you think he gets a rat's behind?
Well, he doesn't care. But my point is, how is he going to be viewed? And you could make the case that how his teammates view him has changed because this is new information from where the season left off.
Well,
so how does he conduct himself as a... Because, look, how you conduct yourself when you're making the big money is as important as how, people view you differently.
But he's not doing sit-ups in his driveway, Jay. He's yet to play a game since he put his John Hancock on that contract.
But clearly, to me, the offseason had an impact on that.
And you should be, I would hope you would be talking about it from a perspective, has anything waned from the front office in Debo? But if you're going to turn your back on me, on how I negotiate to try to get my chicken, and you know what I do come Sunday, I feel like that's disrespectful.
Yeah, and that's fair. All I'm saying is we'll see how things play out as far as Debo this year. Because you were the one saying, hey, is he going to be demonstrative if he's not getting the rock? Is he going to be ticked off if throws are missing him? That kind of thing. Maybe there's some guys in the locker room that are worried about that.
You might be right, but Jay, this is incredible, the reaction from the people. From the 510 Goo, that doesn't really make sense. If you're a leader and captain, that's not how you conduct business, as you say. Debo not being a captain is obvious. Wow. I can't wait for the first interviewee to say, hey, Debo, how come you're not a captain? Would he snap back? Would he get snarled? I mean,
he'd probably
obviously you're implying dude, what's up?
He'd be like, I got 70 million reasons why or whatever, or 58 million reasons why I don't
business
care.
Text line's going crazy, man. People think it's an indictment, but to give a rookie a C, I know you would just give it to him, Jay. Sounds like Spadoni and he would too. But for me, I don't think it's a big deal. You got to earn that thing.
All right, 888-957-9570. It's John Dickinson, Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game. Trey Lance meeting with the media here just within the last few minutes, so we'll hear a little bit from Trey coming up as well. And, Kyle Shanahan met with the media a little bit earlier as well, addressed the injury to George Kittle, which is another big part of some of the breaking news from the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Kittle dealing with a groin, not going to practice today, and so we'll see how the week progresses there. But that's problematic.
Man, just came out of left field, but this is and the thing about it, Jay, is they didn't have a game last week to where he was playing.
Say that again.
Normally if it were week 4. Okay, he tweaked his groin in week 3. They didn't have a game. They've kind of just been watching from afar. So this is why it's troublesome to me. Like, how long has his groin been barking?
Yeah,
because you've been getting your football rest. I mean, good Lord.
Well, maybe he tweaked it in a walkthrough. He tweaked it on Monday. It sounds like it was before Monday, so maybe it was something last week before they took their little break. I think they had 3 days off. Let's get Chris in San Francisco, and then we'll hear from Trey Lance on not being named one of the 49ers' 6 captains. Hey, Chris.
Hey, fellas. So, I just wanted to add or just point out that 2 things. Regarding Trey, I think, we have to remember that Trey hasn't done anything. He hasn't played yet. He still he hasn't earned anything from his teammates. So, we have to take that into consideration in regards to why he's not a captain. Trey Lance, he played his first year, so it makes sense that his second year he's the captain. Regarding Debo, I think we have to look into the fact that you mentioned that when guys get their checks, they become demonstrative. I think we have to understand that football is one of the leagues where when you sign a contract, it's not like the NBA where everything's guaranteed. You have to now perform to earn that money that you've already put the work in for. So I think when you talk about guys being demonstrative and getting mad because they don't get the ball, it's now the money is based on them getting the ball. So I'm sure you would be too if you were on the radio and your boss said, okay, you have to say these number of words during the hour, but you also have to share the amount of time that you're talking. And if you don't say these words on this amount of time, then you don't get your bonus, or you don't get the money that you were supposed to give in your contract. We have to think about that as well. So think about that as well.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I love the call, but I disagree with him, Jay, because at the end of the day, I would never do anything to disrespect you. And we've all saw it. I hated when Tom Brady used to do it. Aaron Rodgers snapped their chin strap if they thought a receiver. I would never show you up with millions of people watching our game. And if nobody was watching, that's just me. I would never do that to you. So when I do see said player do it, and we see it sometimes, T.O., they're called divas or whatnot, but that's not a good look. And I'm not saying Debo hasn't done that, but the way this is going, and I'm wondering why he didn't finish in the top 6 or why he's not a captain. I know you're about to play the sound. I can't wait to hear his answer on why he's not a captain, and his coach read his name at the 5th one answer, thinking he just knew he was one.
I'm not sure Debo will even get asked about it. Now, we'll see. Now, Trey Lance was asked about it.
See, why won't Debo get him? Go ahead.
Well, because he'll just be...
They're scared of him?
I just don't think anybody really cares when push comes to shove.
Well, the text line and Twitch and YouTube, they do.
And what's the... Well, let's hear from Trey. Let's hear Trey Lance. Here's what he had to say about not being a captain.
Obviously, that's a goal of mine, but then I don't think you can look at any 6 of those guys and be like, hey, that guy's a bozo, because those guys have all played football at a very, very high level. So, yeah, situations are different. I'm excited. I voted for every single one of those guys, so I think each and every one of them deserves it. But, yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine moving forward. But those guys have all proved it. That's what this league is all about.
All right, so there a very captain-worthy answer from Trey Lance.
Love it. That was presidential.
Very captain, and that's kind of what I'm getting at with respect to, somebody said, hey, it's loser stuff to say you hope he grows into being a captain. Not if he's the future your freaking franchise that you think is going to win you freaking Lombardi trophies. It's not.
But
because if you want to win a Lombardi trophy, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to win a Super Bowl this year, 49er fans, then Trey Lance is going to act like a freaking captain this year.
What if I told you it comes with the job? He can't run away from that. We're going to watch him lead. When he's in the huddle, Jay, he's calling the plays. That's leadership. That's a part of the job. Having the letter on now or next year, it's not an indictment. Is it odd? But for a receiver to be arguably your best player that's been here and just got paid and everything's supposed to be good in the hood, him not to get voted on, that's a concern.
The part that I do agree with.
That's telling.
The part that I do agree with as far as Trey goes is you can't really argue with the other 6 names. Those are all high-quality dudes.
And I said that to you earlier.
Those are all high-quality dudes. I get.
They have been around, Jay.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that.
And how disrespectful would it be to one of those dudes on the list had you given it to Trey?
Well, no,
because they obviously take this serious if they vote.
To me, it wouldn't. To me, if Eric Armstead isn't there, nobody's saying, why is Eric Armstead not there? Like, it just doesn't work that way. Like, that's part of what happens with being the starting quarterback. Being QB1, like nobody cares.
Yeah.
If Jimmy Ward wasn't on there and Trey Lance was, nobody cares. Like, that's just no disrespect to Jimmy Ward, who is a terrific leader.
I like him.
But nobody cares. Maybe Fred Warner, Kittle, somebody like that, but it just...
So what about my...
See, it's interesting because which part? I want to make sure I'm giving you
QB1, you're a natural leader. So that's going to happen regardless.
But that's exactly why every one of these other teams have their quarterback as a captain.
But that C on their chest before you get on the field doesn't mean you're going to succeed, nor it has nothing to do with what you're going to do on the field. Give me that. Trey's going to be a QB1. You got to be a leader.
To me, there's just and it's fair to understand that, okay, they don't believe in him yet. Okay. Because they haven't seen it.
I love it.
Like, I get that. But to me, you want to show the dude that you do believe in him. Like, you want to put that, yeah, we believe in the way that you've carried yourself.
Well, you lost that when they brought 10 back, right? Because we thought he was out of here for Trey's psyche. Remember we were saying that?
I tell you right now, Jimmy Garoppolo would be a captain.
Well, he was. He ain't one now. But.
And they had 7 last year. So why only 6 this year?
I'm shocked.
Why didn't you take number 7? Why
so
did
what
you take
are you telling
7?
us, Jay? What are you telling us?
I'll be honest.
About Trey Lance.
If I'm Shanahan, and clearly he didn't care. Like, clearly Shanahan doesn't care because he read the list like it was written on a napkin that he wiped his mouth with after having a sandwich before he walked into the press conference.
Oh, that's a 4.
So clearly he doesn't care. But I'll be honest with you. If I'm, he didn't care about Debo either.
I feel like that was a shot.
You could make the case.
I'm serious. Like,
but what's fun? But I think there's a lot of different dynamics.
That was a little jab.
But like I'm less concerned about it seems like you're more concerned about the Debo part, and I'm more concerned about the Trey part.
Yep.
Which is fair. I mean, that's just difference of opinion on that. But if I'm Kyle, I'm at least taking 30 seconds extra to look at it and say, you know what? I'm going to go with 7. Trey was 7. I'm going to go with 7. And I'm not going to give the actual vote total order because of the way it's written on my napkin.
Wow, man. A lot of people say it on Twitch, JD. Who cares to Twitch? We love them. That you're channeling your inner Steiny. Like, they're shocked you feel this strongly that he wasn't named captain.
It's just not nothing. I don't know that it means anything as far as how he's going to play.
He's young,
but
he's raw.
to me, it's a statement that there isn't a confidence in him.
Okay.
That I want there to be. Because that's more important. Like that, the rest of that locker room having confidence in Trey Lance is more important than them having confidence in Eric Armstead or Jimmy Ward.
But what about the other 6 captains mentoring this guy to where when they do the vote next year, he'll be one of the captains?
If he and the captain next year.
Like, to me, this is not just an exercise. This is real. They looked around and said, to me, Jay, who's been here? It ain't about how good you are. Who's been here? And this is not an indictment on a young kid about to start his first season in the NFL. I like it. It means more. I don't know what they're doing in those other cities. And it was damning that you guys said all the other quarterbacks had it. But, Jay, you got to earn that seat, bro. And that's what the Niner veterans in locker room is telling us.
All right, Rob and Anthony will get to you guys on the other side. 888-957-9570. We're going to get into the game as well. Goo, I know you have a big take on the game Sunday that we're definitely going to get to in the final hour. More from Kyle Shanahan, more from Trey Lance as well. If you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. It's 49ers 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
It's week 1 of the NFL.
Our favorite time of the show. It's the one and only Brian Baldinger.
Their number 1 sack guy for the 49ers, Nick Bosa, who we haven't talked about enough. What are realistic expectations sack-wise for this guy, Baldy? You know I love him. Is 20 too aggressive?
No. He's literally Quadzilla. Like those quads, it just takes time. Like nobody has legs like that.
It's Niners versus Bears all week. Debo! 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
Ew.
I was just
The
being...
gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you, I mow first, then I do all the trimming. But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
You can't be all work and not play.
there are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And it's making me sick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Final hour. You like Fleetwood Mac?
Love it.
Yeah? It's good.
This is a nice track here.
Very nice track.
Speaking, I got something, a rat on the table.
Okay, what do you got?
So Steiny, who took his daughter to college, always gets on me if I post a video or something I'm doing.
Is that our first rat in 2 days?
It might be. He said, yeah. We cleaned
There
the
was
house.
a late one yesterday.
Okay.
Lucas Padone. And today, our guy on IG,
Steiny,
at his daughter's dorm, puts together a desk or cabinet, and I didn't sweating, but I didn't like that he took the picture and posted it. Like, dude, it ain't like you painted the house. That's
why
light
can't he
work.
feel good about himself?
Wow. Oh, so now you coming down my road for
No. I'm just saying,
from that guy, coming from that guy,
but stop.
My guy, our guy. I thought I was kind of. He didn't like it either. It's kind of like, dude, you put it. Okay, it's a dress, a desk, my dresser.
You act like he just built the pyramids of Giza.
And the look on his face was like, that's what it was.
Took
Jay.
way too much effort, by the way. The guy was sweating profusely.
I love my
judging
guy.
by that picture.
That's all I'm talking about, Jay. Don't defend him, Jay. I feel like you're about to.
I don't want to. But
you posted, Steiny posted.
Do we know it's not sarcasm?
No, this was, look at me, I finished.
All right,
the listeners can check it out at Steiny Guru on Twitter. Steiny Guru.
Oh, you guys put it up. Yeah, I just saw it on this personal one. Random.
All right. 888-957-9570. We're talking some 49ers and Bears. We got our over-unders coming up.
Let's do it.
As well, I know, Goo, you want to put the Niners on blast as far as this game in Chicago.
Something
that
in my stomach.
Everybody, including me, is counting it as a win. But we do want to continue the conversation. We've been talking about the 49ers who have announced their captains as voted on by the team.
Right.
And Kyle Shanahan making that announcement at practice earlier today. Trey Lance, not a captain. Deebo Samuel, not a captain. The 49ers do have 6 captains. Eric Armstead, Bosa,
Warner,
Fred Warner,
T-Dub,
Jimmy Ward,
T-Dub,
Trent Williams, and George Kittle are the 6 captains.
Where do they fit in that?
And look, it says something to me that Trey, to me, your starting quarterback should be a captain. The 707. Somebody agreeing with me. It feels like I've been taking on.
No, you've been getting some love on the Comcast.
Yeah,
Comcast business text line.
Comcast business text line. JD, you're 100% correct. So Guru, if you get a new boss who just got promoted, you're not going to give his props because of the position. I think I messed that up.
Because I was like, "Who's on first with that one?" I
think there was another part of that I missed. Oh no, I'm sorry. I messed up. I highlighted the wrong one that I was going to read.
Okay,
so that's on me. Flag on me.
No.
When you get hired as the CEO, you get the title of CEO. You already earned it. Huge mistake by the Niners.
Well, so you're going to tell all 52 of the other dudes?
My bad on that.
Yeah, no, you're all good. This is different than that. These guys took a vote, and you can't manipulate them to say, vote for Trey because we want him to be the captain. And that's what I appreciate about the culture and Kyle letting the guys vote. So now I didn't know up until this just came up that this was how the Niners got down. I appreciate it. And I'll tell you what, Jay, Deebo may not give a damn. Trey may want and yearn for this, but Trey's the one I don't care about in this. It's Deebo who's been around through the fire. I'm just wondering why his guys don't look at him like we look at him on a Sunday, like he's giving it his all. Why that didn't manifest in a C.
I think he changed that dynamic when he quit on the team by demanding a trade. And I don't think anybody is upset.
But when you say quit, Jay,
he did. He demanded a trade. He quit on him, and then he came back. He did. And this is after he played out the year. This has nothing to do with him on the field. But the way you act off the field can change someone's opinion. Like, you could have a 100% opinion of Deebo if you're another player, and then you see him tap out and say, I want to be on another team. That changes how you view him. It doesn't change how you view how he played, but that's, to use your term, that's new information.
OTAs.
That's new information. So it's interesting because the Trey Deebo dynamic, Like, I'm far more bothered by the fact that Trey isn't one of the captains, although I think it's understandable. You're more bothered by the fact that Debo's not,
no
it sounds
doubt.
like.
And I'm being so real.
Like, Debo's an easy one for me.
This
it's like,
means something. And I just don't think a youngster like Trey Lance should be given that. You got to earn that. And I don't think it's an indictment that he doesn't have it. But the other guy, 19 problems, the guy that arguably one of the best on your team that just re-signed his deal, I thought he put enough blood, sweat, and tears. I thought he demonstrated that to his teammates to where he would be on that list. But when you read that list, it is so heavy with good dudes and leaders that maybe I'm overreacting that Debo wasn't in the top 6.
Here's Kyle Shanahan reading the captain list.
Oh my God!
What was he doing?
What made him think Debo was it written? DEE scratched out.
Was he doing the math? Like, was he trying to tabulate the votes
that could be a shot, Jay. That was a shot.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo.
You think he just decided we're not going to have Debo?
Like
in that
Debo
moment,
pop up?
Like, you think he just took like the red pen and X Debo off the list?
People have a fun. You know, a lot of times, Jay, in life, you're put in positions to where you can't control how you want to send a message, but sometimes you can. And I think right there, giving out the result of the poll, he kind of subliminally took a shot at 19.
Anthony in Pleasant Hill, 888-957-9570. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Appreciate you taking my call.
Hey.
I just want to chop it in. I appreciate the show. Just to give you a little background, I'm from D.C., so I don't have a horse in this race. But, I cheer for the Niners in spots, being out here for 10 years. Our connections to Kyle, Trent, Navarro Bowman, Vernon Davis, the list goes on. But something ain't right in Niner Nation, man. And I agree with you. I agree with Guru on this one. Sorry, JD. But I think Debo should be named the captain just for everything he's put into this team. As much as production he's shown on the field, I get what happened over the summer. But, again, to me, that's off the field. But it's even more telling that the team didn't vote him in. The whole Jimmy G situation, the captain picks, the way Kyle read that, even though it's something small. Something is up in Niner Nation, man, and I just truly think that there's going to be a lot more problems to unfold from this as the year passes on. But appreciate the call, y'all. Thanks.
Well, appreciate the call.
Good stuff.
And honestly, the only way that some of those things that could be things don't become things is if you win, and that's what starts on Sunday.
Man, wow. Again, I go back to Warren Moon, the Hall of Famer. Weird.
You going to do it,
the Hall of Famer.
No, go ahead.
Oh, where are you going?
I was going to say, are you going to? I'm setting you up to if you want to give your take on this game.
Oh, we'll do that before we get out of here. Because
okay.
I just want to read. I think what is text of the day from the Comcast business text line. And last year, Steiny and I went 15 rounds over Ayuk, and I took an L on that one, Jay, because at the end of the day, he was, for whatever reason, in Shanahan's doghouse. 209 tweets, text in, Debo in Shanahan's doghouse. That simple. Now, there's no way you pay a guy. We don't know what went on and were there grudges when you went and to the extreme Debo did to scrub his social, but that was a message. And then you're not there for OTAs, but then there's the cameras watching you there. Do you think in a crazy world he could be after getting that chicken in the coach's doghouse, who we now know has one?
I don't think he's in the doghouse at all.
Then what was that? JD, Guru, Benoni, Nahagian? No, Nahagian.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo.
What made him say Debo?
Again, I'm going with...
What made him say Debo unless he's got a list, Jay, and he sees the name and scratched out.
I think he explained it here.
He was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. Debo. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
So he was explaining why Trey didn't make the cut.
I ain't spending, but I ain't buying that.
So was he? But here's the other thing, and I'm having some fun with this. We're gonna play it one more time, but I'm having some fun with this because I feel like he's reading them in order,
like a batting lineup,
like of the most votes. Okay, right? Like he got the. All right, here's a.
We got Trent. We got Kittle. We got Bosa. We got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
If Debo, what we know was 8th, JD, so he would be at the bottom of the list.
So why was Debo 4th? Why was Debo 4th?
Unless you were running material and sending the shot.
There's no way Debo got the votes, and Kyle just was like, "Oh no, I'm not. He's not allowed to be a captain."
Oh no, that didn't. Now that's when we're going Kardashian. Yeah, that didn't even enter. That's amazing.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that didn't even enter my mind.
I'm not saying
this
that
was a shot saying you should have been to me. You should have been a captain. I assumed you were a captain.
See, the 415 on the Comcast Business text line is saying exactly what I was wondering. If Debo was 8th and he accidentally said it, why did he say it? Why did he say his name 4th?
Hello, there you go. Case closed. Right there. That is it. Right there. Somebody should. Hey, Kyle. Okay, if that was okay, why'd you? That's interesting, man. How would you describe this offseason?
But
I asked you that a couple of days ago. The Debo trade, we just kind of forgot about it. And now if you're telling me, or anybody's out there telling me, maybe you lost a couple dudes in the locker room, I don't know, or coaches. I mean, this has been a wild-ass offseason. And yet here we are expecting Sunday to come around. Now we get the Kittle news. He may play, but something's going on with the groin. This has been crazy. Rick Barry voice, Jay.
It has been, and I think they're hoping that they can win enough to where everything calms down. I mean, this is the normal trajectory of the NFL, right? It's a bunch of nonsense that we talk about for 7 months on end, and then the games come. But
not your best player saying he wants a trade. That happens.
Well, that happens.
No, but it happened here.
Right.
So that already takes you out of this is a regular offseason.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is at the point in which the 49ers go to Chicago and win, and Trey Lance is solid, and Debo scores a touchdown or two, at that point, who cares? To me, sure, maybe some of the players in the locker room are feeling some kind of way about Debo going into this season, but to the point that you mentioned about how he plays on the field, if he goes out there and dominates and they win, it's like the conversation we've had about Trey Lance. There's nothing to see here at that point if you're winning.
Yeah.
Now, if you're not winning,
the best deodorant.
If you're not winning, then some of those things, that maybe were problematic or had the potential to be problematic in the offseason start coming back around.
Yeah. I got my popcorn ready, JD.
So that's the onus, and this goes to something we talked about yesterday about them needing to get off to a good start. And you can be 2-2, but you better be 2-0. That kind of thing.
Well, I was going to say, I'll do it now. You better be 1-0 because you invited this, and this is already kind of taking a life of its own because Jimmy Garoppolo, until traded, which I don't think is going to ever happen, can be a better option. But could you imagine Week 1 being a must-win for the 49ers? And it's not for the math. It's not for the standings. It's for the circus. If somehow they slip up on a muddy track if it's raining while you're in the shy, and you tell me the Niners go out the first game after trying to defend their season crown last year, going to the NFC Championship game, and you lose to the Bears, this would be, Jay, I don't wish that on anybody. The phones would blow up here.
Is it a must-win, Goo?
It's a must-win. Week 1 is a must-win, and you invited that. And I don't think I'm by myself because you think it's jumping and popping off right now. Imagine that Monday. You talked about it after however you lost to the Bears. And that's going to get louder as we go down the road.
I don't disagree with you on that one. Like, it might be more fun if I did, but I don't disagree with you on that one. I think the Chicago game Sunday is a must-win.
And this is stress on Kyle that I don't know if he's loving the stress. You sticking your chest out and drafting Trey the way that you drafted him. This is what you invited, but now you got to live this.
Well, you said it. There's a lot of stuff that went on, whether it's your best player demanding a trade and then you wind up keeping him. You make a switch from a well-liked quarterback in the locker room to the youngster who you believe is going to be more dynamic and give you a better chance to win. And now you've got these winnable games in the first couple of games of the season. You got people wondering what's going on. You think Jimmy's gone. Now Jimmy's back, and he's kind of lurking over Trey. Like, if they needed to get off to a good start anyway, they especially need to get off to a good start now. And maybe their most winnable game on the entire schedule is the game in Chicago.
And in a crazy way, equates to more pressure than it would be if this were the Denver Broncos or the Rams. It's crazy.
So 888-957-9570. Let's get Eddie in San Jose here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Eddie?
Hello, guys.
Hey, Eddie. How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing? I just want to say, I'm a long-time Bay Area resident, you know what I mean? I've been here my whole life. However, I'm a big Bears fan, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Trey Lance is the guy. I think Trash Can Lance is going to throw about 3 picks, get benched, and Jimmy G is going to come save your season. That's what I think.
Appreciate the call. Eddie running a little material.
Yeah.
There were a little material from Eddie.
It's kind of low. What was it? Something
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Trash can Lance? That doesn't even... No.
Tell Bears. Football tomorrow.
Big Bears guy.
Yeah. Where you watching tomorrow?
Our guy,
or will
Eddie.
you be on a bird?
I'm watching on the plane tomorrow.
Look at my boy. Play the drop things, Spadoni, when you drop something.
I'll be... Oh.
Yeah. After you and Willard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Willard might be going Friday.
No, well, you'll be doing the show with him tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Doing the show. Yeah. Doing the show with Willard tomorrow and then flying out. I think 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Look at my boy. He said I'm watching on the plane.
Gonna have to.
That little cocktail.
Maybe 2.
Little Jim Beam.
Probably something. I like to... It's probably going to be vodka.
Do you put your seatbelt on? I front like I do and take it off.
Yeah, I do.
For what? It's not going to help you if you need it.
We don't know that, but I'm a rule follower. You can't. You got it. You got it.
So you turn your cell phone off too. You don't just put it down and hide it.
The flight attendants ask you to put the seatbelt on.
Goo, you can't do
this.
this.
Check this every single time before a flight.
They leave too, Evan. Once they leave,
I do wait until I do put it in airplane mode, but I put it in airplane mode like when it's go time.
Right.
I will be texting people because I've
But you know what I mean.
I'm a nervous flyer. Like, I don't like flying.
All right.
Like, I get it.
Oh, then you got to have a drink or two.
Or that's
or before,
or 4
pre-game.
Or a few.
Can you sleep on the plane?
Nope.
Oh, Jay! Wow.
Now I get a little nervous.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like to see if something jumps off.
So when you say
seatbelt's going to save us, no.
But that's where I feel like, you know what? If I'm on the plane, I'm going to just follow the rules because I want everything to go. You know what I mean? Like that. That's why I gave you the answer.
You
that's
got
why
your AirPods in.
I gave you the
music?
Square answer.
Yeah,
I'll try to.
You'll watch the game visually and listen to.
Yeah,
play some music.
Yeah,
that should do the trick.
Sometimes it does. And sometimes it doesn't.
A little Snoop Dogg before you get on there.
I
don't know if you partake with
in edible. Snoop.
No, in the edible.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not.
No, it helps. They say.
If see, I don't know that I want to get put out.
Right.
Because I want to try to watch the game.
Okay, I got you. But nervously watch the game.
But I will be nervously watching. I'll be watching the game like
that flight. I should know this. I've been to the Chi, Gurney, Illinois. 3-4 hours.
Yeah, it's a little under 4, I think.
Leaving from the city?
Leaving from Oakland.
Oh, the town.
Oh, yeah, I go Oakland.
Be careful.
Yeah, that's, yeah. I'll be fine. I'll be all right. Esteban in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Esteban?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Guru, why are you telling him to be careful because he's flying out of Oakland? Come on, Guru.
I always fly out of Oakland. I love flying out of Oakland, man.
Cars are getting broken to left and right. That's where I was going. Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah. Well, look, 2 things, man. I agree with Guru about Lance not getting the C on his jersey, and if Devo was voted by the players and Shanahan took it upon himself to scratch him off, I don't know if it was you, JD, that mentioned this on one of the shows, but somebody said that if this were going on in Dallas or Philly, the whole quarterback thing, it would be a clown show. Niners are officially a clown show right now.
Wow.
And they don't have to win the Super Bowl, but they certainly have to make the playoffs to shut that down, because I feel like the Niners are officially a clown show. And especially if Devo was voted by the players and Shanahan just said, you know what, never mind, he's not a captain. But right now it's a huge clown show.
Wow.
It doesn't feel like a clown show. Does it feel like a clown show?
No, it feels like a team that has top 5 to me. We'll give our rankings before we get up out of here. But, Jay, clown show, that's if, I'll say this, it has the ingredients. If you are right, or Peter King saying that Jimmy Garoppolo, for performance reasons, will replace Trey Lance in week 7 or 8, if we see that, then that might apply. Because all hell within break loose, and then you look like you didn't. What were you doing? You don't have the confidence in the kids. You spent the 3 first. Oh, Jay, it would get ugly.
There's some potential for it to be problematic, but I don't think it's a clown show. Like that, and again, they're betting on their culture. They're betting on their culture, Goo, but they're also betting on their ability to win. Like that's what it is. They're betting on being so talented that they can navigate any of these things that come their way. I think that's a big reason why Deebo Samuel's still a Niner, to be perfectly honest, is the fact that they view themselves like, we need this dude now.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Like this is probably the last contract he's ever going to sign with us, but these next 2-3 years, maybe we'll trade him a year early. Like I don't think they're feeling Deebo. I think they're dealing with Deebo.
Wow, okay.
That's my take.
Yeah.
Like I think
they wouldn't be the only org to do
he's
that.
He's talented.
Yeah.
Like to me, they're not married to Deebo for the till the end.
But
of
you
time.
just put a ring on him.
Well, they put a ring on him for, I think, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, and that's as long as that window could be open. But the risky part about
that's
it is
why he's
now
here, though.
Who's throwing him footballs? It's not 10, and he may have a better season than he ever had under Jimmy. But that's what's scary about this is you gave him the money, you gave him the cash. Now he's got to go perform, and is he going to make sweet music with Lance? I'm not saying he's not, but all we've heard off season, which at the end of the day, does it really mean anything? It was him and Ayuk.
Well, one of the big things to keep an eye on is going to be every quarterback has their favorites, and training camp would tell you that Ayuk is Lance's guy, because it's been a little bit of where's Kittle, and now Kittle's got the groin, and him and Deebo haven't always clicked. What's going on there? I mean, these are all going to be a big part of the equation once things kick off on Sunday morning here in the Bay, as the Niners will be in Chicago. 888-957-9570. We got some over-unders to get to. Goo is demanding that I give my top 10, so we're going to give our top 10s, and we still have some phone calls as well to get into between now and 3 o'clock, so the final segment is coming up. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
We've got the best 49ers pre- and post-game coverage. Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal host the Kickoff Show.
Comfort for players is not a priority for me. Was Joe Montana comfortable when Steve Young was behind him? No.
And after the game, Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles bring you overtime.
Lance did what they brought him in to do. That's awesome. A+. F- for the throw.
Yeah. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you wasting money on a timeshare you rarely use? Cancel it with Titan Exit Group. Get a free consultation and see how they can stop the never-ending maintenance fees and mortgage payments. In fact, if your timeshare contract is not terminated, you owe nothing, so you have nothing to lose. But those monthly fees. Get legally released from your timeshare, 100% guaranteed. Call now for your free consultation at 800-200-0894. 800-200-0894.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 2-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Better than yesterday, but still scorching. Dublin, high of 103.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Final segment, John Dickinson, Daryl the Guru Johnson, 888-957-9570. 49ers and Bears on Sunday. Got some Niner over-unders we'll get to here, Goo.
All right.
And you want me to give my top 10?
Yeah, this is because I know you put some thought into it.
Okay, we'll do that between now and 3 o'clock as well. We do have some people that want to talk with us on the phone lines, though. 888-957-9570. Let's run through some calls here before we get to the over-unders and the top 10. Jonathan in San Francisco.
Jay.
Hey, Jonathan. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I just want to say, man, this is probably the most pressurized game one ever in the history of the 49ers, just because of all the ingredients in the pot. You know, you got Trey Lance, with the 49ers made a switch because, you know, you don't make a switch to get worse, right? So everybody's, looking forward to an improvement. And not only that, man, the guy replacing, he decided to stay. So Jimmy's back. And this is the kind of game that Jimmy always wins. He always beats this kind of team. So if they ever fall behind in this game, I don't know, man. They're going to keep showing Jimmy, and I put that over and under 7.5 at least.
Thanks for the call.
Wow.
The most pressurized game one in the history of the 49ers.
Man.
I don't know about that.
Well, it wasn't.
It's big, though.
Yeah, because Kaepernick came in during the season, so it wasn't that. And he didn't have the pressure that Lance has. But what he also said, we love Jonathan, they're here and we're there. Jimmy would win these type of games. And that's one attribute is Trey going to have that, there's going to be bad days and bad plays, but the ability, the uncanny ability to bounce back and just leave you there like, how'd he do that? Especially after he should have just sat down and rolled up in fetal position.
Well, and he more specifically, won this game last year.
Right.
At Chicago on Halloween when they were 3-5.
I thought if he lost, he would have got replaced.
And they were even down in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Debo had the huge play, the 90-yard play that got him down to the 1-yard line, and they ultimately they were down even in the second half of that game before they ultimately were able to take over. And Justin Fields played well against the 49ers in that game. Mobile quarterbacks, have been an issue for the 49ers. And, yeah, he did have a hell of a run in that one. He was able to run it and throw it a little bit on the Niners on that day. Rich in Hayward next here. What's up, Rich?
Hey, this is a clown joke. Trey should be captain or Debo. But what the heck? What's going on here? Trubisky is for Pitt? What are we, the Cleveland Browns? This is, just fire the coach, fire that damn Lynch. Everybody, gotta go.
All right, thanks, Rich. A little material for Rich, or maybe?
Yeah. Give him a 1.
Give him a 1 on that one.
And you kind of took this into, I don't want to say consideration, but I don't care what other teams are doing. Especially when it's Jacksonville and you got no other choice.
But if it's every other team in the league except one?
Well, Dallas, I didn't know that. There's 4 other teams with Dallas.
Right, okay.
Weekly.
But it's not, okay, so if you want to take those out, it's 26 out of 28 teams.
Okay. Just tell
the Niners are one
myself and the listeners this.
2
Jay.
of 28.
When you get in your car and you drive home today, or you're getting in the hot tub tonight, or you're packing, does this information change what you think about Trey? The fact that he's not a captain of his team, do you now, if I ask you or double back and say, hey, what do you think he's going to do? Does this change that?
It changes my view of the confidence level that the rest of the team has in him. Because I think if they had a greater belief of the quarterback that he already was, I think it would have popped in their mind to put him down as a captain, or would have popped into more people's minds to put him down as a captain. So I don't think it's indicative of how he's going to play or anything like that, but it is an indicator of the confidence level as to where he, to me, it tells me that he is as much of a question mark to them as he is to us on the outside.
And you got to we'll never know that, because you got to, tell everybody, oh, man, things are going well. You know, you can never let on that you're nervous, and maybe they have by Jimmy coming back, even though you sold it as, hey, we needed it, the best Geico you can get. But deep down, if the reports and the whispers, what we're hearing, that he ain't, clicking on all cylinders, man.
Carlito in Alameda.
Our guy.
What's up, Carlito?
All week.
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, as far as the captain goes, you have to earn that. Tom Brady says one of the best compliments he's ever got was being voted captain. But that man earned it by all his teammates. Here's the rat on the table. The rat on the table is Trey Lance is breathing a sigh of relief because he's got one of the easiest opponents he's going to face. And if he loses, Guru, you're right. The circus will be in town. And JD, safe travels. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, appreciate that.
And I'll tell you this. Since the announcement that Jimmy was coming back last week, I think that qualifies as a circus, wouldn't you say? I mean, everything was talked about, like, what if this, what if that happens? That's not going away. It's not going to bed. And I think now, when I watch a Niner game, and if Trey Lance has an off game or a bad day, I'm now thinking in the Guru computer, when's Jimmy coming in? When before I thought that was the last thing I would be thinking because it wasn't on the board.
He was getting 17 games to figure it out.
Wow, man. That's what I'm saying.
Here's what I know. I don't know when they're going to make a change, if they're inclined to make a
Hopefully
change.
they don't. Yeah.
But I'm taking the under on 17.
That is, I'll give you a 2 on that.
And
one.
it was because it was 17
it was
8 days
your
ago.
show, and it was yours.
Now it might be 2.
Yeah.
Might be 6.
King said 7, maybe.
Not 5, not 6. Oh, that's a different King.
Let me give you a 4.
That's a different King. My bad. Bud in Oakland is next here. What's up, Bud?
What's up? Listen, man. Listen, Niner fans don't know what they want. First of all, I'm a Raider fan, but I love sports. So you're going to get my take on just the sports out thing of it, right? Niner fans don't know what they want. They don't want Jimmy G. They want Jimmy G. Listen, you guys have a backup quarterback that has already taken you guys to the Super Bowl, AFC Championship, whatever. How many teams in the NFL can say that they have that on their roster? Somebody who already knows the playbook and knows the offense, who knows the whole system, that's a plug-and-play guy. Jimmy has not been kept just in case the young guy fails. Nobody puts anybody in the position thinking, okay, in case they fail. But in case, we all know that this is a contact sport, and it's brutal at times. So if the young man does get hurt, you have a safety valve. Everybody wants to have a safety valve, so people are looking at this differently. Yeah, it may be a clown show because of, what the media made it look like and what the fans made it look like, but the 49ers really never really, they said, okay, yeah, Jimmy's got to get going, or, maybe we'll try to move Jimmy. But honestly, it's just a safety valve move for them as a total aspect. And second of all, any time that you're going to get throughout this season, since Trey Lance is the starter, every time he goes against a starting quarterback that was in his draft, that's going to be the storyline. Is he better than him? So, yeah, he might have played the Niners last year, but he didn't play against Trey Lance, meaning Justin Fields. He might have played the Niners last year, but it wasn't against Trey Lance. Just like this year, when he played, if you guys play the Patriots this year or next year, when he plays Mac Jones, that's going to be the storyline. So every time he plays a quarterback from his draft class, that's going to be the story. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it, Bud. Go ahead, Goo.
No, good. Love the name. A good call, but the storyline is the least of their problems. You want to see how Trey is how he's maturing, how he's progressing when he gets those games against his peers. But I mean, Jay, I know we're going to get into it before we get out of here. These over-unders, like, there are some layups. And when I say layups like bunnies, can I just throw one at you?
Sure.
Trey Lance completion percentage, it's set at 60%. He was 65% in college, 208 to 318, 69% in 2019, 2,700 passing yards, and Russell Wilson as a rookie was at 64%. Josh Allen was at 53%.
I wouldn't touch that one.
I would go and liquidate all assets. From what I see from Trey Lance, accuracy is a problem. I would go under 60%. I'm going to look for that now.
Wow.
Like, we got 20 minutes left. But, man. And I'm not hating on the kid. I told you accuracy to me. I feel like I'm Jaworski. I know QBs used to have an arm, Jay. I feel like take this to the bank, Hank.
I thought you were going to go over.
Why?
I'll be honest, because 60's a pretty low number.
Not to me.
60's a pretty low number.
60% completion percentage?
But he is, to me, more in line with Josh Allen, who was 53.
53.
And I think Russell Wilson at 64 is, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, you take that for Trey.
Well, God, don't you hate he's not a natural rookie in the first year start?
I don't hate it. It's just part of the deal.
Give me this. Should he be up for Rookie of the Year?
No. He's not a rookie. Absolutely not.
But the first year as a starter?
Doesn't matter. Should Aaron Rodgers have been Rookie of the Year in 2008 when it was his fourth year?
No.
Yeah, no, exactly. You want to run through a couple of these?
This. So
we'll get to.
We disagree on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not taking the over. I just wouldn't play it.
Okay, gotcha.
If you said I have to take one, I'd take the under on 60.
Right.
I'm actually with you on that. Lance rushing yards, 500. He rushed for 1,100 in 2019. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be over.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
He looked nice against Green Bay. Couple runs out the pocket, keep the chains moving. So we could see a lot of that, and especially with his ability to run, stop, reset, and launch it. Like I envision that on a good day for Trey Lance. I'm gonna go over 2, Jay.
Yeah, I think they're going to run him more than I thought. I know I mentioned that to you from being out at training camp. By the way, 510 on the Comcast Business text line. I'm assuming Jimmy was never a captain. Don't think it's a big deal.
Jimmy was a captain.
I just happened to say he was a captain every year.
No doubt.
Like people
Jimmy was a captain
every year. And let me tell you something. If they had decided in February that Jimmy was going to stay on the team, he'd been announced a captain today, too.
And the 500 yards, JD, over 70 divided by 17 games, that would equate to 29 yards a game.
Right. And I don't think he's going to play 17, but we'll get to that in a second. But
I'm assuming he is.
I'm being optimistic that he is going to remain the starter when I say 500.
Okay.
But so I think
we agree there, both over.
Jimmy G starts over under at 3. I'm taking the over.
I'm taking the over too. Now, what's your thought process in the over? Injury or performance?
I think Trey Lance is going to get benched due to ineffectiveness at some point.
Oh, Jay, tell us how you really feel.
I do. I think
you want to put a number on where King has it at 7. That's the bar. You going under 7 or over 7? Because I'm at 12 if it does jump off.
I think if it is going to happen, I mean, look, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to look at the 49ers schedule and to see that just by looking at the schedule that Peter King might be onto something there because they.
Wow, this is a cold game.
Because they do play the 4 games at the beginning with Chicago and Seattle. Denver and the Rams. Yeah. Then they go to Carolina and Atlanta. And then then it gets tough. So that's 6 games right there. Then it gets real tough. Then it's Kansas City. Then you go play the Rams. Then you play the Chargers.
Saints.
So I think it could be right. I think at some point Trey is going to get pulled.
Damn. If he's driving around listening right now, he ain't feeling us. He ain't feeling you. You said it.
It was almost inevitable from the moment that Jimmy was brought back.
This next one is the one.
Sacks allowed, 48. They allowed that many in 2018, which is the most in the Kyle Shanahan era. I'm going to say under 48. I think they're going to protect at a better level than they did then.
Okay, and I'm going back to the musical chairs, the ins and outs, the outs and in, McGlinchey, Hampered, I don't know. I don't even know who the 5 guys are outside of the 4 guys outside of Trent Williams. I got an ideal, Jay. I'm going over 48.
Wow. Well, then
because they are Chicago's. It might not be a big house, but they're bringing the house come Sunday.
The rushing yards, 2,166. That was the total from last year.
I think we see more rush attempts than we do pass attempts. That's not a shocker there, but. Again, if I'm saying they can't pass block, but they might have the ability to run block, I'm going over, Jay.
I'm going to say over. They're just going to have more. They're going to have more running backs available to them on paper.
Yeah.
So they won't have to. Leading receiver Ayuk or Debo.
I'm going 11.
If you're Well, I'll say this.
His catch radius is better than Debo's, and that's no shade at Debo. Let's be real with that.
Yeah, over under. This is yardage, so it's over under 1,000 each, and then over under 2,000 total. See, I think if you're asking me, I know this isn't part of the question,
right? Because I was like,
but if you're saying who's going to catch more balls, I think Ayuk's going to catch more balls.
He's just that. I'm with you.
Yeah, so but over under 1,000 each yardage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Were you over or under?
I'm under.
Under 1,000 each.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say I think
you got Kittle. They got to share, but we've seen offenses. The Marx brothers, where both of the guys go over for a rack. But I'm not saying to you and the listeners that Lance can't do that, but I would be shocked if he did.
Yeah, takeaways, 27 takeaways. That's the most the Niners have had in any year under Kyle Shanahan. 2019, right?
What if I tell you I'm taking the over and it's like a must? Like they need that. They're gonna have to need.
I think
that
they're gonna. I'm taking the over. I think they are gonna.
Both of us on the same page.
Yeah, I think they are. I think they're gonna have. I think they're gonna have a lot of strip sacks. Yeah. And I think their secondary, they'll get Jimmy Ward back. Remember, they're going to get Verrett back at some point.
When, though, for him?
Well, he's got to miss the first 4.
Yeah.
And he'll be in the mid. I mean, that's to have a guy like Verrett able to come back, that's huge.
When he's healthy, he's a baller.
But again, you can take your time because you've got the other Ward, Mooney Ward, and you got Mosley in there as well. 50 sacks. They had 48. I think they're going over 50.
Oh, man, me too.
Yeah, Bosa.
Drake Jackson.
Bosa. 20 and a half sacks. I think Bosa's over. I think Bosa's going to have like 22 sacks.
I can see him being MVP, man. I'm going over 2.
Yeah, I think Defensive Player of the Year is definitely on the table for Nick Bosa. Who will have more sacks, Bosa or the rest of the defensive line combined? It might be Bosa.
That's just the biggest. Hey, wow! I'm going Bosa. I wonder how that panned out last year.
Although, again, if you're going to hit 50. I mean, even if Bosa's getting 22, so it's probably got to be the rest of the defensive line. Just the simple math. Wins 9.5. 9.5 wins.
I'm going over.
I'm going to go over. I think they're going to be 10-7.
I think 11-6.
10-7. Wins versus the division 4.5. I think they're going to go 4-2. So I'm going to take the under on that. And then wins versus NFC opponents. Wins versus AFC opponents. I think they're going to struggle against the AFC.
I mean, and that's no crime in that. A lot of people are, but damn, again, it's like, what are they going to be when they embark on that?
I see 4 wins between the Bucs, Saints, Panthers, Falcons, Bears, and Commanders. I see 5 wins there. I see Panthers.
You got them beating the Bucs?
I see Panthers, Falcons, Bears, Commanders right there, and then you split. Yeah, you split the other.
You think 10-7 gets them in the offs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
10-7 definitely gets them in the offs. And then
we are one day. We have football tomorrow. When I see you tomorrow on the changeover,
football tomorrow.
Football.
Can't
wait. Who you got winning that one?
The Rams.
Over the Bills and Josh Allen, MVP?
Defending Super Bowl champions.
Wow, look at your elbow.
Sometimes on ring night, though, it gets a little weird.
I forgot about that.
That's more of an NBA
I should know about
thing,
it here at Golden State, but yeah, it is ring night for the Rams.
That is a little more. That's a little more.
And that's going to be bling bling.
I think they already got their rings too. Like, don't they have like a different?
And
ceremony?
It's millions of dollars. It ain't no little Cracker Jack ring.
Absolutely.
It's like you can't wear it out. Well, if you got security.
Let's get James and Napa in here. Final call of the afternoon. What's up, James?
Hi guys, thanks for taking my call. Do you know if Garoppolo has been put in as the number 2 quarterback for the Bear game? Because I'm thinking that would be a mistake. I think that it should be Purdy. He's played the reps with the team. He's got the stronger arm. Garoppolo is just coming up to speed. If Lance gets beat up because of the offensive line, Garoppolo is going to be mincemeat. So I'm hoping that they sit Jimmy and Purdy is the number 2 quarterback for the game.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan had said, and thanks for the call, that Jimmy's the 2.
He knows his offense like the back of his hand.
And I know there was also some question with Jimmy healthy enough. Here's what Shanahan did say about how Jimmy's looked in his practices to this point.
Looks like Jimmy always has, throwing the ball real good. I think he's had 2 practices, but it's been good.
Yeah, so I would anticipate that he's the 2. They don't have to make that designation, though, until 8:30 in the morning Sunday.
Yeah. How much time we got,
as
Spadoni?
who's active and who's not. We got.
I want to hear Kyle read the list of the captains if we got time. You got time for that?
Yeah, one more time. Absolutely.
We got Trent. We got Kittle. We got Bosa. We got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
I've come to a conclusion. That was a dig at D. There was no doubt that was a dig.
See, I'm not even that. I know people are coming down my road, but I'm not even that cynical. I don't even think it was.
Do we have video footage of him reading that?
I mean, we probably can find it, but not in the next minute.
That was a dig, Jay.
And you wanted me to give you the my
I got it right.
Power rankings.
Run through them.
I'm gonna go Rams, Bills.
Dude, that's what I got.
Bucks.
That's what I got.
Chiefs.
JD, those are my first four.
Bengals, Packers.
I got Denver, Niners.
Shoot, how many is that?
6.
I've got the Niners.
I got Cleveland.
I've got Denver.
I got Indy.
And then I've got the Colts.
I got Raiders and Eagles.
And the Ravens.
Wow.
So there you go.
First 4 was crazy.
So there you go. And Damon Ratto coming up. What do we got, fellas?
Michael Irvin, 5 o'clock. The playmaker,
yeah.
The playmaker.
I call him 88.
Looking forward to that. Yeah. I'm sure he's got a take on everything. I'm sure they'll ask him about the captains.
Yeah.
He'd be ticked off if he wasn't a captain. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
All right, Damon Ratto next.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple. Find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555. 877-560-8555 or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. No, not you, number 5. Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. Ray, little glimpse beyond the curtains. We've had a little bit of a hard time finding common ground already today, getting ready for this show. Should we take a shot at this? You ready to go?
We found common ground.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yes, we've decided that Lucas needs a beating.
Okay, well, all right. Anyway, great to be here with you. Thanks for listening. Don't worry, Damon is back tomorrow. Here's the deal. 49ers voted on captains today. Last year, Ray, as you well know, Ray was helping us with all the research, of course, on this. He was kind of leading the charge. They had 7 captains last year. This year, at least to start the season, they have 6. And that means Trey Lance, who according to Kyle Shanahan finished 7th in the voting, is not a captain. Ray, what the heck? He's the quarterback of your team. It's his team now. Why isn't Trey Lance a captain? It would have been very easy, especially if he finished 7th in the voting by his teammates. Hey, we have 7 captains like last year. What is going on?
He hates Trey Lance. He wants his career destroyed. Let's just do that. Because if we're going to lead with this, let's just make it as stupid as possible.
Well, it just seems silly. Why just avoid the whole thing? Yeah, we had 7 captains last year. He was one of the top 7 vote getters. And Trey's quarterback last year, and he's a captain.
Because maybe Kyle Shanahan has erred in thinking that we wouldn't turn this into something idiotic.
What's idiotic? He's not a captain.
No, and nor should he be.
Why not?
What's his experience as a player, let alone a captain?
Here's Kyle Shanahan's explanation. He tried to wiggle his way out of this one.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
There you go. Justin Fields, captain. Trevor Lawrence, captain. Trevor Lawrence was captain last year. Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, captains. I know, Ray, it's easy to make too much of it. It is kind of a...
No.
You've got so much going on here with this quarterback thing. Why in the world would you even leave this door open? Why not just make Trey Lance one of the captains, especially if it was 7th in the voting?
Because Kyle Shanahan recognizes something that we apparently don't.
What's that?
That this is not important.
Then why even tell us who the captains are? Why have captains if it's not important, Ray?
Because somebody's got to call the coin flip.
You really need 6 people for that?
Yes, apparently you do. And last year they needed 7.
You can't tell me if they're going to come out and announce, yeah, we did this, and then say, oh, it doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't know anything about it.
Perfect.
And you're right.
All the better. I don't think he should ever talk again.
Yeah, on the text line, someone thinks from the 408 Comcast Business text line, how did Whitey have a C on his shirt? Is he a captain? 95.7 game. That's actually for the company. Outstanding dance group out of Daly City. Thank you. That's not actually my captain shirt. Why is Ward a captain? He may not play for half the season from the 5-1-0.
Because, again, he's a better human being than Trey Lance. Literally an exemplar of the species.
How can you just say it doesn't make any difference?
Because it doesn't make any difference.
Why do they have captains, right?
Because every team does. What the 49ers did is say a quarterback with 2 official starts in his career hasn't done enough to be a captain. Because it doesn't matter who your captains are.
Yeah,
as long as they're people who have been around and sort of know how to behave as captain, be a leader. Trey Lance can't be a leader yet because he's still trying to figure out how to follow.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, by the way, speaking of leaders. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. I will give you that it's easy to make way too much of this. It is a little bit of a curiosity that you just make him, if the team votes him, you got the more votes than all but 6 teammates, just make him a captain. But you're right. Ultimately, what's the difference? You can always add captains. Maybe they want him to, well, you're not a captain yet, kid. You'll work your way up to it. A little curious, but okay, we move on. This is significant, is it not, Ray? I found a 49er note here that even you will have to admit, wow, okay, that means something. George Kittle missing practice because of a groin injury.
They should take his captaincy away from him.
See, I'm trying to move on, and now you're going back to it, and you're going to tell me I'm making too much of it? You just went back to it.
I'm pouring lye into that particular wound that you began with. It's interesting that he's got a problem. It may mean he doesn't play on Sunday. And I know that Damon will then say it doesn't matter because it's the Bears. But the Bears can defend pretty well.
They might be able to. New head coach, Matt Eberflus, defensive guy. They can get after the quarterback a little bit. A couple guys. Quinn certainly can.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a good thing for the 49ers to lose probably their most dynamic receiver.
To me, the larger issue as well, in addition to all that, is that Kittle's just hurt all the time now, right? I mean, even the season's starting and he can't go. I mean, he's got a lot of miles on him. And you wonder how much longer is he going to be able to carry this heavy load, which is made even heavier by the fact that he's also got to carry that team captaincy title around.
That C weighs a ton. I mean, look, the way he plays, if in fact his body is wearing down, I wouldn't be surprised a bit.
I wouldn't either.
But I'm not there yet with that theory. I mean, if this groin pull turns out to keep him out for 6 weeks, then you could start having that discussion. But he missed a practice on Wednesday.
He suffered the injury in Monday's bonus practice. Not sure the extent of the injury. Okay.
See, bonus practice is another bad idea.
Well, I'm with you on that.
Whoever thought of that can't be a captain.
Bonus practice, guys. Hope somebody doesn't pull a groin. Look what just happened. Jimmy Ward's injury, and Jimmy Ward, by the way, is a captain again, as was pointed out on the Comcast Business text line. Jimmy Ward's injury is potentially a real issue for the team because they have some issues with the safety depth, Ray. So it's football. It's just unfortunate that you start the season with an injury or two that could be problematic for you going forward as you're trying to figure out who the heck you are, and you're playing a Bears team that, frankly, might not know yet how bad they are. I
think they have a pretty good idea. I don't think you can hide a team's inadequacies from the team itself.
But that's something my dad told me a long time ago about baseball teams. You know how it is. Early in a season, a team, they have no idea yet. They're not beaten down by their own inadequacies yet. And sometimes, especially open. And the 49ers should win the game, but sometimes a team like that, new coach, they're home, opening day, they could play over their heads a little bit. They can be a little more dangerous than they typically would be in these circumstances.
Let me just say this.
Go ahead. Remember, my dad told me that, but go ahead.
Well, I covered a number of baseball teams and a number of football teams who knew in August, or for the baseball team in March, that they weren't going to be very good. They know. They just do. They see the practices every day. They see the stuff that doesn't go right. Dwayne Kuiper tells a story about 1984 with the Giants. Said, we knew going into spring training we were bad. We didn't know how bad, but we were gonna damn well find out. And they did.
Mm-hmm. How'd they do on opening day? I'm going to check that now. See, that's my point. But I have to go back and see because they might have gotten their asses kicked at opening day.
Whitey, you're desperately trying to be a captain here.
Yeah. What do you think?
You're hired.
Yeah. I'm excited about the start of the football season. What's wrong with that? And I'm anxious to find out how good this 49er team is. And to me, it's flabbergasting. It makes me shake my head to think the 49ers, who now they are just starting year 4 of being a Super Bowl contender, and Ray, they still are trying to figure out the quarterback situation. They still have questions. What other really good team that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, we think, has as many questions as the 49ers have at the quarterback position, and has had those questions for like 3+ seasons now?
They don't have any questions. They know who they're starting.
They know who they want to be their starter. They don't know how good he is. Nobody does.
Well, but nobody, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do not know if Tom Brady will stay healthy or get hurt. He is 45 years old.
Yeah, but don't you think...
The Green Bay Packers don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to get hurt.
So you
Everything
think
about this is uncertainty. The only thing the 49ers can do, which is what they're doing, is put their best guy out on the field. All the uncertainty and stuff, they don't have to spend any time on until they find out, hey, we're certain this isn't working. Up until that point, they're certain that Trey Lance is their starting quarterback.
You are guilty of a false comparison.
I am not guilty of a false comparison.
You say
you're not
Brady,
being a very good captain.
You say they don't know if Tom Brady. That's true, but Tom Brady has a little bit more in terms of his body of work than Trey Lance. There are more questions about Trey Lance because he's never done it on any level.
You can't hit anybody with your Football Reference page.
No other contending team has as much of an open question at quarterback as the 49ers. And maybe he plays well. I think he will. He gets better and better. And then by halfway through the season, you can feel like, all right, problem solved. But right now, you don't know. They don't know. That's one of the reasons Jimmy's still here. Who's Jimmy? He's the guy they decided he wasn't the guy. And then brought in Trey, and now we think he's the guy. It's really unusual, I'll say that, for a team this good with Super Bowl caliber talent and other units to have this big of a question at the most important position on the team, especially when your coach is an offensive genius.
Except that he's not an offensive genius when it comes to the passing game. His great specialty, the thing that he is best known for, is his creativity with the run game. So, and we saw this with Jimmy Garoppolo, a middle-of-the-pack quarterback who knew how to win games. He didn't put up tons of yards, didn't throw a million touchdowns.
Are you saying that, and I'm not trying to trap you, I'm asking, is the quarterback maybe in some ways less important on the 49ers?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, let's dive into that. That's an interesting concept. Even I must admit, coming up here are all the trade outs upside down, and his quarterback may be less important on the 49ers. That's coming up next year. Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon, and we are sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Attention, Damon and Ratto take a break from this week of intense 49ers coverage to bring you Warriors head coach Steve Kerr.
This is a guy that you just do
not walk away from. Tomorrow at 4:30. Now, back to our regularly scheduled Football Mania.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
And we're sponsored by Trimark, which has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for more than 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. This is a Captain song, isn't it, Mark Rainey? Isn't this a Captain song? E40, right? Captain Savaho? Yeah.
The Rake.
Yeah. From Vallejo, right? The Captain's theme. Those of you watching on YouTube
Whitey,
can see the
you
look
backed
that...
over the dead squirrel. It's not moving anymore. Trust me.
I didn't play the song. I'm just acknowledging the song that was played. And yeah.
You have a great way of delegating blame to others.
Okay.
When you're the guy who stirred this up to begin with.
Kyle Shanahan comes out and announces this, all right? And then all of a sudden it's, nobody cares, it doesn't matter. He's the one that announced it.
Because he announces the
Why do you-
captains every year. Why do you think Trey Lance ought to be a captain?
Because he's the quarterback. Hello? He's the freaking quarterback of the team. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
It's a minor
Thank
thing.
you. There you go.
It's a curiosity. They don't allow 8, I don't believe. I don't
First
know.
of all, no, if he had been voted 5th, he would have named 4 captains.
Exactly.
I mean, the thing is, he didn't want a guy with 2 starts in his entire career to be a captain. Whatever his job description.
Quarterback should be one of the captains. But okay,
Well,
he'll
you're
have
wrong.
his chances.
Say you're sorry.
I'm sorry that you're wrong. On the text line here, Comcast Business text line.
God,
from,
I hate you.
From the 510. It's not often I feel this way, Whitey, but Ray is right on this one about the captain thing. Doesn't matter. Okay, fair enough. From the 510, why isn't Debo a captain? He left everything on the field last year.
Well, then there's nothing to put the C on if he left everything on the field.
He finished 8th. That supposedly. See, I'm not sure.
Oh, you don't.
No, he said that.
He finished 13th.
All right. That was the original one we played. I'll play it again. I'm not making
No,
that
please
up.
don't.
Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
Okay, he did say somewhere that Debo finished 8th in the voting. Right, I didn't make that up. Yeah, that's what he said.
Who knows what you made up?
I didn't make that up. I know we have that somewhere. Yeah.
Well, please don't spend any time of your limited lifespan that remains looking it up.
I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you it doesn't matter to
Shanahan
him.
said. It's interesting what you had to say about it, that quarterback on the 49ers is not as important. Is that because of the team culture? Is it because of the offense?
It's because of the offense.
More what? Democratic offense?
No, it's when you think quarterback, you're thinking a guy who throws the ball 40 times a game because almost every quarterback does that. 49ers don't do that. 49ers are comfortable throwing 22 to 25 times a game and running the ball 30, 35 times a game. That's what they want to do. So
And I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I think it's a really interesting window.
So in that, and
how this
not
team's a
only
little
that,
different.
not only that, if leadership in your quarterback was that important, then they would have kept Garoppolo as a starter because they didn't have to change him. They could have kept everything the way it was. It's real simple. He believes that Trey Lance is a long-term solution, but the long-term has not happened yet. All he's got right now is a guy with 2 starts.
Yeah, well,
so he doesn't have to make him a captain.
I'm not trying to belabor
given the
this.
given the offense, Deebo Samuel is more important. Given if you're talking about leadership in the huddle, Trent Williams is more important.
I'm not
George
belaboring this,
Kittle.
but because you challenged me on it.
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8.
Debo was 8. You hear
that's
that?
why I mentioned his name on accident.
Debo was 8.
I just wanted to
you
go
hear
with
that?
6.
Debo was 8. That's Kyle Shanahan. It's kind of convenient that the two guys you'd think would be captains, they were 7th and 8th, and we only had 6. But anyway.
No, I think he made a statement there. It's, Trey Lance hasn't done enough. And I don't know that he would have put Deebo Samuel on just because of the holdout.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, good for him. And
which
thrilled
means he's
back,
which means he's not actually providing a real measurable truth here. Oddly enough, a coach telling a lie. Who'd have guessed?
888-957-9570. Talk to E in San Jose on 95.7 The Game. E, would you be giving that C to Trey Lance as a captain?
Yeah, eventually, but isn't it obvious that if they have 7 spots and he was voted into the 7th and they decided for 6, that Kyle's just making sure that he doesn't suck before? Wouldn't it be 1,000 times worse to bench your captain 4 games in because he has a rough start to the season and all of a sudden Jimmy's there and you got a captain sitting on the bench not playing? Wouldn't that be 1,000 times worse, guys?
Yeah,
but
that's
here's
an
the thing.
interesting thought.
The
on some level, if that's in play here, then that also speaks to how strange this whole situation is.
No, but the captaincy's not like a knighthood. You can stop being the captain at any point. Whenever Kyle Shanahan says, you're hurt, I can't have you as a captain wearing civilian clothes.
I don't know if they do that. I don't know.
You can change it anytime you want.
They add captains. I don't know if they strip guys of their captaincy just
if they're not playing, they don't get to be a captain.
I think if you disgrace the letter, you lose it. But otherwise, you're not getting done, so you're not a captain anymore. I don't know that they do that. Maybe you're right, Ray. But that's an interesting.
Why would you name a captain who can't play?
Why wouldn't you name your starting quarterback one of your captains? That's how I see it.
Because your starting quarterback hasn't done anything yet.
Last year, Trevor Lawrence was a captain. Let's see. Justin Fields is a captain now. He's done very little. Zach Wilson, captain. Mac Jones, captain. It's just kind of,
they've all played more games than Lance has.
Well, Benjamin Albright, who, as you know, is with the Denver Broncos flagship station, he was on the Morning Roast today. And he says a lot of this angst and hand-wringing and criticism of Trey Lance is totally upside down. So he actually, I think, sees it your way, Ray, that people are getting way too carried away about what Trey Lance might not be.
It's a situation where I think if you look at from the internal optics of it versus the actual practicalities of it, as soon as the Niners get the trade package they want, Jimmy's going to be gone. I don't even expect Jimmy to be there at the end of the season on that roster, even with that no-trade clause. They wanted to be rid of him. They couldn't get the package they wanted because they had no leverage after surgery, and so now it's just hanging there in the air. But Trey Lance isn't annoyed at the situation. He's like, hey, look, it is what it is. It's a business.
Yeah, I think Trey Lance is going to be fine with this. The whole issue of whether he was annoyed or not, that was interesting, Ray, because I was on the air Monday, and Albert Breer wrote something, the MMQB, as I'm sure you know, that said Trey Lance was annoyed. And then our own Sterling Bennett actually challenged him on that on Twitter. Where'd that come from? And he walked it back. Of course he was annoyed, right? It doesn't really make that big of a difference. If you think you're the guy and the guy that you beat out for the job, he's going to be gone and he's still there, you'd be annoyed. That's fine. That's not a negative.
No, it's human nature. Now, if he stays annoyed, then you've got a talking point. But they're all saying it's not a problem. Well, we'll find out if it's a problem. That's the thing. We want all the stories to be told before one snap has been made. And we don't get to have that. What we get to do is shut up until something happens.
Finally, things are going to happen this week. Tomorrow night, things are going to happen.
Not to the 49ers.
Well, I don't know. You got the Rams playing, so that's got NFC West ramifications tomorrow night, Ray. Whitey in for Damon. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. With more than 400 Google reviews, they have the highest rating of any BMW dealer, sitting at 4.8. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Why do you think Jimmy's there? Was it because, hey, look, Jimmy's still here? Was it because, we've got a really bad situation with our backup quarterbacks? Or was it because Trey is a little behind schedule, some combination? Maybe it was, Trey hadn't played much in the offensive line. That's a lot to ask of him. Why is Jimmy there still?
He's there because the alternatives to Lance were this year's version of Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. And Kyle Shanahan did that dance already. The second thing is Trey Lance is not by any means a complete package yet. And if you consider the possibility that he might have to take a step backward to take 2 steps forward, who do you want as your backup? If you have to pay Jimmy Garoppolo $7 million anyway, once you cut him, you could pay him essentially $7 million now and have him around in case the Lance thing doesn't work out or in case he gets hurt. I mean, behind that offensive line, I'd want all the security I could get.
That's the biggest issue with this team right now, right? We don't know. We have to wait until the game's played. I know. You don't like to speculate, but you look at this team, that's where you have to worry about them, is up front, especially center, and even more in the center, the 2 guard positions.
It's the most glaring weakness there.
Yes. It's like last year, the most glaring weakness was corner, and they really didn't do much about that. They got Josh Norman before the season started, and it was a problem. And here they lost Laken Tomlinson, didn't want to pay him, couldn't pay him, and now we know I think this is going to be a real issue with them for the first half of the season.
Chose not
to, sure.
I mean, that's, it wasn't like, gee, we ran out of money.
But I get that, not paying that much for a guard. I understand,
that's nonsense. If you need the head guard, you pay him what you need to pay him. I mean, the idea that, some positions get more than others, I get. But if you need a good offensive line, and he was a very good guard for them last year, you make exceptions here and there.
Then why didn't they do it?
Because I think they squeeze a nickel kind of hard in some places.
And I think they're also guilty of what I call scheme arrogance sometimes. And they have so much faith in the scheme. It's like, the offense we run so great.
Yeah, but you have to block for it.
I know.
So, I think that could turn out to be a mistake. In the same way that for a while, the DeForest Buckner deal was a mistake. Now they've backed and filled, and everybody loves their defensive line again. So maybe in the long term they get away with it. But, I think in the short term, while their Super Bowl window is as wide as it's going to be, I think they will rue that decision.
What really concerns me is the way 2 of their biggest weaknesses seem to almost feed each other like a feedback loop, where you have an inexperienced quarterback, and I know he's got tremendous tools. He could be an outstanding quarterback, but you've got
a lousy captain.
You're not even a captain. You're not captain worthy.
That's why he didn't get it.
He's playing behind this really potentially shaky offensive line. That's a really bad combination. That's why I don't think they wanted any part of Brock Purdy as a backup, the backup quarterback. And I know he was very impressive, but can you imagine Trey Lance's starter? He's only started 2 games. Brock Purdy, who's never seen a real NFL defense, he'll be the backup. I think that had a lot to do with them going back around with Jimmy and coming around to finding a way to keep him around, because they saw that was a really dangerous situation to be in.
I think so. I mean,
Did you disagree with me?
I don't always disagree with you. It's only when you say something patently stupid that I disagree with you.
Okay.
And you were on your way with that captain thing. No, I think a number of things fell into place here for the 49ers to make the decision they made. They're not sure that Trey Lance is the answer yet. They want him to be the answer, but wanting and getting are 2 different things. They didn't like the notion of having Brock Purdy as a backup to Trey Lance. They got an experienced guy who knows the offense and is around and doesn't cost them any more money than it would have if they'd cut him.
You tell me Sudfeld wasn't the guy they hoped he'd be? He wasn't who we thought he was.
I don't think they thought one thing about him one way or another. They were hoping he'd figure it out, but they clearly weren't satisfied that he could. I mean, just sometimes the grand plan doesn't work the way you want to. And sometimes the decision you have to make comes up on you before you want to make it. Most of the time, a thing you have to do comes up to you before you have to reach out to it. So I think they sort of said, well, we wanted it to be A, it's turning out to be B, so let's operate on the theory that we wanted it to be B all along and make that the best choice we can make it.
888-957-9570. Joe joins us from San Jose on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Joe, what's up? You're on with Ratto and Whitey.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hi.
Now, I'm not a Niner fan at all, but I believe the Jimmy G scenario is to put a flame under this kid's rear end. And because Shanahan sees what he needs to see, but the kid is just, he's not consistent. But now, looking at the sideline, knowing he knows that he's got to push himself to the max, because if Jimmy G comes in and takes his spot, this kid will never be a starter ever in the NFL.
Thanks, Joe. I don't agree with that. I understand it's important that he be able to deal with that kind of pressure, but let's bring in Jimmy, and that way we'll get the best out of Trey Lance.
If you have to light a fire under a guy that you basically have given the starting job to, then you got a guy who you're going to want to get rid of soon. I mean, I think the motivational thing, that doesn't ring at all. I think it's that being a quarterback in the NFL is hard, and it's harder still when you have a guy with as limited a number of college reps as he has. I mean, they rolled the dice big time on this guy.
Absolutely.
And they're finding out that you can't invent this stuff. They develop at their own pace.
That's the thing that's concerning, Ray, because you have your defense, Super Bowl caliber, skill positions. Wow, you've got some exceptional players. We know the O-line's a little iffy here, but this team is on a Super Bowl track with a quarterback that we hope he might be really good. The quarterback is a little bit out of sync timeline-wise. It's almost like what the Warriors are doing with some of their players, but the Warriors have other veterans that can win the championship, and now the Warriors have a quarterback, the 49ers have a quarterback that you're trying to win with as he develops, and that's a very delicate dance to do.
Oh, no question. Kyle Shanahan basically pushed his chips all in on this. Now, I say that knowing full well that if Trey Lance turns out to be dreadful, Kyle Shanahan is not going to be fired. He is on scholarship. So this is not a job-wrecking scenario for him at all.
I think his future as a talent evaluator would be not what it could be. As a head coach, he's always going to be a coach, but I don't think teams in the future are going to be, what do you think we should do? Who should our quarterback of the future be?
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think in large part, he could do whatever he wants there, because the day Jed York walks into the office and said, I want you to give up roster control, he'll get up and leave and he'll have another job in 45 minutes. So I don't think he's got anything to worry about on that. He'll be wrong, and the franchise will get knocked back a couple of years, and then he'll have to find another Trey Lance, only without the flaws that Lance will have shown him.
If he's wrong, then a Super Bowl opportunity goes by the wayside, potentially.
Yeah, and if you believe that he's as good as he is, you believe you'll make another one.
And if he's wrong, it'll all be because they didn't give him that captaincy.
Exactly. I'm delighted that he didn't get the captaincy. Now the next thing I want
to come back to.
Now the next thing I want is for him to play poorly, for Garoppolo to go in and play just as poorly. They finish 4-13, and then we can complain about it for 6 months.
I need your help with something, Ray.
Oh, you have no chance.
With the NFL season kicking off tomorrow, I love in all sports to try to anticipate who the surprise teams are going to be. I've had some success and some failures. Like everybody, I tend to remember the successes. Last year, I was on the Bengals, not before the season started, full disclosure, but early on, I was like, hey, this team, they could be the Giants of the NFL season. And ultimately, they got to the Super Bowl, of course. But this year, I'm having a hard time looking at the NFL and saying, woo, I think that team's going to surprise some people. That team's going to be better than anyone thinks. Do you see any team like that? Obviously, it seems inevitable that someone is going to really shock the football world. I know today Kyle Madsen was talking about, hey, maybe Carolina, and I guess, but I'm just not seeing that team that, watch out. Some people saying the Lions. I'm not buying that at all. I don't see the surprise team this year.
Well, first of all, Kyle's an idiot.
I don't know.
Well, let's poll the office. Who thinks Kyle Madsen's an idiot? See, arms are up.
One. You got one, I think.
They're all acknowledging it. They know.
He got one vote from Lucas because he thought you said, who wants ice cream? That's why he...
that is the job Lucas should have. Run out and wait for the truck to come by.
Yeah.
I'll have 4 scoops of chocolate, please.
Raiders will surprise on the text line. Would that be a big surprise? They were a playoff team last year.
I think they're as likely to miss the playoffs and be a disappointment because I still don't believe that defense is any good.
Tough division.
Tough division, but they're better than Denver.
From the 6-5-0 race, Seattle's going to be a surprise. I hate them, but if they get behind a decent quarterback, the rivalry continues.
Gee, all they have to do is find one.
No. Finally, they're in free fall up there. I've been counting on that happening for years, and last year it finally started happening.
Yeah, I mean, Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll finally got sick to death of each other. It happens.
By the way, Russell Wilson pulled a Ray Ratto move. I think this is something you would do. He and Ciara bought this huge mansion. Huge! And it only has like 4 bedrooms, which is like telling everybody, you can come visit us, but you ain't staying. We don't have that many bedrooms. And I just think that's something Ray would do. So you can visit, but you ain't staying over.
You can sleep on our full-court basketball court if you like.
First of all, nobody sleeps at my house.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, who needs the headache? Just no. Find a hotel. They got millions of them. I'm not an Airbnb for you.
Right.
And I don't care if you donated a kidney to save my life. That's on you. No, all that means is he can't have 4 couples.
Okay.
That's all it means.
Yeah.
He can have 3 couples.
Yeah. Apparently it's just a huge, a massive property, as you can imagine.
Maybe he's got a dorm.
Maybe so. From the 5-1-0, Pittsburgh's going to do better than projected. Good coach, top 5 defense. Mitchell Trubisky is their starting quarterback.
I think you just answered your own question.
I'm looking for the answer, Ray. You're not giving me a lot of help here.
The answer is Mike Tomlin works really hard to try to keep his team above 500. He's going to work a lot harder this year, and he's not going to make it. That team is getting worse, not better. And Mitchell Trubisky is part of the problem. Because their alternative to him is a guy who everybody believes has the hands of a hamster in Kenny Pickett. So
hamster hands?
That's your interpretation of it.
All right.
No, I don't know who the surprise. There are going to be 4 or 5 of them, maybe more.
Who do you give me one that you think is most likely? Honestly, right now I'm like I would say Denver, but how big of a surprise would that be? Really,
it would be a pretty big surprise. They're in a very difficult division. They don't have a They don't have a team around the quarterback.
They lost a lot of close games last year. I know their defense isn't what it used to be, but they were in a lot of close games last year.
Yeah,
now they've got an outstanding quarterback. New York Giants are the sleeper team.
No, eliminate that guy, block him or whatever you have to do. The New York Giants are going to stink because that's what they do. Bill Parcells ain't walking back through that door. You're going to make me have Baltimore.
Well, that wouldn't really be a big surprise.
Missed the playoffs last year. What do you want?
They're pretty good.
How bad does a team have to be a surprise for you?
Do you think if the Ravens made the playoffs, they'd be whoa, the Ravens are stunning the football world?
Did they make the playoffs last year?
Did they make the playoffs last year? They missed the playoffs last year.
Yeah, what was their record last year?
I don't have it in front of me.
8-9.
Okay.
It's a losing record.
Yeah, but they're a perennial contender. So, all right, if that's the best you can do for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No,
Coastal Carolina.
New York Jets, watch out for Flacco from the 6-5-0. Yeah, Flacco's going to be started for the foreseeable.
Every time you read from that, a puppy dies.
Well, I appreciate people at least have ideas, and you said, all these teams stink except for the Ravens that are going to shock the NFL. Okay.
Lamar got hurt, Ray.
They lost a quarterback last year, Ray.
Were they a playoff team?
They were not a playoff team.
Thank you.
And I don't think they've
Case closed. You haven't come up with a criterion by which I could declare a team a surprise.
You buying the Hard Knocks hype with the Detroit Lions?
Nope.
Never watched a minute of it.
That.
Never will.
There's a lot of that, isn't there? All right, coming up next.
Bad NFL porn.
Kaylin Kaler's going to join us. She covers the NFL, covers the Bears for the Defector.
No, she covers the NFL.
Covers the NFL?
But she lives in Chicago.
She lives in Chicago.
Knows the Bears.
Yeah, Ray apparently is good friends with her. She's going to join us next with an inside view of this 49er Bears preview, and that'll be presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The BetQL model is ready for week 1. I'm Joe Gillier here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The BetQL model has a number of 5-star plays ready for week 1 of the NFL season, and they are in on the New England quarterback. BetQL has Patriots +3 at Miami in week 1 as a 5-star best bet. Even though they've struggled recently, in Miami. New England is 2-7-1. ATS their last 10 in South Florida. But BetQL thinks this game should be a pick'em. I'm Joe Giglio. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So you see the theme today, Ray? Swidey in for Damon Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
It's not only a bad song, it's a bad instrumental version of the song.
This is Ride Captain Ride by, who's it by? Blues Image. I should know that. Thank you.
Where are the vocals, wise guy?
To another shore. There you go.
No, I don't want your lyrics. You sound like a strangulated hernia.
Well, that's the way the guy sings it.
Well, let's have the guy sing it then.
Yeah, there's probably some copyright rules against that. Playing this today because, of course, the 49ers announcing who their captains would be, at least to start the season. Trey Lance is not among them. Some people find that curious. Ray says, it doesn't matter. So don't even worry about it. It's insignificant, even though the coach announced it today.
And I'm right. Wait a minute, because they announced something that gives it significance?
It must matter to somebody, or you wouldn't spend the time the team wouldn't vote on it. It matters to someone.
It matters to them, but nobody else. It does not impact the way your team performs in any way, shape, or form.
Damon and Ratto, all other content from 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Download the app today. Let's see if any of it matters to our next guest. She covers the NFL for the Defector, Kaylin Kaler, with us. Kaylin, thanks for your time. You've stepped right into the middle of a dispute between Ray and I. 49ers naming their captains today. Trey Lance is not among them. Do you attach any significance whatsoever with that?
I do, only because Jimmy Garoppolo is there. And I know he's probably also not a captain, but I do think it's weird when there's a controversy that the quarterback who should be the starter in the future is not a captain.
Kaylin, I'm going to give you another chance to answer that correctly.
Great answer. The answer. Perfect.
Ray, I'm not changing my mind.
Well, then you and I are going to have a problem. Basically, though, isn't the fact that he's played 2 games in his entire life and has 1 year of college experience make him a poor choice to be a captain, especially if, as a lot of people think, he's got to earn the right to keep the job?
Yeah, I guess. Is there a player vote? Do they decide who's players, or how do they do it?
Yes, player vote. And apparently, according to Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance came in 7th, and they decided to go with 6 captains.
It's a player vote that is vetoed by the coach whenever he wants to.
Came in 7th?
Yeah, and last year they had 7 captains.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Oh no. 1/7 of the team gets to be a captain.
There's meaning in this, Ray. Kyle Shanahan basically decided that a captain.
I think we're losing Kaylin a little bit. Hello,
yeah,
Kaylin, are you there? I think she's been disconnected. We'll get her back. Did you do that, Ray, just because she's agreeing?
That would mean pressing a button, which I do not do.
She can't believe this. She
can't believe there are 7 of them.
Stunned. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, that's the other thing is they give out captaincies like they were like Tootsie Roll Pops.
Yes. Do you remember years ago?
Which means they can't be that valuable.
After the Rams got all those draft picks for the rights to RG3, and then the Rams played Washington, and Coach Fisher sent out before the kickoff
all the
players that they got in that deal. Kaylin, you're back with us. You were in the middle of explaining to Ray why this matters. Thank you.
Oh, I was just saying that it sounds to me that Kyle Shanahan basically decided that Trey Lance would not be a captain.
Yeah, because he doesn't think the quarterback necessarily has to be a captain when his resume is like a sheet of prosciutto.
Right. So, listen, Jimmy G is going to be playing very soon, is all I can say.
Wow.
Based off of this as well. But all signs point to that, really.
Kaylin Kaler's with us, NFL writer for The Defector. And I know on Twitter, you just shared this. You were talking to Brian Hoyer, the former Niner, about how to handle unusual quarterback situations. We kind of have one here. I know we clearly have a guy that for now anyway is a starter. But what did Brian Hoyer tell you about these situations and especially how it might apply to what's going on now in Santa Clara?
Yeah, it was interesting. And he basically said, like, in his experience, and actually, weirdly, his time in San Francisco was the only time that he actually came to a team as the starter, which was very different for him because he was in a lot of quarterback battles before that. But in his previous experience in quarterback battles, he said that it was really tough and it's apart. He could sense a division in his teammates because they didn't know who they should support, especially if it was a prolonged competition. And obviously, like, this isn't a competition per se, but Jimmy played last year with these same players. And goes wrong with Trey Lance, they're probably all going to be thinking, well, you know, if Jimmy was our quarterback, we'd probably be okay right now. So I do think a little bit of what Brian says about, you know, that division that it creates, I think that could be very true here.
Let me ask about the team you are geographically closest to, and that is the Chicago Bears. How close to utterly hopeless are they, or do they have a counterpuncher's chance of winning an odd game here or there because their defense isn't bad?
And because they don't know how bad they are yet.
Yeah, so I actually think they might not be as bad as all of us have originally thought that they would be this year. Mostly because they just installed a new version of grass on the field, a new turf. It's Kentucky Bluegrass for the first time, and Matt Eberflus, the head coach, came in and was like, I need new grass, apparently, and they just installed it on Monday, and no head coach has ever done that before. So that's a great improvement because they have some of the worst turf in the NFL. But I do think they started training camp looking horrible. And then Tevin Jenkins, their second-round pick last year, emerged. They found a spot for him on the offensive line. And, you know, there's still some trade rumors going on with him, but I think it looks like they're going to keep him, and he's a starter now. And they still don't really have any receivers, but Darnell Mooney is pretty good. And Roquan Smith came back to practice, and they didn't have to give him, you know, a new contract, and they didn't have to trade him. So things like weirdly kind of quieted down and worked out for now. I mean, that still might not mean they're a very good team, but Justin Fields did look a lot better in his last preseason game. So after that game, I was kind of like, well, maybe they aren't going to be that bad. Maybe they're going to be kind of bad.
How much immediate impact, if any, will result from Ted Phillips finally quitting as the head of the football operations department?
Probably none, because unfortunately, I do think it's a McCaskey problem, an ownership problem, and not necessarily like a Ted Phillips problem. And so I don't think it's really going to have any impact, because whoever they replace him with, as long as the McCaskey are still there, you know, leading in charge of that person, I don't really think that much will change.
Kaylin, we got one more for you. Kaylin Kaler with us, NFL writer for The Defector. I asked Ray for some help on this earlier. He's been no help. A lot of people on the text line have had some great ideas here. Every year I try to, you know, before the season starts, a lot of people do this, you try to pick who's going to be a surprise team this year. You mentioned the Bears may be better. Maybe that's your team. Who do you think? Who do you see here as maybe a team that no one sees coming that could surprise a lot of people, for better or worse, for that matter? If you want to go the other way, team that's not going to be as good, maybe. Who do you see as a surprise team, one way or the other, in the NFL this year?
Well, actually, I was just on another podcast earlier today, and we were kind of discussing how maybe like the Jaguars, the a lot better than anticipated, simply because Doug Peterson is like a normal coach, and that division. I mean, I guess the Colts and the Titans are decent, but I do think there's a chance for them to be a lot better than we expect.
Kaylin Kaler, NFL writer for The Defector. Enjoy the opener tomorrow. Enjoy the opener against with the Bears and the 49ers, Kaylin. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Mom.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the text line here with great ideas. Ray, the Falcons getting a mention, maybe. Mariota and the Falcons will be the surprise team. How about the other way? Who's going to fall apart this year? I think Green Bay could underachieve, and I think Dallas certainly is poised to underachieve this year, to suffer the cold grip of regression at their nether regions.
At their nether regions?
Yes, that's how it happens.
Oh, that's how it happens.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you're like, whoa, what's that? And then all of a sudden, you're not as good as you thought you were.
And that's where it shows up.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the weirdest explanation I believe I've ever heard.
Very accurate, though.
I think the Rams could regress.
To the point where they would be like, eh.
To the point where they, I mean, look, it's not a far fall from what they did to 9-8. I mean, that isn't that much of a drop, but it could be significant because there are going to be a bunch of teams in that mess. I don't think Green Bay's a bad call. I mean, look, there are not a lot of teams in the NFC that you'd look at and go, wow, they were good last year and they could fall. I mean, the number's pretty thin. You know, New Orleans is certainly going to be one of those teams. Tampa could be, but I mean, how many good teams?
Some people think New Orleans will be a surprise team this year, but others don't know whether Dennis Allen has the wherewithal to get that team into the playoffs as a head coach.
I don't believe in his quarterback, so I have a problem there, and I don't know if Alvin Kamara has passed it yet. So, no, I think the problem with trying to figure out a team like that in the NFC is that there weren't that many good ones a year ago. So you're limited in the number of teams you go, who's going to regress? You know, I mean.
So in that type of situation, then the teams that we automatically say, they weren't very good last year, if they have a chance to be much better this year. And a team that comes to mind there that maybe you're talking about in a roundabout way is Minnesota. And I know Michael Irvin, who's going to join us today, he says Kirk Cousins is going to be the MVP.
Well, God love Michael for that. He's banking really heavily on Kirk Cousins, now that he's got a coach who doesn't hate his guts and whose guts he doesn't hate, maybe that translates into wins. I don't know if it does, because there's something that's always kind of off about the Vikings. Sometimes the offense doesn't click right. Sometimes the defense is wobbly. You're asking a lot of a quarterback who's really up and down. And that it almost sounds like we want Kirk Cousins to be Ryan Tannehill at his best. And I don't know that he's got that in him. So I don't know what to make of them.
On that note, we welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Whitey in for Damon today, and we're still reeling from today's news that Trey Lance is not one of the 49er captains, at least not to start the season. Here's what Trey Lance had to say about not being a captain.
Obviously, that's a goal of mine, but then I don't think you can look at any 6 of those guys and be like, hey, that guy's a bozo, because those guys have all played football at a very, very high level. So, yeah, situations are different. I'm excited. I voted for every single one of those guys, so I think each and every one of them deserves it. But, yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine moving forward. But those guys have all proved it. That's what this league is all about.
Trent Williams, not a bozo, but he is a captain for the 3rd time. George Kittle, 5th time as a captain. Nick Bosa, 1st time as a captain, Ray. Fred Warner, his 4th time as a 49er captain. Eric Armstead, 3rd time as a captain. And Jimmy Ward, his 2nd year as a captain.
Too much research. That's all that tells me.
Last year, the Niners had 7 captains. It does seem like maybe, this is interesting. Maybe Kyle Shanahan decided, you know what, we're going to let Trey earn it a little longer. We're going to make
No, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. That's not insignificant. And that doesn't...
it's absolutely insignificant.
That the head coach thinks my quarterback
the identity
hasn't
of the
earned
captain,
a captaincy yet?
Because the identity of the captain is not important. The identity of the team leaders is, and a captain is not automatically a team leader. And the team leader on on the offensive side of the ball is either Trent Williams or George Kittle, and it doesn't matter who else gets to wear a C. That's why it's irrelevant. We know who the guys who wear the big pants on that side of the ball are.
Look, I agree with you. It's easy to make way too much of this, but on the other hand,
and yet here we are.
No, how can you say it's not significant, and yet you can say, yeah, the coach decided he's not ready to be a captain? That's really interesting.
No, all that
says a lot about where this whole dynamic is right now.
It doesn't say anything about where the whole dynamic is. What it says is Kyle Shanahan is not going to give even an honorific title like captain to somebody who hasn't played yet. That's all. You know, it doesn't say that he's not capable of being a captain or that the 49ers don't trust him. If the 49ers didn't trust him, he wouldn't play. So there's no real, there's no smoke, let alone a gun.
Do you know that some in Chicago are seeing this as a matchup of, it's Trey Lance against Justin Fields, the guy that the 49ers could have had Justin Fields. They passed him up. Darnell Mooney of the Bears sees it that way.
I know he's a dog. I know he does things, after practice, during practice, in the offseason. There's things that he's shown, and I've seen exactly what he can do. He's going to shine for sure. He's going to blossom. He's going to, prove everything that everybody doubted him on, especially week one. That team passed on him, so they're going to have to pay a little bit for that.
That's come up?
I haven't talked to him about it. He knows for sure. I'm pretty sure he has that thought in his mindset. But
okay, before you point it out, Ray, I got to say, that is a huge nothing burger. They're going to have to pay for this. Have you talked to him about it? No, but I bet you, he feels that way. Plus, the 49ers already beat him last year. So
I see that therein proves my point. Just because somebody says a series of words that form an intriguing sentence does not mean it has any basis in reality.
Hey, that guy's a bozo.
On a more serious note, speaking of that, what did you make of the Doug Gottlieb story today? I was on with you when we were talking, was it June, about Freddie Freeman and his agent never relayed to him the Braves' final offer, and he'd fired his agent, and apparently some of that was not true. And radio host Doug Gottlieb today had to come out and say, yeah, I tweeted that, but it wasn't actually the case. What do you make of all that? Because he got sued.
Good. I mean, if you're going to say that somebody acted unethically with no proof, and then you've got to walk it back with your tail between your legs, damn right you should get sued.
I know, but what do you think happened? He had a source that he thought, well, this is, I don't know if it's a great source, but this is so juicy, it sounds good, I'm going to go with it?
No, I think he thought, well, this, he fired him, so he must assume that he didn't know. I mean, he added 1 and 1 together and got 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then he basically said, well, this is a fact. When I know he hadn't made any calls about it. That doesn't happen. He said something was true that he couldn't back up, and Casey Close made him blink.
That is mind-boggling, isn't it? That's something that
a radio person might go off half-cocked and say something that was patently false or not provable.
Well, no, that happens all the time. But in this case,
that happens on an hourly
when
basis.
You've got legal ramifications, my goodness, why in the world would you assume that risk? What's the upside?
I have no idea. Max Muncy, I think he just hit a slam. No, I think he thought something must have happened for Freddie Freeman to fire the agent. And he decided, well, it must have been this. And because of his keen deductive abilities, he simply said, well, that's what it must be then. It's trying to apply.
I can't imagine that anyone would be that dumb. He's not an idiot. Obviously, he did something really stupid. But
it happens often. And I'm not saying it's not stupid. I'm just saying that stupidity is everywhere. Stupidity is our most important export. We used to think it was entertainment or steel. Nah, it's brain dead yammering.
Maybe that's part of it. Hey, this is entertaining. I'm not sure it's true, but it's sure juicy and entertaining.
It'll fill a segment.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the worst. That's the worst sentence in radio.
So legally now, is he off the hook if he says, oh, you know what? I apologize. I was wrong.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so either.
I mean, if I'm the agent, I'm going, you know what? I think I'd like your head on a stick in my front yard. Just on general principle.
He said that Freddie Freeman fired his agent, and that wasn't even true. Where would he be getting that? How in the world would you say that on the radio when it's not true? Somebody set him up, Ray?
No, nobody set him up. He went off half-cocked, and that's what happened. You know, I mean, and I don't know that to be true either. I just want to put that up front. But if you apologize, what you're saying is, I didn't do any work. Because if somebody had told you that would be in the apology too. I was informed by a highly placed source, whom I don't have to name, that this was in fact true. It was an honest mistake.
Well, speaking of reporters going off on things, I know this was yesterday on your show, Ray, and this was just opinion, so
you
it's
say
different.
that with such disdain.
Well, Peter King, here's what Peter King had to say about Jimmy G and when he might start for the 49ers this year.
The only conclusion I can draw from that is that Kyle Shanahan is having some second thoughts about whether Trey Lance is ready to go and is going to be able to make it through the season.
Yeah, so Peter King with a little more on Jimmy G.
Do you think if Trey Lance had a great spring and great summer that a week before the start of the season, the 49ers then would have said, oh, hang on a minute, we're going to pay Jimmy $6 million a year to be a backup because we just want to make sure that we have starter insurance. It's entirely possible that happened, but I don't think if they were madly in love with Trey Lance and his readiness that they would have done this.
Now, this isn't slanderous, this is his opinion, but Ray, is there truth to that? Do you think?
Certainly could be.
Yeah?
It's
Well, what's your best guess?
My best guess would get me sued. No, I think they're going into this with a quarterback who has done so little that they ought to have questions. They ought to have some doubts. And the only way to address them in their minds is to play him and find out.
Short term, I understand, given your assets, your liabilities, where everything was. Yeah, let's bring Jimmy back. If he wants to come back, great. I understand that short term. Big picture, how in the world did they end up in this mess? Where they still don't know who the quarterback is.
They know who the quarterback is.
They know who they want the quarterback to be. You just said yourself, they don't really know.
And they know who they're playing there. It's not like they're having arguments about who should start game one.
No, that's different than knowing that, hey, we've got our guy. Now we think we have our guy, and it's incredible that a team with Super Bowl aspirations has that much uncertainty at the most important position.
Raising your voice does not make you more correct. No, they want this to be true.
The most important position there.
They want this to be true. They are ready to gamble to see if it can be true. But
that's the only play at this point I recognize.
Prudence requires that you have a certain amount of skepticism if you're the 49ers. So you hedge your bets. Do you hedge your bets with Nate Sudfeld? You do not. Do you hedge your bets with Brock Purdy? You do not. You hedge your bets with the guy who has come closest to being the best backup they can have. And yeah, it cost them $6 million, but it's $6 million they had to give him anyway. It's almost as if they're getting him for free.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
I get that. But that was the guy that they had decided he ain't good enough. Well, we better keep him around.
Well, it's not. They decided not that he wasn't good enough. They'd like to do better, but they don't know if he's better yet. And so they're hedging their bets. They're making a percentage play.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this is.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They don't know yet. You say they know who they want the quarterback to be.
No, but they know who they're playing, and if he's bad in week one, he's not going to get benched for game two.
Early season bumps. Kyle Shanahan said we're going to let him play through some early season bumps, whatever that means. Coming up next, it could be the feel-good story of the 49ers season, but I'm guessing it won't be. Also tell you why. Well, I don't know about Ray. I don't know about you, but I'm a big Patrick Beverly fan today. A big one. That more coming up here. Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon. We're sponsored by Wnba Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? Wnba Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
I always get the final tally. And
why?
I could
For the same
cheat
reason
if I wanted
we play
to. I
scratchers
actually
for
didn't
the
at all. I
California
agreed with all their
lottery.
choices, and I just made the decision not to have either of them.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizzas. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Oh,
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
San Francisco weather tonight, 60 degrees and cloudy.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon today. Thanks for being with us. By the way, starting this Saturday at 9 a.m. and airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. This, Ray, is a 1-hour show with our very own Boomer Esiason, breaking down the games each week, giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. That's 9 a.m. starting this Saturday right here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for listening. Thanks, as always, for your participation. Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. From the 408, Colts have 7 captains this season. Is there a max on how many players can be captains? According to something I looked up from last year, the most captains a team can have is 8. I haven't been able to confirm that, but that was what I saw in a story about the 49er captains last year. They had 7. 8 appears to be the cap on captains. Also on the text line here from the 510, is anyone going to say it? The 49ers can regress. Not trolling. They made the conference championship. They may not make the playoffs, Ray, as we discuss teams that will surprise for better or worse this year. 49ers?
Sure, why not?
Because we don't want that. That's why.
Whoa.
Because they have...
Who are you calling we?
The majority of 49er fans in the area.
Well, nobody asked them.
Well, a lot of them are listening, I assume, and the 49ers have one of their better defenses perhaps ever. Superior talent at the skill positions. Came within a whisker of the Super Bowl last year. So
Came within a whisker of winning it 3 years ago and then missed the playoffs the next year.
By the way, Emmanuel Sanders retiring, and Jimmy's going to overthrow him a retirement party, that's nice. I don't know if you saw that today. The 49ers...
I didn't see it. I heard it because you're the one who said it. And you're the one who took credit for it, although I think the operative word here is blame.
49ers can regress, but that would be disastrous. For 49er fans, I know you're going to say, it happens, it's football. Yeah, but that would be heartbreaking for a lot of people around here.
That's their problem. They should have more balanced lives.
How likely is it? Certainly possible.
I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean...
But you already said that you think the Rams are going to regress, and I get all that, so... I mean, there's an opportunity for the 49ers within the division there if you got the Rams backing up.
Yeah, but there was also an opportunity for them to get knocked out by a resurgent New Orleans team. I mean, every year at least 4 teams made the playoffs the year before don't get back in. That's the lesson here. And last year I think it was 7. I heard that number. So I think there are a lot of things in play, incredibly. And the real lesson here is that if you're unlucky with injuries, the floor is the limit.
I think one of the reasons the 49ers have more than their fair share of injuries is because of the way they play.
The way they name their captains.
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. But I do think the emphasis on yak and the physicality, and I'm not saying they shouldn't do it because they've had a lot of success with it, but as you try to figure out how come they have more injuries, I think perhaps it's a factor. If it is, it's just something that you have to live with given the style they play because they've had so much success with it, right? Also on the text line here, Bucks are a miss. They're going to miss the playoffs. They're a miss the playoffs candidate. At some point, age is going to catch up to Brady, right? At some point.
He'll retire before that happens. He'll feel it tipping up on him.
Maybe he already did, and then he came back anyway.
All that tells me is he doesn't want to babysit.
That could be it as well.
I mean, just why would you subject yourself to this? You have nothing left to prove. There's nothing to prove. You have all the money you can eat.
I guess he told
10 generations down the line.
He told some of the reporters when he was coming back, and then he had to step away. There's a lot of S going on. I don't know. I could see that, Ray, where he and Giselle?
Giselle?
Yeah, it's like I want to play football. I don't want to come home yet. I don't want to do all that stuff. I like football. I want to play football one more year.
Well,
Call me. You help me take care of the children.
See, now, why did you go to the Teutonic accent there?
I don't know, because she's actually Brazilian, but it just seems to work.
I'm just there's some.
I made my point.
There's some sort of historical weirdness you're trying to advance here.
888-957-9570. Don joins us from Highway 24. Don, you're on with Ray Ratto, Whitey Gleason. What's up?
Hey, no, not much. Glad to hear you guys while I'm stuck in traffic. I hear all that Jimmy G stuff all the time, and he's heaven forbid Lance go down, but you do have Jimmy G to back him up. Take us all the way back to the playoffs, or maybe even the Super Bowl. That way I can go into Safeway and tell him Jimmy G's name and get a free turnover. Take that, Whitey. Bye-bye.
I have nothing to say to that.
Do you screen these people? Nothing.
Yeah,
Complete silence from the other room.
Yeah, my name was associated with that in a manner that I'm not entirely comfortable with.
You wanted to be the guy who told the exciting overthrow joke.
From the 925, Ray this is a Tax of the Day nominee. I don't know if we have any fanfare for that.
No, we don't.
Ray wants all 32 teams to lose every game, every week.
And then fly into the sun.
Yeah. Some truth.
In fact, I don't care whether they win or lose, as long as they fly into the sun at the end.
Well, Ray, this could be the feel-good story of the 49ers season. Talking about October 23rd, when the Kansas City Chiefs visit Levi's. And as you probably know, because I know you've already made your plans to attend and celebrate, the 49ers are planning to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the 2012 team. So they've extended invitations to all the primary figures from that team. I would, it's going to be exciting. Alex comes out. Colin Kaepernick, will he be there? Here's my question, your best guess. Will Jim Harbaugh be there? There are indications, Jed York has talked about this, I think he was on with Tim Kawakami. There are indications that he's, saying, you know what, it was a long time ago, he's a great coach. And they also scheduled their reunion for a Michigan bye week. So it looks like they really want Coach to come back. I don't think there's any way Harbaugh comes back for that. I hope he does. I don't see him coming back. What do you think?
I think both he and Jed York can hold a grudge with the best of them. And I would also include the other members of the York family in that, because Jim Harbaugh took direct aim at Jed York, thought he could be bullied, thought he could be shoved around, and found out that, there was a limit to what Jed would take. I'd be surprised if he showed up.
Me too.
I think it'd be profoundly awkward, and that's why I hope it happens.
But there's no way, is there? I hope it does.
No, there's certainly a way. But
why would Harbaugh do that, you think? Just because it would give him pleasure to see fans cheer him, and in a way it would be like him, in his mind, sticking it to Jed York?
I don't know what happens in that little duck pond of a mind of his. I don't know why he would do it. I'm guessing that there is either sufficient bad blood left, or he doesn't see an upside to it. I mean, he had pleasant memories early, but not late. And eventually, their parting of the ways was essentially a firing. You usually don't invite coaches you fired back to say, hey, or come enjoy what's happened since you left. I think it would be unlikely.
I do too. Do you remember when they were going to, of course, they did demolish Candlestick, and they were going to have a charity game there, like a flag football game. And I think they were trying to bring back...
While everything was collapsing?
Well, no, they thought they were going to do it before, they actually started tearing it down. And I think they were going to have like Everson Walls there and some Cowboys and some 49ers. And I believe they asked Joe, and I remember on this station when I was on with your friend Mark Kreidler and Dibs, and we had Joe Montana on, and we asked him, hey, They're going to have this game, last game at Candlestick. Are you going to come back for it? And he said, when a company fires you, like you work for Microsoft, you go to work for Apple, and then Microsoft wants you to come back for a party, he said, you don't really want to do that. Now, that was Joe Montana. And so if Joe Montana didn't want to come back for something like that, after the great career he had as a 49er, then he had success as a Chief as well, I can't imagine someone who we think is as gifted when it comes to holding grudges as Jim Harbaugh is going to say, whoa, reunion, I'm there. I can't imagine it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't see it.
I don't think there's an upside for him. I mean, somebody's going to end up getting booed there. And I think that's something the 49ers would like to avoid because they want to turn this into some sort of festive
That's a great point, yeah.
So
I think Colin will be there. I hope he will, and I think that'll be terrific.
Why do you think he will be there?
I don't see why he wouldn't. I don't have a hard time seeing why Harbaugh would not want to be there. For Colin, I don't see why he wouldn't want to be there and see the team and draw some cheers. What am I missing?
He's avoided the public spotlight pretty well since the big hoop-de-blah about him taking a knee. He might just skip it because he doesn't need the agitation.
This is a little different, could be, depending on
it's never
what kind
different.
of interference he has. But he could just, I'm not going to do a lot of interviews, but I'll go out there and wave to people and see the guys.
You have no guarantee that those people will reciprocate.
I think they would.
Based on what? A lot of 49er fans who decided to turn this into something hugely political have held grudges about it. He will hear some grief. I don't know why you'd want to volunteer for that.
Yeah, well, that's where I disagree with you. And you do this every day, so maybe you know.
All that means is I'm stupider than you are.
No, my sense is that the vast majority of fans would cheer him, and you don't see it that way, and that maybe I'm wrong.
But I'm saying there's a pretty good chance that a percentage of the fans would boo. And he has to decide how large a percentage would make him uncomfortable. I don't have any clue. I do know this. I won't go.
Oh, come on. You're not going to be invited either.
Then our desires have aligned. I can't think of anything more tedious.
Well, Alex would be there, right? And he'll get just a roaring ovation.
Oh, absolutely. Because he was a great servant for the club.
Yes.
As much grief as he took from some of the blockheads in the fan base, all he did was get behind the center on a lot of bad teams and do the best he could with coaches who couldn't make him better, couldn't get players around him to make him better, and he took frightful beatings because of it. Anybody who boos him is just being cruel for the sake of...
See, I wouldn't even... I guess maybe a couple drunk people would, but I wouldn't even think...
You grossly
Alex Smith booed? That's not going to happen at the reunion?
You grossly overestimate these people.
People aren't going to boo Alex, especially after everything that he went through that had nothing to do.
But there's always going to be some. But
nothing
is unanimous.
Mm-hmm. By the way, to your point on the text line here, I'm definitely booing Cap. He didn't win bleep.
Okay, that's what I would do. You didn't give me a parade, therefore you are valueless. That's why you don't read that stuff.
This is just someone who...
No, don't sit there and try to justify it.
No, it actually proves your point. I hope they're all back. I think it'd be terrific. I think Cap will be there. I think he'll be well received. And Harbaugh would be fascinating. I hope it happens, but I don't think he'll be back. Even though they did schedule that, as I said, as you may have read, they scheduled that event for that weekend when Michigan has a bye. So who knows? Now, Ray, the Giants have just completed today's contest down at Chavez Ravine. How did the Orange and Black fare against the Dodgers today?
They failed. Nice 7-3.
How many home runs did Lewis Brinson hit?
7. They scored 3 runs, but he hit 7 homers.
7-3. The Dodgers over the Giants today. Any more interest in this Giants season, this baseball season?
Oh, it's done. I mean, they're not cutting this lead. I mean, it's 8 now. If San Diego wins tonight, it's back to 8.5. So I don't see a lot of upside in dredging that up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not interesting. That's the problem. You could make an argument that somehow God, they could catch fire. Well, they haven't caught fire all year.
I don't even think you can make that argument anymore.
No, I don't think you could have made that argument 2 months ago. They were who they told you they were going to be, pretty much. And everybody knew they were going to regress to the mean because you don't win that many more games beyond your capabilities 1 year without going backwards. But they simply became the team that they were in 2019 and 2018 and 2017, which is a team that wins in the mid-70s, and that's it. Only they were less interesting.
Playing the Dodgers really illustrates how lacking the Giants are, because there's various ways you put your roster together. You can go out and sign big-name free agents. Giants don't do that. Dodgers do that. You can develop players through the farm system. Giants haven't done that for the most part. Dodgers do that. You can trade for big-name players. Sometimes you use your pieces from the farm system to do that. Giants haven't done that. The Dodgers have done that. Or you can develop these diamonds in the rough. Farhan has done that. Dodgers have done that too. Dodgers do all of it. Farhan's done a good job of finding guys, and maybe Brinson's one of these guys, maybe he's not. But you can't build a 25-man roster of just those guys, Ray. That's great when you hit on these guys and you're able to find. Look at Yastrzemski. He's a player. Teams gave up on him. And Ruff before he got traded. Maybe Brinson now. But okay, you can't build a whole team of those guys.
No, because eventually their limitations, the things that made them expendable, will rise back up.
Yeah, and when people say there's too much platooning, well, like playing Jock Peterson against more lefties, that's not the answer.
No.
That is just a symptom of the larger issue, which is they don't have enough good players.
Yeah, no, they have a profound paucity of them.
Yes.
They lack
It's
them almost everywhere.
It's a paucity.
You're better than that.
Pausity, paucity, right? Yeah.
No.
I lack it.
Now we're going to talk about your atrocious spelling skills.
It's not Pausity.
Yeah, by the way, I misspoke earlier. The Giants are 9 back.
Okay.
So, and with like 34 games to go.
But, I remember arguing with you, Ray, before the season started about how the Giants aren't doing enough and they were right there with the Dodgers. But the thought of this Giant team this year actually competing with the Dodgers, I think that was science fiction. Do you know that last Friday, the Padres beat the Dodgers 7-1, okay? Do you know how long it had been since the Dodgers had lost any game by 5 or more runs?
I think all year.
More than that. The old record was 148 consecutive games. The Pirates in 79-80 went 148 games without losing to anybody by 5 or more. The Dodgers streak, which just ended last Friday, 228 games.
No, the Dodgers are one of the great teams.
228 games.
The Dodgers are one of the best teams of the last decade. And the fact that they only got one World Series out of it is completely baffling. It's along the lines of the Braves of the 90s, who should have won more than just the one World Series that they got. It does say, more than anything else, is that the playoffs are entirely their own animal. If you are one pitcher down, you're screwed. If your bullpen decides to go sour at the wrong time, you're screwed. If you go through 5 games where all of a sudden you can't get a hit, which happens to everybody, you're screwed. And the more playoff games you play, the more likely it is that someone who is not a great team is going to win. I mean, Atlanta last year was a poor team until Alex Anthopoulos made a series of trades near the deadline.
You're absolutely right.
And all of a sudden, they became really good. And this year, they got off to another terrible start after 50 games. And since then, they've been the best team in baseball.
They were under 500 last year until August 11th, I want to say.
Yeah,
and then they won the World Series. So you could see how Giants fans and the Giants have been looking at that and going, we just hang in there, turn things around. But
the gap's
so
too
Aaron
big.
Judge is the answer, right?
No.
He's not?
Aaron Judge is something you have to go after, knowing you're almost certainly not going to get him. Because you need to send a signal to players and free agents and their agents that you want to be a player again. And you can't do another 4-year build through the minor leagues. It's not feasible. I mean, they've had some of their worst crowds ever at this ballpark this year. And it's not COVID related for a change. And so they have to look like they're a more dynamic team than they've been.
Are you better off if you're the Giants just not even going there if you have no chance? The Yankees president, Randy Levine, said during an interview, Judge is an all-time Yankee, and he emphasized that the Yankees, quote, will be extraordinarily competitive, end quote, in their approach to keep him in pinstripes. Randy Levine said, we know his worth and what he means. I don't know what's in his mind. All we can do is show him how much we'd like him to remain a Yankee. So money-wise, that tells me the Giants are going to have a hard time competing with the Yankees. So is there any upside to telling your fan base, we're in on Judge, but we just came up short? Aren't you better off saying, yeah, it's just not a good fit?
No, you're not better off doing that.
You got to take the shot?
You got to take the shot. Because there is no damage in being told no.
Really? See, I think there is if it's you were told no to Bryce Harper, told no to Ohtani, and now it's Judge, and I think fans who are already...
You were told no by Max Scherzer. And they've been told no by a lot of people.
And I think that adds to some of this fan frustration.
Well, I think it would be more frustrating to find out, well, we don't want to be told no anymore, so we're not even going to ask. I mean, you've got to figure out ways to get better, to put a better lineup on the field. And even though your chances of getting Judge are minimal, you have to make a play. Because you can't trade to get a guy like that. They don't have the assets.
Are you keeping Rodon even if you have to go 4 or more years?
I don't think he'd want 4 or more years, but he'd want a bunch of money. I think he'd like to be able to walk within that 4-year framework. But I think he's going to want more than the $20 million he's getting now.
I think the most discouraging thing about the Giants right now is that there's every reason to think what we've seen this year is pretty much what you're going to see the next several years for the foreseeable future.
Well, again, unless you decide to get hyperactive in free agency. And that means splashing cash around by an ownership that has shown a considerable reluctance to do that.
But guys don't want to come here. We see that time and time again.
Yeah, but you still have to make the run at it. You still have to make the run at it. Moreover, not everybody doesn't want to come here. What you have to do is you have to overpay for some guys. There's no crime in that because they've got the money to do so, and this is not a salary cap sport.
That's the issue, because I think a lot of Giant fans thought, all right, we got Farhan well-versed in Moneyball, and we've got money, so we can be a team like the Cubs were when they combined analytics and a big payroll. And Cubs won a World Series, and the Red Sox did it twice. Giants can be one of those teams, but to this point, either they're not able to get the interest of the free agents or they're not willing to spend that much. So instead, you get a team that looks more like an Oakland A's team than the Cubs team that won the World Series. And for Giants fans, very frustrating, especially when you see the way the Dodgers are doing it. They're doing it every which way.
Well, starting with money. They have by far the largest payroll. They also do the same analytics things that the Tampa Bay Rays do, because Andrew Friedman, who's their president, came from Tampa. So what they've done is they've taken the next big idea in baseball and added money to it, because money is still better than any other system. And when you take the best system and you add money to it, it's hard to lose more than 62 games with that. And they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're probably going to win close to 110. But the big question for them is, are they going to be healthy with a fully operational pitching rotation when October starts?
Maybe last year, if Max Muncy hadn't gotten hurt at the end of the year, maybe they would have won last year. But you're right. It's like hockey now. You can go in as the best team. Doesn't mean you're going to get through the postseason with all the extra rounds of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, but if you win 110 games, you have a better chance than a team that wins 85.
All right, here's what's coming up. What the 49ers have in common with the Commanders, Seahawks, and Falcons, and how Trey feels about not being a captain. That's coming up next year. Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon. And we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And We are sponsored by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Take that, Whitey. Bye-bye.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/Point A and apply today.
Attention, Damon and Ratto take a break from this week of intense 49ers coverage to bring you Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. This is a guy that you just do not walk away from. Tomorrow at 4:30. Now, back to our regularly scheduled Football Mania.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See Pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event. for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
This week, Crayola 24-count crayons, Staples comp books, and 2-pocket poly folders are each just 50 cents. Get everything on your list at amazing prices. This year, go forward to school with Staples. Shop in-store, online, or buy online and pick up in-store. Ends 9/10, limit 30.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon today. Follow your favorite team shows and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Looks like we're back to the captain theme, Ray. Is this Creedence? I'm your captain. Is that what this is? I'm your captain. Isn't that what song this is?
It's not by Creedence Clearwater.
John, what is it?
It's definitely not Creedence Clearwater. I can't remember the band.
What do we got, Grandy?
We got Grand Funk Railroad.
Grand Funk. I'm sorry. I said Creedence. I apologize. Grand Funk Railroad.
But again, it sounds like an instrumental. We're getting cheated.
Yeah. Sorry. Of course it's Grand Funk Railroad. My apologies to all the members of Grand Funk Railroad and Creedence, Ray. And thank you for
on the off chance that any of them are still alive.
Yeah. And that's a tune that goes back a ways. But the whole thing, of course, is about captaincy. And the 49ers announcing their captains today. And Trey's not one of them. Michael Irvin's going to join us top of the hour. I'll bet you he was captain of the Cowboys. Like year in and year out, I bet you he was one of their captains.
I'll bet you he didn't have to be named one.
What do you mean?
I think he was a captain anyway.
Just grandfathered in?
No, he grandfathered himself in.
Huh? What? I'm not following you.
Yes, you are. There are guys who are natural leaders on a team. And they don't wait to have something bestowed upon them. It's given to them after the fact. And I think he was one of those guys who acted like he ran the joint even before he had the keys to run the joint.
Ray Ratto says it's insignificant. We'll see what Michael Irvin says. Maybe he'll agree. The fact that when Kyle Shanahan announced his captains today, Trey Lance was not among them. Oh, Kyle.
We got Trent. We got Kittle. We got Bosa. We got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
Nope, sorry, we don't have Debo. Apparently, well, how did the voting go there, Coach?
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just didn't wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
There you go. That's it. You're right, Ray. And that, he tried to cover it a little bit. He says, well, we didn't want to have 7. Well, they had 7 last year. So clearly he just doesn't feel that Trey Lance right now has earned it yet.
Which he hasn't.
Right, which is kind of cool. I mean, it speaks to the culture that they try to build there. You want to be the quarterback? Got to earn that captaincy. Got to earn that C, Trey.
Well, you have to be able to have your voice resonate. Not just in the huddle, where it's usually quiet, but in the locker room. And rookies don't get that unless they get picked like first in the draft and are overwhelmingly the most important player, like Trevor Lawrence is in Jacksonville.
He was a captain last year, as was, I think Zach Wilson was last year.
Yeah.
Mac Jones last year. And eventually Fields was a captain last year, although not at the start of the year because they had the red rifle, baby.
But let's be honest, it did their teams no good that they were captains. Made no difference whatsoever. They were what they were going to be.
Hey, Trey, between you and me and Ray and listeners, how's it feel to not be a captain?
Obviously, that's a goal of mine, but then I don't think you can look at any 6 of those guys and be like, hey, that guy's a bozo, because those guys have all played football at a very, very high level. So yeah, situations are different. I'm excited. I voted for every single one of those guys, so I think each and every one of them deserves it. But yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine moving forward. But those guys have all proved it. And that's what this league is all about.
The captains are Trent Williams, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Eric Armstead, Jimmy Ward. How many votes do you get? I voted for all of them. How many votes do you think you get here, Ray?
I think as many as you want.
Really?
Well, who's going to, somebody's going to invalidate a ballot because there's too many guys on it?
Well, I mean, vote for a guy or vote for your top 3. I voted for all of them?
Hey, I think what he said was he voted for all the guys who got named.
Mm-hmm.
So all that means is he picked the guys that Kyle Shanahan would have picked.
I hear he campaigned hard. He had flyers and everything. I'm Trey Lance, vote for me for captain.
Yeah, that was,
didn't work out.
Yeah, it was sort of like the Breakfast Club.
You know, when you phrase it the other way around, like, hey, Kyle Shanahan's just saying, you know what, we love you, you're going to be the guy, but you haven't just proven that you're the captain yet.
You haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't done anything.
Because that's the 49er way.
It is for this case.
Each player gets 10 votes. Thank you on the text line. Each player gets 10 votes, and he still wasn't a captain.
Wow. Well, then, if you believe that Kyle Shanahan is correctly applying democratic principles here, he didn't have enough support.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, it's definitely not an issue.
Well, he did have enough support, technically. If he was 7th, and I don't even know if that's true, and they had 7 last year, you'd think that, well, that'd be good enough to get him. I was like, no, we don't have 7 because we didn't want to have 8. So, in other words, we just didn't want him to be a captain because he would have made it.
I mean, so in other words, the vote is basically a sham. You guys can have whoever you want as captain as long as I decide who they are.
That guy's a bozo.
From the text line here, 510 Ray, you and your beloved text line. I'm like, maybe we just give the text line a rest. Racist.
Why don't we do that?
Not on my watch. Lance,
why don't we do that? Let's
Lance
try.
not being named captain is definitely an indictment on him. I kind of saw that initially, but now I see what Ray is saying. It's just a matter of, you know what? We love you. You're going to be the guy. Here's the keys, but you just got here, so hold on. We got a veteran team here, and as the season starts, we're going to carry you. You're going to have to earn that letter C, and we're going to give you every chance to do that. You're just not there yet.
And I didn't say we love you. Let's make that clear. You said that. I don't love him. I don't care about him.
No, that was supposedly Kyle Shanahan talking. Kyle Shanahan saying, you're our guy.
We like you.
We like you a lot. We like you an awful lot. We liked all your posters that you used to campaign, but not quite there yet.
You're not quite there.
I wonder, do you think Jimmy got more votes than Trey Lance?
Could have been.
Go Doug Gottlieb on us and just report that, right? Just go ahead and roll with it.
No, why don't you? Why don't you get sued?
I don't really know, but I do know that Michael Irvin is coming up. You know, the 49ers have something in common this year with these teams, Ray. Can you tell me what it is? The 49ers have something in common with the Atlanta Falcons, Carolina Panthers, Cleveland Browns, Denver Broncos, Indianapolis Colts, Pittsburgh Steelers, Seattle Seahawks, Washington Commanders. They will have a new quarterback this year. 9 teams in the NFL will have new starting quarterbacks. Most of those teams we don't know what we're doing. 49ers trying to win a Super Bowl, and they're making the switch at quarterback. It's unusual.
It's not just unusual. It's incredibly risky. But Kyle Shanahan signed up for the risk. And if it works, then I guess people will call him a general managing genius. And if it doesn't work, they'll probably call him an idiot. But whatever happens, his job is safe. So it doesn't really matter. You know, again, the outside world has no impact.
Don't you think for him, I mean, yeah, job security is great, but he really does. He's a football coach. Football coaches want to win, especially when they know that they have a real chance to win. So sure, you could say, well, it doesn't work out, but you know it's going to eat at him.
Well, of course it's going to eat at him because it might very well be that his decision is the reason why they didn't. But that's true. That was true in the Super Bowl when Atlanta got there. You know, and he kept, running pass plays. Now, the truth is, he's not the guy who called those pass plays. And if he was, Dan Quinn was the guy who could have said, stop doing that. So it's not really his fault, but those plays were called by him. And that game's going to eat at him. Coaches and players both remember the things they lost more than the things they won because they assume they deserve to win everything.
You've been watching the 49ers a long time. You have a unique perspective on them. And I just think it's fascinating. This has always been the case with the 49ers, even going back to the Walsh era 49ers. All the focus has been on the offense, and with good reason. When you talk about the West Coast offense, groundbreaking Bill Walsh offense, which I know was based on Sid Gilman. But anyway, and the defense was fantastic for those teams, and it doesn't get the credit. And I think right now, even with all the focus on the quarterback situation and Kyle Shanahan, who's an outstanding offensive play caller, of course, the strongest unit on this team is still the defensive front.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a lot of seasons, that was true of his father. Defense wins you games because there are two things you can control more than anything else. How long you have the ball, because you're the one who's making the play calls, and two, how much emphasis you want to put on stopping the other team from scoring. It's harder than it used to be, but it still gives you a measure of control that coaches who just want to go out there and throw the ball 45 times don't have. And so in some ways, it's a really conservative way to go about your day.
Yeah.
But I think Kyle Shanahan is comfortable with that.
This cutting-edge offense, and I understand we've seen McVay's had success with the same type of thing, and, of course, the Bengals did last year, and the Packers too. But so much of it is old school. It's like, we're going to run the ball down your throat, and we're going to defend.
Well, and the other thing is, if you don't have an offensive line that can pass block from almost any place on the field, you're running risks. I mean, everybody can talk about, hey, the Bengals got to the Super Bowl and Joe Burrow's great. He got the crap beat out of him because Cincinnati did not protect him. And if they don't fix that, he's going to end up getting the crap kicked out of him again. And this time they won't be nearly so lucky.
So how much of that's going to happen to Trey Lance this year?
A fair amount, because that offensive line, A, is not cohesive, B, may not be good.
Oh, but he's elusive, Ray. He can run out of some of those sacks. We've seen it. I think that's overstated.
Can he run out of all of them?
No, I think that's overstated. You hear that a lot. But
yeah, well, that's why you have to stop listening, because people say stupid stuff, and they say more of them when they think you're paying attention to them. You have to ignore them. That's why God made earbuds.
There is some truth to it, but it's expecting too much to think that, Shanahan will just scheme around it. You got two guards that can't block anybody. He'll scheme around it, and the rest of it, Trey will run out of those sacks. That's just not realistic.
The truth is, the 2 years that they won, they didn't scheme out of it. They blocked. That's part of the fundamentals of football that Kyle Shanahan holds near to his heart. You block, you tackle, you run.
And with that, we welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Whitey in for Damon, and we're going to have the great Michael Irvin join us in just a moment here. Also today, 49ers announcing, in addition to who the captains are, George Kittle injured his groin in Monday's practice, unsure of how severe it is. So his status for Sunday's game is uncertain, Ray. George Kittle nursing already a groin injury, fingers crossed there.
If you want to cross your fingers, fine.
I don't know what else to cross when we're talking about a groin injury, but
maybe you don't cross anything at all. Maybe
all right.
you just let events take their course.
Nice enough to join us here, the Hall of Famer, NFL Network, the great Michael Irvin. Michael, thanks so much for your time. Got to ask you about this captaincy thing. Trey Lance was not named one of the captains today. How do you feel about that? How important is that to players, and how often were you a Cowboys captain?
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
There. See, he's right. you weren't a captain, but you knew who the loudest voices and the most influential voices were in the locker room because you had one of them. So how important is being a captain if it doesn't directly coincide with the most influential guys on the roster?
Well, but you're measuring influences by a different thing than maybe the team is measuring influence. You know, they see some guy that's been there a while and put in the time and all the hard work and they're a captain. You know, and Trey Lance, they see a young guy still learning. You know what I mean? But trust me, whether he has a C on his chest or not, Trey Lance is captaining the team because he's the quarterback. He's the quarterback. We don't have to put a C on his chest. That's no indication that he's not a leader or his team didn't pick him to be a captain. That's just not the truth.
The playmaker with us, Michael Irvin. Michael, what do you think is the single most important thing Trey has to do here early in the season to help the team win and to establish himself as the guy who's going to be the quarterback all season long and should hold down that job?
Well, this is a fine line because you want this man to be aggressive and be who he is and go forward and learn and take this thing over, take it over. But you don't want him to jump out there and make a lot of mistakes. You don't want him to jump out there and turn the ball over quite a bit because then it starts messing with his own head. Trey Lance can minimize the mistakes. Just minimize the mistakes, which is very difficult for a young guy that hadn't played a lot of football like he hasn't played. But can minimize the mistakes and minimize the turnovers. His talent will take you at a rest. He just got to minimize those turnovers, most important.
Is that something, I mean, everything, I guess, can be taught to a certain extent, but how much of that is simply the natural gift of knowing how to protect the football and not throw into tight spaces? How much of that is learned and how much that is innate?
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question because you can learn a great deal about this game. Now, when you have such great talents as a Trey Lance, you've probably always been the greatest athlete or one of the best athletes whenever you're playing on a team. You know what I mean? So Trey got all of these gifts, all of these talents. You want him to be aggressive with those gifts and talents, you know, but you want him to learn to think the game, not just play the game. Imagine if you had Trey Lance gifts, abilities, athletic abilities, but it had Tom Brady's mindset. Boy, now you got something. You know what I mean? You got that kind of gift and that kind of talent, seeing the game this kind of way. Now you have something. And that's what Kyle Shanahan is trying to work on, trying to make sure this kid sees the game a certain kind of way where his talent can really just take off.
Michael Irvin with us. Michael, do you think maybe that was a big part of the appeal for Kyle Shanahan, given that he had a quarterback who is not very experienced, hasn't played a lot? Kyle maybe seeing the opportunity to really form this guy. Everything he learns about pro football, he's going to learn through my eyes. Is that maybe one of the things they loved about Trey Lance, is that he hadn't learned a lot about football yet?
Well, you know, you wish you can get as much experience as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
An actual playing football. You know, that there's no he played less football, so that makes him a better candidate.
Gotcha.
So you want him to get as much experience as he can. But you got to look at that kind of talent, that kind of gift in Kyle Shanahan's hands. We only looking at it from the perspective of the young man, of the quarterback, Trey Lance. But Kyle Shanahan, who's had success with backup quarterbacks like Nick Mullins and all of these guys, you know, had kept teams and kept San Fran in games when he was playing these guys at quarterback. Now he get this kind of talent to grow. Absolutely, that's part of the appeal, that he can grow that talent. But he wishes he had more experience also.
This is a hypothetical based on, you know, hey, this could happen. Take Game 6, Lance struggles. Shanahan decides to put Garoppolo in. Is it safer for the rest of the players if Lance gets his job back immediately, or is there something that you do when you change quarterbacks that says, we're trying this guy and not just for a couple of series? Because I know they do that in college. I don't see it very much in the pros. I'm wondering what the smarter play is in terms of the way the other players would react to it.
But guys understand we're trying to win football games, and they understand that there's a now and there's a later, and most teams are trying to be for both the now and the later. You know, and Kyle Shanahan has got this young man, and he is the later, and he wants to get the experience right now because if he can get the quarterback position just caught up with the rest of the team, this team can have an opportunity to play in that big game almost every year because they got a lot of young talent around Trey Lance.
Catching up with the playmaker, of course, Michael Irvin on 95.7 The Game, and Damon and Ratto.
See how small that is, how small a margin that is. Like, okay, what makes you think Trey Lance is that Jimmy G went to a Super Bowl in an NFC Championship game? Now, we just can't get there with him. I mean, it's a small margin. It's a small margin, man. It's incredible in this league.
Yeah, Michael, fans, of course, get so excited about opening day. What does it mean for players? Was there an opening day or two or a play from opening day that still stands out in your mind as a player?
Yeah, let me tell you, it's so funny you asked that question because for me, it was we opened up in Pittsburgh, and it just got these young cornerbacks, and the young cornerback, he was just talking all kind of noise. I'm not scared of Mike. I'm going to cover Mike. I'm going to get right there. I'm going to be right on him. Man, we started the game, you know, and he was a rookie. And when we're practicing that week, Troy was like, Troy said, hey, that rookie's talking a lot over there, huh? I said, yeah, he's talking. I said, but we shall be like death. You know how everybody bring the priests around, they take last rites, and they swear they're prepared to go see their maker. They're ready to leave time and go to eternity. And then death comes to the door. Oh no. You see what I'm saying? That's what that is like. You think you're ready, but you ain't ready. And that's what I tried to tell that young buck. Man, I killed that young buck. And every time I caught a pass, I caught a couple touchdowns. Every time I caught a pass, I said, oh, you ain't scared of Mike Irvin, huh? Oh, you ain't scared of Mike Irvin. Well, I'm going to make your mama going to see this today. Your mama, I was killing the dude, man. That's the opening game that I remember. And my rookie year, my opening game, I was playing Pittsburgh, going up against Rod Woodson. I called a curl route, ran. Rod Woodson caught me in the end zone. I called a touchdown. Rod Woodson caught me in the end zone. I don't think I caught the touchdown on Rod, but Rod was the one that come across the field, tackled me. So it made it like, it was like dunk on somebody, and the closest person to the rim, you got dunked on. You could be at half court, but that's on you, dog. You got dunked on. That's kind of how that was.
Do you just do that kind of talking to somebody who talks to you first, or once you've established that you can turn a guy into toast, do you constantly remind him of it, even after the annoyance of the original slight is gone?
Oh yeah. You don't let that go. Don't let it go. I'm not just trying to beat him. I'm trying to own him. He opened his mouth. Now I'm going to own you. I'm going to beat you this time so badly it's going to help me next time I play you. You ain't going to want to play no more. That's what I'm about to do to you. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality, man. Boy, let me tell you something, man. I miss that more than anything. That's what you miss when you leave the game, that ability to impose your will upon another man when he's saying no, you saying let's go. There's nothing like that.
Wow. Michael Irvin, our guest, of course, here on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of those type of things, calling your shot, we know that Darnell Mooney of the Bears, he said this week, hey, Justin Fields is going to have something special for the 49ers because they passed on him. Now, this wasn't Justin Fields saying it. It was his teammate. But in your mind, at this point, how do you compare Justin Fields, where he is with the Bears, and Trey Lance and where we think he is with the 49ers?
Well, for those two different situations. Those are two totally different situations. Justin Fields got a team that very well may be the worst roster around him in the NFL, or certainly maybe even in the AFC. You know, Trey Lance has got a team with one of the best rosters around him. You know, and it's totally two different things. I see Trey. Justin Fields wish he could have landed in a spot like Trey Lance with the kind of offensive mind that they have in San Francisco, and him not be twirling around in Chicago dealing with the stuff he's dealing with. These are worlds apart.
That said, do you remember any team that passed on you in the draft, and did you make it a thing to remind them of it over and over again? Or is that something you only do the one time because after that you've proven your point?
Well, I would imagine if a team passed on someone, and you know, the Tom Brady's, guys like that, you hold that every year. You just hold it against them every year. My situation was different, guys. You know, when I graduated, I graduated after my junior year of eligibility. So teams was passing on me, I was passing on them. You know, like Green Bay called us, and I don't think so. No way, don't draft me. Because since I was a junior back then, if the team drafted me, I could have dropped the class and gone back to school. That team would have lost the draft pick. So I was trying to control the draft that way. So I wanted to go to New York, L.A., or Dallas. I wanted the coast or Dallas. That was it, nothing else. So anybody else draft me, they were not going to get a player. I was going to one of these three areas.
So let's see. Lucas just telling us Tim Brown, Sterling Sharp were drafted ahead of you, but you didn't care because you ended up where you wanted to be.
Right, Green Bay. Sterling had Oakland had the 5th pick. It took Tim Brown. Green Bay had the 7th pick. They called me. I was like, no. I'm not leaving Florida. Going to Green Bay. No. And then my whole family started chanting, "No way, Green Bay! No way, Green Bay!" We were at the time, you know, the brokest people in the world. What are we talking about? No way. We should have gotten anybody draft us. Just a hot on that play. I'm sitting over here trying to negotiate. As a matter of fact, Dallas didn't call me, and they didn't have to because Jimmy had told me prior to the draft. He said Dallas is going to draft you. He said, Michael, none of that shenanigans with Dallas because an oil friend of mine is about to buy the Cowboys. Wow. And maybe joining you in a year.
Would you have been fine with Green Bay if they weren't bad at the time?
No. I don't know if Green Bay was ready for brothers. It's certainly not a brother like Mike.
They were 4-12, so they were indeed bad. If they were 12-4, would you have thought differently?
No. It's not the team. It's not the team. What the team? It was the weather in the location of the city that I had an issue with. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah. But Sterling had a great career in Green Bay.
Sure.
I mean, it was perfect for Sterling, man. It's just what, man. I really have a problem playing in cold weather. I mean, it just messes with my mind so bad. I just couldn't take it. So I was just so happy. I just couldn't take Green Bay.
So, Michael, how early on in the process did you guys know? Did you recognize, wow, we are going to be one of the great NFL teams of all time?
Man, you know, I would say I got drafted in '88. And it was 3-13. Troy came in '89. We were 1-15. We got Emmett in '90, and then we started turning that thing around. And I remember after the '91 season, I had won receiver of the year, and Emmett was running back of the year. And he was driving home. He said, "Man, we had a great year, man." He said, "It was a great year." I said, "Yeah, hey, it's nothing though. We're gonna get it again next year." He said, "Yeah, we're gonna really tear it up next year." And then then it took off from there. You know, it took off. But there were many times we came back to those rooms, came back to those meeting rooms that had players-only meetings, talking about we're not going with this. No, we're not arguing about what the coach is calling. Whatever he calls, let's just go through it. And then we still go get our heads kicked in. You know what I'm saying? We had come back in that room looking at each other. We didn't have any answers. But when it turned, it's what held us together, because we started that way first, and we built it into something.
What's the game you would absolutely refuse to miss this weekend, and what is the game they couldn't pay you enough to watch?
Oh, man, I don't know that you can call out a game that they couldn't pay me enough to watch. I'll let the Texans slide now. In a couple weeks, and you know, the NFL, I mean, they're going to, you know, they'll have Deshaun Watson coming back, and he'll be lining up against the Texans. I'm going to watch that game. I'm sorry, but I'm going to watch that game just to see if anything superhuman happened in that game with all the emotions that's circulating around that game. But, man, right now, the NFL, and what I'm saying is, the NFL has done such a great job of using other things and having these guys and having these teams match up. We got Baker Mayfield going up against Cleveland week 1.
Wow.
On Sunday. Okay. Well, you got Russell Wilson going up against Seattle in week 1. You see what I'm saying? All of those games with all of the extra emotions around them, those are the must-see games.
Michael, we've been trying to figure out, as we do every year, everyone does, you know, what team this year might surprise, for better or worse. What team's going to be a lot better than everyone thinks? What team might be worse? Do you see, the reason I ask here is because you mentioned Baker Mayfield. Some people think Carolina is going to be a lot better than expected. Do you see anybody at this point that you think, watch out for this team because they're going to win a lot more games than people think they're going to win?
Well, outside of the Philadelphia that everybody's talking about, that's the team that I pegged early. Not that I pegged happily, you know, Eagles and the biggest Cowboys, right? Yeah. But you see what they're doing. I mean, they got a defense, man. That boy Jordan Davis learned from Fletcher Cox. I wanted that Nicole Dean, that linebacker from Georgia. They got those guys, man. And then on offense, just they got such great weapons and diversified weapons on offense. And it's an unorthodox quarterback. If this kid has a good throwing year, Philadelphia can really take off.
Now, I know you say that this was NFL Network. I believe maybe it was a podcast. I apologize. Kirk Cousins is your pick to be the MVP. I mean, that's raising some eyebrows, Michael.
Yeah, it is, and I understand that people, we like to keep everybody tied into a box. Kirk Cousins has had at least 25 touchdown passes over the last 7 years. Nobody else can claim that. Not Aaron Rodgers, not Tom Brady. 7 straight years. Those last 4 has been with Minnesota with a defensive mind head coach. Now, let's speed forward. And I did have Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook on my podcast. I'm not just pulling this out the air. I am taking in the information I get that I use in the off season when people tell me how camp is going, what they see in camp. I got to assess this and then assign something. And I said this is where this MVP is going. Think about this. You know, a team, a defensive-minded team, all his career, all of those years in Minnesota, he's been a defensive-minded team. Now, the offense is going to have the control because Kevin O'Connell is an offensive coach. You want to put Justin Jefferson in the Cooper Kupp role. Justin Jefferson, he already said he's going to be the best receiver this year. And I believe it. If you give him the targets and the opportunities that Cooper Kupp had. Cooper Kupp had over 230 targets last year. I'm going to say this again. Over 230 targets last year. Most ever got in the season was 140, 145, something like that. He had 230. Wow. Justin Jefferson in that spot is going to be insane. And Kirk Cousins will have a chance to win MVP if he delivers that ball.
Michael, who's the quarterback playing now that you would most want to play with? Nothing against the great quarterback you played with, but of the guys playing now, who would you most want to play wide receiver with?
Man, I said this. I did this last year. We got into a debate about top quarterbacks. We just take, when Aaron Rodgers was going through all that stuff. I was like, I don't know. I'm not messing with Aaron Rodgers, man. Somebody this, somebody that. And then it's like Aaron Rodgers just beat me down all season. Every time I saw him play, he was like, Michael, remember what you said? Watch this throw. Michael. It was like he was just vexing me. I said, so, and then to take it farther, we go to the NFL honors. I'm sitting second row in right there in the end, right on the front. Who's sitting in the first row right in front of me? Aaron Rodgers. Brown corduroy suit, looking spiffy, looking good, collecting his second MVP trophy right in my face. I leaned forward. I whispered in his ear. I said, hey, I'm sorry. I'll never see anybody better than you again. I just want you to know that. Never again. And he leaned back. He smirked and looked at me. Because those kind of guys, they hear everything and they internalize everything. That's why they're so great. It would have been incredible to play with a guy like Aaron Rodgers.
How do you think, Michael, guys like Kittle and Debo, Ayuk is not that experienced, but he's been around a while. Looks like a breakthrough year for him maybe. How can they help a young quarterback like Trey Lance develop? What's the most useful things those receivers can do for this young quarterback?
You make plays. You make plays. And don't ask him to throw the ball perfectly. Wherever the ball go, you go and get it. Bar none. I don't care. I may have told y'all guys when Troy first came in. It was for a preseason game. Troy, I said, hey, man, first thing I said to Troy, no matter what, if you're in doubt, throw the ball. I got it. Don't worry. I said that to him always. We get in the first preseason game. We're running a 262, which is just two outside slant routes by the wide receiver. Vincey Glenn knows that, hey, Troy Aikman's first-round quarterback. I was the year before first-round receiver. We're trying to get our team together. He baits Troy, leans one way, and then he just takes off running straight for me. I saw it when Troy backed up and he started getting ready to throw the slant. I said, no, not now. He threw it, and as the ball was in there, I promise you, I could see the ball. I saw Vincey Glenn. I said, I can catch this ball and go to sleep. Or I can move out the way because it's preseason game. But if I move out the way, I will lose Troy. Because I told him, no matter what, I will go get it. I had to catch the ball. I said, okay, Michael, go to sleep. And I got knocked out.
Oh, my gosh. Really? Wow. Did you hang on?
Three Super Bowls.
Did you hang on?
I held on to the ball.
Yeah.
I held on to the ball.
Wow.
Got knocked out. I acted like I was good. I said, I'm good. Got up. I said, I'm good. And then I started walking to the wrong sideline. They grabbed me. It's over this way, buddy. I said, okay, maybe somebody should come and get me. Maybe somebody.
Wow.
but it was about gaining that trust. And that's what those guys have to do. They have to go get that ball no matter what so we can gain trust.
That's incredible. Hey, before we let you go, and of course you're going to be on all the time here. We look forward to it. But we know you have things to do. Seems like everybody, Buffalo's a team. Now, we know who your NFC pick is going to be, but Buffalo, is that your pick? Is Buffalo going to be the Super Bowl champion this year?
Hello, guys.
Yeah,
we're here.
Yeah,
I lost you.
Yeah.
Now you say everybody's saying Buffalo.
Yeah, and I know I believe you're picking the Cowboys in the NFC, but are you on the Buffalo bandwagon? A lot of people, a lot of experts at your NFL media, a lot of people. Buffalo's a team this year. Are you on that bandwagon?
Yeah, I am on that bandwagon. I'm on that bandwagon. Buffalo.
Oh, we lost Michael there. We'll just leave it there. Thank you. That's Michael Irvin. We got his pick. I think we got enough out of the great playmaker, right, Ray?
Yeah, we might.
Incredible chat with the amazing Michael Irvin.
Yeah, he'll
Thank you for your
talk
time,
all day.
Michael. Yeah. I like that story about getting knocked out. All right, Michael, go to sleep. And he hung on to the football, Ray. There you go. So that's all that Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, that's all I have to do.
Just get knocked out.
For Trey.
Yeah. Take a concussion for 5.
Yeah. Michael Irvin, of course, can be heard every Monday here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Whitey in for Damon today. And thank you, Damon. Damon's back tomorrow, but thank you very much, Damon and Ray, for letting me fill in today, because that was...
I didn't let you fill in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
That's
didn't
the guy
stop
in the
it.
that's the guy in
You
the
didn't
corner.
prevent it, so...
I don't bother.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, Lucas sat in that chair. You could tell how little I care about it.
I appreciate the chance to be here today and talk to the great Michael Irvin, and to get to the bottom of this 49er Trey Lance captaincy issue. And I'll just leave it there, Ray, because the playmaker says it means nothing. So I won't say anything more about it, because Michael Irvin says it is. I was there for the captain. The players know who the leaders are, and it's meaningless. So point Ratto.
I'm a genius.
I wouldn't go that far. Definitely wouldn't go that far.
Well, when on the few occasions when I'm correct, I'm playing it for all it's worth. So
that was today. That was the story coming out of Santa Clara with Kyle Shanahan announcing who his captains are. Also,
I refuse to believe that was the story.
What
I don't
was
know
the
what
story?
the story was, but
well, okay,
this was just a novelty.
Yeah. All right. What do you got then? If that wasn't the story, what was?
Well, I didn't hear the rest of what they said.
George Kittle being injured, perhaps. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan says that guess who's looked good in his 2 practices. Maybe this is the story, as Kyle talks about one of your favorite quarterbacks, Ray Ratto, that, of course, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Looks like Jimmy always has, throwing the ball real good. I think he's had 2 practices, but it's been good.
As far as all that outside noise about Trey, Jimmy, oh no, if Jimmy's back, it's going to be tough on Trey.
I mean, we all know how it'll go. I also know if Jimmy wasn't here and Trey did bad, how it would go. So we understand that. The fact that he has a successful quarterback behind him, it's obvious how that narrative will be, and understandably so. But I think our players also know Jimmy went through some tough times too, and they had his back, regardless of if they thought there was a better option. They had his back. And players, I think, need to realize that, just like their position. It happens at the quarterback position too. You're not going to be perfect. However, all eyes are going to be on that guy, not all at the linebacker at all times or the guard. You got to realize when you do struggle, those guys know it's a lot harder to play well when no one has your back, and you got to help guys through that. And I think we got the guys who can do that. I think our guys did that for Jimmy when he was here, even when he was having some tough times, and allowed him to fight through that. And I believe our guys will do the same thing for Trey. I understand what people outside of our locker room will say, and they are right in terms of human nature to do that, but it's going to happen regardless if you don't play well.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I know a lot of people have said, oh, my goodness, this will be tough on Trey now that Jimmy's there. Well, it's football, right, Ray? And it's football, and it's like any player, especially at the professional level, knows if I don't do my job, I'm not going to keep my job. And typically that's not so much true of quarterbacks. Teams like to stick with a guy. But again, that speaks to a point you raised earlier. With the 49ers, the quarterback is more, it's not like any other position, but it's more like any other position than it is on any other team.
No, the truth is, it's like all sports. It's entirely Darwinian. You know, you eat or you get eaten. That is the nature of it. Unless your contract is so huge that they can't afford not to play you. And that's why the contracts that have clauses about how much you play always sort of irk me.
Well, Jimmy has a lot of those now.
He does now because he had to try to augment what was his essential, not a lowball salary, but it's $6.5 million. But that's how those are bonuses. And because they had to sweeten the contract some to make him willing to stay. So they did. And if everything goes bad, he could make up to $16 million. But they're rooting for him not to have to test that. The truth is, you have the job till you don't have the job. And that seems like it gives the coach an inordinate amount of power if he doesn't keep in mind what his real job is, which is to make the team as good as it can be so that everybody contributes to success. If Kyle Shanahan decides to be pigheaded and keep Trey Lance, as the starter longer than he should, we'll know about it soon enough.
Why would he be pigheaded about it? What would his motivation be?
His motivation might be, I'm going to be proven right on this. I know what I'm looking at. I know what I believe. I'm not changing.
I understand that. I just think from what we've seen of him, I think push comes to shove, it's going to be about with him. We want to win this game. I'm going to win this game. And if that means Jimmy's in, and if that means I'm going to answer all these questions, if that means Ratto's going to go on and on with Damon about my indecisiveness, so be it. I'm going to win the game.
Ratto's not going to go on and on about that.
That's
Ratto
just
just
what
wants
that's
to
what
know.
Kyle said. I don't know.
The only thing that Ratto wants to know is, did you cover? That's the only value football really has. But I'm saying it is a possibility that he might decide, nope, I'm not changing even though things aren't going well. I mean, he could certainly do that. Coaches have done that time immemorial. I mean, the head coach at Chelsea today got fired in part because he told his owner, I don't care if you sign Cristiano Ronaldo, I'm not going to play him.
Whoa.
And that was a contributing factor to the fact that he got fired 6 games into the new season.
Mm-hmm. We are less than 24 hours from real football, real NFL football. Ray, how do we bet on the early NFL games? Because we don't really know anything yet. We never know as much as we think we know. But when the season starts, we're basing everything on what we saw last year, plus what we read, plus what maybe we saw in the preseason. So how do we know what to wager on, where to go with our bets in week 1?
My theory's always been go with an easy one early.
How do you know what's an easy one, though?
Bet the good team playing a bad team. You know, it may not be an exciting game, but, you know, you want to build up a bit of a bankroll. I mean, you don't go hog wild on anything because, like you said, there are a lot of things we don't know. But, you know, you look at, you look at, I'm trying to find the game that I would fall in love with if I was playing this weekend. Is probably,
Ray's lock of the week is coming up.
This is not a lock of the weekend. Don't do that to me.
Do you have a lock,
No, I don't.
sound
Stop
effect?
It. No, don't.
I was talking to
no
Grandy.
sound effects. No, we
I
don't.
wasn't even talking to you.
We don't
Was
do
not even
sound
talking
effects.
to you.
We don't do sound effects here. That's Little League stuff.
Okay.
Okay. I'd probably bet the over in Kansas City, Arizona, because I think both teams are going to want to put up a ton of points.
The over. Okay. What's the number?
54.
All right.
You're a jerk.
I kicked something accidentally.
I'm going to kick you accidentally.
All right. We appreciate your expert
No, you don't.
opinion.
You're irritating the hell out of me, and I'm going to leave early and let you do the dance the rest of the way. How's that work for you?
I asked you for some help on that, and you delivered. That's an interesting
No,
pick.
you said I want a sound effect because I'm 9 years old. That's what you did.
It's radio. It gave it just a little extra.
No, it didn't need an extra. No, the words were sufficient. The words were sufficient. That's why they want conversation.
Your reaction alone made it worthwhile.
No, it didn't. It was stupid. People driving home didn't need that, and they didn't need you guys getting me irritated for no reason.
You didn't need it, but it's a nice little bonus.
No, you don't do that.
It's nice.
Be an adult.
Nice little bonus.
Be an adult.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Mark Grandy. Appreciate that. What is the line on the 49er game?
None of your business. Shut up. Go away.
Lucas, do you have the line on the 49er game?
I think it's 6.5.
6.5, Ray. If I were going to put a wager, if I were going to bet Lucas's house on that.
No, bet your own. Bet everything you own.
That seems like an easy one. Again,
I hope you lose your ass.
Yeah, these lines, early in the year, they're like the sirens singing because we think, oh, this is great. And who knows? But to me, 49ers giving 6.5.
They're not getting 6.5, by the way.
It's up to 7.
7.
I would still, that sounds to me like, yes, I could feel really good about that.
Then you should bet it. And at that point, I will root with all my soul for Chicago.
Is that one that you would typically avoid?
Yeah.
Just because of all the unknowns we're talking about?
Yeah, I don't know if the 49ers offense is going to be any good. I mean, I know the Bears aren't going to score a lot. But I don't know if the Bears are truly terrible the way people say they are until I see them.
I just think the reason I would do that is because the Bears' offensive line last year was really bad. And this year they spent a lot of draft capital on offensive linemen, and there are some similarities to what's going on with the 49ers. They're trying to rebuild that offensive line, and it's such a great matchup. That matchup alone, everything else aside, the 49ers defensive front against the Bears offensive line, the 49ers have a chance to totally dominate the game for that reason.
The Bears picked up Alex Leatherwood when the Raiders cut him.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex Leatherwood was a disaster.
And they picked up Jason Peters, too, and he's like 40.
Yeah. In other words, their line isn't good.
Right.
If you're getting
It's
a
terrible.
40-year-old and you're getting a guy that the Raiders couldn't run off their field fast enough,
yes,
you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd rather lay off a game early and then get some information on it than bet it mindlessly.
Well, it's not mindlessly, though.
No, if I said it's mindlessly, it's mindless.
Mindlessly would be, I don't know, I like the 49ers, the color of their helmets. We're looking at
That's as valid an
aspect of it.
analysis as somebody who pretends they know about blocking.
Where are the 49ers vulnerable? The safety position with Wardard might be vulnerable, but if they're able to get to Justin Fields, as they should be able to, it's not going to matter.
And who's he going to throw to?
Justin Fields?
Yeah.
Mooney?
Yeah?
Yeah. And probably Mooney.
Boy, that's an attack.
Yeah.
No, I don't like.
You see,
I'm not
you're
playing
actually,
that game.
Okay, but everything you say feeds into that narrative that the 49ers should cover.
Well, then you should bet them.
Okay, all right. You don't.
No. But I don't mean just bet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean bet your retirement. Be bold. Be decisive.
How about tomorrow night? The Rams are a team that you said you think the Rams could regress a little bit this year.
On the other hand, they're playing at home. So I don't know what to do with that.
You got a team that a lot of people like Ray say is going to regress against a team that a lot of people say this is the Super Bowl winner this year.
And the more people who say it, the more it will be wrong. Because people don't know what they're looking at when they're talking about football. Because if they did, they'd have been hired by somebody.
Also, given that you only have 3 preseason games now, teams don't even know what they're doing, right?
Teams don't play their players.
Yeah. So they're still figuring things out.
They play guys who are going to end up in the Arena League next year. That's what they do. Unless you have access to practices, you don't know who's done well or not.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take the coach's word for it, and coaches are notorious liars. So I wouldn't bank on any of that.
So you would avoid that game too. You'd avoid everything except for the over in the Arizona-Kansas City game.
If you're going to make me bet something, that would be.
Are we going to make him, Lucas?
Lucas doesn't have any say in this.
Yeah, he's producing the show. He and Grandy. We're going to make.
Oh no! The fact that they produce. No, we produce the show. They They turn knobs.
If you give us a pick, I'll try to promise there won't be any sound effect.
Of course there'll be sound effects. I know how this works.
What do you got?
Bugger off.
What do you got? I gave you mine.
Good.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Why don't you give him the sound effect?
Yeah, that's Whitey's lock of the week. You just said, if I had to make a pick.
But I don't.
No, but you said if you do, I'm just wondering where you would go with it.
I already told you, but it's not going to be a lock of the week, so I'm not saying it.
Wait, you mean besides the over?
I'm saying that you already did this to me once. I am not stupid. I will not have it done to me again.
I'm not going to do anything.
Yes, you are. You are incredibly treacherous.
You're
a devious human being.
In the Chronicle, you used to write. Was one of your things you did was the picks.
Yes.
So this isn't just like.
But I got paid for that.
What do you think? Who's going to win the game?
This is a freebie. I'm not doing this for free. Give me $100 and I'll tell you who I want.
I'd love to know who you're leaning towards.
I'm sure you would love to know. I'd love to have $100.
I smell a business opportunity. A Ray Ratto pick service.
Yeah.
Kind of like Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
All right. It'll cost you $100 too.
Well, I'm not asking.
Oh, no. I think you were.
That's true. I did.
Okay.
You wouldn't tell me. Even asking kindly doesn't work for Ray, so I can't demand anything.
No. So we're doing a sports talk show on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
I asked you for your football pick, and you're like, no, I'm not going to give it to you.
No, because you ruined it by playing a sound effect that you didn't need to, and you need to be punished for that.
Give me $100.
Yeah. I'll give it to you for a C note.
Huh. All right.
You didn't want it that badly then, did you?
No, really didn't.
Okay,
really didn't.
there you go.
Coming up next.
See, isn't it more fun when we work together?
It is. It is. As promised, tell you why. I don't know about Ray, don't know about you, but I'm a big Patrick Beverly fan today, and I didn't think I would be. We are sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, outdoor adventures, inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper?
And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Nachos! Hey, I'll take some. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Here's what happened today on the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
You cannot mess around with these dudes. You cannot let the Bears believe that they have a chance to win this game. At halftime, Niners need to be up by a touchdown or more.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
And you've got Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and a defense and Kyle, and you can't look good with that? Something is not right.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I don't agree with the 15. I think that's ridiculous. If you got the Niners anywhere outside the top 10, you're being a pessimist.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Well, he doesn't have to make him a captain. Given the offense, Deebo Samuel is more important. Given, if you're talking about leadership in the huddle, Trent Williams is more important.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
This segment also sponsored by Total Wine and More. Of course, this is Locked Up by Akon. I did a parody of this during the NBA lockout. David Stern rapping this song. And it was a huge YouTube hit way back when here on 95.7 The Game. Ray, on the text line here, people asking for, they say how much they love sound effects from the 510. I need sound effects, makes it more convincing. So anyway.
Well, that guy will spend eternity in hell.
Do you get it? Locked Up.
No, I don't want to hear it. Stop.
That was the song,
Be a grown-up.
As good as your Mike Trout song, Whitey?
Better.
What?
It was better, and I think it got more views on YouTube, too. Yeah, it was better. Real quickly here, just a baseball note. Of course, the Giants falling today to the Dodgers. But I mentioned, long before when I was on the station, and I was on with Dibs and Mark Kreidler, and I just want to say this real quick. Mark Kreidler's son, Ryan, hit a home run this afternoon for the Tigers. He just got called up, end of last week, and he hit a home run in Anaheim, lifting the Tigers over the Angels 5-4. Wasn't a walk-off because they were in Anaheim. But how about that, Ray? Ryan Kreidler with a home run today, his first Major League home run in a 5-4 win over the Halos.
Let's start a steroid rumor.
He'll love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here, Dad, fight that one off.
Kreidler didn't answer my text.
That's another reason
when his kid was with the Erie Seawolves, he answered all my texts. Now he's with the Detroit Tigers, and I can't get him to respond.
He big-timed you.
Yes, he did.
That's very Kreidler.
But I don't blame him, because I got it going on right now.
His wife
That's pretty cool.
Is a human exemplar.
Yes.
He's a dirtbag.
I've never had
Ryan got all his mom's fast twitch muscle genes.
Oh, I've been saying that for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty obvious.
Oh, it's
self-evident. I've never had a really high opinion of Patrick Beverley, but today, I don't know about you, Ray, but today I'm a Patrick Beverley fan. Patrick Beverley working out with the Lakers, getting ready for camp. This is, I believe this is courtesy of Spectrum Sportsnet LA. Patrick Beverley was asked about what's it like to play with LeBron and AD, and I really love his answer.
You'll be playing with LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
They'll be playing with me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I made the playoffs last year. They didn't. It's the difference.
Have you guys started talking yet?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I'm glad that we get a chance to play with each other. Then anything else, I'm excited to see it go on. I'm excited to get the battling going.
Get that, Ray? They get to play with me. I made the playoffs last year. Yes.
He's one of the few guys who might be able to get away with that. I have a feeling that LeBron will see the humor in it more than, say, Russell Westbrook would.
Yeah. Well, Russell Westbrook and he, they have gone at it, and now they're teammates, and let's see. I think,
won't last long.
Well, I wouldn't think so, but so far they're putting a happy face on it. Westbrook was talking. I want to make sure I don't have it the wrong way. One or the other was talking, and the other one threw a towel at it in his face when he was speaking with the media. And then they had a big laugh, and that's my dog right there. So even those two are trying to make it look like, yeah, we'll get along. It can't work. I was talking to somebody yesterday, Ray. My good friend Jerry Reynolds, former coach of the Kings. He doesn't like the Lakers. He says the Lakers now, the way they're trying, let's get Patrick Beverley. We'll get Westbrook. He says they're like the Knicks West. Because they're just adding and trying to find something that's going to work. And I know they did win a title a couple years ago, but it's not working.
No, they're in desperation mode. That's why they went and got Patrick Beverley. I mean, they can't make the moves they want to make, so they're trying to back and fill the roster with old guys, which they already have in abundance.
Right.
And no, they're going to be as bad as they were last year because LeBron's not getting younger. Anthony Davis has yet to prove that he can give them 72 games a year.
He's physically breaking down. Yeah.
Well, I think he just gets hurt every year. He might just have that kind of a body. But I don't see, even if they play every night, that they're going to do a lot in this conference.
And they have to open the season by watching the Warriors get their rings. Isn't that delightful?
Well, I don't know that it will impact them because they knew they weren't getting any.
It'll fire up LeBron. We got to see that, guys. That's what we got to do. We got to get more of those. I need more of those.
He'll still be talking to the same crappy roster, so it's not going to matter at all.
Well, huh? They're just kind of stuck.
Yeah,
they're stuck roster-wise.
They're Rogered. They're Rogered good.
They paid a price for that. They did win that championship. Asterisk.
Yeah, but
bubble.
Don't forget.
But they paid a terrible price for that.
But they were bad for 6 years before that championship. So the championship is the outlier. What they really are is a non-playoff team for nearly a decade now.
Mm-hmm. Other than, you got to overlook that championship. But I'm with you.
Well, no, but I mean, it's a championship out of the greater context. The greater context is that they mortgaged their future when they signed Kobe Bryant to that last deal, and even though they got LeBron James, they haven't been able to recover to the point where they can give him a representative roster around which he can work.
The good news is Damon's back tomorrow. I will be on with Guru tomorrow, I believe. Ray, it's been a lot of fun. If I apologize for asking Grandy to play the sound effect, would you forgive me?
I'll forgive you.
Okay, because I didn't actually apologize. I asked you if you would if I did.
No.
I'm not.
Oh, so you're not. Oh, then
yeah. I'm just.
Then
It's a theoretical question.
Then burn in the fires of hell.
Stick around because our good friends Alan Stiles, Dan Devone, they're next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm